September 23, 2029 Sunday Star City, a key university. Having just finished a day of part-time work, Yang Bin returned to campus in high spirits. He had earned 300 yuan over the weekend by hauling bricks, enough to cover his living expenses for a week if he was frugal. Back in the dorm, he saw his two roommates hunched over their phones playing games. Yang Bin, you're back? Quick, log on. When Liang has been dragging me down, I can't carry him anymore, Lu Bo said, as if seeing a savior. Who's carrying who? Look at your own record. 1 in 8, and you still have the nerve to say you're carrying me. Hu Wenliang retorted. It's all your fault. Every time I come to gank you, you just stand there farming those two minions. The minions were under the tower. Couldn't you wait for me to last hit before engaging? By the time you finish last hitting, they'd have run away. Well, you still got killed when you went in yourself. Yang Bin shook his head and laughed. All right, stop arguing. You are both 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. Don't blame each other. You're both noobs. By the way, is Chunhao back yet? Yang Bin asked. No, he went on a date. Maybe he won't be back tonight, Hu Wenliang said. All right. But seriously, you two just stay cooped up in the dorm every day? Don't you even think about finding a girlfriend? You're juniors now, still single. Aren't you embarrassed? Girlfriends are no fun as games. Isn't it better to spend that time on a few more rounds? Lu Bo said. Exactly. And don't lecture us. You're the same, we haven't seen you get one either, Hu Wenliang added. I don't have the money. The little I earn from part-time work barely covers my own living expenses. If I added another mouth to feed, I'd be drinking the northwest wind, Yang Bin said helplessly. With your looks, comparable to a novel protagonist, picking up girls wouldn't cost you a cent. There are plenty of rich girls on campus. Oh, just hook one, and it'd be way better than your part-time job. My teeth are good. I don't need to eat soft rice. He pulled out his phone and called Chunhao, but it was turned off. Yang Bin frowned. This guy, going on a date without charging his phone. Shaking his head, Yang Bin decided not to bother. He played a few games with the two, helped them win some rounds, then took a shower and went to bed. Carrying bricks for 2 days, there was no denying he was exhausted. In the dead of night, the dorm was silent. Everyone had fallen asleep. Suddenly, a blaring ringtone shattered the night's tranquility. You are my little apple. Yang Bin startledly grabbed his phone, saw the caller ID, answered quickly, and whispered, How's where the hell have you been? I looked for you all day. Your phone's off. There was a long silence on the other end. Then, Bingu, can you come have a drink with me? What's gotten into you in the middle of the night? We have class tomorrow, Yang Bin said, exasperated, but still asked, Where are you? On the rooftop. Damn. Yang Bin instantly sobered up. He flipped out of bed. Don't do anything stupid. They'll be right there. He threw on his clothes and dashed out of the dorm, sprinting toward the rooftop. He and Chunhao had known each other since middle school, so close they'd share one pair of underwear. Hearing that the guy was on the rooftop in the dead of night, how could he not worry? He ran, without stopping, from the 3rd floor to the 7th. The rooftop door of the dorm building was normally off limits to students and was padlocked almost year-round. But of course that couldn't stop some resourceful students. The lock had long since had countless keys made for it. Who knows how Chunhao got his hands on a key? The iron door was already open. When Yang Bin reached the rooftop, he saw Chunhao sitting dejectedly on the ground, surrounded by a pile of beer cans. Yang Bin let out a sigh of relief and said angrily, What the hell are you doing up here in the dead of night? I thought you were going to jump. Chunhao looked at Yang Bin's angry face, yet his eyes were full of concern. A flicker of gratitude passed through Chunhao's eyes as he said softly, Sorry Bingu for worrying you. Yang Bin shook his head, walked over, sat down beside Chunhao, casually grabbed a beer, and took a sip. So what's the deal, eh? Chunhao took a deep gulp of beer, a look of pain crossing his face. After a long moment, he said, She broke up with me. 3 years of love, and in the end it lost to reality. Yang Bin's hand paused for a moment, but he wasn't surprised. Had guessed when he saw Chunhao's dejected state. This guy was too deep in love with that woman. In relationships, men like him always end up the biggest losers. Yang Bin patted Chunhao on the shoulder and comforted him. Look on the bright side. 3-legged toads are hard to find, but 2-legged women are everywhere. You've got a long road ahead. You're not ugly. Are you afraid you won't find someone else? But I really loved her. Chunhao said, his voice choked with tears. Can you show some backbone? Can love fill your stomach? It can. When I look at her, I'm not hungry. But she still cheated on you. How do you know? With your personality. If she hadn't cheated, would you have broken up with her? Come on, tell me. Whose bed did she climb into? Bingu, are you trying to reopen my wounds? Chunhao said, looking at Yang Bin helplessly. Of course not. I just want to know which bastard had the nerve to cuckold my brother. This grudge must be avenged, Yang Bin said with righteous indignation. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Chunhao's eyes showed gratitude again. Grinding his teeth, he said, It's that bastard Wang Yuehao. Trusting his family's money, he set his sights on Shirya. The hardest thing for me to accept is that Shirya actually betrayed me for him. So it's him. Yang Bin nodded. Don't worry, bro. They'll help you break his 3rd leg. No, Bingu. That's illegal, not worth it, Chunhao quickly said. True. Then he'll help you cuckold him back. But he's already with Shirya now. Bingu, are you going to make a move on Shirya too? Chunhao's eyes went wide. You're overthinking it. That guy has plenty of girlfriends. Lu Shirya doesn't even rank. Why would she betray me for a guy like him? Chunhao said in pain. Because he's got money. Bingu, are you really here to comfort me? I feel like you're here to piss me off. You're pouring salt on the wound. Chunhao collapsed. Haha, I'm just telling you. That kind of woman isn't worth it. Remember, you're a man. Be able to pick it up and put it down. Don't lose yourself over a woman. Come. Tonight, I'll drink with you till we're wasted. Tomorrow, everything starts anew. Yangbin patted Chunhao's shoulder. Yeah, but Bingu, we have class tomorrow morning. Forget class. Brothers come first. Bingu, you're the best. Scram, don't get mushy. Close the door, don't let the teacher catch us. The campus was silent in the dead of night. Occasionally whispers could be heard from dorm rooms. Some people were still awake. Pulling all-nighters for games and then attending class the next day was common in university. Tonight the moon was exceptionally dim, but the starlight was unusually brilliant, casting bright light upon the earth. On the rooftop of dorm building 21, two young men lay on their backs, surrounded by empty beer cans. Drowsily, Chunhao suddenly pointed at the sky. Been good, don't you think? Tonight's Big Dipper. The 9 stars are unusually bright. You're really drunk. I've only heard of the Big Dipper's 7 stars. Where did 9 come from? Yeah, I guess I am. Drunk. Hey, there really seem to be 9. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Really 9 stars. Haha, looks like we're both drunk. Yeah, being drunk feels wonderful. I even see the North Star falling down. Me too. Dragging a long tail. So magnificent. Way prettier than a meteor. Hey, another one. Came out. The North Star. Really, it's red. Haha, truly drunk. I can't take it anymore. Gotta sleep. Tomorrow, everything will be fine. Chunhao finished speaking and fell asleep immediately. Yangbin was also drunk and hazy, but he stared curiously at the crimson North Star in the sky. Finally, unable to resist the drowsiness, he sank into deep sleep. After the celestial anomaly appeared, it was as if some seal had been broken. Countless surges of spiritual energy emerged all over blue stars, soon covering the entire planet. However, this emerging spiritual energy carried a trace of decay. In the end, it infiltrated every living being on Blue Star without exception. Some people showed no change, but most experienced mutations. Their eyes turned bloodshot, their bodies began to rot, and their consciousness was devoured, turning them into mindless zombies driven only by hunger. A very small number of people gained special abilities, and most of them were those who had been directly shown upon by the Crimson Celestial Body. On the morning of September 24th, 2029. Help! Monster! Countless screams and cries shattered the tranquility of dawn, the entire campus filled with desperate howls. Why is it so noisy? Yangbin was awakened by the screams downstairs. He rubbed his aching head, stumbled groggily to his feet, and walked to the edge of the rooftop to look down. The sight made his scalp tingle. Below, the open area in front of the dormitory was strewn with mutilated corpses. The entire ground was stained crimson with blood. Figures covered in blood were gnawing on severed limbs, their mouths smeared with blood, eyes bloodshot, and skin rotting. A sight that sent chills down one's spine. Yangbin quickly retreated. Even with his strong will, he was now visibly shaken. I must still be dreaming. He shook his head and pinched his thigh hard. A scream rang out. Chunhao was jolted awake by the pain. Brother Bin, why did you pinch me? Chunhao asked with a resentful look. Does it hurt? Of course it does. Try pinching yourself. So it's not a dream. Yangbin frowned, forcing down his fear, and leaned out again to look. What met his eyes was still the same scene. A hellish sight that stung his eyes. Yangbin quickly retreated again, leaning against the wall, panting heavily. What's wrong? Chunhao asked, puzzled, seeing Yangbin's state. See for yourself. Yangbin said weakly. Mysterious as always. Chunhao shook his head, walked to the edge, and looked down. The sight startled him so much that he fell to the ground, his face as pale as paper. Then he vomited uncontrollably on the ground. Yangbin ignored Chunhao and immediately took out his phone to call the police. But no matter how many times he dialed, the call wouldn't go through. Yangbin finally realized the gravity of the situation and quickly opened Weibo, where he found countless posts begging for help. Opening these posts, the images and videos showed the exact same scene as what they saw, people like walking corpses everywhere, friends and family members who had suddenly turned biting anyone they saw. This situation had spread across the globe overnight. In an instant, the entire internet exploded. Many speculated that the apocalypse had arrived, and these were zombies, too similar to apocalyptic movies. This speculation gained widespread acceptance, and with no official denial, yet the view was further confirmed. Yangbin scrolled through the images and videos in the posts. Most were taken by people hiding in homes or corners with poor angles, but they still clearly showed terrifying scenes. After browsing several posts, Yangbin's heart sank. He also accepted the zombie theory. Perhaps the apocalypse had truly come. Why it happened, no one knew. After a while, Chunhao, having nothing left to vomit, lifted his head and asked in terror, Brother Bin, what is this? The apocalypse has come, Yangbin sighed. Apocalypse? Chunhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Check online. Chunhao quickly took out his phone, browsed for a moment, and his face turned pale again. Then, Brother Bin, what should we do? Chunhao asked, panicked. Let's find something to block the iron door, keep the zombies from coming up here. Yaoguang, having survived alone since childhood, had more experience and kept a clear head. After searching, they found a long ladder left by a maintenance worker in the corner of the rooftop. They carried it over, wedging one end against the iron door and the other against the wall edge at the rooftop's edge. It was surprisingly tight. Few people usually came to the rooftop, so zombies wouldn't find them quickly. They were temporarily safe. Brother Bin, what's our next move? Just hide here and wait for rescue. Chunhao asked. Waiting for rescue won't work. From the online info, the whole world is in chaos. The authorities can't even handle themselves right now. There won't be rescue capability anytime soon. If we keep waiting, we'll starve to death. Yaoguang said in a low voice. Then what? First observe the zombies' behavior, understand them, then figure out a plan. Our position here is good, we can see below. Also keep checking online for any discovered ways to deal with them. Okay. By now screams from below were fading. Those who cried out were probably dead. The zombies seemed particularly sensitive to sound. Screaming only hastened death. Aside from their dormitory, nearby buildings were the same. From initial shouting to gradual silence, only the zombies' growls remained. Brother Bin, where do you think these zombies came from? So many people turned, but we're both fine. Are we special? Chunhao wondered. I don't know. Maybe we're lucky. Although many turned, there are still normal people. With just us two, the probability isn't low. After saying this, Yaoguang's mind suddenly flashed back to the Big Dipper 9 stars and the crimson star he had vaguely seen last night. Could it be related? He looked up at the sky again, but saw nothing. He shook his head, setting the thought aside for now. True. Brother Bin, do you think Lu Bo and the others might be? Chunhao asked worriedly. There were 4 in the dorm. Though he was closest to Yaoguang, he also had good relations with the other 2. Naturally, he was concerned. I don't know. Yaoguang shook his head. At times like this, it's all up to luck. Since we're not there, it's just the 2 of them. That's relatively safer than other dorms, but if one of them turns, the other is doomed. Hearing this, Chunhao fell silent, praying in his heart. Then he suddenly thought of something and grabbed his phone to call. Yaoguang quickly stopped him and asked, You planning to call that woman or your family? My family, of course. I'm worried about my parents, want to know if they're okay, Chunhao said. Well, then don't call. You saw what's downstairs. It's like this all over the world. If your parents are fine, but your phone call attracts nearby zombies with the ringtone, then they might be in danger. Chunhao was startled and quickly put away his phone, relieved. Good thing you're a rational, Brother Bin. If you really want to call, you can call that woman to check on her. I'll forget it. Though she wronged me, I wouldn't harm her. Since we broke up, she's a stranger. Chunhao smiled bitterly. I was just joking. Glad you've moved on. Yaoguang smiled. Don't worry, Brother Bin, I'm not that weak. Good. Brother Bin, do you think the phone signal will go out? It will. If zombies destroy the communication towers, the phone can only be used as a flashlight. So while it works, download some movies to watch when bored. And if it runs out of battery, then it's just a brick. On the rooftop, the 2 observed the zombies while browsing the latest news online. Suddenly, Chunhao looked at his phone and said with excitement, Brother Bin, look, there's a video of someone fighting a zombie. Yaoguang quickly leaned in. It was a video posted on Bilibili, presumably filmed from a window with a decent angle. In the video, a man in a security guard uniform wielding a riot baton engaged in a fierce battle with a zombie. The man was tall and appeared to be physically fit. Each strike of the baton against the zombie produced a dull thud, indicating considerable strength. However, the zombie seemed utterly unaffected. No matter how hard the man struck, it continued to lunge at him frantically. Fortunately, the man was agile, narrowly dodging each time before striking again with force. The fight lasted over 2 minutes, but then 2 more zombies drawn by the noise approached. The man panicked upon noticing them and immediately abandoned the fight to flee. Yet due to his nervousness, he reacted a split second too late. A zombie pounced on his foot and sank its teeth into his ankle. The man let out a scream and collapsed. Soon the other 2 zombies closed in. The footage might have ended there, perhaps because the filmer was too terrified to continue, but everyone could imagine the man's fate. After watching the video, both fell silent. The danger outside was far more terrifying than they had imagined. After a long pause, Yaoguang said gravely, From the video, the zombies seem about as strong as an ordinary person, but they don't feel pain. They're like indestructible cockroaches, which is a huge problem. Brother Bin, do we have to fight these zombies too? Chunhao asked worriedly. What do you think? To survive, we have to face them. It's either you kill them or they eat you, Yaoguang replied bluntly. But I'm scared, Chunhao mumbled. Yaoguang sighed. I'm scared too. We're just ordinary people who have never killed anyone. How many dare to kill zombies? But since the world has turned out this way, we have no choice but to face it. Yaoguang patted Chunhao on the shoulder and continued, We're in a good position and have some time, but we must overcome our fear during this period. Otherwise, when we truly confront the zombies, fear will cost us our lives. I understand. They'll try. Chunhao said, his face pale. Yaoguang nodded. He himself wasn't much better off than Chunhao. He was just an ordinary student. But he had been through more, having fended for himself for years, so he thought more deeply. He knew clearly that if they couldn't overcome their fear, death awaited them. He looked down again. No living people were visible, only zombies shuffling about. Those still alive had hidden themselves, daring not to come out. Yangbin frowned. There was no way to leave the dormitory building under these circumstances, but the food in the dorm was limited. If they couldn't leave, they would eventually starve. I have to find a way out of this predicament, Yangbin thought to himself. He looked up at the girls' dormitory across the way, and suddenly noticed movement there, as if a fight was breaking out. Because the boys' and girls' dormitories were far apart, he couldn't see the details. Yangbin guessed someone was fighting a zombie, which piqued his curiosity. Who could be so bold? Yangbin stared intently, trying to see more clearly. Suddenly the surroundings blurred, and the girls' dormitory before him seemed to zoom in, becoming clearer and clearer, as if adjusting the focus of a telescope. Soon the scene in the girls' dormitory was vividly before him. On the 6th-floor corridor, 4 tall girls were wielding various objects, stools, drying poles, bedboards, and viciously striking at several zombies. Judging by their builds, they were likely from the sports department. The 4 were clearly roommates, and none had turned into zombies, remarkably lucky. Yet they dared to leave their dorm room, which was truly audacious. Fortunately, they had a significant size advantage over the zombies, which were all shorter than them. The corridor was narrow, and the girls swung their weapons wildly, trying to drive the zombies back. It seemed they were attempting to reach a specific dorm room. Yangbin shook his head. These girls were being naive. Although they had weapons and a physical advantage, they would only attract more zombies. Soon enough, they would learn their mistake. As Yangbin predicted, zombies from other rooms soon heard the commotion and emerged, charging madly toward them. The 4 girls, pale with terror, quickly retreated into their room and locked the door. A horde of zombies rushed to the door, pounding on it violently. The door shook violently. Unless they had something to brace it, it wouldn't hold long. Yangbin looked away, suddenly feeling dizzy. He swayed and nearly fell, but Chunhao caught him in time. Brother Bin, what's wrong? Chunhao asked with concern. Yangbin shook his head and pointed at the distant girls' dormitory. Howsy, can you see what's happening over there? Are you kidding? How could I see that far? Chunhao replied incredulously. Yangbin nodded, thoughtfully, a puzzled look on his face. I'm slightly nearsighted, about 100 degrees. I don't need glasses, but my vision isn't great. How could I see that far? And with such clarity? This isn't just about eyesight. Could it be a special ability? Yangbin's eyes lit up. But why didn't I have this ability before? Did it appear last night? Could it be that the apocalypse not only turns people into zombies, but also grants special powers? A glimmer shone in Yangbin's eyes. Although superpowers weren't real in the past, everyone in the 21st century had seen similar movies. This situation could only be explained by superpowers. After all, zombies existed, so it was plausible that special abilities did too. To further verify, Yangbin focused his attention on Chunhao. Chunhao suddenly felt uneasy, as if he were being completely exposed. He instinctively covered his lower body, as if that would help. Stop covering up, it's not like I haven't seen it before, Yangbin said with a laugh. His heart was filled with ecstatic surprise. He had only wanted to test if it was a special ability, but instead he discovered a new power. He could see through things. This was a power countless men dreamed of, and now it was his. Even the usually composed Yangbin couldn't suppress his excitement. He continued to look at Chunhao, wanting to see how far this ability could go. Suddenly Yangbin's expression turned to utter astonishment, as if he had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Chunhao asked, puzzled by Yangbin's expression. How's he try turning invisible for me? Yangbin suddenly said. Are you crazy, Brother Bin? If I could turn invisible, why would I bother with girlfriends? I'd just hang out in the women's bathhouse every day. Chunhao said, exasperated. I'm telling you, you can do it. Just focus your mind and silently chant invisibility. Yangbin insisted seriously. Seeing Yangbin's earnest look, Chunhao, though skeptical, complied. Soon Chunhao's body began to fade, and before long, he had completely vanished from where he stood. Be Brother Bin, I think. I'm actually invisible. Chunhao's excited voice rang out across the rooftop, but his figure was nowhere to be seen. Yangbin, equally astonished, stared at the spot where Chunhao had disappeared, amazed that he could indeed see others' supernatural abilities. He then focused his gaze again on where Chunhao had vanished, and soon Chunhao's form reappeared before him. At that moment, Chunhao was frantically examining his own hands, his face alight with excitement. Haha, I can turn invisible. Awesome. The women's bathhouse will never stop me now. Chunhao exclaimed excitedly. Can't you have any ambition? Yangbin rolled his eyes. What's ambition? Is it as real as watching beautiful women bathe? This is the apocalypse now. There are no beautiful women in the bathhouse, only zombies seeking your life. Want to go check it out? He'll pass on that, Chunhao said awkwardly. But Brother Bin, what's going on? Why can I suddenly turn invisible? Is it a superpower? Yeah, you could say that, Yangbin nodded. But why do I suddenly have a superpower? It must be because of this apocalypse. Hard to say if it's good or bad, but regardless, since we have these special abilities, at least we have a better chance of surviving this apocalypse. That's a good thing, Yangbin said. So Brother Bin, what's your special ability? Chunhao asked curiously. Yangbin thought for a moment, and said, I can see things that others can't. Like your invisibility. Damn, aren't you the perfect counter to me? Chunhao said, exasperated. Looks like you'll never get the upper hand with you around. What, you want me to call you Big Brother? Yangbin said with a wry smile. No. Chunhao quickly waved his hand. But Brother Bin, since we both have special abilities, do you think we could make a big move in this apocalypse? Chunhao said excitedly. It's too early to say that now. Let's focus on surviving first. Our abilities aren't combat-oriented. Surviving in an apocalypse full of zombies won't be that easy. Yangbin shook his head. True, but I can turn invisible and steal food. At least we won't starve. Don't be too optimistic. From what I've observed, these zombies seem to have extremely sharp hearing. If you can't move silently, your invisibility won't be much use against them. You'll need to practice more. Try to move without making a sound. Later we'll find a zombie to test if it can detect you while you're invisible. Are you sure that won't be a test to death? No, you have to believe in yourself. Alright. By the way, Howsy, it seems your invisibility covers the clothes you're wearing. Can it also make objects you're holding invisible? Yangbin suddenly asked. Let me try. Chunhao picked up a brick from the ground and activated his invisibility again. Sure enough, as he became invisible, the brick in his hand vanished too. It works. Chunhao said excitedly. Yangbin nodded and asked again. Try holding on to me and see if you can make me invisible too. Okay. Chunhao reappeared, then grabbed Yangbin's arm and activated his invisibility again. However, not only did he fail to make Yangbin invisible, but he himself couldn't turn invisible either. Seems like it doesn't work. Chunhao frowned. Yeah, it probably can't cover living things, Yangbin speculated. So does that mean touching a living thing while invisible will also reveal me? Let me test it again. Chunhao promptly conducted another experiment. Since they knew nothing about their special abilities, they had to keep experimenting. Only by thoroughly understanding their own powers could they utilize them effectively in the future. Chunhao turned invisible again and then patted Yangbin on the shoulder. The moment his hand touched Yangbin, his form immediately became visible. He then conducted several more tests, discovering that whether he touched Yangbin with his body or with the brick, his invisibility would break upon contact. So that's it. Invisibility fails whenever I touch a living thing. Chunhao said helplessly. Yeah, you'll have to be extra careful from now on. Invisibility isn't omnipotent. When you're invisible, make sure you don't touch anything. Yangbin said sternly. Got it. Chunhao nodded seriously. Bang. 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 Just then a violent pounding suddenly came from the rooftop's iron door. Who's in there? Open up. Open the door. There are zombies. An urgent voice cried out from outside, the banging growing more frantic. This sudden commotion startled both of them. Brother Bin, what should we do? Open the door. Chunhao frowned. Yangbin stared intently at the iron door, his gaze piercing through it to see 3 terrified men standing behind it. One of them was frantically pounding on the door, while the other 2 wielded an 80-centimeter steel pipe and a high stool respectively, desperately fending off 2 pursuing zombies. Due to the staircase, they were at a higher vantage point, knocking the zombies back down each time they charged up. Yangbin frowned and said helplessly, open it. If they keep pounding like that, who knows how many more zombies they'll attract. This wooden ladder might not hold up. But we need to be careful. There are 3 of them, and one has a steel pipe. We have to stay on guard. Even though they're classmates in the apocalypse, you can't trust anyone. Don't worry, Brother Bin, I understand. Chunhao nodded. Alright, I'll move the ladder aside. You open the door, and once there, and close it immediately. Okay. After their discussion, Yangbin looked again at the scene behind the iron door. Seeing the men repel another zombie charge, he quickly moved the ladder, and Chunhao threw the door open. The 3 men at the door rushed in the moment it opened, then immediately slammed it shut. Yangbin quickly propped the ladder back against it. Soon thuds came from outside as the zombies reached the door, but the strength of 2 zombies was insufficient to force open the iron door secured by the ladder. Phew. The 3 men, having narrowly escaped death, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, clearly terrified. After a long moment, they finally looked at Yangbin and Chunhao. One gaunt man said, still shaken, "You scare me to death. Why did you take so long to open the door? We were almost eaten by those zombies. How can you talk like that? We saved your lives. Instead of thanking us, you're blaming us." Chunhao retorted, displeased. The rooftop is a public area. Anyone can come up here. Blocking the door without permission is a bit unethical, don't you think? Said the tall man holding the steel pipe. Exactly. The door to our dorm was broken down by zombies. We wanted to take refuge on the rooftop, but you had it blocked. You nearly got us killed by those zombies. Isn't that harmful? Added the dark-skinned man in the middle. Chunhao wanted to argue further, but Yangbin stopped him. You're right. We shouldn't have blocked the door, Yangbin said seriously. He then moved to remove the ladder. Hey, wait. Buddy, let's talk. Let's talk this out. Please don't move it. Yeah, buddy, no need for that. No need at all. Buddy, you were right. Blocking it was the right call, the perfect call. The 3 men broke into a cold sweat at Yangbin's threat to move the ladder. 2 hungry zombies were right outside. If they got in, there would be no escape. Didn't you say blocking the door was unethical, eh? Yangbin asked with an innocent look. No, it's ethical, perfectly ethical. And not harmful. Not harmful, not at all. Oh, that's good then. Yangbin nodded innocently and slowly removed his hand from the ladder. Just as the 3 men were about to breathe a sigh of relief, Yangbin placed his hand back on the ladder. I still think I should move it. What if more people show up? Their breath caught in their throats again. No one's coming. We live on the 7th floor. All the dorm doors are shut tight, and there are zombies in the hallway. No one will come out, the tall man said anxiously. Oh, that's reassuring then. Yaoguang nodded again, then wobbled the ladder and frowned. This ladder feels a bit unstable. The three men's hearts leaped into their throats once more. Then find something to wedge it. This is no joke. All right. Yaoguang looked at the ladder's foot, then at the steel pipe in the tall man's hand. Hey buddy, mind lending me your steel pipe? I think it might be just the right size to wedge under this ladder leg. Sure. The tall man tossed the pipe over without a second thought. All he cared about was keeping the zombies out. Yaoguang smiled, picked up the pipe, pretended to test it, then patted his hands together. All right, that should hold it steady now. Hearing this, the three men finally relaxed, not realizing that their weapon had just changed hands. With the weapon in hand, a smile spread across Yaoguang's face. He could not be blamed for his caution. In these extraordinary times, he had to nip every threat in the bud to survive a little longer. We're from Dormitory 308. I'm Yaoguang, and this is Chen Hao. What should we call you? Yaoguang took the initiative to introduce himself. We're from Dormitory 716. I'm Zhaoquan, and these are Shouho and Laohe, said the tall man. Are there only 3 of you in your dorm? Yaoguang asked curiously. There was another one, but he turned into a zombie. Luckily we discovered it early this morning, or we'd all be dead. Zhaoquan said with lingering fear. Impressive you managed to escape from a zombie's grasp, Yaoguang remarked with some surprise. It wasn't exactly an escape. There were 3 of us against him, and he fell off the top bunk on his own. We tied him to the bed with sheets, and that's how we survived. That's still quite impressive. What about you? You're from the 3rd floor, why are you up here? Well, we were drinking and chatting up here last night, and never went back to our dorm. Well, you're really lucky. I think so too, Yaoguang said with a smile. They chatted with each other, getting along quite harmoniously. As fellow students without any conflict of interest, it was easy for them to bond. Until noon, a few gurgling sounds broke the silence. Shouho clutched his stomach somewhat embarrassed, and asked, Do you have any food? We haven't eaten since morning, and we're getting hungry. Does it look like there's any food up here? Yaoguang spread his hands helplessly. They too hadn't eaten since last night, and were also hungry, just holding it in. What do we do then? Without food, even if the zombies can't get in, well, starve to death sooner or later. Bear with it. Maybe official rescue will come soon, Laohe said. What if they don't come for days, eh? That can't be right. Nothing is impossible. We can't pin our hopes on others, we have to find a way to get food ourselves, Chen Hao said. How? There are 2 zombies guarding the door right now. We can't even get out, let alone get food. Maybe. We can let them in, take them down, and then find a way down to the dorms to get some food, Yaoguang said seriously. Are you crazy? Letting them in will kill us all, the others exclaimed in shock. They had fought zombies and knew their terror. Having finally found a safe haven, they were unwilling to face them again. There are only 2 zombies outside now and 5 of us. There's hope to take them down. If more come, we'll never get out, Yaoguang said. You're overthinking it. You haven't fought zombies, you don't know how terrifying they are. They feel no pain, and hitting them does nothing. If they grab or bite you, it's over, Zhaoquan frowned. Yet letting them in is no different from suicide. If you don't want to live, we do, Shouho shook his head. Even Chen Hao looked at Yaoguang with concern, and asked, Bingo, are you sure about this? Sure or not, we have to take this step. This is the rooftop. Zombies have no intelligence. If we can push them off the edge, it's done. That's the easiest way to deal with them. If we can't even do that, we might as well give up on getting out. Yeah, Bingo, I support you, Chen Hao said firmly. No, we won't agree to letting the zombies in. The other 3 shook their heads. We were here first. Since when do we need your approval? Yaoguang said angrily. If we don't agree, I'd like to see who dares to let them in. Zhaoquan was furious and reached for the steel pipe, only to find it had somehow ended up in the other's hands. His face darkened. Give me back my pipe. Do you think that's likely, eh? Yaoguang sneered. That was mine. It's mine now. Damn it, without the pipe there's no way I'm letting you bring those zombies in. That's not for you to decide. Yaoguang gave him a cold glare, then suddenly kicked the ladder, knocking it over. Holy crap. Zhaoquan and the others were startled, and immediately used their bodies to brace the iron door. You madman, you're a goddamn lunatic. You'll get us all killed. Zhaoquan roared. Better to take a gamble than wait here to die. If you don't have the guts, keep holding the door. Let's see how long you last. Yaoguang said coldly. Neither side gave in, and the tension reached its peak. Bang! Bang! The iron door was struck again. The zombies, which had quieted down, heard the commotion inside, and rammed the door once more. The 3 held the door tight, their faces ashen, when they saw Yaoguang and the other not coming to help. What do we do, Kuan Go? Shouho asked anxiously. We can't hold out much longer like this. Zhaoquan's expression shifted several times before he finally gritted his teeth, and said to Yaoguang, If we're going to fight, we need a plan. Kicking the ladder away like that. What kind of nonsense is that? That's a fair point. Yaoguang nodded seriously, then leisurely moved the ladder back, and propped it against the iron door again. Phew. The 3 collapsed to the ground again. They had thought the rooftop was safe, never expecting such a thrill. After a while, Zhaoquan looked at Yaoguang and asked, So what's the plan? Yaoguang surveyed the area and said, In a moment Shouho and Laohe will move the ladder aside. When the zombies come in, use the ladder to pin one against the wall. The three of us will deal with the other, aiming to push both off the building as fast as possible. Easy for you to say. Zombies are fast, and the ladder is cumbersome. If one gets close, the ladder won't be a weapon, but a burden. They'll be in danger, Yaoguang countered. From my observation, zombies have physical abilities similar to ordinary people. Their advantage is feeling no pain, but they also have a fatal weakness, no intelligence, so they don't dodge attacks. Once they're in, the two of them just need to pin one to the wall with the ladder. I don't think ITLL have a chance to get close. If they mess that up, they have only themselves to blame, Yaoguang said. Fine, even if you're right, how do we take down the other one? I have no weapon, I can't fight a zombie barehanded, Yaoguang said, glaring at the steel pipe in Yaoguang's hand with annoyance. It had been his. There had been a high stool, but in their rush to get in they hadn't brought it. It was still by the door, leaving them weaponless now. There are plenty of bricks on the ground. Just grab a couple as weapons. Bricks? What a bright idea. Why don't you use bricks to fight the zombies yourself? I have a steel pipe, no need. Are you ready? Yaoguang asked, his face stern as he looked at the group. They replied, nodding nervously. Though Yaoguang and the other two were displeased, they had no choice but to yield to Yaoguang's overbearing demeanor. He'll count to 3, and then Old Black, you two move the ladder. All right. Old Black and Slim Monkey's hands were sweating as they gripped the ladder. 1, 2, 3. As Yaoguang's words fell, Old Black and Slim Monkey immediately shifted the ladder away. With a loud crash, the iron door burst open, and 2 blood-soaked zombies charged onto the rooftop. This was Yaoguang and Chunhao's first close encounter with zombies. Their crimson eyes sent chills down their spines, and the overwhelming stench of blood made them want to vomit. Fortunately, they had mentally prepared themselves. Though uncomfortable, they weren't paralyzed by fear. The moment the 2 zombies rushed in, they locked onto the group on the rooftop and lunged forward. Old Black and Slim Monkey quickly used the ladder to pin one zombie against the wall. The zombie thrashed wildly, but one person's strength was no match for 2, and it was firmly trapped against the wall. Meanwhile, Yaoguang and the others charged at the other zombie. Roar! With a roar, the zombie lunged at Yaoguang, who was in the lead. Yaoguang swiftly sidestepped, dodging the attack, and slammed his steel pipe hard against the zombie's head. Thud! A dull thud echoed, and Yaoguang felt his arm go numb, but the zombie acted as if nothing had happened and lunged at him again. Damn, doesn't TV say the head is a zombie's weak spot? How is it so tough? Yaoguang cursed as he quickly retreated. Just then Chunhao rushed over and smashed a brick hard onto the zombie's head. The brick shattered on impact, and dark, foul-smelling blood oozed from the wound. This blow was heavier than Yaoguang's pipe strike, successfully diverting the zombie's attention. Chunhao didn't hesitate and bolted away. The zombie abandoned Yaoguang and chased after Chunhao. Yaoguang then charged from the side, smashing a brick onto the zombie's shoulder instead of its head. The zombie ignored Yaoguang entirely, relentlessly pursuing Chunhao. With limited space on the rooftop, Chunhao was soon cornered at the edge. Just as the zombie was about to catch him, Chunhao vanished. Yaoguang, watching from behind, was stunned. Where is he? Yaoguang showed no surprise and kept running forward. Losing its target, the zombie refocused on Yaoguang. With the steel pipe in hand, Yaoguang felt somewhat confident, striking the zombie repeatedly to keep it at bay. Yaoguang caught up, bewildered. Where's Chunhao? I'm right here, Chunhao said, reappearing. How did you just vanish? Yaoguang stammered. Scared. Never seen a magic trick. Chunhao shrugged. You're telling me that was a magic trick? Yaoguang's eyes widened. What else? You think I can turn invisible? Chunhao rolled his eyes. Stop chatting, you two. Figure out how to get this thing off. I can't hold out much longer, Yaoguang urged. Yaoguang suppressed his countless questions and picked up a brick to help. Don't come over. We're at the edge. One of you kick it off, Yaoguang said. Chunhao and Yaoguang exchanged glances. They'll do it, Chunhao finally said. He locked his eyes on the zombie grappling with Yaoguang, took a running start, and delivered a powerful kick to the zombie's body. The forceful kick sent the zombie over the railing and off the rooftop. Nice one, Yaoguang praised. The 3 peered down. With a heavy thud, the zombie's body slammed onto the ground below, dark blood pooling around it. Just as they thought the zombie was dead, it staggered to its feet, looked around dazedly, and began hunting for prey like the others. It's still alive. All 3 were wide-eyed. Damn, these zombies are disgusting, Yaoguang grumbled. Stop complaining. Help get the other one off too, Yaoguang said. Meanwhile, Old Black and Slim Monkey were using the ladder to pin the other zombie, which struggled in vain. When Yaoguang and the others arrived, the 2 were drenched in sweat. Let go and we'll push it out together with the ladder, Yaoguang instructed. All right. Dealing with one zombie was much easier with 5 people. As the ladder was released, the zombie charged madly at them. They lifted the ladder, pushed the zombie to the rooftop's edge, and shoved it off. Another dull thud followed. They all rushed to the edge and looked down. This zombie lay in a pool of blood, not getting up. Hey, why did this one die? Yaoguang wondered. Its head shattered. Of course it died, Chunhao replied. True. Yaoguang nodded thoughtfully. Looks like TV wasn't lying. You really have to hit the head to kill a zombie. Close the door and take a break. They used the ladder to barricade the door and collapsed onto the ground. Though the fight was brief, the psychological strain was immense. They were just ordinary college students, facing zombies and fighting back already showed remarkable courage. Now reflecting on it, their hearts trembled. A sharp hiss of pain broke the silence as Chunhao clutched his foot, his face twisted in agony. What's wrong? Yaoguang hurried over. Chunhao carefully rolled up his pant leg, revealing 3 long bloody scratches. What happened? Yaoguang asked anxiously. Must have been from the zombie's claws when I kicked it, Chunhao said with a bitter smile. The air froze at his words. Yaoguang and the other 2 quickly backed away. Yaoguang frowned, his gaze heavy as he studied the wound. Seeing their reactions, Chunhao realized the implication, his face turning ashen. Trembling, he said, Bingu, am I going to turn into a zombie? No, don't think like that. You'll be fine, Yaoguang reassured him. How can he be fine? Online it says if you're bitten or scratched by a zombie you'll turn into one soon, Slim Monkey said. Shut up. No one asked you to speak. Yaoguang snapped. It's the truth. Why can't I say it? What's the point of deluding yourself? Yaoguang retorted. That's my business. Say one more word and I'll make sure you never speak again. Yaoguang picked up the steel pipe, his eyes icy. What, you think you can take on all 3 of us? Yaoguang shot back, having long resented Yaoguang. Try me, Yaoguang said coldly. The atmosphere grew tense once more. At that moment, Chunhao patted Yaoguang on the shoulder and said in a low voice, Bingu, there's no need. I know exactly what's going on. Yaoguang withdrew his icy gaze, looked at Chunhao, and said with reddened eyes, How's he? I'm sorry. If I hadn't told you to kick it, this wouldn't have happened. Bingu, don't blame yourself. It's all my fault for being careless. Chunhao smiled bitterly. Bingu, you know, you're the person I admire most in this life. Being your brother is the thing I'm most proud of. If I really do turn into a zombie, could you kill me beforehand? I don't want to become a zombie and harm anyone. As Chunhao spoke, his eyes grew moist. No, don't think like that. There must be a way. Yaoguang activated his special ability, staring intently at the wound on Chunhao's foot. Soon he saw a faint, ethereal gray energy continuously eroding Chunhao's wound. However, a peculiar energy within Chunhao seemed to resist the gray energy's encroachment, and the 2 forces were locked in a stalemate. Witnessing this, a look of surprise lit up Yaoguang's face. Though he didn't know why Chunhao could resist the gray energy's erosion, he realized that perhaps Chunhao might not turn into a zombie after all. Bingu, can you promise me something? Chunhao continued, lost in his own thoughts. After I'm gone, could you go find my parents? They haven't replied to my messages, and I'm a bit worried about them. But Yaoguang had no mind for Chunhao's rambling now. He noticed that the gray energy eroding Chunhao was slowly diminishing, which finally set his anxious heart at ease. He knew that Chunhao should be fine. Bingu, alright, stop being so dramatic. You should be fine. Really? A look of joy spread across Chunhao's face. Who would want to die if they didn't have to? Trust me. Alright. Chunhao nodded firmly. You're celebrating too soon. He hasn't turned yet, but it's only a matter of time. I suggest you make him leave now, or we'll have no choice but to push him off. I'm not going to gamble with our lives, Yaoguang suddenly said. Just try it. If any of you dare to make a move, don't blame me for breaking your legs. Yaoguang said coldly. You? Yaoguang was fuming with rage, wanting to go over and fight, but he was wary of the steel pipe in Yaoguang's hand. Finally, he could only grit his teeth and say, fine, you're tough. But don't say I didn't warn you. You're the closest to him. If he turns into a zombie, you'll be the first to be eaten. With that, he led the other 2 far away. Bingu, maybe you should keep your distance too. I'm afraid, just in case. Chunhao said with some concern. No, just in case. I said you're fine, and that's that. Sit still, let me bandage you. The wound isn't deep, but it's hot, so we need to prevent infection. Yaoguang then tore off a piece of his sleeve, crouched down, and carefully bandaged Chunhao's wound. The gray energy on the wound had mostly dissipated. There shouldn't be any problem. Chunhao's eyes were red as he watched Yaoguang tend to his wound. He didn't say thank you. Such words were no longer needed between them. Alright, get some rest. You should be fine by tomorrow. Yaoguang clapped his hands and stood up, but was startled when he saw Chunhao's reddened eyes. Don't scare me like that. You're not really going to turn into a zombie, are you? No, I just got some sand in my eye. Chunhao quickly rubbed his eyes. That's good. Yaoguang breathed a sigh of relief. Bingu, my foot is actually fine. It's just a few scratches. As long as I don't turn into a zombie, it's no big deal. Chunhao said. Still, you should rest a bit more. There's still fighting ahead. Half an hour later, seeing that Chunhao's complexion was still normal, Yaoguang and the others grew puzzled. Doesn't the internet say that people turn into zombies within minutes of being scratched? Why is he fine? Exactly, it doesn't make sense. Could it all be fake online? Can't be. I have a video here that clearly shows the whole process of a person turning into a zombie. It can't be fake. Then what's up with him? I don't know. Go ask. I'm not going. That Yaoguang is terrifyingly fierce. I'm a bit scared of him. Kuing, you go. I've already thrown down the gauntlet. If I go ask, wouldn't I be slapping my own face? Forget it then. Maybe the scratch wasn't deep, or maybe Chunhao has a special constitution. Now that you mention it, I suddenly remember that Chunhao seems a bit off, Yaoguang said. What do you mean? You probably didn't see it just now, but when that zombie was about to catch him, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Then the zombie turned around to attack Yaoguang. Really? That sounds pretty unbelievable, said Shouho, his face full of disbelief. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. But it's true. The guy told me it was magic. Magic, my ass. What magic doesn't need props? Do they think I'm stupid? Damn, could he turn invisible? I don't know, but this guy is really strange. We need to watch him closely. Alright, enough talk. Here comes Yangbin. Yangbin walked right up to them and said, I'm going to open the door and continue luring the zombies up to kill them. What do you say? Again, their eyes went wide. What else? Do you want to starve to death up here? No. Shouho and Lao He shook their heads immediately. Who's going to lure them? Zhao Kuan asked with a frown. They'll go. If we lure the zombies from the 7th floor up here one by one and take them out, we can get to the 7th floor dormitory to find food. Hearing Yangbin's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Even Zhao Kuan had to regard Yangbin with newfound respect. They had only been thinking of hiding here and waiting for rescue, but the other had already figured out how to get food. Most importantly, he hadn't asked them to do the luring. He was going himself. This left Zhao Kuan with no complaints. Are you sure you can handle it? If not, I can go. I'm more familiar with the 7th floor, Zhao Kuan said, still habitually trying to start something. Alright, you go then, Yangbin said. Zhao Kuan was dumbfounded, staring at Yangbin ignored him, picked up a few stones from the ground, and pressed them into Zhao Kuan's hand. Be careful. If you see a zombie, hit it with a stone from a distance and lure it up here. Don't attract too many. Zhao Kuan held the stones, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say and just wanted to slap himself twice for being such a fool. And so under everyone's gaze, Zhao Kuan walked downstairs with a look of utter despair. Zhao Kuan cautiously descended the stairs, dreading the possibility of encountering a zombie at the corner. Luring zombies was an extremely perilous task, but since he had been reckless with his words, he could only swallow his pride and bear the consequences. Upon reaching the stairwell landing, he saw no zombies, and was about to sigh with relief, when he suddenly noticed 2 pairs of blood-red eyes staring directly at him from below. Damn it! Zhao Kuan cursed, and swiftly retreated back up. 2 zombies, excited by his presence, gave chase. Soon he reached the rooftop entrance. How many? Yangbin asked immediately. 2. What the hell, weren't you supposed to lure them one by one? You think I can control that? Zhao Kuan retorted. Same plan, Monkey and Blackie. Hold one with the ladder, and we deal with the other. Yangbin quickly devised a strategy. With the experience from the first attempt, the second round went much more smoothly. As soon as the 2 zombies charged and one was pinned by the ladder, while the other, still disoriented, was struck by 2 bricks and a steel pipe, all aimed at its head. The zombie roared and lunged at its attackers. The trio swiftly led it to the edge, where Yangbin engaged it with the steel pipe, while Zhao Kuan and Chun Hao grabbed the high stool that Blackie had brought up earlier, slamming it forcefully into the zombie. They now dared not use their feet, fearing another scratch. The high stool proved invaluable, striking the zombie with such force that it was knocked off the rooftop without a hitch. Next, the group worked together to shove the other zombie off using the ladder. The entire process was executed with seamless efficiency, wrapping up in just over a minute. Good teamwork. Yangbin approached Zhao Kuan and extended his hand. Though there had been some friction between them, the other 3 had given their all without any underhanded moves while facing the zombies, which improved Yangbin's impression of them. After all, there was no deep-seated hatred between them, only a few verbal clashes. They needed to continue cooperating, so personal grudges had to be set aside to avoid trouble. Seeing Yangbin extend his hand, Zhao Kuan hesitated for a moment, but quickly shook it. He understood Yangbin's intent and knew that this was a time to let go of personal grievances. Since the other party had made the first move, he wasn't about to hold a grudge. Good teamwork, but can we take turns luring the zombies? It's really dangerous, Zhao Kuan said awkwardly. Alright, I'll go next, Yangbin replied without hesitation. In truth, he had planned to go first anyway, as his ability to see through walls allowed him to detect zombies in advance and minimize risk. But since Zhao Kuan had insisted on that remark, he had no choice but to let him have his way. Seeing Yangbin's prompt agreement, Zhao Kuan couldn't help but think more highly of him. Though reluctant to admit it, the other man clearly had a broader perspective. After a brief rest, Yangbin picked up a few stones and headed downstairs to lure more zombies. At the stairwell landing, Yangbin activated his true sight, the name he had given to his unique ability, which allowed him to perceive things invisible to others. Seeing no zombies, he cautiously proceeded. When he reached the 7th floor, he used his true sight again to scan both sides. The left dormitory held 2 zombies shuffling about, while the right one was empty. Both rooms were in chaotic disarray, as if ransacked. In the corridor, 3 zombies near the left stairwell entrance and 1 on the right were dangerously close. If he ventured out carelessly, all 4 would likely spot him immediately. Yangbin thought for a moment, then tossed a pebble to the right, before quickly retreating to the stairwell corner. The sound drew the zombies' attention, but the 3 on the left merely glanced over and lost interest. The one on the right, however, wandered to where the stone had landed, tilting its head as it stared at the pebble on the ground. Seeing this, Yangbin threw another stone, this time landing it at the base of the stairs. The curious zombie approached again, looking puzzled at the stone. Hey! Yangbin poked his head out and greeted it softly. Spotting a living person, the zombie became animated and charged at him. Yangbin promptly turned and ran back up to the rooftop. On the rooftop, Zhao Kun and the others were on high alert. How many? They asked as soon as they saw him. 1. Got it. Soon the zombie followed Yangbin onto the rooftop. The moment it entered, it was met by a sweeping ladder that struck it hard. Before it could react, the zombie was sent flying several meters, crashing near the edge. As it scrambled to its feet, the ladder pushed it again, sending it tumbling off the rooftop. The zombie hadn't even seen its assailants clearly before becoming a high-rise projectile. On the first floor, 3 teenagers huddled in a dormitory, trembling as they watched zombies falling from above. These zombies sure know how to have fun. What's the big deal? They don't feel pain, so jumping off a building is nothing. So we not only have to watch out for zombies on the ground, but also those dropping from above. When will we ever get out of here? Just being alive is enough. There's some bread in the dorm. If we ration it, we might last 2 days. Maybe help will come by then. Yeah. On the rooftop. My turn, Zhao Kun said, preparing to go down. He was the type who never shirked his duty. Let me go instead, Yangbin said. 3 zombies were lurking near the stairwell entrance, and Zhao Kun, lacking X-ray vision, couldn't see them. If he went down blindly, he risked being overwhelmed by all 3, which would be extremely dangerous. Zhao Kun gave Yangbin a serious look, then nodded. All right. Luring zombies was too hazardous, and he was happy to avoid it. Soon Yangbin descended again and used the same stone-throwing tactic. However, all 3 zombies moved to the stairwell together, causing Yangbin to frown. After several attempts, the trio refused to separate, much to Yangbin's frustration. Finally, he gritted his teeth and decided to lure all 3 at once. As Yangbin revealed himself, the zombies excitedly rushed toward him. He led them swiftly back to the rooftop. Watch out, there are 3. Yangbin shouted to the group. Holy crap, that's intense. The others were startled. Same plan. Monkey and Blackie hold one with the ladder. Housie and Zhao Kun take another with the stool. He'll handle the last one. Yangbin quickly adjusted the strategy. Soon the 3 zombies followed him onto the rooftop. Monkey and Blackie immediately pinned one with the ladder, while Zhao Kun and Chun Hao cornered another against the wall using the high stool. Yangbin led the remaining zombie to the edge and struck its head hard with the steel pipe. A dull thud echoed as he put nearly all his strength into the blow. Dark red blood spurted from the zombie's head, and the pipe vibrated with a humming sound, numbing his arm. But the strike had a noticeable effect, slowing the zombie's movements. Yangbin's eyes lit up, and he struck again with renewed force. With 3 zombies, Chun Hao and the others couldn't assist him, so he had to find a way to finish one off on his own. Unable to push it off the building, he had no choice but to kill it outright. Yangbin relentlessly struck the zombie's head with his steel pipe. Hitting elsewhere was futile, so he had to target the hardest part. As his attacks continued, the blood flowing from the zombie's head increased, and its movements grew increasingly sluggish. Finally, under Yangbin's frenzied battering, the zombie's skull was violently shattered. The zombie ceased all motion and collapsed straight to the ground. In an instant, a mixture of red and white splattered everywhere. Ugh! Witnessing this, even as bold as Yangbin was, he dropped to his knees and retched violently. In the heat of the fight, he hadn't thought much beyond bringing the creature down. Now, pausing to see the grotesque mess of red and white, a wave of nausea overwhelmed him. His stomach was already empty, and this retching nearly brought up bile. Ugh! The others, though standing farther away, had also clearly seen the scene. Their faces turned pale as they vomited uncontrollably. They were all just ordinary college students. Never had they witnessed such a sight. Worse yet, unlike Yangbin, they had to keep retching while still holding on. If they let go, the zombie would break free and they'd lose their lives. It was utterly agonizing. After a long while, Yangbin struggled to his feet, avoiding any glance at the fallen zombie, and hurried over to Chun Hao and the others. Looking at the zombie they were still propping up, which continued to flail wildly, he said weakly, "This one. We should push it down too." Zhao Kun and Chun Hao nodded eagerly, fearing that Yangbin might smash this head as well. Even Zhao Kun now regarded Yangbin with a hint of dread. Shattering a human skull, even if it was a zombie, was something he felt he could never do. Without a word, Yangbin had them release the zombie, then led it to the edge. Chun Hao and Zhao Kun, following the same method, used a high stool to knock it off. Then together they pushed the other zombie off as well. Afterward, the group collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. It wasn't that this round was more exhausting than the previous ones, rather it was the vomiting. Especially when they caught sight of the corpse with its shattered head, nausea surged again. After a long pause, Yangbin rose to his feet, and under the terrified gazes of the others walked straight toward the corpse. To survive in this apocalypse, ill-faced this situation countless times. I must overcome this fear now, he thought to himself. Standing before the zombie's remains, Yangbin suppressed his revulsion and stared directly at it. Seeing this, Chun Hao hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and walked over as well. Zhao Kun and the others watched them as if they were insane, though Zhao Kun understood the purpose behind their actions. Still, he lacked the courage to join them. After a while, Yangbin looked at Chun Hao and said, "How's he? Well done. Brother Ben, whatever you do, we'll follow you." Chun Hao declared firmly. "Good brother," Yangbin nodded. "Let's throw it down." Together they lifted the corpse and tossed it off the rooftop. The others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet none of them realized that through this ordeal Yang Bin and Chunhao had already surpassed them in certain aspects. Rest for half an hour, then we continue, Yang Bin announced. Okay, no one objected. By now Zhao Kun and the others, including the once rebellious Zhao Kun, had begun to fear Yang Bin. Could you not lure so many next time? It's hard to handle, Zhao Kun muttered quietly. I don't want to either, but those three wouldn't separate. No choice but to bring them all up, Yang Bin replied helplessly. How about I go lure next time? Zhao Kun offered. No need. Next time I'll have to go down to the 7th floor. I'm afraid if you go you'll end up attracting every zombie in the entire 7th floor corridor. And what makes you so sure you want? I have my ways. If you insist on going I won't stop you. But I'm telling you there are at least 30 or 40 zombies on the 7th floor corridor. If they swarm us, you'll be devoured to the bone. Hearing this, Zhao Kun shuddered involuntarily. Then forget it, he said awkwardly. Half an hour later Yang Bin went downstairs again. The next attempt went relatively smoothly. The 7th floor corridor indeed had many zombies, but they were scattered, not clustered together. Moreover, the zombies didn't stay still, they wandered aimlessly. Yang Bin hid at the stairwell using his true sight to observe the zombies' movements. When a zombie wandered close, he carefully lured it to the stairwell with a pebble, then brought it up to the rooftop, where the group worked together to push it off. Using this method, Yang Bin successfully lured over a dozen zombies without incident. But when he reached the 17th, something unexpected happened. For this zombie, Yang Bin hid behind a corner, as before watched its movements through true sight, and stealthily tossed a pebble a short distance ahead of it. The initial steps went smoothly. Yang Bin guided the zombie step by step to the stairwell with pebbles. Then when the zombie spotted him, it charged after him with the same frenzied excitement as the others. Only this one's speed was startlingly faster, far surpassing the previous ones. Had Yang Bin not been quick and kept his distance, the zombie would have caught him before he reached the rooftop. When the zombie burst onto the rooftop, the group tried to knock it to the edge with a ladder, as usual. But the ladder only made it stagger a few steps before it steadied itself, shocking everyone. Then the zombie lunged straight at them with incredible speed. Now the ladder's clumsiness became apparent. The four of them holding the ladder could barely move, and the zombie reached them in no time. Without hesitation, they hurled the ladder at it and scrambled backward. The zombie swatted the ladder aside with a casual swipe and resumed its charge. Seizing the moment, Yang Bin smashed his steel pipe against its head with all his might. A dull thud echoed. The pipe was somewhat deformed, yet the zombie's skull remained intact, not even drawing blood. How is this possible? Yang Bin's eyes widened. That blow had been almost his full strength, and it hadn't even drawn blood. The zombie's gaze locked onto him again. With a roar, it lunged straight at Yang Bin. Yang Bin rolled aside to dodge, then slammed the pipe against the zombie's head once more. Still, the blow barely phased it. The zombie lunged again. Everyone be careful. This zombie is different. Yang Bin shouted, swiftly evading the creature's assaults. But the zombie was too fast. Yang Bin struggled to dodge, barely escaping several times. Facing this zombie, he felt utterly helpless. Smashing a steel pipe against its head with no effect. What else could he do? The others were frantic, but lacking proper weapons, they couldn't help. Chunhao picked up a brick ready to charge in, but Zhao Kun stopped him. Going in like that is suicide. If a steel pipe can't hurt it, what good is a brick? Then think of something. Brother Bin can't hold on much longer. Chunhao cried desperately. Watching Yang Bin barely escape the clutches of the zombie, the others were also frantic. If the zombie killed Yang Bin, they would all be doomed. Zhao Kun scanned the area, searching for anything useful. His eyes fell on the fallen ladder. After a moment of thought, he said, I have an idea. Let's lift the ladder horizontally, 2 on each side, and charge at it directly. With our combined strength, we should be able to knock it down. If it falls, we'll use the ladder to pin it down. Chunhao's eyes lit up upon hearing Zhao Kun's words. That plan could work. The group quickly picked up the ladder, positioned themselves 2 on each side, and rammed it hard into the struggling pair. Bin, good duck, Chunhao shouted. Yang Bin reacted, instantly rolling to the ground. With a thud, the middle of the ladder struck the zombie, successfully knocking it over. Just as the zombie tried to rise, the 4 of them pressed the ladder down on it. The ladder's center pinned the zombie, with 2 people holding each end down. The zombie thrashed violently, but its strength was no match for 4 people. It couldn't break free. Well done, Yang Bin exclaimed. But before they could celebrate, a cracking sound echoed. To their horror, a fissure appeared in the middle of the ladder, making their eyes widen. Seeing this, Yang Bin's heart tightened. He dashed over without hesitation, swinging his steel pipe viciously at the zombie's head. Thud after thud rang out, each blow delivered with full force, each strike landing precisely on the zombie's skull. Finally, blood began to seep from the zombie's head, and its struggles grew more intense. The crack in the ladder widened, and everyone's heart was in their throat. Yang Bin paid no heed, continuing to smash the zombie's head relentlessly, aiming for the wounds. The steel pipe in his hand was bent out of shape, but he didn't dare stop. The dull, heavy thud sent chills down everyone's spine. After countless blows, the zombie's resistance gradually weakened and finally ceased altogether. By then, Yang Bin's steel pipe was nearly ruined, and he was drenched in red and white matter, looking as if he had emerged from the underworld. Except for Chun, how the other 3 looked at Yang Bin with sheer terror. They had witnessed him smash a zombie's skull with his own hands, the sheer madness of it leaving a deep psychological scar. Seeing the zombie, still Yaoguang plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. This zombie was too terrifying. If it had broken free, they would all have died. That was why he had gone so berserk. His only thought had been to kill it, or else he was finished. After stopping, Yaoguang suddenly felt a burning pain all over his body. He quickly checked, and his face darkened. His body was covered in deep gashes, no doubt inflicted by the zombie's claws during the struggle. The others saw it too, and their faces turned pale. Binguyu, you'll be fine, right? Chunhao asked, trembling with fear. Yaoguang said nothing, instead activating his true sight to examine the wounds. Gray energy was seeping into his body, but another energy within him was resisting it. Seeing this, Yaoguang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he, like Chunhao, had energy inside him that could resist the zombie virus. He just didn't know where it came from. It was a known fact that anyone scratched or bitten by a zombie would turn into one. But both he and Chunhao were fine, which puzzled him. After a moment of thought, the only difference was that they both possessed special abilities. Could it be because of this? Yaoguang wondered. Bingu, say something, you're scaring me. Seeing Yaoguang silent for so long, Chunhao grew anxious. Yaoguang snapped out of it, shook his head and smiled. It's nothing. If you're fine, why would I be? Phew. Chunhao let out a huge sigh of relief. That's great, you scared me to death. Are you sure you're okay? Yaoguang and the others still eyed him warily. What? Do you want to push me off? Yaoguang narrowed his eyes at them. No, we're just concerned, Yaoguang said awkwardly. No way. This lunatic could crush a skull. When enraged, who would dare push him? Bingu, what was that zombie? Why was it so strong? Chunhao asked, still shaken. I don't know. Yaoguang shook his head, then activated his true sight to examine the corpse. He was curious what made the zombie different. Scanning the body from head to toe, he soon spotted something unusual in the skull, a rice-sized red crystal. Curiosity piqued. Yaoguang approached the corpse, suppressed his disgust, and reached into the shattered skull. The others, who had been holding back their vomit, finally lost it and retched. But their stomachs were already empty, so they could only dry heave. Chunhao's face was pale as he hesitated whether to follow. He had sworn to do whatever Bingu did. But Bingu's move is way too messed up. Chunhao muttered to himself. Fortunately, Yaoguang soon withdrew his hand, holding a rice-sized red crystal. He examined the unknown gem, which felt warm and smooth to the touch. Bingu, what's that? Chunhao approached and asked softly. Yaoguang shook his head and activated his true sight on the crystal. Under its gaze, he saw that the crystal was composed of pure energy without any impurities. He also felt a strange craving for it, as if his body yearned for it. After a moment of thought, Yaoguang gritted his teeth, wiped it clean on a spotless part of his clothes, and to Chunhao's utter shock, swallowed the crystal. Ugh! Chunhao, who had been holding it together, finally broke down and vomited. It wasn't that his tolerance was weak. Bingu's actions were simply too grotesque. Yaoguang and the others, who had just finished heaving, started retching again, bringing up bile. Yaoguang paid them no mind, too stunned by the changes inside his body. The moment the crystal entered his mouth, it dissolved into energy that flowed through his limbs and bones. Yaoguang felt an indescribable comfort, as if his body was being strengthened. When the energy was fully absorbed, he realized his physical fitness had nearly doubled. The gray energy that had been eroding him was completely gone. Sensing the surging power within, Yaoguang's eyes gleamed with joy. Just then he felt something new in his mind. Closing his eyes, he discovered a dim 9 stars of the Northern Dipper chart, with the first star having a faintly lit corner. Yaoguang was shocked, because he had seen this very chart last night. He had thought it was a drunken hallucination, but now the chart in his mind was identical to the one he had seen. Coincidence or fate? Yaoguang fell into deep thought. After a long while, Chunhao finally finished vomiting, his gaze toward Yaoguang shifting entirely. Bingu, I know you're hungry, but you can't just eat anything. That thing was dug out of a zombie's head. How dare you eat it? Yaoguang chuckled softly. This is a good thing. I'll tell you later. He then turned to look at Yaoguang and the others, only to find them staring at him with a strange expression, as if they were looking at a monster. Yaoguang said helplessly, is it that serious? I'm just filling my stomach. You're not really turning into a zombie, are you? How else could you eat anything? Yaoguang said with some fear. You're making a fuss. When you're starving enough, you might even eat human flesh. Yaoguang said. Impossible. Even if I starved to death, I would never eat human flesh, Shouho declared firmly. Exactly, we're not as twisted as you. Laohe said. Yaoguang shrugged. I hope you stick to your words. Yaoguang had never eaten human flesh, but he knew the feeling of extreme hunger all too well. Back then he would fight with stray dogs for a morsel of food. Rest for a while, then we'll continue, Yaoguang said to the others. I can't go on. I've got no strength left. I was already starving, and now I'm completely drained from vomiting. I can't even lift a brick, Laohe said, weakly lying on the ground. Same here. If I don't eat something soon, I won't even be able to stand, Shouho said. Yaoguang shook his head. It's your own fault for having such weak stomachs, throwing up at the slightest thing. The others stared at him with wide eyes, their thoughts silently screaming, whose fault do you think it is? Yaoguang, we need to find some food first. Otherwise we won't have the strength to fight, Yaoguang said with a wry smile. Yaoguang nodded. He himself didn't feel very hungry anymore, probably because of the energy he had just absorbed. But looking at the others, he knew it was impossible to continue dealing with zombies in their current state. Alright, let's go downstairs and find something to eat. We've cleared most of the zombies near the stairwell. There's a dormitory next to the stairs without any zombies. Let's try to get in and see if there's any food. Okay. Hearing the mention of food, the others' eyes lit up as if they suddenly found strength. I'll go with Chen Hao. You stay up here. Too many people will attract the zombies. The others hesitated, clearly worried that the two might eat everything themselves. Maybe I should go with you instead, Zhao Kun suddenly said. Yangbin thought for a moment and then nodded. Initially, he had planned to go with Chun Hao because Chun Hao could turn invisible, making it the safest option. But they were now two separate groups, and it wouldn't be appropriate for just the two of them to go. In the end, it was decided that Yangbin and Zhao Kun would go downstairs to find food, while the others stayed upstairs to wait. The two carefully made their way to the stairwell on the 7th floor. Yangbin activated his true sight and confirmed that the dormitory was empty of zombies, and the zombies in the corridor on both sides were far enough away. He gestured to Zhao Kun, then crouched low and moved step by step to the dormitory door. Seeing it was open, he slipped inside without hesitation. Zhao Kun followed Yangbin's example and quickly entered the dormitory. However, his larger frame made his movements more noticeable. From a distance, two zombies glanced in their direction with confusion and then shambled toward them. Once inside, Yangbin immediately locked the door, and the two began searching the room. The dormitory was a mess, clearly a sign of a struggle, the outcome of which was obvious. After searching for a while, they finally found 2 packs of instant noodles, a few sausages, and a bag of bread. That's not even enough for me alone, Zhao Kun complained. Be grateful we found anything. Who keeps a lot of food in a dormitory? Yangbin said. True. Should we head back? Not yet. Let's find some weapons first. Without weapons, we're too vulnerable. Yangbin said. His steel pipe was nearly useless, and even the ladder had broken. They didn't have a single decent weapon. Although his physical fitness had greatly improved and he believed he could take down ordinary zombies with his bare hands, it would be impossible if there were more than a few. True. Without weapons, it's troublesome, Zhao Kun agreed. But I've already searched this dormitory and didn't find any suitable weapons. Where did you get that steel pipe before? Yangbin asked. I got it from outside a while ago and kept it under my bed for fights. I never ended up using it for a fight, but I used it for zombies. The most infuriating part is that I barely got to use it before someone tricked me out of it, Zhao Kun said resentfully. Now, how can you call it tricking? Don't you think it's been more effective in my hands than yours? Yangbin said awkwardly. Effective, sure. So effective that it destroyed my steel pipe. Zhao Kun rolled his eyes. Otherwise, if the pipe hadn't been destroyed, we would have been. Fine, I won't hold you accountable for tricking me out of my pipe. This dormitory clearly doesn't have any hidden weapons. Where do we get weapons? If there are none, we'll have to dismantle the beds. Yangbin said, his eyes fixed on the ladder of the bunk bed. The ladder was made of iron with a length that was just right. If they could take it apart and remove the crossbars, they would have 2 excellent iron rods. Don't bother. That thing is welded shut. You can't remove it without tools, Zhao Kun said. Yangbin ignored him, walked over, and carefully examined the weld points. The ladder rested on the floor with its top welded to the upper bunk frame, and its bottom supported by an iron pipe welded to the footrest and the lower bunk frame. This weld was only meant to keep the ladder from moving, not to bear any weight. Seeing this, Yangbin had a plan. In the past, he might not have been able to do it, but now that his physical abilities had greatly improved, he might be able to break it. With that thought, Yangbin grabbed the foot of the ladder and pulled hard. In Zhao Kun's stunned silence, the weld between the iron pipe and the ladder snapped. Holy crap, man, did you take Viagra? Zhao Kun exclaimed with wide eyes. This weld was only meant to keep the ladder from moving. It wasn't that strong. A little force, and it breaks, Yangbin said casually. Really? Zhao Kun walked over to another bed, grabbed the ladder corner, and pulled hard. Nothing happened. The ladder didn't budge. Zhao Kun pulled several more times, but the ladder remained rock steady. This is what you call a little force, Zhao Kun said in exasperation. You must be really hungry. You've got no strength left, Yangbin said with a smile. If it were that easy to break, the ladder would have been damaged long ago. With the bottom broken, the top was easier. Yangbin grabbed the ladder and shook it back and forth a few times, and the top weld quickly snapped. Soon a 6-foot iron ladder was in his hands. Yangbin swung it a few times. It wasn't very comfortable, but it would have to do for now. Once they were upstairs, they could knock off the crossbars and have 2 6-foot iron pipes. Take this. Yangbin handed the ladder to Zhao Kun, then went to another bed and repeated the process to remove the second ladder. When we get upstairs, we can process these into 4 iron pipes, Yangbin said with a smile. Just then a loud banging sound came from outside, startling them. Yangbin immediately activated his true sight and saw 2 zombies at the door pounding on it incessantly. How did zombies get here? Yangbin frowned. Did they see us just now? I don't know. What do we do now? Zhao Kun asked worriedly. What else can we do? We have to break out. If they keep pounding like this, more zombies will come, and then we won't be able to get out at all, Yangbin said seriously. Alright. Zhao Kun nodded. After so many battles, the once defiant Zhao Kun no longer questioned Yangbin's words. Deep down, he had come to acknowledge Yangbin's abilities. I'll lead the way. You bring the stuff and follow behind. Okay. After their discussion, Yang Bin tightened his grip on the ladder, walked to the door, and signaled Zhao Kuan with a glance. Zhao Kuan nodded and yanked the door open. Before the two zombies could react, Yang Bin swung the ladder and slammed it hard against them. The two zombies were instantly sent flying. Zhao Kuan's eyes widened in shock at Yang Bin's strength. Seeing Yang Bin charge out, Zhao Kuan hesitated not a moment and followed closely. The fallen zombies quickly scrambled up and lunged at them again. Yang Bin swung the ladder once more, the immense force knocking the zombies to the ground again. However, the commotion quickly alerted the zombies throughout the corridor. In an instant, over 20 zombies from the entire hallway charged madly toward them. Go! Yang Bin shouted, and the two of them sprinted up the stairs. Behind them, more than 20 zombies howled in pursuit. Soon they reached the rooftop door, but Yang Bin suddenly stopped. They'll hold them here. Take the supplies up and share them with the others. We're at the door. Why not come in with us? Zhao Kuan frowned. The long ladder is broken and can't brace the iron door. If those 20-plus zombies storm the rooftop, we're all dead. The stairwell is narrow. We'll face at most 3 at a time. It's best to hold the line here. They'll hold them off if you guys eat quickly and come help. Yang Bin said gravely. Zhao Kuan glanced at the approaching horde, nodded without a word, and pushed open the iron door to the rooftop. Soon a swarm of zombies surged up. Yang Bin raised the ladder and swept it fiercely. The front zombies were knocked down, and those behind stumbled and fell in a heap. But the zombies knew no fear. They rose and charged again. Yang Bin could only keep striking them down. Yet as more zombies joined the fray, the pressure mounted. The front fell only to be pushed forward by those behind, undeterred and relentless. The group on the rooftop saw the situation and wasted no time, quickly finishing their food. Zhao Kuan grabbed the ladder Yang Bin had dismantled from the bed. Skinny Monkey took a high stool, while Old Black and Shunhao snapped the broken wooden ladder in half, each shouldering a section before rushing to help. It must be said that their survival to this point owed much to their cooperation. Though their relations were strained, they fought the zombies with full effort, none shirking or slacking, a reason Yang Bin was willing to keep working with them. With their arrival, Yang Bin's burden lightened considerably. Though they were only 5 against over 20 zombies, their advantageous position and weapons kept the zombies at bay for the time being. Bingu here. Shunhao pulled half a loaf of bread from his pocket and handed it to Yang Bin. He had taken the bread when dividing the food, but only taken a few bites, saving the rest. Yang Bin smiled and shook his head. You eat it. I'm not hungry. He wasn't surprised by Shunhao's gesture. It was just his nature, always thinking of him since childhood. But you haven't eaten since last night either. You've fought the most battles and given the most effort. How can you not be hungry? Really, I'm not. Have I ever been polite with you? Hurry up and eat, or you won't have the strength to fight zombies. Yang Bin said. All right. Shunhao stopped insisting and stuffed the bread into his mouth. Yang Bin, we can't keep this up. These zombies don't tire, but we do, Zhao Kuan said, watching the endless onslaught. Yang Bin nodded, thought for a moment, and said, you hold them off. They'll deal with the ladder. Okay. Back on the rooftop, Yang Bin picked up a brick and knocked off the 3 middle rungs of the ladder, soon producing 2 iron pipes. Though not solid, the pipes had thick walls and were sturdy enough. Returning to the stairwell, he handed one pipe to Shunhao and said to the others, hold them back. He'll finish them. Yang Bin then fixed his gaze on the foremost zombie, thrust the pipe with all his might, and drove it straight into the creature's head. With Yang Bin's immense strength, the pipe pierced through the zombie's skull and into its brain. Instantly, the zombie froze, then slowly crumpled to the ground. Holy shit! Bingu is amazing! Shunhao exclaimed in awe. The others were equally stunned. Everyone knew how hard a skull was, yet Yang Bin had driven a blunt pipe straight through. What incredible strength! Yang Bin pulled the pipe from the zombie's head and smiled. Not bad. Works well. Let me try, Shunhao said excitedly, then thrust his pipe at a zombie's head. It struck accurately, but only gouged a dent, spattering blood rather than piercing through like Yang Bin's. All right, you just hold them off. He'll do the killing, Yang Bin said. Fine. Shunhao withdrew the pipe sheepishly. Then, to the amazement of the others, Yang Bin used his pipe to swiftly harvest one zombie after another. As the kills mounted, Yang Bin's technique grew more refined. Each strike pierced a zombie's skull. Yet despite his speed, the number of zombies didn't seem to dwindle, for the noise drew more from all directions. Zombies that had been hiding in 7th-floor dorms and those near the 6th-floor stairwell all converged. Fighting on the rooftop was different. The sounds below barely reached, and zombies lacking intelligence couldn't figure out how to get up. But in the stairwell, the noise pinpointed their location, drawing not only 7th-floor zombies, but also those from the 6th floor near the stairs. As time passed, Yang Bin killed more and more zombies, but his arms grew heavier, almost too heavy to lift. Though his physique had greatly improved, piercing zombie skulls with the pipe required tremendous effort each time. Such intense combat would wear down even an Iron Man. Fortunately, as the pile of zombie corpses in the stairwell grew, it became increasingly difficult for those behind to climb over. After a while longer, the stairwell was nearly blocked by the dead, and no more zombies came. Yang Bin slumped to the ground, his hands trembling and barely able to move. Bingu, are you okay? Shunhao asked worriedly. I'm fine. Just exhausted. He'll recover after a rest, Yangbin said, shaking his head. Perhaps hardened by experience, no one vomited at the sight of the stairwell filled with zombie corpses, though their faces were pale as paper, maybe because they had finally eaten and forced themselves not to throw up. The group returned to the rooftop. Besides Yangbin, everyone else was equally exhausted, as preventing the zombies from climbing up had been physically draining. Yangbin took out his phone to check for the latest news online, only to find it dead. He sighed in frustration and shoved the cheap phone back into his pocket. Its battery was indeed unreliable. How's he checked the internet for any news, especially official announcements? It was now past 4 in the afternoon, and over half a day had passed since the apocalypse began. Logically, the authorities should have released some kind of statement by now. Chunhao quickly opened his phone and scrolled through it. Soon excitement flickered across his face, only to dim again. What's with the dramatic expression? Yangbin asked curiously. Brother Bin, there is an official announcement, but it's not helpful. Chunhao forced a bitter smile. What did it say? The officials said the zombies aren't scary and urged everyone to bravely take up arms against them. They claim that once they've dealt with internal matters, they'll launch a rescue operation, so no one should worry. Hey, that's quite official indeed. Yangbin chuckled. Looks like we can't count on the authorities, Yaoguang said helplessly. But they're not wrong. If you have a weapon, an ordinary person should be able to handle a normal zombie. It's just a matter of whether you dare to strike. But there are plenty of ruthless people out there. I reckon quite a few have already clashed with zombies by now, Yangbin said. You're right, Brother Bin. There are lots of videos online showing people forming small groups to fight zombies, Chunhao added. There are also videos on the campus network. Several dormitory buildings have spontaneously organized teams to fight the zombies, Shouho said. Isn't our building doing the same? Chunhao asked. Aren't we already? Yangbin replied with a smile. Well, I was hoping someone else might help, but I guess that's out of the question. Not necessarily. Maybe people on the lower floors have already started acting. Let's rest for an hour, then figure out how to get down and clear out the remaining zombies on the 7th floor. See how many survivors are still alive there, and look for food and water, Yangbin said. All right. Everyone nodded and lay down on the rooftop to rest. After facing dozens of zombies all at once, they were both physically and mentally exhausted. An hour later, Yangbin sat up, raising his arms. They were still sore, but at least he could fight again. During this time, Yaoguang had modified his ladder into 2 iron pipes, one for himself and one for Laohe. As for Shouho, he picked up the steel pipe that Yangbin had bent earlier and straightened it with a brick. It would do for now. Let's go. Yangbin led the way into the stairwell. The stench of blood was overwhelming, sickening anyone who entered. Fighting back the nauseating odor, they looked down. At the bottom of the stairs, piled with corpses, 2 zombies were still stubbornly climbing upward, but the stairwell was blocked, preventing them from reaching the top. How do we get down? Yaoguang asked. Yangbin pointed at the railing. The stairwell is blocked, so we'll have to jump from here. Are you sure? That's nearly 3 meters. We'd break our legs jumping down, and there are 2 zombies right below. Are you trying to send us to our doom? Don't be such a coward. Yangbin shook his head. I'll go first. After I deal with the 2 zombies, you all can come down. With that, he vaulted over the railing with one hand and leaped. Upon landing, he bent his knees slightly to absorb the impact, standing steadily on the 7th floor corridor. The enhancement of his physical abilities wasn't just about strength. It was a comprehensive improvement. A 3-meter drop was no great challenge for him. The 2 zombies, catching sight of sudden prey, charged excitedly at Yangbin. Yangbin thrust his iron pipe, piercing the skull of one zombie in an instant. Then he delivered a powerful kick to the other, sending it sprawling. He pulled out the pipe and plunged it into the second zombie's head. His movements were fluid and seamless, stunning the others watching from above. Incredible. They all gave him a thumbs up. Enough flattery, get down here, Yangbin called to them. They exchanged glances, each hesitant. Yangbin shook his head and dragged the 2 zombie corpses over. There, now you can. I'll go first. Chunhao stepped forward, climbed over the railing, took a deep breath, and jumped. His feet landed on the zombie corpses, which cushioned his fall. He was fine. In truth, a 3-meter drop might look daunting to ordinary people, but as long as you know how to absorb the impact, it's generally safe. The real challenge is overcoming the fear. How's you've gotten a lot braver, Yangbin said with a smile. Of course I can't let you down, Chunhao replied, puffing out his chest. Seeing Chunhao jump successfully, Yaoguang and the others looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and followed suit. The poor zombies, killed and then used as mats, nearly had their guts squeezed out. The corridor on the 7th floor was clear of zombies, but many remained inside the rooms. Each floor had 20 dorm rooms, 10 on each side of the stairwell, with 4 occupants per room, meaning at least 80 people per floor. They had killed about 60 zombies, including some from the 6th floor. So there were at least 20 or 30 more on the 7th floor, some of whom might be survivors. Let's go room by room, Yangbin said. Yangbin led the group toward the left. They reached the first dorm room. The door was open and no zombies were inside. They searched the room, but only found half a bottle of water and a pack of gum. No other food. In the male dormitory, unlike the female one, few students stocked snacks, so finding food was rare and depended on luck. Yangbin picked up the water bottle, took a gulp, and handed it to Chunhao. Chunhao drank and passed it to Yaoguang. At such a time, no one could afford to be picky. They were all desperately thirsty and didn't care if others had drunk from the bottle. Water was more precious than food. After the bottle made its rounds, it was empty. Yongbin dismantled the ladder in the room, turning it into 2 iron pipes. He gave one to Shoho and replaced his own bent pipe with the other. His old pipe had been used to stab too many zombies and was now misshapen. The group then chewed on gum as they leisurely moved to the second dorm room. This one was also empty, so they searched it and proceeded onward. Several rooms in a row were empty, likely the ones near the stairwell whose occupants had been lured by the noise and rushed to their deaths. It wasn't until they reached the 5th room that they found a door firmly shut. Yongbin activated his true sight and saw 3 zombies inside feasting on a mutilated corpse. He signaled the others, then kicked the door open. The 3 zombies, caught mid-meal, stared blankly at the suddenly opened door. Before they could react, the group rushed in and attacked them with their pipes. By the time the zombies snapped out of their daze, they were already dead. 2 were killed by Yongbin, who pierced their skulls, while the 3rd had its neck severed by Chun Hao and Zhao Kuan working together. Since they lacked Yongbin's strength to crush skulls, they targeted the zombies' necks, and it worked surprisingly well, much easier than aiming for the head. They looted the room and continued deeper into the corridor. Finally, in the 8th room, they found 4 survivors. All 4 occupants had avoided turning into zombies. When they saw Yongbin and the others, they were overjoyed, thinking they were saved. But Yongbin's next words doused their excitement like a bucket of cold water. Grab some weapons and come with us to kill zombies. No. Inside dormitory 708, the 4 shook their heads in unison. They knew zombies were man-eaters. Oh, why risk their lives when they could just lay low? We should stay in the dorm and wait for rescue. As long as we hide quietly and don't make a sound, the zombies won't find us. What if rescue doesn't come for days, eh? Zhao Kuan frowned. It's fine, we still have quite a bit of food left in the dorm. We can hold out for a few days, said a curly-haired man. Hearing this, Yongbin's eyes lit up. They had scoured several rooms, but only found scattered snacks. Still hungry. To think these guys had days' worth of food. Can we come in and sit for a bit? Standing in the hallway will just attract the zombies. Yongbin smiled. Coming quick. Panicked at the thought of drawing zombies, the dorm's occupants hurriedly welcomed them. Yongbin led his group inside, and their eyes fell upon a table laden with snacks, cola, Sprite, and cake, making Chun Hao and the others drool. Was it someone's birthday last night? Yongbin asked. Yeah, mine. They bought a bunch of stuff to celebrate yesterday, the curly-haired man chuckled. Happy birthday. Yongbin smiled, then naturally walked over to the table and started eating, acting as if he owned the place. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Chun Hao and the others followed suit, offering their congratulations before diving into the feast. Thanks, the curly-haired man stammered. Wait, damn it. If they eat all our food, what will we have? The bespectacled man panicked. Stop. The others snapped out of it and rushed to grab the food. But by the time they got there, the table was nearly cleared by these starving gluttons. These guys were stuffing their mouths and pockets alike. Are you bandits? The curly-haired man fumed. Of course not, we're just celebrating your birthday. Yongbin mumbled, cola in one hand and bread in the other. My birthday's over. I don't need your celebration. Give us back our food. The curly-haired man's eyes bulged, his curls practically bristling with rage. The other 3 glared too. How shameless could these people be? Come on, it's already in our stomachs. Can't exactly spit it out, Yongbin laughed. But I want freeload, he added. Walking to the bed, he tore off the ladders from 2 bunks and tossed them over. This is worth more than food in the apocalypse. It might just save your lives. Stunned, they took the ladders, intimidated by Yongbin's strength. He pocketed 2 bags of peanuts and led his crew away. If you're too scared to fight zombies, just keep the door shut. Hope you get rescued. Only after they left did the dorm's occupants dare speak. Those damned bandits ate days' worth of our food. How are we supposed to wait for rescue now? Exactly, they've cut off our escape route. Outside in the hallway, the others sipped Sprite and ate cake, looking blissful. So good. Yongbin, are we going too far? Zhao Kuan frowned. Too far? Do you really think rescue is coming? Yongbin retorted. Well, even if it does, it'll be at least 10 days or half a month. Could their food have lasted that long? No. Exactly. We ate their food, but I gave them weapons. In the end, weapons give them a better chance of survival. Yeah, makes sense, Zhao Kuan nodded, seemingly convinced. They then cleared the zombies in 2 more dorm rooms and moved on. After half an hour, they finished sweeping the 10 rooms on the right, finding some snacks, bottled water, clean clothes, and daily necessities. Each of them grabbed a backpack, also scavenged, and packed everything. The 10 rooms on the right had no survivors, highlighting the grim survival rate. On the entire 7th floor, with nearly 80 people, only the 4 from 708 and Zhao Kun's trio remained alive. The rest were either zombies or devoured. A survival rate of less than 10% weighed heavily on everyone. Still, that was likely due to the crowded dorms. Other places might fare better. After clearing the 7th floor, the sun was setting, so they decided to find a clean room to stay for the night and figure things out tomorrow. With enough food and water for now, hunger wasn't an issue. They settled on 2 rooms with intact doors, Zhao Kun's trio in one, Yongbin and Chun Hao in the other. After a quick tidy-up, they collapsed onto the beds, utterly exhausted from the day. Yongbin plugged his phone into a scavenged charger and fell into thought. Then good do you think we can survive the apocalypse? Chunhao whispered. Yes, Yangbin affirmed firmly. Chunhao nodded, uncertainty in his eyes. Watching disaster movies had made the apocalypse seem thrilling, but living through it revealed the terror of knowing death could come at any moment. Don't overthink it. Just focus on the path ahead. Later you're coming with me to the 6th floor, Yangbin said. Why go to the 6th floor? We're fine here, Chunhao wondered. While clearing the zombies, I used my special ability to check the 6th floor and spotted a special zombie in the hallway, Yangbin explained. A special zombie, like the one that nearly wiped out our group of 5. Yes. If there's a zombie like that, isn't it dangerous? Why go down? Chunhao was puzzled. Why do you think my strength suddenly increased so much? Yangbin asked abruptly. That's true. I've been meaning to ask. Did it have to do with that crystal? Chunhao's eyes widened. Exactly. After I absorbed that crystal, my physical abilities skyrocketed, Yangbin nodded. This crystal might be the key to surviving the apocalypse. So we need to collect as many as we can before others discover it. Then good do you mean these crystals only come from special zombies? Chunhao asked. Yes. We've killed plenty of zombies, but only encountered one. Special zombies must be extremely rare. Since we found one, we can't let it slip away. Got it. Should we call them? Chunhao gestured toward Zhao Kun's room. No. We're only cooperating with them. As long as there's no conflict of interest, it's fine. But once interests are involved, problems will arise. I won't share this kind of thing with them. Alright, when do we go down? After a short rest. Try not to alert them. Okay. In another room. Kunj, don't you think that Yangbin's strength seems to have increased a lot? Thin Monkey said in a low voice. I noticed it long ago. His strength is now absurdly immense. Zhao Kun frowned. What's going on? At first that guy was fierce, but if it came to a real fight, the 3 of us could definitely take him down. Now I feel like even if we all ganged up on him, he'd beat the crap out of us. Old Black said with a dark expression. If I'm not mistaken, it should be because of that red crystal he dug out of the zombie's head. Zhao Kun said thoughtfully. Hearing Zhao Kun's words, Thin Monkey and Old Black also recalled the incident. Now that you mention it, that might be it. It seems his strength increased right after he ate that thing. But how did he know there was that thing in the zombie's head? And how did he dare to eat it? Old Black asked in confusion. That's what I can't figure out either. I always feel those two are a bit unusual. They were scratched, but didn't turn into zombies. And did you notice? When we were clearing out the zombies this afternoon, it was as if Yangbin knew exactly which ones were inside. He set up his strategy in advance every time. Zhao Kun said. I noticed that too. I wanted to ask about it back then, but I held back. Thin Monkey nodded. Now that you mention it, they're both freaks. Should we still stick with them? Old Black frowned. Zhao Kun pondered for a moment and said it's better to stay with them until we leave the dormitory. At least our lives will be more secure. But we also need to find a way to get some crystals ourselves. I don't want to be always under his thumb. Zhao Kun said. Right, don't worry, Kunj. We'll definitely help you get some. On the 6th floor stairwell. Yangbin frowned as he looked at the zombies in the corridor. Although the earlier fight on the rooftop had lured some of the 6th floor zombies up, there were still over a dozen zombies lingering in the corridor, and the special zombie was among them. This gave him a considerable headache. Even though he was confident he could take on the special zombie alone, handling so many zombies at once, including that special one, was certainly impossible. After a moment's thought, Yangbin looked at Chunhao beside him and said, Howzy, that special zombie is right in the middle of that group, the tall one in black clothes. Do you have any way to lure it over, or into one of the dorm rooms? Chunhao poked his head out to look at the distant zombies, thought for a moment, and said, I can give it a try. Be careful. If it doesn't work, just forget it. Remember, using your special ability consumes mental energy. If you feel dizzy, retreat immediately, or your invisibility will fail. Yangbin instructed. With that, he pulled a handful of pebbles from his pocket and handed them to Chunhao. He had loaded up on these pebbles to lure zombies, and still had plenty left. Don't worry, Bench. I understand. Chunhao took the pebbles, and his body quickly vanished from sight. Under Yangbin's true sight, Chunhao carefully moved forward, stopping about 5 meters away from the group of zombies. The zombies continued to wander aimlessly, unaware of Chunhao's presence. Seeing this, Chunhao breathed a sigh of relief, then took out a pebble and tossed it into a nearby dorm room. The sound quickly drew the attention of several zombies, and 2 of them immediately charged into the room. Seeing that this tactic worked, Chunhao repeated it, tossing a few more pebbles and successfully luring away 7 or 8 zombies. Now the special zombie was exposed. Chunhao stepped back a few paces and tossed a pebble at its feet. The special zombie looked at the stone on the ground with confusion and didn't move. It seemed somewhat more intelligent than ordinary zombies. Undeterred, Chunhao continued to toss pebbles while backing away. Finally, the special zombie gave in to curiosity and followed, though the 2 zombies behind it came along as well. Seeing this, Chunhao felt a headache coming on. He only wanted to lure the special zombie, not 3 of them. He tried several times, but found that the 2 zombies were like shadows following the special zombie wherever it went. Chunhao looked helplessly at Yangbin in the distance. Yangbin had also noticed the situation and gestured for Chunhao to bring them over, then walked up the stairs and hid around the corner. With Yangbin's approval, Chunhao carefully tossed pebbles along the way, slowly leading the 3 zombies toward the stairwell's landing. Yangbin gripped his iron pipe, tightly poised to strike. The moment the three zombies came up, he thrust the pipe out fiercely, driving it straight through the head of an ordinary zombie. Instantly, the zombie's head was pierced, and it collapsed to the ground. It wasn't that Yangbin didn't want to target the special zombie. He knew he couldn't take it out in one blow, and then they'd be facing attacks from all three. So Yangbin chose to eliminate one first. As Yangbin struck, the other two zombies noticed him and lunged forward with the special zombie, moving at an alarming speed. Yangbin pulled out the iron pipe and swung it in a wide arc, hitting both zombies. The ordinary zombie was sent tumbling down the stairs, while the special zombie only staggered back a step before charging again. Yangbin thrust the pipe, instantly driving it accurately into the special zombie's head. However, this time it didn't pierce through like with the ordinary zombie. The pipe made a hole, but couldn't go any deeper. The special zombie was significantly stronger, faster, and tougher than ordinary ones. The iron pipe in Yangbin's hand wasn't sharp, so piercing the special zombie's skull directly was no easy task. But Yangbin was prepared for this. He quickly withdrew the pipe and swung it again, forcing the zombie back. Meanwhile, the zombie that had rolled down the stairs scrambled back up and charged forward, only to be intercepted by Chuanhao, who had suddenly reappeared. Two battles erupted simultaneously. In the narrow stairwell, the iron pipes were cumbersome to wield. Fortunately, the zombies' combat style was monotonous. They just kept lunging. Thanks to the length of their pipes, the zombies couldn't get close. Yangbin repeatedly drove the special zombie back, thrusting his pipe viciously into its head over and over. Finally, after 7 or 8 thrusts, the sound of cracking bones echoed. Yangbin's pipe had at last pierced through the special zombie's skull. The special zombie ceased its movements and slowly collapsed to the ground. On the other side, Chuanhao had also snapped his opponent's neck. At that moment, roars erupted from below. The commotion had inevitably drawn the attention of the zombies on the 6th floor. Yangbin quickly reached into the special zombie's head and soon pulled out a red crystal. Let's go. The two swiftly ascended the stairs and retreated into the dorm room before the zombies could spot them. In the dormitory, Chuanhao gazed at the red crystal in Yangbin's hand and exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Bin, can this thing really boost one's power significantly?" Yangbin nodded, then directly handed the crystal to Chuanhao, saying, "Just try it, and you'll know." "Ah, give it to me." Chuanhao's eyes widened. "If not to you, then to whom?" Yangbin rolled his eyes. "Brother Bin, I think you should take it. If you eat another one, your power might increase even more, and then those zombies would be easy to handle." Chuanhao handed the crystal back to Yangbin. "What, you want to be a dead weight and let me do all the work?" "No, Brother Bin, that's not what I meant. I just think it would be better for you to take it. It would be wasted on me," Chuanhao said in a low voice. Yangbin side patted Chuanhao on the shoulder and said, "Howsy, this is the apocalypse. To survive in this world, you need strength. You are the only one I trust to watch my back, so we must grow together. If only I improve while you stay where you are, eventually, you'll become a burden. You don't want that, do you?" I don't want to be a burden." "Exactly. It's just one crystal. Once your strength improves, the two of us together can easily get more right." "True. Alright, I'll take this one." Chuanhao was not one to dawdle. Once he made up his mind, he stopped hesitating. He took the crystal, wiped it on his clothes, closed his eyes, and tossed it into his mouth. Soon the energy crystal dissolved into energy and merged into Chuanhao's body. After a long moment, Chuanhao opened his eyes, clenched his fists, his face brimming with excitement. "How amazing. I feel like I could take down a bull now. Try to sense if there's anything new in your mind," Yangbin said. Chuanhao closed his eyes, then suddenly snapped them open, staring at Yangbin in disbelief. "Brother Bin, I see a 9 stars of the Big Dipper chart in my mind. Exactly like the one we saw in the sky last night." "Just as I thought. It's the same for everyone." Yangbin nodded. "What's going on? Why is there a star chart in my mind that matches the one in the skies?" Chuanhao asked in shock. "I don't know either. I've been pondering it all along, and the only explanation I can think of is that we've unlocked a cultivation system." "How so?" "The 9 stars of the Big Dipper in our minds are all dim. Swallowing one energy crystal lit up a corner of the first star, nearly doubling our strength. If I'm not mistaken, the more we light up this star chart, the stronger we'll become, and maybe we'll even gain various abilities later on." Yangbin mused. "This all sounds so mysterious." Chuanhao found it hard to believe. "And you think your invisibility isn't mysterious?" "It is. See, since superpowers exist, isn't cultivation also normal? I guess that makes sense." Don't overthink it. Get a good rest tonight, or we fight again tomorrow." "Yeah." Night fell, and fear permeated every corner of the world. The sudden outbreak of zombies caught everyone off guard, plunging the global situation into turmoil. In just one day, bustling streets became the domain of zombies, and humans could only hide in secluded places, seeking a sliver of hope. Inside the government, chaos reigned as well. Many key officials had turned into zombies, bringing society almost to a standstill. On the roads, cars were strewn about like wrecks with zombies wandering among them. From houses, stifled sobs could be heard now, and then everyone stayed indoors, afraid to go out. Of course, there were also brave souls who stood up to fight the zombies, but they were few. Most people's legs gave way at the mere sight of a zombie, let alone fighting one. Under such circumstances, the human population dwindled rapidly, nearly all industries ground to a halt, and everyone was consumed by the struggle for survival. On the first day of the apocalypse, the world descended into chaos. Late at night, the 9 stars of the Big Dipper reappeared in the sky, but the brightest Polaris was gone, and the mysterious red star never showed itself again. The zombies' roars gradually faded, and the world fell into a deathly silence. Humanity could not recall when they had last experienced such a quiet night. Apart from a few stubborn streetlights still glowing, the myriad lights of homes were no more. Every household kept their doors tightly shut, afraid to turn on a single light. Bars, nightclubs, and other evening entertainment venues were all locked up tight. Zombies lifted their heads, gazing at the 9 stars of the Big Dipper in the sky. Dimly, it seemed that the power of starlight was drawing the surrounding spiritual energy, slowly merging into their bodies. Besides zombies, various mutated beasts also stared at the 9 stars of the Big Dipper as wisps of spiritual energy gently seeped into their forms. Early the next morning, Yaoguang got up early. He picked up his phone and found a message. Opening it, his face lit up with joy. It was from Yuheng. He's alive. Yaoguang eagerly opened the message, his hands trembling slightly. Brother Ben, are you two still alive? The apocalypse has come. Lu Bo turned into a zombie. I hid in the bathroom and barely survived, but it seems to have found me. I don't know how much longer I can hold out. If you're still alive, find a safe place and stay alive. No matter what. Reading Yuheng's message, Yaoguang felt a heavy heart. Lu Bo had indeed become a zombie, but at least Yuheng was still alive. How's he wake up? Yaoguang kicked Chenhao's bed and called out. What's up, Brother Ben? Chenhao groggily sat up. Liangzi is alive. Yaoguang said excitedly. Really? Chenhao sat up in surprise. What about Lu Bo? He turned into a zombie, Yaoguang said in a low voice. It's okay, at least Liang is still alive. Chenhao forced a faint smile. Right now he's hiding in the bathroom in a bad spot. We have to find a way to go down and save him, Yaoguang said. Yeah. The two quickly went to the bathroom to freshen up and changed into clean clothes they had scavenged. Their old clothes were already tattered and stained with blood, discarded before they went to sleep last night. Each shouldered a backpack and headed to the dormitory of Yaoguang and his group. They knocked on the door, and soon Shouho opened it. The others were already ready, waiting for them. What's the plan today? Yaoguang asked. We're going to the 3rd floor to rescue someone. Are you coming? Yaoguang said directly. Yaoguang frowned. From here to the 3rd floor, we have to pass through the 6th, 5th, and 4th floors. If we go down like this, we'll definitely alert the zombies on those floors. If we get caught in a pincer attack, we're done for. Yeah, it's dangerous. That's why I'm asking. If you don't want to come, then Chenhao and I will go alone. Well, Yaoguang thought for a moment, then finally shook his head. Sorry, I can't take that risk with you. I have to look out for Shouho and Laohe. I understand, Yaoguang nodded. They were only allies and honestly not even that close. Naturally, the others had no obligation to join them in such a dangerous venture. Then Chenhao and I will go. You guys take care, Yaoguang said, then left with Chenhao. Yaoguang, I hope you both make it. Yaoguang called after them. Don't worry, you'll be dead before we are. Yaoguang waved without looking back. Binge, are you confident? Chenhao asked worriedly as they reached the stairwell. Who dares to claim confidence in a situation like this? But since both our strength has improved, and we have our abilities, we should give it a try, Yaoguang replied. How about I just go invisible and check the situation below? No need. Your invisibility can't last long yet, and we have no idea how many zombies are down there. If you accidentally touch one, you're done. Our cooperation is the key. Alright. The two cautiously made their way downstairs. The 6th floor stairwell was clear of zombies, but when they reached the 5th floor, they encountered the sight they dreaded most: 3 zombies loitering on the landing. With their current abilities, eliminating these 3 would be trivial, but any action would undoubtedly create noise, attracting a swarm of zombies. Even with their enhanced strength, being caught between upper and lower floors would spell their doom. What do we do, Binge? Chenhao looked at Yaoguang. Yaoguang pondered for a moment. Avoid fighting if possible. Try going invisible, and use pebbles to lure them away. Okay. Chenhao nodded, then vanished slowly, descending the stairs. Be careful, don't make a sound. Chenhao crept behind the zombies and tossed a pebble into the corridor, hoping to draw them away. Instead, it attracted zombies from the corridor, leaving the ones on the stairs unmoved. Frustrated, Chenhao threw another pebble in the opposite direction, but it only lured 2 more zombies from that side, while the 3 on the stairs remained indifferent. He dared not continue, fearing head summon even more. Unless Chenhao could get past them, to toss pebbles deeper into the corridor, luring them away, seemed impossible. But the 3 zombies stood in the middle of the stairs, forcing him to brush past them. A perilous tightrope walk. Though not standing in a row, the zombies were close together and constantly moving. A single accidental touch would be fatal. Just as Yaoguang was about to call him back to reconsider, Chenhao gritted his teeth and pressed on. Yaoguang's heart leaped into his throat. It was too late to call him back, so he gripped his iron pipe tightly, ready to intervene at the first sign of trouble. Chenhao moved slowly, step by step, inching closer to the zombies. Surprisingly, Chenhao remained eerily calm. As the first zombie shuffled past, he took a stride, bypassing it. and then patiently waited for the second to move before slipping behind it. Just then the zombies from behind wandered toward Chun Hao's position. Both he and Yaoguang broke out in cold sweat. A collision seemed inevitable. In a critical moment, Chun Hao tossed several pebbles behind them. The zombies halted, turned to look, and then shuffled away in confusion. Both Yaoguang and Chun Hao sighed in relief. The leading zombie's face had nearly touched Chun Hao's. Had Chun Hao not experienced so much, that close call would have made him vomit on the spot. The group of zombies, including the third one, moved away. Chun Hao quickly pressed against the wall, reached the corner, and threw more pebbles into the corridor. The zombies' attention was successfully diverted, and even the two still on the stairs followed curiously. Soon the stairwell was clear. Chun Hao waved at Yaoguang, who hurried down, and they swiftly reached the corner between the 5th and 4th floors. "How's he don't take such risks again?" Yaoguang scolded. "Don't worry, Binge, I had it under control," Chun Hao said confidently. "Under control? You were almost kissing a zombie." That was an accident," Chun Hao said sheepishly. "Next time discuss it with me first," Yaoguang said sternly. "Okay," Chun Hao whispered. Yaoguang nodded, then activated his true sight to peer below. The 4th floor stairs were clear, but a few zombies roamed the corridor. This was no challenge for them. Chun Hao went invisible, tossed pebbles, and easily lured them into a nearby dormitory. They hurried down, but as they reached the 4th floor corridor, Yaoguang stopped. "What's wrong?" Chun Hao whispered. "A crowd," Yaoguang said grimly. "All on the stairs." "Yeah, they're eating." "Eating?" Chun Hao was momentarily confused. Long legs, fair skin. "Should be that sissy from room 312, Yaoguang said. "Eating people." Chun Hao finally understood. What else would zombies eat? Rice. "Binge, you're getting more twisted by the day." "Twisted? We've seen this plenty of times. But not with such focus. You recognize someone by a leg. Standard procedure. If you ever get eaten, I'll identify you by a single bone. Anyway, the problem is they're feasting and won't leave anytime soon," Yaoguang said, frowning. "So should we wait?" Chun Hao suggested. "Wait my ass. We're in a terrible spot. If zombies from the 4th floor come, I'm done for. You can go invisible, but I can't." "Then what?" "Charge down and fight our way to our dorm," Yaoguang declared. "That's too risky. What if zombies are packed below? We'd be doomed. If we get trapped on the stairs, we'll have no way out." "All right, I'm with you." "Good. Stay close. With our strength, we should make it." "Okay." Yaoguang gripped his iron pipe, eyes fixed on the zombies feasting below. Seeing they weren't looking up, he charged down, leaped, stomped on a zombie's head, and vaulted over the crowd. Chun Hao followed closely, springing off the same zombie's shoulder before it could react. The zombies roared, abandoning their meal to chase the living prey. The two of them charged all the way to the 3rd floor corridor, but as they saw the zombies filling the hallway, a wave of dread washed over them. The entire corridor was packed with zombies, conservatively estimated at 30 to 40, with nearly 20 just on the left side alone. "Howsy, it's time to fight for our lives. They'll take the front, you cover the rear," Yaoguang said sternly. Chun Hao nodded seriously. Yaoguang tightened his grip on the iron pipe and lunged forward. The zombies ahead lunged at him with a roar. The zombies ahead quickly pounced. Yaoguang thrust his iron pipe, sharply piercing the first zombie's skull in an instant. However, his expression darkened as he sensed that the resistance, when piercing this zombie, seemed greater than before. But there was no time to dwell on it. He kicked the zombie away, knocking several behind it to the ground, and the two dashed forward. Soon the zombies scrambled up and lunged at them again. The zombies behind quickly caught up. Chun Hao mimicked Yaoguang's technique, striking swiftly with his iron pipe. Though less practiced than Yaoguang, his enhanced physique gave him enough strength, and the foremost zombie was impaled through the head. Chun Hao kicked it away as well. The two fought with hands and feet, the iron pipes striking relentlessly as they kicked back the surging zombies. After killing several, Yaoguang was certain these zombies were definitely stronger than yesterday's. Both their physical resilience, speed, and strength had increased. Are the zombies downstairs tougher, or do they evolve? Yaoguang pondered. "Go, hurry, I can't hold on." Chun Hao's panicked voice rang out. Yaoguang glanced back, and his face fell. There were more zombies behind than ahead, and they had already closed in on Chun Hao. His iron pipe could no longer thrust. He could only shove horizontally to push them back. But the zombies were too numerous to budge. He gritted his teeth, his hands already bloodied from their claws. "How's he hold on?" Yaoguang roared, thrusting his pipe through another zombie's head before leaping and kicking it several meters away, sending a pile of zombies tumbling. "Go!" Yaoguang didn't stop to finish them off, instead sprinting over the fallen zombies. Chun Hao shoved hard and followed. Ahead, Yaoguang switched from thrusts to sweeping swings, knocking zombies down as they charged forward. Chun Hao stayed close, nearly reaching dorm 308, when a fallen zombie suddenly grabbed his leg and bit into his ankle. Hiss! Chun Hao gasped in pain, his face twisted in agony. "How's he?" Yaoguang cried out in alarm. His iron pipe struck, instantly killing the zombie biting Chun Hao. He then pulled Chun Hao up, using his shoulder to shove aside the front zombies, and burst into the dorm, quickly slamming and locking the door. As they caught their breath, a roar echoed. There was a zombie inside the room. "Lu Bo!" Seeing it their faces, they had been close roommates for 3 years, and seeing their former friend turned into a zombie weighed heavily on their hearts. But Lu Bo, now a mindless creature, charged at them eagerly upon spotting fresh prey. Sorry, brother. Yaoguang sighed, thrusting his pipe through Lu Bo's neck. He spared the head, granting him some dignity. As Lu Bo fell, grief flickered in their eyes. They had killed many zombies, but this was the first time they had slain a brother. A frantic banging erupted at the door, rattling it violently. The pursuing zombies weren't letting go. They quickly pulled themselves together, dragging a nearby bed to brace the door. Just as it was secured, a familiar voice came from behind. Bin Ge Haozi. Hu Wenliang poked his head out of the bathroom, his face lighting up with joy. Liangzi. The two were equally thrilled. The three men embraced tightly. I thought I'd never see you again. Hu Wenliang said, his eyes reddening. Yeah, it's so good you're alive. Chunhao echoed. Soon they parted. Hu Wenliang looked at them curiously. The whole corridor is crawling with zombies. How did you get back? You have no idea what we went through to rescue you. Chunhao extended his leg, revealing a bloody, mangled wound where flesh had been torn away. Haozi, you. Hu Wenliang's eyes welled up. I'm sorry, Haozi. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have messaged you. If you turn into a zombie, they'll be with you. Get out of here, you're not a woman. Who needs you to die for love? Hurry up, get me something to bandage this. It hurts like hell. You're about to become a zombie, why bother bandaging? You're the one who'll be a zombie. I'm perfectly fine, stop cursing me. Chunhao rolled his eyes. But, enough, Liangzi. Haozi's fine. Yangbin had already retrieved gauze, alcohol, and some medicine from the cabinet. He always kept such supplies on hand from his construction work, where bumps and scrapes were common. Just as he was about to dress Chunhao's wound, he froze. Activating his true sight to examine the injury, he inadvertently glimpsed Hu Wenliang, and what he saw left him stunned. Hu Wenliang actually possessed an ability, and it was a healing type ability. Holy crap, what a coincidence. Yangbin exclaimed, eyes wide. What coincidence, Bin Ge? Chunhao asked, puzzled. This guy Liangzi has an ability too. What do you think of that? Really? Chunhao's excitement surged. What are you talking about? What ability? Hu Wenliang looked utterly bewildered. Liangzi, try placing your hand on Haozi's wound, and focus your mind on healing him, Yangbin said. What's this about? Hu Wenliang was even more confused. Just do as I say, Yangbin said with a smile. Oh, alright. Hu Wenliang nodded, crouched, and placed his hand over Chunhao's injury, concentrating on healing him. Soon, to their amazement, a white glow emanated from where Hu Wenliang's hand touched the wound. They watched in awe as Chunhao's injury visibly healed, the flesh mending completely in moments. Holy crap, that's incredible. Chunhao marveled. Even Yangbin was stunned by the spectacle. Well, what's happening? Hu Wenliang asked, more dazed than ever. It's like this. Yangbin explained what he knew about abilities, giving Hu Wenliang some context. So the apocalypse brings not just zombies, but also superhumans. Hu Wenliang's eyes widened. You could say that. That's just unbelievable. By the way, Liangzi, how did you survive when Lu Bo turned? Were you just in the bathroom? Yangbin asked curiously. No, that night your phone call woke me up, and I couldn't get back to sleep. I started gaming thinking I'd play a couple of rounds, but I kept losing. The more I lost, the more frustrated I got, and I stayed up until after 4 in the morning before finally winning one. Just as I was about to quit and sleep, I saw a bright reddish glow outside the window. Curious, I opened the door and stepped out. Guess what I saw? Hu Wenliang said, his face full of awe. The 9 stars of the Big Dipper and a crimson star. Yangbin ventured. How did you know? Hu Wenliang's eyes went wide. Is it possible we saw it too? Chunhao chuckled. Alright. Hu Wenliang looked sheepish. That sight stunned me so much I lost all sleepiness. I watched until the stars vanished before heading back to the dorm. By then dawn was breaking. When I returned, Lu Bo was trembling uncontrollably. I kept calling him, but he wouldn't wake up. Then I watched his skin slowly rot. I was terrified and I couldn't reach either of you on the phone. Finally his eyes snapped open, blood red, just like zombies in the movies. Scared out of my wits, I hid in the bathroom, dialing the emergency number repeatedly, but it never went through. Eventually I saw online that a zombie outbreak had started, so I stayed hidden in there. Hu Wenliang recounted, still shaken. Wow, you actually witnessed a zombie forming firsthand, Chunhao remarked in amazement. But Yangbin fell into thought. He had an ability, Chunhao had one, and Hu Wenliang had one too. The only common thread was that they had all seen the 9 stars and the crimson star. Could abilities be linked to that? Bang, bang, bang. The dormitory door was relentlessly battered by the zombies outside. These creatures seemed to have set their sights on Yangbin and his companion, tirelessly ramming the door. The 3 of them, watching the bed shake violently, quickly dragged another bed over. After all, Yangbin and Chunhao were both strong. With 2 beds propped against the door, the shaking finally subsided, and the 3 breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Bin, do you have anything to eat? I haven't eaten in almost 2 days, Hu Wenliang said awkwardly. He had been hiding in the restroom for a day and a night without food or sleep, and now he was starving. Yes. Yangbin took off his backpack and opened it, revealing a stash of food and water they had scavenged. Holy crap, did you guys rob a store? You've got so much stuff. Hu Wenliang exclaimed in surprise. Pretty much. Go ahead and eat. Hu Wenliang didn't stand on ceremony. He grabbed a bag of bread and a bottle of water and began wolfing them down. Watching him eat like a starving ghost, Yangbin smiled. Hu Wenliang's ability had given him a tremendous surprise. With him around, their chances of survival had increased significantly. In the apocalypse, injuries were inevitable, and they knew nothing about medicine. Simple bandaging was fine, but serious wounds would be a problem, and finding a hospital was out of the question. So Hu Wenliang's ability was nothing short of a divine skill at this moment. After a while, Hu Wenliang finally ate his fill, and said contentedly, "Having food to eat is really great." "You bet. Getting food in the apocalypse isn't easy. We scavenged an entire floor of dorms to find all this," Chunhao said proudly. "Awesome." Hu Wenliang gave a thumbs up. "Brother Ben, what do we do now? Those zombies are blocking the door. We can't get out," Chunhao said worriedly. "It's okay. They can't get in. Let's rest for a while. Eventually some zombies will leave. When there are fewer, we'll figure a way out." How's your hands? Look pretty bad." "We'll treat them too," Hu Wenliang said, looking at Chunhao's bloodied hands. "Okay." Chunhao quickly rolled up his torn sleeves, revealing a series of wounds. "Look at you. You both came together, but Brother Ben is fine and you're covered in injuries. Can you compare me to him? If I were as strong as him, I wouldn't be calling him brother. But seriously, Liangzi, your ability is really something. From now on, I won't have to worry about getting hurt." Chunhao stared at his now healed arm, a hint of excitement in his voice. Just as Hu Wenliang was about to respond, his vision suddenly darkened, and he nearly collapsed, barely catching himself on the table. "What's wrong?" Chunhao asked curiously. "I don't know, just feeling dizzy and weak," Hu Wenliang said, puzzled. "It's probably from overusing your ability. Rest a bit, and you'll be fine," Yangbin said. "Also, using abilities does this. No wonder. I thought I was pretty healthy, but suddenly got dizzy. Not good, Liangzi. You're not very durable, huh?" Chunhao teased. "Using abilities drains a lot of energy. Early on, you can't sustain it for long. But it seems to get better as you grow stronger," Yangbin explained. "I can feel that too," Chunhao nodded. "All right, let's all rest, especially you, Liangzi. You haven't slept in 2 nights. Your eyes are bloodshot. Get some shut-eye, or we'll wake you later." "But the zombies outside." "It's fine. The beds are holding them back. They can't get in. If you lie down, they'll just rock you to sleep." "All right, I'll sleep for a bit." Hu Wenliang nodded and collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, "Brother Cohen, do you think Yangbin and the others will survive going down there?" Skinny Monkey asked. "I don't know, but probably. Yangbin is pretty smart," Zhao Cohen replied. Should we keep scavenging on the 6th floor? Our food will only last until tomorrow. If we don't find more, we'll go hungry. We can't do it alone. Would need to bring in those 4 from room 708. Those cowards definitely won't go. Don't worry. They're running low on food too. When they can't stand the hunger, they'll come to us." Haha, true. On the 2nd day of the apocalypse, figures occasionally flickered through the dormitory buildings. After a day and night, many people driven by hunger had to risk coming out to search for food. But in a dormitory overrun with zombies, finding food was incredibly dangerous. One wrong move, and you'd end up as a delivery. Fortunately, at noon, the school's broadcast suddenly rang out successfully, drawing away most of the zombies. Zombies were highly sensitive to sound. Upon hearing the broadcast, hordes of them rushed toward the source. It was a good thing they couldn't understand the content. It was a school leader urging surviving students to find their way to the main cafeteria. The school had 4 cafeterias of various sizes, but everyone knew the main one. It could seat 300 people and was closest to the dorms. The leader likely knew the zombies couldn't understand speech, so he dared to broadcast. Hearing the announcement, all the students were overjoyed. The school hadn't abandoned them. However, though the main cafeteria was the nearest, it was still a considerable distance away, and getting there wouldn't be easy. Soon the campus forum became lively again. "Anyone from Building 16 still alive? Reply and let's band together to head to the cafeteria." "Building 12, I've created a group. Join in to discuss how to get there." "Neighboring buildings, let's meet downstairs later." Safety in numbers. People from every dorm building were gathering and discussing how to reach the cafeteria. Likewise, someone was posting in Building 21. "How many people are left in Building 21? Let's take a head count and pool our strength to go to the cafeteria." Soon many commented, and after tallying, only 53 people were left alive in Building 21. Yangbin and his group didn't speak up, so they weren't counted. With an average of just 7 or 8 people per floor, everyone's heart sank. Just then someone suddenly said, "There are people in this building who started clearing zombies early. They killed all the zombies on the 7th floor. They could lead us." "Really? There are people that tough?" "It's true. There's not a single zombie on the 7th floor now because they cleaned them out. But those guys are mean. They stole our food." "How can they do that? Stealing from classmates? That's too cruel." "Exactly. With everyone short on food in the apocalypse, how can they steal? These people are despicable." One by one, they took the moral high ground, condemning Yangbin and his group as if they'd committed heinous crimes. Yangbin and Chunhao were scrolling through their phones and found this utterly ridiculous. "We just took a few cakes. How does that make us villains?" Chunhao grumbled. "Don't bother with them. They're just sour grapes. If they were in our shoes, they'd do worse," Yangbin said, shaking his head. "I think so too." So Brother Bin, should we head out? There are way fewer zombies outside now. With our strength, we should be able to break through. Not so fast. More people aren't necessarily better. Let's wait and see. Let's set this aside for now. We should figure out how to get to the cafeteria. Someone finally brought up the real issue. Since they can kill zombies, let's have them take us to the cafeteria. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Who are those people upstairs? Tag them out. 3 of them are from room 716 on this floor. Zhao Kuan, Lao He, and the others. The other 2, I don't recognize. They probably aren't on this floor. Zhao Kuan, are you there? Zhao Kuan, reply if you're here. At that moment, in a dorm on the 7th floor, Zhao Kuan and his 2 companions' faces darkened. These guys just accused us of heinous crimes, and now they want us to lead them to the cafeteria? Do they take us for fools? Shouho said in exasperation. That's not entirely fair. Unity is strength. If we all go together, we can look out for each other, and our chances will be better, Lao He said. Kuan Go, what do you think? Ignore them, Zhao Kuan replied. But we need to go to the cafeteria too. Our food won't last long. Since everyone's thinking the same, wouldn't it be better to go together? Lao He asked in confusion. Strength in numbers, but that also makes us a bigger target, potentially more dangerous, Zhao Kuan said. But hiding here forever isn't a solution either. Everyone's panicking online. Let's wait and see, Zhao Kuan said with irritation. Damn it, why didn't they recognize that madman Yang? Should we expose him? Lao He asked. Try it if you want to die. Zhao Kuan rolled his eyes. Seeming to notice the zombies' movements, the school administration wisely kept broadcasting loudly. More and more zombies were drawn to the sound, and fewer remained in the dormitories. Students in many dorms grew restless. Finally, those in buildings 4, 5, and 6, closest to the cafeteria, made their move. Groups of students organized, armed with makeshift weapons, brooms, poles, stools, and fruit knives. Occasionally someone wielded a steel pipe, or even a tang sword. Among college students there are always a few unruly ones. Most zombies had already left. The occasional straggler was quickly beaten down by the crowd. Though many dared not fight, a few tough guys led the way, and they managed to reach the cafeteria. Seeing their success, others grew excited, and soon people from every dorm building began to move. Some succeeded while others suffered heavy losses, and some were completely wiped out. Although the zombies were lured by the broadcast, they weren't blind. If they saw living people, they'd attack. The school's broadcast speakers were hidden in lawns and trees, not just on the teaching building's roof. So though the zombies left the dorms, they were still scattered everywhere. A careless encounter could spell doom. Yet despite the high death rate, many risked it for a chance to survive, especially those starving and desperate for the cafeteria's food. Meanwhile, on the campus forum, under the post about Building 21, people were cursing Zhao Kun's group for not showing up. This Zhao Kun is a coward. He only dares to steal food from classmates. When it comes to fighting zombies, he's as timid as a mouse. Exactly. He claims they killed all the zombies on the 7th floor, but I think it's a lie. I saw many zombies jumping off the building yesterday. They probably did it themselves. Damn, they're all a bunch of cowards. Seeing these comments, Zhao Kun and his friends nearly smashed their phones in rage. I can't take this anymore. Let's go to room 708 and beat those guys up. Lao Hei's face turned completely black. Yeah, it was Yang Bin who started it, but we're taking the blame. I can't swallow this. Shouho said. Let's go. I want to hit someone too. Zhao Kun stood up. So they headed straight to room 708. Bang, bang, bang. Lao Hei pounded on the door. What? What do you want? Curly Hair saw their furious expressions through the window and grew scared. Nothing much. You wanted us to take you to the cafeteria, right? Let's go, Zhao Kun said, suppressing his anger. Really? Glasses found it hard to believe. Their demeanor clearly wasn't that of guides. Of course. Many from other buildings have already gone. Do you want to come or not? If not, we're leaving. Zhao Kun said. Yes, we're coming. The 4 in the dorm, afraid of being left behind, quickly opened the door. But the moment it swung open, they regretted it. They saw Zhao Kun's trio grinning wickedly. What are you doing? Don't mess around. Screams soon echoed from room 708. Though outnumbered 4-3, Zhao Kun's group beat them mercilessly. Having fought zombies many times, Zhao Kun and his friends were far tougher than those who hadn't dared to face them. Minutes later, they walked out looking satisfied. Behind them, 4 bruised figures lay trembling on the floor. Let's go to the cafeteria while there are few zombies, Zhao Kun said. Should we take the others? Shouho asked. We go our way, ignore them. All right. After they left, the 4 in the room scrambled to their feet. They're gone. Probably heading to the cafeteria. Let's follow them. Yeah. Despite their hatred for the beatings, they knew these men truly dared to kill zombies. Following them was safer than going alone. Soon a message appeared on the forum post about Building 21. They're going to the cafeteria. One by one, students hiding in dorms cautiously emerged and followed. In room 308, Yang Bin shook his head at the forum posts. Zhao Kun can't stay calm after all. Now that most zombies are gone with weapons and experience, they should make it to the cafeteria safely, right? Chenhao said. If it's just them, yes. But if a crowd follows, it's a different story. True, a bigger target. But their classmates could be nice to help if possible. Staying in the dorms means starving. Don't think that way. This is the apocalypse. It's enough to look after your own family and friends. We can't save everyone. Any hint of naivety could doom us all. Got it. So Binggu, when should we go? Yangbin glanced at the still sleeping Hu Wenliang and thought for a moment. We have enough food. Let's stay one more night and see tomorrow. The cafeteria might not be ideal either. Too many people and the rice won't last long. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Zhao Kuan and his companions descended the stairs, encountering a few zombies along the way, which they dispatched with ease. Upon reaching the first floor, he glanced back at the large crowd trailing behind him, furrowing his brow. Yet in the end he said nothing and continued onward. Passing through several dormitory buildings, they soon arrived at a stretch of greenery. Not far off, a group of zombies milled about with bewildered expressions around a concealed audio speaker, seemingly puzzled as to why they could hear human voices but see no one. Zhao Kuan gestured, then veered around to the other side. The people following behind hurriedly kept pace, aware of the danger, holding their breath and daring not to make a sound. However, a large group was always prone to mishaps. Someone walking too close accidentally stepped on the heel of the person in front, causing that person to stumble, and several others tumbled in a chain reaction. Damn it! Seeing this, Zhao Kuan cursed. Sure enough, over a dozen pairs of blood-red eyes turned in unison toward them, and then the zombies charged forward with excitement. At the sight of the oncoming zombies, the crowd panicked, some even running in chaos without direction. Everyone stop. If anyone runs, I'll kill them first. Zhao Kuan roared. Draw your weapons, prepare to fight. Having experienced many battles, Zhao Kuan and his two companions remained calm, promptly pulling out iron pipes. The others were startled by his words, but seeing him ready for combat, they too suppressed their fear. There were over 50 of them facing a dozen zombies. Surely they had the advantage. Soon the zombies rushed in, and Zhao Kun's trio struck first, thrusting their iron pipes at the necks of the zombies in front. Their combat experience showed in that moment. All 3 pipes accurately pierced through a zombie's neck. But the others lacked such skill, their weapons a motley assortment of all kinds. What infuriated him most was that some people carried no weapons at all, only backpacks and laptops. The zombies surged forward. Some managed to defend themselves, while others trembled, their legs giving way. When they were keyboard warriors, they had been fierce, but facing real zombies, they cowered. Fortunately, the numerical advantage, along with Zhao Kun's trio, eventually led to the destruction of all the zombies. Yet it was not without loss. 6 people had been bitten. Looking at their wounds, Zhao Kuan frowned. You either leave on your own, or I'll kill you now. No, there must be a way. I won't turn into a zombie, the bitten ones cried in terror. Yes, there has to be a way. Don't abandon us. But the others who had stood with them moments ago now quickly moved away. You should leave on your own. ITLL, be more dignified. No, you can't do this. We're in this together, weren't we all heading to the cafeteria? Yet the others remained unmoved, staring at them as if they were a plague. Shortly, the bitten ones' faces began to fester, their expressions twisted in agony, their eyes turning bloodshot. At this sight, everyone recoiled in horror. Just then, Zhao Kun's trio struck, without warning, their iron pipes piercing the necks of the infected. The others watched, hearts pounding. But no one dared to protest, fearing they might be next. If you want to reach the cafeteria alive, watch your step. If anything like that happens again, it'll run you through. Zhao Kuan spat out a curse and resumed heading toward the cafeteria. The rest of the journey was uneventful, with occasional straggler zombies dealt with by his trio. But just as they neared the cafeteria, they encountered a group of people being chased by a terrifying horde of at least 100 zombies. At the sight, Zhao Kun's face went pale. Fall back. However, the fleeing group spotted them, and as if grasping at a lifeline, sprinted toward them. Help! Classmates ahead, save us. So many zombies. Damn! Zhao Kuan cursed, then said to Lao He and Shou Ho, run, we can't handle this. The 3 bolted and the others followed suit, with a massive horde of zombies streaming behind them. What do we do, Kunj? We can't outrun them. Lao He panicked as the zombies drew closer. Head to the library. Zhao Kuan veered toward the library. The others clinging to him as their lifeline followed wherever he led. The group charged madly toward the library, encountering scattered zombies along the way, which Zhao Kun's trio knocked down with their pipes. Upon reaching the library, they found the door locked. Break it down. Zhao Kuan slammed his iron pipe against the lock. But the library's lock was sturdy, several blows failed to break it. Lao He and Shou Ho joined in. Help! Soon screams erupted from behind as the zombies caught up. Hurry up! The others grew frantic. Stop yelling. Get over here and help. Zhao Kuan shouted. All right. Finally, after a frenzied assault, the lock gave way. Zhao Kuan flung open the door, and the crowd surged inside. Once most were in, with a few still being dragged down by zombies, Zhao Kuan decisively slammed the door shut. Quick, move tables to barricade it. Zhao Kuan ordered. Oh, right. The others, now disoriented, scrambled to drag tables against the door. The door thudded with pounding. Open up. You can't do this. We're not in yet. This is murder. Open the door. I don't want to die. Those outside screamed frantically. Many inside looked pained, but no one spoke of opening the door. At that moment, everyone chose silence. Between their own safety and saving others, all chose the former. Soon the cries outside faded, and the locked-out people had lost their lives. Now only a little over 30 people remained in the library. This journey had cost them more than 20 lives, and despair was etched on every face. What made it worse was that they had lost so many and still hadn't reached the cafeteria. The library had no food. In fact, it was even less comfortable than the dormitory. At that moment, many regretted ever leaving. Yaoguang and his companions also wore grim expressions, never expecting such an outcome. Kunj, what do we do now? Shoho asked quietly. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see if these zombies leave. What rotten luck. Lao He grumbled. It's not about luck. It's our own fault. Yaoguang said. Why, oi? If Yangbin were here, he wouldn't have let these people follow. Dormitory 308. It seems those people have all left, Yangbin said, gazing out the window. Yeah, probably. I guess we're the only ones left in this building, Chunhao replied. Wake up, Wanyang. Let's keep scavenging the dorms. Brother Bin, so the real reason you wanted to stay an extra day in the dorm was for this? Of course not. The main thing is the bed is more comfortable to sleep on, Yangbin said with a smile. Besides, after the zombies left, those guys probably already looted the nearby dorms. We won't find much. But this time we're not mainly looking for food. We need daily supplies, clothes, power banks, lighters, stuff like that. Got it. Chunhao nodded, then roused Hu Wenliang. The three moved the bed aside and stepped out. The dorm building was almost empty of zombies. The broadcast was still blaring, playing upbeat songs that particularly attracted the undead. But it wouldn't be long before the speakers were destroyed by the zombies, and then they would start roaming everywhere. The three searched room by room, occasionally encountering a stray zombie, but that posed no problem for them. After 2 hours, they had combed through all the dorms from the 1st to the 6th floor. Just as Yangbin had predicted, they found little food, but their backpacks were stuffed with daily necessities. Let's head back, drop off the stuff, and then go out, Yangbin said. Where to? Chunhao and Hu Wenliang asked, curious. To find special zombies. At Yangbin's words, Chunhao's eyes lit up, while Hu Wenliang looked bewildered. But he didn't ask further, he just followed along. After stashing their loot, Yangbin equipped Hu Wenliang with an iron pipe, and they set off. While everyone else was hiding from the zombies, these three were actively hunting them. Truly one of a kind. Still, only they could pull this off. Others might know that special zombies had crystals in their heads, but finding them was another matter. Special zombies looked identical to ordinary ones, indistinguishable by sight, only stronger in combat. But you couldn't test every zombie's strength. In this regard, Yangbin had an absolute advantage. With his true sight activated, he could spot a special zombie, even if it was hidden among a horde. Leaving the dorm, they soon spotted a group of zombies gathered around a speaker listening to music. Yangbin glanced at them and shook his head, then continued in another direction. They walked for a while, encountering over a dozen groups of zombies, but none were special. Fortunately, with his true sight, Yangbin could detect the zombies in advance and steer clear, minimizing danger. After all that walking, they only had to deal with a few unavoidable zombies, which the other two took care of. Finally, as they passed a small grove, Yangbin suddenly stopped, a look of delight flashing in his eyes. Found one. Chunhao asked excitedly. Yeah, but it's a bit inappropriate for minors, Yangbin said with a grin. What do you mean? A secluded grove, a man and a woman alone. You get the picture. Damn, that wild. Hu Wenliang's eyes widened. You're easily shocked. Back in the day, Xia and I. Stop, don't brag about your glory days. Your Xia is with someone else now, Yangbin cut in mercilessly. Two zombies, the female is special, the male is ordinary. I'll take the female, you take the male. Liangzi stays back. Quick and clean. Don't attract others, Yangbin said sternly. Got it. Move out. They swiftly slipped into the grove, which was so dense that outsiders could barely see inside. No wonder the zombies had been so bold. Yangbin would never have spotted them without his true sight. Once inside, they quickly located the targets. But upon seeing the state of the two zombies, Chunhao and Hu Wenliang's eyes went wide. Damn, this really is inappropriate for minors, Chunhao marveled. Could they have turned while? You know. Hu Wenliang's eyes bulged as he spoke. Quite possible. Enough chatter, they're charging. The two zombies felt no shame. At the sight of living humans, they lunged excitedly. But their pants were only pulled down to their ankles, not fully off. After a few steps, both zombies tumbled to the ground. Seeing this, the three broke out in a cold sweat. Now I get why they weren't drawn to the broadcast. They couldn't run, Chunhao remarked. The zombies got up again, only to fall after a couple more steps. The female zombie's top was hiked up high, her two large breasts exposed, slamming into the ground with every fall. Won't that damage them? Hu Wenliang asked. No, they're very soft, Chunhao said with experience. Alright, stop chatting. Finish them off before more zombies come, Yangbin ordered. Okay. The two struck instantly, driving their pipes toward the zombies' heads. After killing so many zombies, this was by far the easiest. Chunhao finished the male in one blow, but Yangbin needed 7 or 8 strikes to take down the female. Special zombies had far tougher bodies than ordinary ones. Moreover, Yangbin sensed that this special zombie was even stronger than the two he had killed yesterday. A woman's body shouldn't be tougher than a man's. Could zombies actually be evolving? Yangbin pondered. This discovery filled him with a sense of urgency. Oh, what a waste. Hu Wenliang sighed, looking at the fallen female zombie. If you want to lose your virginity, now's your chance. Strike while it's hot. Yangbin joked. Ugh. I'm not that perverted. And I've told you many times, I'm not a virgin. Hu Wenliang protested. You also said you've never even held a woman's hand. If you're not a virgin, who is? Yangbin reached into the zombie's head, fumbling around until he pulled out a red crystal. So this is the energy crystal you were talking about? Hu Wenliang asked, curious. Yeah, here, eat it now. Yangbin handed the crystal to Hu Wenliang. Huh, for me. Hu Wenliang was surprised. Who else? You're the weakest among us. Do you want to keep being dead weight? Fine. Hu Wenliang understood the crystal's importance. Without a word, he shot them a grateful glance, wiped the crystal clean, closed his eyes, and swallowed it. A short while later, the three formidable individuals set out again, continuing their hunt for special zombies. The school's broadcast system had a shrinking range, clearly indicating that many speakers had been destroyed by the zombies. Some students remained in their dormitories, too afraid to venture out, likely hoarding a bit of food, while others had either gone to the cafeteria or perished on the way. There were also those like Zhao Kuan and his group, forced to seek refuge elsewhere. Despite this, a considerable number still managed to reach the cafeteria. Now its doors were tightly locked, and every window was sealed with newspapers concealing all activity within from the outside world. Inside the cafeteria was a chaotic sea of people, as noisy as a marketplace, filled with endless weeping and clamor. School authorities struggled to maintain order, but the students, teetering on the edge of collapse, refused to listen. At the front, the principal wore a grim expression as he reviewed the gathered statistics. With over 30,000 faculty and students, yet fewer than 2,000 had made it to the cafeteria. How could he accept this? Are there any survivors still out there who haven't arrived? The principal asked. An administrator sighed. Surely there are, but the cafeteria is now surrounded by zombies. Even if they wanted to come, they can't. Alas, the principal let out a deep sigh. Let's just serve the students their meals. They must be starving. Soon dishes were brought to the counters. At the sight of food, the crowd fell silent momentarily before rushing forward in a frantic scramble. Students, please don't push. Line up, everyone will get their share. The principal shouted through a megaphone. But the students, overwhelmed by hunger, paid no heed. Some even attempted to climb the counters to snatch the food. Left with no choice, the principal ordered the cafeteria staff to withdraw the meals. This finally brought the students to their senses, and they obediently formed a line. The staff then brought the food back out. Those at the front eagerly grabbed trays, their eyes fixed on the dishes. This, and this. I want it all, and give me extra rice, one student demanded. But the cafeteria worker merely scooped a spoonful of rice and a spoonful of potatoes onto his tray before turning to the next person. What's the meaning of this? I have money on my meal card. You can charge me for the whole day. Exactly how is this little bit supposed to fill anyone up? The cafeteria erupted into chaos once more. Quiet, everyone, quiet. The principal shouted again through the megaphone. I know you're all hungry, but as you can see, we're living through the darkest, most difficult time in human history. Food is extremely scarce. We don't know when rescue will come, but we must believe that our country won't abandon us. By rationing now, we can stretch our supplies a few more days and hold on to hope for a rescue. Hearing the principal's words, the students gradually quieted down, understanding the logic. Soon those who received their meals sat down and began to wolf them down greedily. Perhaps for the first time in their school lives, the food tasted incredibly good. Many even licked their plates clean, still unsatisfied. Watching the ravenous students, the principal asked a cafeteria worker, based on the current headcount, how long can our rice and vegetables last? The worker thought for a moment. With careful rationing, the rice might last 7 or 8 days. But the vegetables spoil quickly. We usually buy just enough for the day. Even with fewer people, now most of the produce won't keep beyond 3 or 4 days. Frowning at this news, the principal worried about when rescue might arrive. If the food ran out before help came, he dreaded the consequences. From now on, cook less each time. Stretch things out as much as possible. Understood. The worker nodded, his brow also furrowed. It seemed kanji would have to suffice. In the library, over 30 people sat slumped on the floor, drained of energy. Though they had escaped the zombies, hunger remained a pressing issue. The library held no food. Outside, the zombies still roamed, making it impossible to leave anytime soon. Many regretted their decision, wishing they had stayed in their dorms. Just then, a sharp crinkle sound drew everyone's attention. Curly Hair was holding a pack of instant noodles, just opening it to eat, when he felt the atmosphere shift. Looking up, he met a sea of intense stares. What are you all doing? He stammered weakly. You still have food. Share some with us. Yeah, we're all classmates. We should help each other, the crowd murmured, closing in on him. Alarmed, Curly Hair protested this. This is all I have. But before he could finish, a group pounced, snatching the noodles from his hands and rifling through his backpack and pockets. What are you doing? You can't do this. That's mine, he shouted. Yet no one listened. The very people who had earlier condemned others for stealing now turned into ravenous wolves, stripping Curly Hair of everything. The 3 other members of Dorm 708, who had planned to eat as well, quickly hid their supplies upon witnessing this. But their furtive movements were soon spotted, and those who had failed to grab anything lunged at them. In no time, they shared Curly Hair's fate, completely cleaned out. Serves them right. Old Black and Skinny Monkey muttered with grim satisfaction. I didn't know they had food stashed away, Zhao Kuan remarked with a smirk. They didn't join the looting, but neither did they intervene, watching silently. Such is human nature, Yaoguang sighed, pulling a piece of bread from his backpack and taking a bite. His action drew the attention of those who had come up empty-handed. As they edged closer, Yaoguang picked up his blood-stained iron pipe and fixed them with a cold stare. Take one more step and see what happens. The crowd halted, intimidated by the pipe, smeared with fresh blood, which quelled their greed. They were certain this man would not hesitate to kill. Seeing their hesitation, Yaoguang ate openly before them all. Old Black and Skinny Monkey also brought out their own food and ate, exhausted from the fighting. Though the others eyed their meals with ravenous envy, no one dared approach. Watching this, Curly Hair and his friends were on the verge of tears. Wasn't it blatant bullying of the weak? On the other side, Yaoguang and his companions resumed their quest for special zombies. The school teamed with people and naturally with zombies as well. Almost every step they took, they encountered one. Before long, Yaoguang spotted another special zombie. See that group of zombies over there? There's a special one among them, Yaoguang said, pointing to a cluster of zombies wandering on the grass. There were over 20 of them, likely drawn here by the broadcast, though the speakers on the lawn had already been destroyed. Over 20. That's a bit troublesome, Chunhao frowned. Yeah, and there are several other hordes nearby. If we drag this out, we'll easily attract them all. So should we still go for it? Hu Wenliang asked. Absolutely. Special zombies aren't easy to find. How's he try to lure some away? If we can reduce their numbers, it'll be much easier to handle. Alright, I'll give it a shot. Chunhao turned invisible and slowly approached. Once near the group, he pulled out a few pebbles and tossed them nearby. However, this trick worked well in the dormitory, but proved useless on the grass. The pebbles landed without a sound, failing to attract the zombies. After several futile attempts, he had no choice but to return in defeat. Can't lure them away, Chunhao said sheepishly. Then we'll have to force our way through, Yaoguang replied helplessly. Hold on, maybe I can try my newly developed assassination art. Chunhao suddenly exclaimed. Assassination art? What's that? Yaoguang asked, puzzled. Let me rest a bit and recharge my energy first. Chunhao chuckled, keeping the details to himself. Alright, looking forward to your performance, Yaoguang smiled. After more than 10 minutes, Chunhao stood up. I'm ready. Don't rush in yet, wait for my signal. Is this reliable? Don't overdo it, Yaoguang said. Don't worry, I've rehearsed it countless times in my mind. Fine, be careful. Yaoguang nodded. Chunhao turned invisible again and quickly approached the zombie group. This time he didn't stop. He went straight up to a zombie and struck it with his iron pipe, killing it in one blow. However, as he struck, his body became visible. The group of zombies froze for a moment, but quickly reacted and charged at him with roars. Chunhao was prepared. After killing the zombie, he immediately retreated, and after a few steps his figure vanished again. Under Yaoguang's true sight, Chunhao moved with light steps, minimizing noise, and the grass helped him run swiftly, without a sound. He didn't flee in a straight line either. Instead, he circled around to avoid the charging zombies. The group of zombies, seeing the person suddenly disappear, was bewildered. Their mindless brains couldn't comprehend how he had vanished. Soon the zombies began wandering in place again. Meanwhile, Chunhao circled around to another zombie, struck with his iron pipe, killing it instantly, then quickly retreated and disappeared once more. He toyed with the group, leaving them unable to find him. So this is his assassination art. It's actually quite impressive, Yaoguang remarked in surprise. How's he is awesome. Hu Wenliang couldn't see Chunhao when he was invisible. He only saw him appear, suddenly kill a zombie, vanish, and then reappear elsewhere. One strike, one kill, then disappear. It looked incredibly cool. Chunhao managed to kill 9 zombies in this manner before finally reaching his limit. Feeling dizzy and lightheaded, he knew his ability was at its peak. He forced himself to endure the dizziness and ran back. Once he reached the greenery where they were hiding, Chunhao quickly deactivated his invisibility and slumped to the ground. Phew. This thing drains too much energy, he said weakly. Yeah, but you've done great, Hauzi. You took out almost half of them. Yaoguang praised him. Exactly, Hauzi, you're amazing, Hu Wenliang said with admiration. Of course, but I won't be able to use my ability for at least half an hour now, Chunhao said helplessly. No problem. There are only 13 left. Rest up and well charge in directly, Yaoguang said. Alright. After resting a while, Chunhao stood up. Though his ability was temporarily unusable, it didn't affect his normal combat. Then the 3 of them charged at the zombie group with their iron pipes. As they appeared, the zombies quickly spotted them and rushed over excitedly. As they closed in, the 3 swung their iron pipes and quickly took down 3 zombies. By then the remaining 10 had pounced. They pulled out their pipes, switching from thrusts to sweeps, and lashed out fiercely at the horde. With their immense strength, the zombies in front were swept backward. At this moment, the special zombie stood out. While the others staggered back several steps, it only retreated 2. He'll handle the special one. Leave the rest to you, Yaoguang said. Got it. The 2 nodded and charged at the other zombies. Meanwhile, Yaoguang thrust his iron pipe viciously at the special zombie. The open grass gave him plenty of room to wield his weapon freely. He unleashed a flurry of thrusts, swings, and bashes at the special zombie. Before long, its skull was shattered by Yaoguang's pipe, and it collapsed to the ground. By then, Chunhao and Hu Wenliang had each taken down 2 more zombies, leaving only 5. Yongbin quickly retrieved the crystal from the special zombie's head, then joined the others to finish off the remaining ones. Let's go. After the slaughter, they swiftly fled, running into the distance. The area was no longer safe. Once they hid in a zombie-free spot, Yongbin took out the special crystal. Before he could speak, Chunhao said directly, "Bin good, don't ask this time. Just eat it. Yeah, Bin go, hurry up and eat it. Let's see what changes occur." Hu Wenliang said. All right. Yongbin nodded without hesitation, cleaned the crystal, and swallowed it. Soon the crystal transformed into energy that surged through his body. However, after the energy fully merged, Yongbin frowned. What's wrong, Bin go? Did it not work? Seeing his expression, the two asked curiously. Yongbin shook his head. It worked, but not as well as I expected. I thought after eating the second crystal, the second corner of the first star would light up, but it didn't. Still, my strength has increased, just not as noticeably as with the first crystal. I see. No worries as long as your strength improves, Chunhao said with a smile. Yeah, I think it's because the crystal wasn't enough. The second corner might require more crystals to light up. That's possible, Hu Wenliang said. Then let's keep searching. The school is huge, and there are plenty of zombies. We'll find more. Yeah, let's go. Continue. Outside the library. Brother Bin, are you sure this will work? Chunhao swallowed hard as he looked at the swarm of over 100 zombies ahead. Well, we have to give it a try. It's rare to encounter a special zombie. Yongbin replied, feeling uncertain himself. The sheer number was indeed terrifying. Howsy, why don't you use your assassination Dao to wear them down slowly? Hu Wenliang suggested. With this many, even with my assassination Dao, there's nowhere to hide. Once they charge, they'll flush me out, Chunhao said helplessly. Then what do we do? Yongbin activated his true sight and scanned the surroundings. Suddenly his eyes lit up. I have an idea. What idea? Both of them looked at him simultaneously. Yongbin pointed toward the back of the library. Over there is Yusen Lake. The arched bridge in the middle of the lake is only about 2.5 meters wide. We can lure these zombies onto that bridge. Fighting them there will be much easier. We can just knock them into the lake. But it's over 1,000 meters from here to that bridge. If other zombies intercept us on the way, won't we be doomed? Hu Wenliang frowned. I just checked. There aren't many zombies between the library and Yusen Lake. But I didn't get a full view, but it's too far, and there are many obstacles. My ability can't see everything. So hey, race the plan, I'll go ahead with you to clear the zombies on the path first. Howsy stays here, and once we've cleared enough, you lead the zombies over. With your current physical condition, as long as there's no blockage ahead, those zombies won't catch you, Yongbin said. He chose Chunhao for the bait because of his invisibility. Even if something went wrong, he could escape. Alright. Chunhao nodded without any hesitation. Look at the one on the left wearing a blue t-shirt with a crew cut. That's the special zombie. Keep an eye on it. It doesn't matter if the others come or not, but we can't miss this one. Understood. Chunhao nodded again. After finalizing the plan, Yongbin led Hu Wenliang toward Yusen Lake. As Yongbin had said, there weren't many zombies along this path. The two moved forward, eliminating every zombie they encountered to avoid hindering Chunhao later. Soon they arrived at Yusen Lake, one of the school's scenic spots. The scenery was beautiful. Rows of willow trees lined the shore with benches placed beneath them. In the past, many students loved coming here to read. The atmosphere was refreshing and calming. It was also a popular spot for couples where the benches were often occupied by pairs. But now the two had no mind for the scenery. They went straight to the arched bridge and sent a message to Chunhao. Back at the library, Chunhao picked up a stone, turned invisible, and approached the zombie horde. He stopped about 7 or 8 meters from the zombies, aimed at the special zombie, and hurled the stone. With a thud, the stone struck the special zombie's head squarely. Though it didn't draw blood, the impact was substantial. Roar! The special zombie let out a loud roar, throwing the entire horde into chaos. Hey! Chunhao revealed himself and greeted them politely. Seeing a living person suddenly appear, the zombies excitedly lunged at him. The special zombie in particular fixed its blood-red eyes on Chunhao. Having achieved his goal, Chunhao turned and ran. A massive horde of zombies chased after him wildly, a spectacular sight. Inside the library. Hey, why are those zombies leaving? Someone said in surprise, peering through a crack in the door. Yaoguang quickly came over, and seeing the zombies truly gone was overjoyed. They're really gone. Great. Get ready. Once they're far enough, we'll leave. Yaoguang said to Old He and Shouho beside him. Alright. Chunhao led the zombie horde toward Yusen Lake. The path had been cleared by Yongbin, and Hu Wenliang, so no incidents occurred. With his enhanced physique, he was much faster than the zombies, easily leading them to the rendezvous point without much pressure. Yongbin and Hu Wenliang were already prepared for battle. Good work, Howsy. Need a rest? No need. This distance isn't enough to tire me, Chunhao said. The three stood at the highest point of the arched bridge, iron pipes in hand. The 2.5-meter width was just enough for them to defend. Soon the zombie horde charged over. But due to the bridge's narrowness, they couldn't swarm all at once, and many in the front were knocked into the lake. However, the water near the shore wasn't deep, and the zombies quickly crawled out. One by one, they rushed onto the bridge, lunging at the trio. Yongbin struck first. A sweeping blow with his iron pipe sent several zombies tumbling into the lake. Though the bridge had railings only 70 centimeters high, Yang Bin's strength easily swept them over. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang joined in smashing each zombie that charged into the water. Haha, brother Bin, you're a genius. This method works great. Chen Hao laughed. Yeah, it's much easier than killing them. Hu Wenliang agreed with a grin. You're celebrating too soon, Yang Bin suddenly said. What's wrong? Take a look below, Yang Bin replied helplessly. They both glanced down and their expressions turned priceless. Holy crap, these zombies can swim. The fallen zombies were paddling their hands in the water slowly, making their way back to shore. It wasn't exactly swimming. Their heads stayed submerged and their arms moved more instinctively. But the key point was that they couldn't drown. As long as they kept paddling, they'd make it. Damn. So our plan is useless, Chen Hao said in exasperation. Yang Bin was equally frustrated. This had caught him off guard. He had assumed that mindless zombies would be done for once they fell into the water. But now that they could paddle, knocking them down was pointless. They'd just climb out and keep attacking. So I guess there's no cutting corners. Let's kill them, Yang Bin said with resignation. All right. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang shook their heads with bitter smiles and switched from sweeping to thrusting. Fortunately, with their strength and the terrain advantage, killing the zombies wasn't too hard, just tiring. Soon zombies fell one by one under their iron pipes, staining the bridge with blood. After they had killed over 30 zombies, the special one finally charged up. Yang Bin gripped his iron pipe, tightly mustered his strength, and thrust it fiercely into the special zombie's head. Despite the great resistance, the pipe pierced through, killing it in a single blow. After consuming the second crystal, Yang Bin's power had increased again. With his full strength, even a special zombie couldn't withstand his strike. After the special zombie fell, Yang Bin kicked the subsequent zombies off the bridge and dragged the special zombie's corpse over to avoid having to search through the bodies later. Half an hour later, all the zombies were dealt with. The bridge and its surroundings were littered with corpses, and the lake water was almost stained red with blood. The three of them collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. After a long while, Yang Bin got up, walked over to the special zombie's corpse, and skillfully extracted the crystal from its head. Before he could speak, Chen Hao said directly, "Bin Gu, don't bother asking us. Eat it quickly, and see if you can light up the second horn." "Yeah, Bin Gu, I'm curious too," Hu Wenliang added. Yang Bin nodded, didn't stand on ceremony, and swallowed the crystal. After a moment, however, he frowned again. "What's wrong, Bin Gu? Still not lit?" Chen Hao asked. "No," Yang Bin shook his head. "Did your strength improve at least?" "Yes, but the effect was even weaker than the last one," Yang Bin said helplessly. "It's fine as long as it improves." "Well, just eat a few more, it'll light up eventually," Chen Hao said. After resting for a while, they stood up and headed back to the dormitory. It was already getting dark, so they obviously couldn't continue fighting. When they returned to the dormitory building, they were surprised to find that the people from their building had come back. At that moment, a group of people with grim faces was about to go upstairs, seemingly having just returned as well. The arrival of Yang Bin and his group immediately drew their attention. Zhao Kuan and the others looked at Yang Bin with resentment. Yang Bin looked at Zhao Kuan puzzled and asked, "Why are you back?" "So it's a long story," Zhao Kuan said with a bitter smile, then recounted their journey to Yang Bin. "The cafeteria is surrounded by zombies now, we can't get in, so we had to come back," Zhao Kuan said helplessly. "Well, that is indeed rough," Yang Bin said sympathetically. "If that fool hadn't lured those zombies away, we'd probably still be trapped in the library," Old Black said, still shaken. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was displeased. "Hey Black, who are you calling a fool? I wasn't talking about you." "Damn, don't tell me it was you who lured them away," Old Black said wide-eyed. "What do you think? I saved your lives. So how are you going to thank me?" Chen Hao laughed. "Oh, it really was you. How did you escape from over 100 zombies?" "Simple, I killed them all." Zhao Kuan and the others were speechless, but they didn't doubt Chen Hao's words, knowing that with Madman Yang around it was indeed possible. However, while Zhao Kuan and his group believed him, others clearly did not. Someone immediately spoke up in displeasure. "What a load of crap. Over 100 zombies, and you killed them all. Why don't you say you can fly?" "Hilarious. Are you saying that all of us together are no match for you few? You sure can brag." "Exactly. When we were out there fighting for our lives, you were hiding in your dorms, and now you're putting on airs." Hearing this, Zhao Kuan and his two companions felt a chill and looked at them with pity. How dare these people? This time the four of Dorm 708 remained silent in tacit agreement. They had recognized Yang Bin and Chen Hao at first glance, but said nothing. Their experience in the library had shown them the true nature of this group, so they naturally wouldn't warn them. "Bin Gu, my hands are itching," Chen Hao said, looking at Yang Bin. "Go ahead. Don't hold back on my account." "Roger." Chen Hao walked straight up to the two who had shouted the loudest and slapped them across the face. Slap. A resounding slap echoed as one man was knocked to the ground, losing 2 teeth. "Damn, why are you hitting people? Yeah, what gives you the right? Can't we even call out a liar?" Seeing Chen Hao's action, the others grew indignant. Ignoring the others, Chen Hao backhanded the second man to the ground as well. "Damn, he's too arrogant." The crowd was enraged. Wasn't this a direct slap in their faces? "Zhao Kuan, what do you say?" Despite their anger, they still had to ask for Zhao Kun's opinion since he knew these people. Zhao Kun's strength during the journey commanded their respect, so they had to give him face. Don't drag me into your suicide mission, Yaoguang said directly. What do you mean? It means exactly what it sounds like. If you want to die, go ahead, but leave me out of it. Yaoguang decisively distanced himself from the group. Damn provoking, that madman was practically asking for death. Seeing Yaoguang's reaction, the group was stunned. They had witnessed how fierce Yaoguang was. He and his men had killed most of the zombies. Yet this same formidable Yaoguang seemed to be afraid of these few people. Many suddenly came to their senses. Even a fool could tell these people were not to be trifled with. However, while they had sobered up, the two who had been slapped were blinded by rage. They scrambled to their feet, one grabbing a fruit knife, and the other snatching a steel pipe from someone nearby, swinging it at Chunhao's head. Damn, it'll kill you. Chunhao sneered, swinging his own iron pipe at the one with the steel pipe, knocking him flat with a single blow. He then kicked the other man, sending him flying several meters with immense force. Hiss! Witnessing this, the crowd gasped in shock. Sending a person flying several meters with a kick. Just how strong was he? Yaoguang and his companions exchanged glances, seeing the answer in each other's eyes. Clearly, Chunhao's strength had also increased. The two men on the ground were obviously badly hurt, and couldn't get up for a long time, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Chunhao. This is just a lesson. Remember to watch your mouth in the future, Chunhao said coolly. With that, Chunhao returned to stand behind Yongbin, and they headed upstairs. The people in front quickly made way. Only then did they realize that the one who had acted wasn't the leader. Could the leader in front be even fiercer? When they left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yaoguang looked at the two on the ground and shook his head. Count yourselves lucky. If Madman Yang had acted, you'd probably be dead by now. Would he really kill someone? How, what world do you think this is? Is killing really that hard? Everyone involuntarily shivered. Yes, the world had changed and human life seemed worthless now. The streets were filled with dismembered bodies. Who knew when their own would be among them? From now on, they'd better be more careful with their words. The two who had been beaten were also terrified and shut their mouths, not daring to speak another word. Yongbin and his companions returned to the dormitory, pulling out a few packs of bread and bottles of water from their backpacks to eat. Since they hadn't brought their backpacks when they went out at noon, they were now quite hungry. Brother Bin, we don't have much food left. At most, it'll last until tomorrow. Looks like we'll need to search for supplies. And then we need to think about where to find food. Given Zhao Kun's situation, the cafeteria is probably out of the question. No need to guess. So many people went to the cafeteria that it would have attracted a massive horde of zombies. By now, getting in or out of there is impossible. Then it's a good thing we didn't go to the cafeteria after all. Definitely. Even if we could get in, we'd be trapped. With so many people there, how long could the food last? Yongbin shook his head. True. If rescue doesn't come, those people in the cafeteria are in for a rough time. That's the school administration's concern. We need to figure out where to get food, Yongbin said. I have an idea where we can find supplies, Chunhao offered. Where? The supermarkets. There are several on campus. If we take over just one, we could last half a month or more. Right, the supermarket is a good plan. Alright, tomorrow we'll head to the supermarket. Yongbin decided directly. By the way, how's he check online and see if anyone's talking about those crystals? Okay. Chunhao quickly pulled out his phone and scrolled through it for a while before saying, nothing yet. Right now the internet is full of people begging for help, videos of groups killing zombies and tutorials on how to fight them. Yongbin nodded. Either no one has discovered them yet, or those who have are keeping quiet. After all, everyone likes to get rich in silence. Yeah, just like us. Alright, let's rest early. Tomorrow we fight again. Late at night, the 9 stars of the Big Dipper reappeared, and the zombies fell silent one by one. In the zoo, as if awakening to a bloodline surge, fierce beasts easily broke through the iron bars and regained their freedom. Day 3 of the apocalypse. Early morning. Yongbin and his group changed clothes again, ate a simple breakfast, and walked out of the dormitory. As they descended the stairs, they found a large crowd gathered below, seemingly waiting for them. Yongbin frowned and looked at Yaoguang. What's going on? Yaoguang smiled bitterly. These guys couldn't stand the hunger anymore. They tried to go out for food early this morning, but were driven back by zombies. Now they want you to lead them out. I don't have the ability to lead so many dead weights, Yongbin said bluntly. We're not dead weights. We can fight zombies. Yeah, we're not afraid of them anymore. Oh really? Then why did you all come running back in defeat? Chunhao laughed. That's because the zombies got stronger, so we couldn't beat them. If you think I'd believe that. Chunhao sneered. It's true. I'm not lying. The group grew anxious. Yongbin's eyes flickered. Let's go take a look. What about them? If they can keep up, they can follow. But I'm warning you now, following us is dangerous. Don't expect me to save you. This. Hearing his words, the crowd hesitated. However, Yaoguang and his 2 companions immediately followed. Seeing this, the others gritted their teeth and joined in. The broadcast had stopped the night before. Perhaps the school leaders felt it was pointless, as most speakers were now broken and the sound couldn't travel far. Not far from the dormitory entrance, Yongbin and his group spotted 2 zombies feasting on a corpse. Upon seeing the living, they charged excitedly. Yongbin struck first, smashing his iron pipe into one zombie's head, shattering it. He then thrust at the other, killing it with a single blow. The entire motion fluid and seamless. Everyone watched wide-eyed. Could killing zombies really be this simple? Even Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang were impressed. They had always stabbed zombies with their pipes. This was the first time they'd seen someone use a smashing technique. It seemed Brother Bin's strength had improved significantly. Zhao Kuan and his companions stared at Yang Bin in shock, clearly sensing his increased power. They exchanged bitter smiles. The gap between them was growing wider. Yang Bin looked at the stunned crowd in confusion. I don't feel any improvement. The crowd was speechless. Taking down 2 zombies in 2 moves, and you don't feel anything. That's impossible. Everyone was deeply awed by Yang Bin's strength, finally understanding why he was their leader. Those who had harbored resentment quickly suppressed such thoughts, fearing a blow from his pipe. How about we give it a try next? Zhao Kuan suddenly suggested. Having fought many zombies themselves, they would know if the zombies had grown stronger. Sure, that works, Yang Bin agreed. The group hadn't gone far when they encountered 5 more zombies. Spotting the crowd, the creatures charged madly. Yang Bin held back as Chun Hao, Hu Wenliang, and Zhao Kun's trio stepped forward. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang drove their pipes into the zombies' heads, but the strikes didn't kill them instantly. Frowning, they applied more force, finally piercing through the skulls. Meanwhile, Zhao Kun's group struggled. Their pipes struck the zombies' necks, but failed to sever them. Instead, the zombies' immense strength pushed them back several steps. Fortunately, the trio was experienced. They attacked again after the first failure. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Zhao Kuan and his companions were repeatedly knocked back by the zombies, only to keep thrusting at their necks. After 5 or 6 attempts, they finally severed one. Returning to the group, Zhao Kuan said with a hint of fear, "These zombies are definitely stronger. About 50 more powerful than at the start." Yang Bin nodded. His suspicions were correct. The zombies were evolving, growing significantly stronger each day. If that's the case, humans can't just hide, even with food, or well, all perish eventually, he thought. Everyone's mood grew heavy. Zombies were already difficult to deal with, and now they were becoming stronger. How could they survive? Let's go, Yang Bin said, shaking off the thoughts. He would focus on the path ahead. With Yang Bin's true sight, the group encountered many zombies along the way, but they were always in groups of 3 to 5. Whenever there were more than 10, Yang Bin would steer clear in advance. Soon they arrived at a small supermarket nearest to the dormitory. Seeing the supermarket, everyone was thrilled because it meant food at last. Hey, it's not locked, Chun Hao remarked in surprise. Someone's locked it from the inside, Yang Bin said. Oh, I see. Should we go in? Let them in. We'll go to another supermarket and not compete with them. Bringing them here is already the best we can do. Yang Bin turned to Zhao Kuan behind him and said, You stay here. There are people inside. Oh, just ask them to open the door. We'll look for food elsewhere. All right, Zhao Kuan nodded. In truth, he wanted to follow Yang Bin, but he knew in his heart that when Yang Bin had asked if they wanted to join the rescue mission, and they refused, the bond between them had become difficult to restore as teammates. Though Yang Bin didn't say anything, Zhao Kuan could sense that he was deliberately keeping his distance. Soon Yang Bin left with Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang. The others paid no attention to where they went. For them, only the supermarket in front mattered. Soon someone went up to knock on the door. However, after knocking for a long time, there was no sound from inside. Inside the supermarket, 7 or 8 people were hiding, hearing the knocks, but staying silent. Shortly after, the people outside began to ram the door violently. Hearing the loud bangs, the people inside were startled, knowing that if the ramming continued, it would attract all the nearby zombies. Helpless, they had no choice but to open the door. As the door swung open, a large crowd rushed in and began frantically scavenging for food. The people inside wanted to stop them, but faced with several times their number, they could only give up in frustration. Yang Bin and his group, unaware of what happened later, had already set out toward another larger supermarket. As they walked, Yang Bin kept searching for special zombies. Whether by luck or because special zombies had become more numerous, he soon spotted one, and it was in a small group of only 7 or 8 zombies. Without hesitation, Yang Bin led the 2 toward the group to kill them. Soon they clashed. Yang Bin struck first, smashing a zombie's head with a swing of his iron pipe, then piercing another with a straight thrust. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang also acted immediately, swiftly dispatching the zombies in front of them. The moment they made contact, they had already killed 4 zombies. Then the special zombie charged at Yang Bin. His iron pipe had just thrust out and hadn't been retracted yet, so he could only kick it away. Then he pulled out the pipe, and before the special zombie could regain its balance, pierced its head in one fatal blow. He hadn't yet lit his second horn, but he had already consumed 3 crystals, making him much stronger than before. A special zombie like this no longer needed a second strike. By this time, Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang had also finished off the remaining zombies. The whole process took less than a minute. Yang Bin walked over to the special zombie's corpse, pried out the crystal, and handed it to Chun Hao. You should eat another one, he said. But Chun Hao shook his head. Brother Bin, I feel my strength is enough for now. You should keep it. We need high-end combat power to feel safer, so you eat it. Yeah, Brother Bin, look how much easier it's been since you got stronger. Besides, we're curious to see how strong you'll be after lighting the second horn. Hearing their words, Yang Bin thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll pass them to you once I reach the second tier. With that, he swallowed the crystal. He felt his strength increase, but not by much, less effective than the previous one. Yangbin frowned. At this rate the crystals would eventually lose their effect. How was he supposed to light the second horn? After thinking for a long time, without coming up with an answer, Yangbin could only shake his head. He would have to take it one step at a time. Let's go. Continue. They moved forward, avoiding zombies whenever possible and only dealing with those they couldn't avoid. After walking for about half an hour, they finally reached their destination, Wumei Supermarket, the largest supermarket on campus. However, this one was also locked from the inside. Yangbin activated his true sight, eye to look inside. Soon a strange expression appeared on his face. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Chunhao asked curiously. I ran into an acquaintance. An acquaintance? Who? Your old flame. Lucia, right? And your love rival. Haha, we have to get in and see. Hu Wenliang said, eager to stir up trouble. Just the two of them? Chunhao asked again, a hint of sadness in his eyes. No, there are about 20-odd people, Yangbin said. But that doesn't stop you from taking him down. Liangzi and I have your back. That's right, Haozi, take him down. Let's see if anyone else dares to move. Chunhao took a deep breath. Let's go in. They walked to the supermarket door and knocked. The supermarket, which had been noisy, suddenly fell silent, clearly unwilling to let anyone else in. Yangbin smiled, then kicked the rolling shutter door, hard, punching a hole through it. He tore the hole open with his bare hands until it was big enough to crawl through, then slipped inside. Chunhao and Hu Wenliang quickly followed. Inside the supermarket, a group of people stared at them with wide eyes, clearly startled. What are you doing? If you break the door, what'll happen when the zombies come? A man in expensive clothes, fairly handsome, walked over with an angry expression. Oh, sorry, we knocked, but no one answered. We thought the place was empty. Sorry, but it looks like you'll have to find another spot, Yangbin said with a smile. There are zombies everywhere now. Where else can we go? Fix the door, or we'll be forced to get rough, the man snarled. How rough? Yangbin asked calmly. Break your legs and throw you out, the man snapped coldly. Oh, I see. I never learned how to fix doors, but I do know how to fix people, Yangbin said. What do you mean? I mean. Thud. A dull thud sounded, and the man flew several meters away, curling into a ball. Brother, how? The others were instantly shocked. A few women hurried over to help the man up, while the remaining men grabbed steel pipes and glared at Yangbin. You motherfucker, how dare you hit Brother Hao? Are you tired of living? What, you want to fight? Yangbin raised the bloodstained iron pipe, pointing it at the group as he spoke coldly. The crowd was momentarily intimidated by his aura, clutching their steel pipes, but hesitating to advance. At that moment, the man who had been struck struggled to his feet, with the help of others glaring viciously at Yangbin. You dare hit me? You're courting death. Kill him. Just as both sides were about to clash, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Chunhao. A woman in a green dress with a pure appearance stood beside the man, staring at Chunhao in astonishment. Without needing to guess, this was Chunhao's ex-girlfriend Lucia. Hearing her voice, Chunhao's body stiffened noticeably. Even though he had resolved to let go, the pain still gripped his heart. This was the woman he had loved for 3 years, and moving on was far from easy. So it's Yushia's loser ex-boyfriend. What, wasn't the last humiliation enough? You're asking for more trouble. The man's eyes gleamed with mockery as he looked at Chunhao. Clearly he was Wang Yuehao, the target of Lu Xia's infidelity. Chunhao, just leave. There's no future for us, Lu Xia said coldly, evidently assuming he had come for her. Chunhao let out a bitter laugh, muttering to himself, I'm such a fool, still dreaming you might change your mind. What's still pining for my Xia? Ha, a loser like you could never deserve her. Wang Yuehao said smugly, his hand casually sliding to Lu Xia's waist. You're just bragging about wearing second-hand goods, Yangbin chuckled. He patted Chunhao's shoulder and said, forget that woman. She's tainted now. If it eats at you, go confiscate the weapon. I've got your back. Yeah, how's I'm with you? Chunhao shook his head. Forget it. She's a stranger now, no need to stir up more trouble. Let's go, Brother Bin, we need to get supplies. Oh, fine. Yangbin sighed. But just as they were willing to let things go, some people simply courted death. Ha, a loser is always a loser, cowering and backing down. Do you think losers like you deserve to touch the supplies here? Break their legs. Damn, it'll make sure you're carried out today. Hearing Wang Yuehao's words, the hesitant men gritted their teeth, grabbed their steel pipes, and charged at them. Sigh, those who seek their own doom cannot be saved. Yangbin shook his head, swinging his iron pipe casually. It struck the leading man, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to rise. With another sweep, the pipe hit 2 others in the chest, making them spit blood and tumble backward. Chunhao and Hu Wenliang also acted, instantly swinging their steel pipes at the group. Anyone they struck fell and couldn't get up. In no time, over a dozen people were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Witnessing this, the remaining onlookers stared in shock. Over a dozen men taken down in moments. What kind of monsters were these guys? Chunhao stepped toward Wang Yuehao. What are you doing? I'm the young master of the Wang Corporation. If you dare touch me, you're dead. Wang Yuehao was panicking, now retreating as he spoke. Yet Chunhao, don't be rash, Lu Xia said nervously. Do you care about him? Chunhao asked, looking at her. He's my boyfriend. Don't hurt him. Ha, boyfriend. Hearing that word from your lips is grating as hell. You're only with him for his money, aren't you? But it's the apocalypse now, his money means nothing. He's nothing but a waste. Chunhao said coldly, then turned to Wang Yuehao. I didn't want any more entanglements, but you insisted on courting death. Since that's the case, let's settle the score. With that, Chun Hao kicked Wang Yuehao squarely in the groin. A blood-curdling scream rang out, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Remember, in your next life, keep that thing in check. Don't let it run wild. Wang Yuehao was beyond answering, writhing on the ground as his trousers quickly stained with blood. Chun Hao, you. Lu Xia stared wide-eyed, never expecting such ruthlessness from him. What? Want a kick too? Chun Hao's cold gaze made her freeze in fear. He laughed, feeling the weight in his heart lift. Turning, he walked toward Yang Bin and the others. The rest watched him in terror, not daring to move. Good one, Haozi, Yang Bin said, patting his shoulder. Chun Hao shook his head. Let's go get the supplies. Soon the three headed deeper into the supermarket, leaving the panicked crowd behind. Wang Yuehao continued to scream, Lu Xia wanting to comfort him, but unsure how. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps sounded from outside. The screams had attracted nearby zombies. Hearing this, everyone was terrified. Quick, block the door, a woman shouted frantically. Muzzle him first, another urged. Lu Xia quickly covered Wang Yuehao's mouth, while three other women pushed a nearby shelf behind the door. Wang Yuehao's eyes bulged in fury at Lu Xia. I've been crippled, and you won't even let me scream. Shh. But soon the rolling door shuddered under violent impact, silencing him. Watching the wobbling shelf, the less injured men struggled up and pushed another shelf over. Yang Bin and his companions noticed this from inside, but paid it no mind. In a supermarket, even if zombies broke in, they posed little threat. They kept stuffing their backpacks with food, bread, water, biscuits, packing them to the brim. They still needed to go out and hunt for crystals, so they wouldn't stay in the supermarket forever. Naturally, they had to stock up. Yang Bin grabbed a bottle of cola, took a swig, and said, there are quite a few zombies outside now. Getting out might be tricky. We should have made him shut up earlier. It was just stealing someone's girl, not enough to warrant murder, Chun Hao said with a wry smile. Sometimes you have to be ruthless to survive longer in the apocalypse. But forget it, that kind of mindset isn't easy to change. Take it slow. After eating their fill at the supermarket, the group shouldered their backpacks and stood up. Not far away, the other group watched Yang Bin and his companions rise, their hearts tightening in fear that they might be beaten again. However, their worries were unfounded. Yang Bin and his men had no interest in them. Brother Bin, how do we get out? Hu Wenliang asked. Let's check the back. I recall this supermarket has a rear door. See how many zombies are there. All right. After some discussion, they headed toward the back of the store. Though it was comfortable eating and drinking in the supermarket, they knew well that comfort was reserved for the dead. The zombies were evolving, and if they didn't improve, doom awaited them. Soon they found the rear door. Yang Bin used his true sight to scan outside. While there were some zombies, it wasn't overwhelming, and with their strength, breaking through should be feasible. The rear door was locked. Yang Bin casually picked the lock and opened it. The sound of the door opening quickly attracted several nearby zombies. They charged at the group with roars, and the trio swiftly dispatched them at top speed. Hurry, other zombies must have heard the noise and will arrive soon. Yeah. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang nodded, and the three dashed off into the distance. Whether intentional or not, Yang Bin left the door wide open. As they departed, the group inside the supermarket breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Bin and his men had exerted immense pressure on them. Though nearly 20 in number, they couldn't match the others' fighting prowess. Moreover, these guys were ruthless. Several still hadn't gotten up. Some men hastily bandaged Wang Yuehao's groin area. Since it wasn't a pharmacy, they had no medicine, only simple dressings. But looking at the bloodied mess, everyone shuddered. It was a tragedy how another eunuch had been born in China. In such a state, even before the apocalypse, it couldn't be healed unless a prosthetic was fitted. Slap. Wang Yuehao, seeing his ruined genitals, viciously slapped Lu Xia across the face. Bitch, this is all your fault. You? Lu Xia covered her cheek, staring at Wang Yuehao in disbelief. She never imagined he would blame her. Slap. Another blow. What are you staring at, slut? If I'm crippled, you won't have it easy either. At that moment, Wang Yuehao fully revealed his true nature, no longer pretending to be a gentleman in front of Lu Xia. With his manhood gone, what was the point of pretense? Blood trickled from Lu Xia's lips, a testament to the force of the slaps. Seeing the disgust in Wang Yuehao's eyes, she lowered her head, afraid to speak. For the first time, she felt a pang of regret. She had abandoned the man who had cared for her wholeheartedly for 3 years, all for someone like him. One day he'll kill them. Wang Yuehao fumed. Just then a noise came from behind. Wang Yuehao quickly fell silent, fearing Yang Bin had returned. Moments later, 2 figures appeared before them, and the group was struck with terror. Zombies. How did they get in? Damn, the back door must be open. The zombies, excited at the sight of the crowd, charged madly. The group grabbed steel pipes and fought back. But soon more zombies poured in, and the already injured group was slowly overwhelmed by the horde. Meanwhile, Yang Bin and his 2 companions headed toward the cafeteria. They were searching for special zombies. That area had the most zombies, making it easier to find them. Along the way, zombies kept appearing. Even though Yang Bin avoided most, many were unavoidable. With over 30,000 students in the school, at least 27 or 8,000 were zombies encountered almost everywhere. Without his true sight, Yang Bin wouldn't dare venture out. They soon arrived near the cafeteria. Seeing the surrounding zombies, all three gasped. Damn, there must be thousands here, Hu Wenliang said, swallowing hard. Those inside must be trapped. Chun Hao was also stunned. Looks like we need to stay away from crowded places from now on, Yongbin muttered. Yeah, the others agreed. Activating his true sight, Yongbin scanned the zombies, and his face showed surprise. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Chun Hao asked. There are nearly 100 special zombies in there, Yongbin said gravely. So many. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang's eyes widened. Yes, it's clear special zombies are increasing. Yongbin continued, and there's one very unusual zombie. How so? Other special zombies have crystals the size of rice grains in their heads. This one's crystal is about the size of a mung bean. Are special zombies not all the same? This is my first time seeing this. If I'm not mistaken, the special zombies we've encountered before are first tier, while this one is likely second tier, Yongbin said solemnly. So it's stronger, they exclaimed. Definitely. Yongbin nodded, his heart heavy. He had thought killing zombies would be easy, but now there were even stronger ones. It seems the zombies are continuously evolving. Ordinary zombies become first tier, and first tier becomes second tier. If humans keep hiding, they'll eventually be wiped out, Yongbin frowned. Should we disclose the crystals? Chun Hao asked. Yongbin thought for a moment. We should, or humanity is doomed. But it's better not to be the ones to announce it, or we'll face endless trouble. In the coming days, the military should be clearing zombies with their weapons. They've likely discovered the crystals already. Let's wait for an official announcement. Makes sense. So do we still fight? No way. Let's move elsewhere. This place is impossible. All right. They quickly left. Inside the cafeteria. Porridge again. That's not filling. I want real food. Exactly, we'll starve on this. Many were restless from hunger. If you don't like it, shut up. Go find food outside if you can, someone retorted. Yeah, be grateful for what you have. Don't you know the situation? Still dreaming of your old life. The school has food, they're just hoarding it. If we don't protest, we'll never eat properly. The place is swarming with zombies, we have to ration. Who knows when rescue will come? At this rate, we'll starve before rescue arrives. The crowd split into two factions, arguing fiercely, much to the principal's dismay. It was only the third day of the apocalypse and things were already this chaotic. What would happen in a few more days? To be fair, the principal was responsible, thinking of the students even in the apocalypse, gathering them in the cafeteria to prevent hunger. But human hearts are never satisfied. After leaving the cafeteria, Yongbin continued, leading Chun Hao and the others in their search for special zombies. Undeniably, there were indeed more special zombies today than yesterday. Within half an hour, they had slain 2 more. Yongbin consumed both crystals, bringing his total to 5. Yet still the second horn remained unlit. Moreover, as he consumed more, the crystal's efficacy waned, with the last one offering a meager enhancement. Yongbin frowned, sensing that the next crystal might prove entirely ineffective. Not yet lit, Brother Bin? Chun Hao asked, puzzled. No. He'll try one more, Yongbin replied. They voiced no objection, for his growth was their own. They resumed their search and soon discovered another target, but it was surrounded by a horde of 40 to 50 zombies. Thus Chun Hao's art of assassination came into play. After depleting his energy twice to stealthily slay over 20 zombies, they overpowered the remaining 20 or so. Sustaining some injuries, they were quickly healed by Hu Wenliang. Yongbin extracted the crystal, and under their expectant gazes swallowed it. How is it, Brother Bin? Is it lit? Chun Hao pressed. Yongbin shook his head. Still not. It's not that it's not working, but it's become ineffective, Yongbin said with a wry smile. Ineffective? Yes, there's almost no improvement. How can that be? Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang furrowed their brows. After a moment of thought, Yongbin suddenly realized something. I think I understand what's happening. What? If I'm not mistaken, to light the second horn, I need a second-tier crystal. Yongbin stated seriously. A second-tier crystal, eh? Yes, like the one we saw outside the cafeteria. That's possible, Chun Hao agreed. So should we go after it? Hu Wenliang asked. Let's see if there are any other second-tier zombies elsewhere first. That one. We shouldn't touch unless we have no other choice. It would be fatal, Yongbin said. They nodded and resumed their search. Over the next while, they encountered several first-tier zombies, and the crystals they obtained were given to Hu Wenliang and Chun Hao, significantly boosting their strength. Yet they never encountered a second-tier zombie. With thousands of zombies in the cafeteria yielding only one, finding another elsewhere was naturally difficult. Brother Bin, I think we should find a high vantage point to make this easier, Chun Hao suggested. Alright, let's head to Zhongyuan building. The Zhongyuan building, the college's iconic and tallest structure, was normally off-limits to students. They crept to the locked entrance, but a simple pry with an iron rod opened it. Let's go. They shut the door and ascended. The 18-story building had an elevator, but it was out of service, forcing them to climb. Thanks to their enhanced physiques, the ascent was not overly arduous. Upon reaching the rooftop, a panoramic view of the entire campus unfolded. Damn, why didn't I think of this place earlier? Yongbin grumbled. We didn't need it before. It's not too late now, Chun Hao said with a laugh. Yongbin nodded and activated his true sight, scanning the campus for zombies. The elevated position and distance made spotting the tiny mung bean-sized crystals in the zombies' heads incredibly taxing on his mental energy. After a brief skin, Yangbin felt dizzy and had to stop. Damn, the consumption is insane, he said with a wry smile. Naturally, given the height and distance. After a 10-minute rest, he stood and resumed the search. After 3 such attempts, he finally spotted a second-tier zombie beneath a dormitory. Found one. Let's go take it down. All right. They quickly descended and, led by Yangbin, arrived at the dormitory to confront the second-tier zombie. It looked much like an ordinary zombie, but seemed more agile. There are 11 zombies total. He'll hold off the second-tier one. You two take care of the rest, and come help me, Yangbin said, uncertain of his chances against the second-tier foe. All right. Go. They charged at the horde. The moment they emerged, the second-tier zombie detected them, and Yangbin met it heat in, thrusting his iron rod at its head. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang veered off to engage the other 10. As the rod neared, the zombie dodged slightly, startling Yangbin even though the strike still landed. All previous zombies had been mindless, never evading attacks. This one's ability to dodge was an ominous sign. If a second-tier zombie possessed such intelligence, what horrors would higher tiers bring? Killing zombies would become far more difficult. The rod pierced the zombie's skull, but only partially. It shook its head to free itself and lunged at Yangbin with a gaping maw. Yangbin switched from thrusting to swinging, smashing the rod into its head. The blow drew blood, but had little effect. Frowning, Yangbin glanced at the bent rod and smiled bitterly. It was time to retire this weapon. The hollow iron rod could no longer meet his needs as his power grew. The zombie, undeterred by the bent weapon, charged again. Yangbin dodged. The creature's reactions were more than twice as fast as a first-tier zombie's. With his rod now useless for attacking, he could only parry. But the second-tier zombie's strength was immense, each blow sending Yangbin reeling. He was soon overwhelmed, sustaining several wounds. Fortunately, Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang finished off the other zombies and came to his aid. With 3 of them working together, they finally managed to stabilize the situation. The trio fought in perfect coordination, with Yangbin and Hu Wenliang holding off the zombie assault, while Chen Hao's iron pipe repeatedly thrust into the creature's neck. After several grueling minutes of battle, Chen Hao's pipe finally managed to sever the neck of this second-tier zombie. All 3 collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. This battle had been exceedingly arduous. Oh, it seems we need to find new weapons, Hu Wenliang remarked, helplessly eyeing the bent iron pipe in his hand. The pipe he had used to fend off the zombies was now warped from the strain. It's hollow, so it's impressive it lasted this long, Chen Hao said. But where can we get new weapons? Honestly, I've grown accustomed to this iron pipe. As for weapons, I've been thinking. We could either get a fire axe. That should work well against zombies, one chop to the neck and done. Or we head to the gym and grab some barbell bars. Those are sturdy. One swing, and heads will explode. I'm leaning toward a barbell bar since I'm used to the feel of the pipe. What about you two? Yangbin asked. I agree, barbell bars are better. When there's a crowd of zombies, one swing takes out several. Chen Hao added. Yeah, I think so too. Fire axes are too short, and you'd end up covered in blood. Hu Wenliang nodded. All right, let's head to the gym then. The 3 quickly reached a consensus. Yangbin walked over to the zombie corpse, and after a moment extracted a mung bean-sized crystal from its head. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang gazed curiously at the crystal in Yangbin's hand. Though they couldn't discern its nature, they could sense it was far more potent than the previous ones. Yangbin activated his true sight to examine the crystal. Composed entirely of energy, it contained a vastly greater amount than any he had seen before. A flicker of fervor flashed in Yangbin's eyes. He wiped the crystal on his clothes and swallowed it whole. As the crystal entered his body, it instantly transformed into a surge of immense energy flooding through his limbs and bones. In the star chart within his mind, the second point of the first star began to glow. With that point illuminated, an even more powerful energy flowed back into his body, enveloping him in an indescribable sense of relief. After a while, the energy was fully absorbed. Yangbin clenched his fists, feeling the newfound strength surging within him, his eyes brimming with excitement. Before consuming the crystal, his punch had delivered about 50 to 60 kilograms of force. After the first point lit up, his strength soared to over 100 kilograms. With the subsequent crystals he had ingested, it had eventually reached around 200 kilograms. Now with the second point activated, his power had surged once more, reaching at least 300 kilograms. Feeling this formidable strength, Yangbin's heart swelled with exhilaration. This would significantly boost his chances of survival in the apocalypse. It seems my theory is correct. The more points I illuminate on the star chart, the stronger I become. His mind harbored 9 stars, each with 5 points. Every lit point drastically enhanced his abilities. He wondered what surprises would come from fully lighting a single star, and what marvels awaited if all 9 were ignited. Bingo, how did it go? Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang asked, their faces filled with curiosity. The second point is lit, Yangbin replied with a smile. Did your strength increase significantly? Yes, quite a bit. I estimate my punch now carries at least 300 kilograms of force. That's great. With your boost, our survival is much more assured, Chen Hao beamed. Don't get too optimistic. The progress will only get harder from here. Yangbin shook his head. No matter how tough it gets, I believe we'll make it through, Chen Hao declared firmly. Well, it seems we follow the same pattern as the zombies. 1 lit point equals first tier, 2 points equals second tier. Now we need to get you 2 to second tier as well. You've each consumed 3 crystals. 2 more first tier crystals will bring you to the peak of first tier, and then a second tier crystal will push you to second tier. First tier crystals are easy to come by, but second tier zombies are scarce. That's the problem. Yaoguang frowned. Don't worry, Bingo. The zombies are evolving too. There aren't many second tier ones today, but by tomorrow there should be more, Chenhao said. True, Yaoguang nodded. It's getting late. Let's sort out the weapon situation first, then head back to the dorm. It's too dangerous at night. Alright. Soon they set off for the gymnasium. It was quite a distance away, and with their weapons nearly destroyed they moved cautiously. Under Yaoguang's lead it took them over half an hour to reach the gym. The gym's lock was a chain type, and they struggled considerably to break it open. Inside they made their way to the equipment room, pried the door lock, and were greeted by a variety of sports gear. Focused on their goal, they located several barbells, removed the weights, and extracted 3 1.8-meter barbell bars. Weighing them in their hands, the trio broke into satisfied smiles. Made of alloy steel and solid, these bars were far heavier than the previous iron pipes and offered a superb grip. This feels amazing. No worries about bending it. Chenhao laughed. Yeah, with this and my second tier strength, if I run into another second tier zombie, he'll crush its skull with one swing, Yaoguang declared confidently. With a weapon like this, his earlier struggles would have been far less severe. It's almost dark. Let's head back to the dorm. Okay. Armed with their new weapons, the trio moved with newfound confidence. They smashed through any zombie they encountered, each swing sending brains flying. This weapon is incredible. The impact is so satisfying. Chenhao exclaimed excitedly. These regular zombies are untired. You two being first tier should be ashamed of bullying them. There's a first tier zombie over there. Go test yourselves, Yaoguang said, pointing at a group of zombies in the distance. On it. The two rushed eagerly toward the horde. The mindless zombies, spotting the approaching pair, charged at them with fervor. Their enthusiasm was short-lived. Swinging their barbell bars, Chenhao and Yuheng crushed skulls with each blow, sending the zombies to their final demise. Within a minute, over a dozen zombies, including the special one, were eliminated. Which one was the special zombie? Chenhao asked Yuheng. I didn't notice. We just smashed everything, and they all died. So how do we find the crystal? We'll have to ask Bingo. Seeing the two bewildered faces, Yaoguang shook his head helplessly and pointed at one of the corpses. Chenhao hurried over and extracted the crystal. Who gets this one? Doesn't matter. It's all the same. How's it you take it? You level up first, and if we face a big wave, your assassination skills will be crucial, Yaoguang said. Alright. Chenhao didn't hesitate. He wiped the crystal clean and swallowed it. Once he had absorbed the energy, the trio resumed their journey to the dorm. The delay from fighting zombies meant darkness had already fallen by the time they arrived. The dormitory building was eerily silent. The others were likely holed up in the supermarket, unwilling to risk the dangerous trip back. Not everyone possessed the trio's extraordinary abilities, daring to roam freely in the apocalypse. Of course, strength was one thing, but what truly emboldened them was Yaoguang's true sight. Without it, they could easily be surrounded by a massive horde of zombies, and even the strongest would meet their end. Returning to the dormitory, they took out the food from their backpacks and had a hearty meal. They had packed 3 large bags full of food from the supermarket, enough to last them 2 or 3 days. At this moment, their dormitory was quite stocked with various supplies, food and daily necessities, all scavenged, allowing them to live comfortably for a short time. Let's rest for a while and go out later to have a look, Yaoguang suddenly said. But it's already dark. What are we going to see? The 2 others looked at him curiously. These zombies don't seem to improve during the day. Every night, by the next morning, they feel significantly stronger. We have to find out why. If we can figure out the method, maybe we can improve too, Yaoguang said. That's reasonable. We should indeed go out and take a look. They lay on the beds, habitually pulling out their phones to scroll. The cell signal was still operational, which was the best news for humanity, at least allowing them to encourage each other. Want to play a couple of rounds? Yuheng suddenly asked. Play what? A game, since we're bored right now. If you can match with teammates and opponents, he'll be impressed. Yaoguang rolled his eyes. That's true. They'll just play against bots then. You play by yourself. Yaoguang and Chenhao both shook their heads. This guy had a serious gaming addiction. As a result, just as Yuheng opened the game, his face darkened. The game won't open. Isn't that normal? Tencent can barely keep the communication working. Alright, probe and look. At that moment, Chenhao suddenly handed over his phone. The 3 of them gathered around the phone. They saw a video playing on the phone screen. A group of people were fighting zombies. Suddenly, a ball of flame flew from the hand of the leader, instantly hitting a zombie. The zombie burst into flames and was burned to death in no time. At the sight of this, all 3 were greatly shaken. The comments below exploded. Some said it was special effects, some called it magic, and others guessed it was a supernatural ability. All sorts of opinions were voiced, but there was no denying that the video went viral beyond measure. In this despair-inducing apocalypse, the video was like a sedative, giving desperate people a glimmer of fantasy. The 3 exchanged glances, seeing the answer in each other's eyes. Supernatural ability users. Shunhao said gravely. Yes, and its fire type very powerful offensively, Yongbin said seriously. Damn, that's what I call a real ability. I feel like our 3 abilities are so lousy. Hu Wenliang's eyes widened. Who says? If it comes to a fight, I can turn invisible and take him down in no time. Shunhao said discontentedly. Alright then, mine and Brother Bin's are a bit low. Without my ability, could we have been living so comfortably? Yongbin said speechlessly. That's true. Actually, our abilities are not weak. They are even rarer than his. It's just that our abilities are not combat-oriented, so their performance in battle is not as intuitive as his. But in the apocalypse our chances of survival are definitely higher. Yongbin said. Exactly. You think your ability is low. In this apocalypse where hospitals are paralyzed if they get injured, what awaits them? I dare say as long as someone knows about your ability, even the most powerful people will beg you to join their team. Shunhao said. Haha, hearing you say that makes me feel much better. Yes, but we do lack combat abilities. If we encounter one, we'll have to find a way to recruit him, Yongbin said. Right, but now people's hearts are too complicated. It's hard to find someone with combat abilities who won't stab us in the back. Take it slow. With my piercing eyes, we'll find someone eventually. Haha, true. Let's sleep. We'll go out tonight to investigate. At 11 o'clock at night the 3 got up again and walked out of the dormitory. Relying on the faint light from the remaining street lamps, they soon spotted a few zombies. The 3 hid behind a flower bed to observe them, but after watching for a long time, they didn't see any difference. These zombies are just wandering around like during the day. I don't see anything different. Shunhao frowned. Let's keep watching. We must find out why the zombies are getting stronger today, Yongbin said. Alright. So the 3 patiently crouched and watched these zombies. They waited for an hour. As midnight arrived, the wandering zombies suddenly stopped, then one by one they quietly raised their heads and looked up at the sky. Seeing the zombies' actions, Yongbin and the others also immediately looked up at the sky. The Big Dipper 9 stars. The 3 exclaimed in low voices. Could it be that the Big Dipper 9 stars only appear at midnight? Yongbin mused. Why can't we see the North Star? Hu Wenliang asked in confusion. It seems to have fallen, Shunhao said. That night, I vaguely saw that after the North Star fell, a crimson star appeared. Yes, I saw it too, but now the crimson star is also gone, Yongbin said with some confusion. In ancient times, the North Star was called the Z-Way Star. When the Z-Way Star moves, great events are bound to happen. If the Z-Way Star falls, it must mean upheaval in the world. Hu Wenliang frowned. It's already the end of the world. Isn't that upheaval enough? I guess so. Yongbin looked at the several zombies not far away, seeing them immersed in some state. He then activated his true sight eye and looked again, immediately discovering that there seemed to be wisps of transparent gas flowing into their bodies. Could this be spiritual energy? Yongbin pondered. If so, it's not hard to explain why the zombies get stronger every night. But how do zombies know to absorb spiritual energy? Why can't humans? Yongbin looked at their side, but didn't detect any spiritual energy. Haozi Liangzi, you two focus your attention on the Big Dipper 9 stars in the sky, Yongbin suddenly said. Oh, okay. Hearing Yongbin's words, the 2 looked up and stared intently at the Big Dipper 9 stars. Yongbin activated his true sight eye and carefully observed the vicinity of the 2. Finally, after a while, wisps of spiritual energy actually appeared around them, slowly flowing into their bodies. However, the spiritual energy around them was less than that around the zombies. This neck is really sore from looking up, Hu Wenliang said, rubbing his neck and moving his head. Under Yongbin's watch, as soon as Hu Wenliang moved, the spiritual energy around him instantly vanished. So that's it. I understand. A look of pleasant surprise appeared on Yongbin's face. Let's go up to the rooftop. With that, Yongbin headed toward the rooftop. Although the 2 had many questions they didn't ask, and quickly followed. The 3 of them charged all the way to the 7th floor. When they reached the rooftop, the stench from the stairwell hit them so hard that their vision went dark. The piled-up corpses were still there, and after several days of fermentation, the odor was absolutely unbearable. Yongbin quickly held his breath. The stairwell was blocked, so he could only climb up by gripping the railing. Shunhao and Hu Wenliang swiftly followed. Upon reaching the rooftop, they hurriedly closed the door and gasped for fresh air. Any longer, and they would have suffocated. Bingo, why did we come to the rooftop? Shunhao asked in confusion. To watch the stars. Watch the stars. The 2 were utterly bewildered. I just used my ability to observe those zombies. When they gazed at the 9 stars of the Big Dipper in the sky, spiritual energy surged into their bodies. I had you 2 try it as well. When you focused on the 9 stars, spiritual energy also flowed into you. This might be a method of cultivation, so we should try it too, Yongbin said earnestly. Really? Upon hearing this, their eyes widened. Yongbin nodded. Then the 3 found a clean spot, laid down, and fixed their gazes on the 9 stars of the Big Dipper in the sky. Before long, strands of spiritual energy began to seep into their bodies. Among them, Yongbin absorbed noticeably more spiritual energy than the other 2. Whether due to his eye talent, his second-tier status, or both, it was unclear. The 3 felt nothing exceptional. If not for their trust in Yongbin, Shunhao and Hu Wenliang would have given up. Staring at a single object, especially a luminous one, quickly strains the eyes. Even though they were both above the first tier, they could only endure for 20 minutes at most. In contrast, Yaoguang seemed unaffected, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the sky. The two didn't disturb Yaoguang. After resting for a few minutes, they resumed gazing at the sky. They then repeated this pattern, 20 minutes of staring followed by a rest, while Yaoguang continued without a single break. They exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. At first they thought it was simply because Yaoguang was stronger and could endure longer. But now it was clearly not just a matter of strength. However, they soon recalled Yaoguang's talent and understood, since his ability was tied to his eyes, it made sense that his eyes were exceptional. Thus the three spent the entire night watching the stars on the rooftop. Frequent eye strain nearly caused them to fall asleep several times, but the thought of enhancing their strength kept them going. During this period, Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang rested countless times, but Yaoguang barely rested at all, only closing his eyes momentarily in the middle. At 5 in the morning, the 9 stars of the Big Dipper gradually faded away. The three could no longer resist drowsiness and fell asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, the food crisis erupted fully. Most households had only enough food for 2 or 3 days, and by the 4th day, many had already exhausted their supplies. Without food, hunger became imminent. Some took risks and ventured outside to search, while others sought to reap without sowing, preying on those around them. Robbing food became commonplace. In a lawless apocalypse, the dark side of human nature gradually emerged. On the 4th day, the zombies' strength increased once more. Some teams that had previously been able to clear zombies suffered heavy losses and had to go into hiding. The so-called teachers who had been instructing people online on how to deal with zombies also fell silent. Online videos of fighting zombies grew scarcer, while pleas for help multiplied. The entire internet was permeated with a sense of despair. Just then, the authorities suddenly announced a major piece of news that would determine humanity's fate. The official announcement stated that some special zombies had red crystals inside their heads. Swallowing these crystals could greatly enhance one's physique, allowing them to easily kill ordinary zombies. The authorities also included images of the crystals and warned that the special zombies were stronger than ordinary ones, requiring several people to cooperate for a chance to kill them. They encouraged people to bravely step forward and kill zombies, as improving strength was the only way to survive in the apocalypse. The announcement instantly caused an uproar across the internet. Just when humanity was on the verge of despair, this news was like a beacon of light in the darkness. Immediately, many people began to leave their rooms to confront zombies, hoping to obtain a crystal and greatly increase their power. Some ambitious individuals even started forming factions. Meanwhile, the trio lying on the rooftop were unaware of all this. They slept straight until noon, exhausted from the night before. Yaoguang was the first to wake up. He stretched, assessed his physical condition, and a look of excitement spread across his face. Just as he had expected, this method indeed enhanced strength. He could sense that his power had increased by at least 30 kilograms overnight. He nudged Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang awake. "You two check your strength and see if it's improved," Yaoguang said. The two clenched their fists, and soon their faces also lit up with excitement. "I've improved. About 10 kilograms, Chun Hao said. "Yeah, about the same for me," Hu Wenliang added. Hearing this, Yaoguang frowned, mainly because the gap between them and him was quite large. But thinking back to how they had to rest frequently, while he barely rested at all, he understood. From now on, we'll practice this way every day. Even if the news about the crystals comes out, well, still stay ahead, Yaoguang said. "All right." The two nodded. "Let's go downstairs, grab some food, and continue killing zombies. Today we aim to get you two to the 2nd tier," Yaoguang said. "What about you, Bingo?" "I'm not in a hurry. Let's wait until you two reach the 2nd tier first." "Okay." The three then went downstairs, returned to the dormitory, brushed their teeth, washed their faces, and ate. In the apocalypse, they were probably the only ones living so comfortably. "Bingo, I think we should switch to a different dormitory. Every time we go to the rooftop, it's a hassle, and even with the door closed, we can still smell the stench up there," Chun Hao complained. "Yeah, I smell it too. It's disgusting," Hu Wenliang said. "All right, let's pack up our things and find a better dormitory," Yaoguang said. "How about the graduate student dormitory? I heard they have double rooms with full facilities, much better than ours, and the rooftop has a terrace too," Chun Hao suggested. "Okay, let's go there," Yaoguang nodded. They then organized their belongings, clothes, food, and daily necessities, filling several backpacks. Each of them carried one on their front and one on their back. After packing up, they left the dormitory building and headed toward the graduate student dormitory area. On the way, zombies were still everywhere. Although they had cleared the path to the dorms several times, zombies wandered aimlessly and new ones would always appear. Judging by their running speed, the group realized that the zombies had grown significantly stronger. Ordinary people, unless armed with sharp weapons, would find it difficult to defeat them. Moreover, the number of special zombies had increased dramatically. In just over 20 minutes, they encountered several, a much higher ratio than yesterday. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang had both reached the peak of the first order. All they needed was a second order crystal to advance. As they passed a cluster of dormitories, they unexpectedly ran into another group. There were more than 20 people, all tall and sturdy, wielding iron pipes, the same kind they had used before, and fighting a horde of zombies. What surprised them most was that two of the fighters were exceptionally strong. They estimated both had reached the first order. Could they know about the crystals? Hu Wenliang wondered. How's he check the internet? Yaoguang said. Chen Hao quickly pulled out his phone and soon looked up. Bingu, you were right. The authorities announced the crystals this morning. No wonder. That explains why these people suddenly dared to come out and kill zombies. Hu Wenliang remarked. Profit is the root of all courage. If we didn't know that zombie crystals could boost strength, would we come out every day? Wouldn't it be nicer to hide in the dorm? Yaoguang said. True. I guess people everywhere are now hunting zombies for crystals. That's a good thing. At least humanity has a chance to survive. If everyone keeps hiding, extinction is inevitable. Yeah, we'd better step up our game, or others will catch up. Chen Hao clenched his fist. Let's go. Yaoguang didn't want too much contact with others, especially in the apocalypse. But just as they were about to leave, the other group spotted them. Hey classmates, are you here to kill zombies too? No, we're just taking a stroll. You're joking, classmate. Zombies are everywhere. Who would stroll around for fun? I see you all have weapons, so you must be hunting zombies too. Why not join us? We can look out for each other. We just killed 2 special zombies and 2 of our guys have already eaten crystals. They can handle normal zombies with ease. The leader, a tall man in a basketball jersey, at least 188 meters, smiled, his eyes unconsciously glancing at the backpacks and barbell rods Yaoguang's group carried. If we team up, how do we split the crystals? Yaoguang asked calmly. We split evenly. With our strength, I believe everyone will have a crystal soon, the man laughed. Well, good luck to you. We'll pass, or we'll have to split more ways. Yaoguang smiled. Why would that be? I see you're using 20 kilograms barbell rods as weapons. You must be strong. If you join our team's power will definitely increase. If you're really strong, we might prioritize you for crystals. Thanks but no thanks. Yaoguang chuckled and led his 2 companions away. Many in the group looked displeased. What's there to be smug about? They'll regret it when they get eaten by zombies. Exactly. We kindly invited them and they don't appreciate it. They'll be crying later. The leader frowned, then said to a similarly tall man beside him, Sijia, why do you think they refused? Our team is probably one of the strongest around, yet they turned us down so decisively. They've been calm from start to finish, no fear at all. People like that either have supreme confidence or haven't grasped the horror of the apocalypse. Judging by their demeanor, it's the former. Sijia replied. It seems we need to get better weapons too. Their barbell rods are much stronger than our iron pipes. But the gym is too far. Going there is too dangerous. Let's play it safe. Meanwhile, Yaoguang's group continued toward the graduate dormitory area, cutting through zombies like slicing melons, feeling no pressure. Bingo, that group was eyeing our backpacks. Chen Hao laughed. Isn't that normal? Anyone would covet these bulging bags. It's good they restrained themselves from attacking. Yaoguang smiled. Then they should thank their self-control. If they had tried, those 20-something wouldn't last a few swings from us. Chen Hao said. Keep it low. Don't speak such blunt truths. Got it. Soon they reached another dormitory area where graduate students usually lived. The surroundings were quieter than their own dormitory zone. Let's live on the 7th floor. Easy access to the rooftop, Yaoguang said. They found a remote dormitory building and walked up. No people were inside, but they encountered a few zombies that suddenly lunged at them while climbing the stairs, delivering themselves like takeout. Soon they reached the 7th floor. Most dormitory doors were broken and the rooms reeked of blood. Luckily, they found a room at the end with a relatively intact door. They cleaned up the room and decided to stay there temporarily. The graduate dorm was much better than theirs, equipped with a washing machine, water heater, and even a small balcony. After stowing their belongings, they prepared to go out again. Others had started hunting zombies, so they couldn't slack off. Bingo, what if someone comes while we're gone? Chen Hao suddenly asked. Yeah, even if we lock the door, someone could break in. How about we lure a few little darlings to guard the door? How? Simple. Lure them to the 2nd floor, then jump down from there. Ordinary zombies can't climb walls, it seems. Alright, let's do it. They went downstairs, led a few zombies to the 2nd floor, then jumped down and left casually. The zombies kept roaring in the corridor, but couldn't get out. Next, Yaoguang's group resumed hunting special zombies. Today, special zombies were much more numerous. By their estimate, at least 1 in 5. From 1% on the first day to 1/5 on the 4th, the zombies' evolution was rapid. Soon they killed several more first-order zombies. Yaoguang ate another crystal to test if it still worked for him, now at the 2nd order. The result was clear, it was useless. Chen Hao tried one too with no effect. Bingo, what do we do with these? They're basically useless now. Chen Hao held the remaining crystals helplessly. Keep them for now. They're useless to us, but others would kill for them. If we ever want to expand our team, they'll come in handy. Yaoguang said. Alright. Chen Hao nodded and put the crystals into his backpack. Let's stop hunting first-order zombies and go straight for second-order ones. Yaoguang said. Back to Yinyuan building. They ascended the Yinyuan tower once more, and Yaoguang activated his true sight to survey the surroundings. From this vantage point, nearly the entire school lay before them, and under his true sight, every corner of the campus was vividly clear. Unlike yesterday, the school was no longer a desolate expanse of zombies. After a thorough scan, he spotted over a dozen groups battling the undead, comprising both male and female students. It seems the allure of crystals is truly immense, Yaoguang sighed. It's a matter of survival after all, Chunhao remarked. Indeed, if most weren't trapped in the cafeteria, the numbers would be several times higher, Yaoguang asserted. I wonder if those stuck in the cafeteria will resent the school authorities. No need to wonder. They certainly will. Even if the authorities had good intentions, the outcome is something those students can't accept, Yaoguang said. As he predicted, the cafeteria was already in an uproar. After the official announcement about the crystals, the already disgruntled students erupted. They had come here expecting to stave off hunger, only to find themselves eating watery porridge day after day, never feeling full. Now surrounded by zombies, they had no way to venture out for crystals. Watching videos online of others gaining immense strength after consuming crystals, even posts on the campus network, only deepened their anguish, and they began cursing the school leaders. It's all your fault. If you hadn't called us to the cafeteria, we'd be living it up outside. Exactly. Feeding us nothing but thin porridge. Are we pigs? They conveniently forgot that it was hunger that drove them here, and without the school's porridge they might have starved. The principal gazed at the furious students, his heart filled with sorrow. Was I wrong? Perhaps. If I hadn't been so overly concerned for them, this situation might never have arisen. The apocalypse is truly terrifying. Back at Yinyuan Tower, Yaoguang quickly pinpointed several targets. As they expected, second-tier zombies had grown more numerous. In just a short while he spotted over a dozen, though some were deep within hordes and out of reach. Those he selected were manageable. Targets confirmed. Let's move. All right. The trio swiftly descended and headed toward the first target. But as they neared it, they found a group already advancing on the zombies. Yaoguang frowned. He had chosen this spot precisely because he sensed people nearby hoping to avoid them. Yet he was too late. It wasn't that he feared being beaten to it. Honestly, those 20-plus people stood no chance against a second-tier zombie. He simply worried they would draw more zombies with their commotion, making it impossible for him to act. By now it was too late to stop them. They had already charged. In their minds, 20 against 4 or 5 zombies seemed like favorable odds. The zombies, excited by the approaching crowd, surged forward with the second-tier zombie leading the charge. The two frontrunners, one wielding a fire axe and the other a tang saber, struck at the enemy. It was clear these survivors had some skill. At least their weapons were well chosen. But their miscalculation would cost them dearly. Both weapons struck the zombie's head, which might have felled a first-tier zombie, but against this second-tier one, the blows only cracked its skull without proving fatal. In an instant, the zombie pounced on one of them, sinking its teeth into his neck. The second-tier's overwhelming strength left him powerless to resist. The others recoiled in horror. The man with the tang saber slashed at the zombie's back, leaving a deep gash. Yet it was futile. The zombie spun and lunged at him. He reacted swiftly, rolling aside to evade. A special zombie. This has to be one with a crystal, he exclaimed excitedly. After killing several zombies, they had finally encountered a special one. But can we beat it? Someone worried. Others can, so why can't we? Let's all attack together. I refuse to believe we can't kill it. Once we do, well, rise, the man shouted. Though fear lingered, the promise of enhanced strength from the crystal overcame their hesitation, and they charged. They had come to hunt for crystals. How could they retreat now that they'd found a special zombie? What they didn't know was that special zombies came in different tiers. Soon the group was locked in battle, raining blows on the creature. But these attacks barely fazed the second-tier zombie. Each of its strikes proved lethal, and within moments several lay dead. A second-tier zombie was beyond their capacity to handle, though the other 4 ordinary zombies were hacked down by the rest. Then should we step in? We can get the crystal and save them. They're our classmates after all, Yuheng said, unable to bear the sight. Yaoguang glanced at him and said abruptly, do you believe that if we save them they won't thank us, but will instead fight us for this second-tier crystal? No way. They must know they can't defeat this zombie. If they keep going, they'll all die. Let's make a bet. If I'm right, you'll never bring up saving people again. If I'm wrong, you'll wash your underwear for a month, Yaoguang said. Yuheng, still a student with limited experience, failed to grasp the depths of human nature. He saw saving them as a simple favor, ignoring the greed in their hearts. Unlike Chunhao, who followed Yaoguang's words without question, Yuheng was less blindly trusting. So Yaoguang seized this chance to teach him a lesson. From the fanatical glint in those people's eyes, he knew they were obsessed with crystals. Their intervention would be seen not as rescue, but as theft. Fine, Yuheng nodded. He didn't doubt Yaoguang entirely, but some truths needed witnessing firsthand. On the battlefield, half of the 20-plus were dead and several were injured. Their fate sealed, soon to join the ranks of the undead. Panic finally set in. The survivors abandoned any thought of crystals and fled. But the zombie gave chase, unwilling to let them escape. The speed of a second-tier zombie was beyond what these people could match, and just as the leading man was about to be tackled, a barbell rod suddenly flew through the air, striking the zombie squarely in the chest. The immense force sent the creature staggering back several steps. Immediately after, 3 figures charged out from behind a nearby wall. Yaoguang dashed over and retrieved the barbell rod. The zombie, having scrambled back to its feet, lunged at him. With a cold snort, Yaoguang swung the rod with brutal force, smashing it against the zombie's head. A sickening crack of bone echoed as the zombie's head burst like a watermelon under Yaoguang's strike. The group stood dumbfounded, their faces a mask of utter disbelief. The very creature that over 20 of them couldn't defeat had been killed with a single blow by this man. Yaoguang, as if performing a trivial act, hoisted the rod onto his shoulder, pried the crystal from the zombie's corpse, pocketed it, and prepared to leave with his companions. "Brother, don't you think we deserve a share of that crystal?" The man wielding a tang sword, who appeared to be the leader, grew anxious. "We lost men for that crystal. It's hardly fair for you to waltz in and take it." Yaoguang said nothing, instead fixing Hu Wenliang with an amused look. Hu Wenliang's face flushed with rage. "If not for us, that zombie would have killed you all. We saved your lives, and instead of thanks you demand the crystal." "That's not how it works," another from the group interjected. "We had already crippled that zombie. Could you have killed it so easily without us? Either way, we deserve a part of that crystal." "Zombies can't be crippled." Hu Wenliang was speechless. "Look at its body. Those wounds are all our doing. You just landed one blow. It's a clear steal." Stunned into silence by their shamelessness, Hu Wenliang could only seethe. Everyone knew that only a headshot could kill a zombie, damage elsewhere was useless. Yet these men dared to claim they'd crippled it. Seeing Hu's expression, Yaoguang shook his head with a smile and patted his shoulder. "How does it feel?" "Like swallowing a pile of filth," Hu Wenliang said with a bitter laugh, thoroughly disgusted by their audacity. "Do you know how to deal with people like them?" Yaoguang asked. Hu Wenliang shook his head numbly. "Watch and learn." Yaoguang approached the group with a smile. "You want a share of this crystal? We earned it. Hand it over, and we'll discuss how to split it," the leader demanded. "Fine, I'll show you." Yaoguang produced the crystal. The leader's eyes blazed with greed as he reached for it. A blur of motion, the rod swung. A scream of agony pierced the air as the man's outstretched arm went limp, bones clearly shattered. Everyone recoiled, shocked by the sudden, ruthless violence. The man, a brute himself, grabbed his tang sword with his other hand and swung at Yaoguang. Another strike from the rod followed. The leader's head exploded like a melon, blood spraying everywhere. His headless corpse crumpled to the ground. The scene left everyone frozen in horror. None had expected Yaoguang to kill in broad daylight. Though the apocalypse had dawned, it had been only days. Most still clung to old norms, and murder remained unthinkable. "You?" The others pointed at Yaoguang, their faces pale with terror, unable to speak. "Get lost." Yaoguang's voice was ice. They wanted to argue, but as he raised the rod again, they scattered in panic. Yaoguang shook his head and turned to find Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang staring at him in shock. Yaoguang sighed and spoke gravely. "To survive the apocalypse, you must be ruthless. Only ruthlessness breeds fear, and fear ensures your survival. Understand?" "Understood." Chun Hao quickly composed himself. Hu Wenliang nodded after a moment's thought. "I understand. Good. We need to leave. A horde is heading this way." They found a safe spot, and Yaoguang handed the crystal to Chun Hao. "How's you advance to second tier first?" Chun Hao accepted without hesitation and swallowed the crystal. Soon he too reached the second tier, making two of them at that level. "Let's move to the next target." They hurried off, wary of more trouble. Though not a real threat, the previous encounter was repulsive. Fortunately, their second target was unclaimed. Amidst a dozen zombies, there was one second tier and two first tier, highlighting the growing proportion of special zombies. The trio found the group manageable, dispatching them in minutes and claiming a second tier crystal and two first tier ones. Hu Wenliang also advanced to second tier, leaving all three at the same level. "Let's go to the next one." They headed toward another target near Yusen Lake, beneath a willow tree where only two zombies awaited, the easiest of the lot. But as they neared the lake, a black shadow dropped from a tree, lunging at the leading Yaoguang. Caught off guard, he could only raise his arm to block the attack. A searing pain made him gasp, for deep, bone-deep gashes appeared on his arm. Ignoring the wound, he focused on his assailant. They were stunned. "Holy crap, since when are there tigers on campus?" Chun Hao exclaimed. "Could it be a cat?" Hu Wenliang ventured. "A cat that size?" Chun Hao's eyes widened. "But it is a cat, an orange tabby." "Liangzi's right, it's a cat," Yaoguang confirmed. "But it's enormous. Never seen or heard of such a thing." "It's clearly mutated," Yaoguang said, staring at the orange tabby with its blood-red eyes. "Careful. This one won't be easy." The two wanted to say something, but the cat gave them no chance to speak. It launched another attack, its figure darting toward Chun Hao on the other side with a speed so swift it was almost invisible. Chun Hao swung the barbell rod fiercely in the direction the orange cat charged, but it hit nothing. Hiss! A sharp pain shot through his shoulder. Chun Hao's shoulder too bore 4 claw marks. "Can't hit it. This thing's too fast." Chun Hao grunted in pain. Cats are naturally fast, and after mutation they're even faster. Hu Wenliang frowned. Yaoguang also furrowed his brow. In terms of raw strength, this cat was at most second tier, but its speed was the real problem. Now the disadvantage of the barbell rod became clear. It was incredibly satisfying against zombies. One swing, and the head exploded. But against a fast mutant beast like this, the rod was nearly useless. It could barely land a hit. "Put down the barbell rod and use your fists," Yaoguang said. The two nodded, dropped the rod, then clenched their fists, staring intently at the orange cat ahead. This cat stood over 60 centimeters tall and was nearly a meter long. No wonder Chunhao initially mistook it for a tiger. He had never seen such a massive cat. At that moment, the orange cat saw their movements, and a look of mockery appeared in its eyes. Damn, this cat is mocking us, Chunhao said irritably. We can't stand for this. No, we can't. Let's get it. The three struck, instantly lunging at the orange cat on the ground. However, the cat simply kicked off with its hind legs and dodged in an instant, even leaving a few wounds on Hu Wenliang. Hiss. Why does this thing scratch hurt so much? Hu Wenliang frowned. Seems this cat has some conscience. It knows to spread the pain evenly, Chunhao chuckled. You still have the heart to joke. Think about how to fight it, or well, all be toyed to death by it. Hu Wenliang rolled his eyes. Yang Bin, his face grim, stared at the orange cat ahead. Its speed was simply too fast, they couldn't even touch it. It would be quite something if 3 second-tier experts were toyed to death by a cat. Yang Bin then activated his true sight eyes, hoping this ability would let him track the creature's trajectory, or they would indeed be toyed to death. Soon the orange cat moved again, kicking off and pouncing straight at Yang Bin. Under Yang Bin's true sight eyes, the cat's speed, though still fast, was no longer completely untraceable. Just as the orange cat was about to claw Yang Bin's face, Yang Bin suddenly threw a punch. Before the cat could react, his fist slammed into its belly, sending it flying. Brother Bin awesome. Seeing this, Chunhao and Hu Wenliang were delighted. They had finally landed a hit. After hitting the ground, the orange cat instantly scrambled up, staring at Yang Bin with shock in its eyes, clearly not expecting him to be able to strike it. Now it finally grew cautious, pacing back and forth not far from them, searching for an opportunity. Yang Bin did not dare relax for a moment, keeping his eyes locked on it, waiting for its next attack. As for attacking first, there was no need to think about it. He wouldn't even touch a hair. Brother Bin, how did you manage to hit it just now? Chunhao asked in a low voice. I activated my ability, Yang Bin said helplessly. No wonder. Chunhao nodded. He thought Yang Bin had some trick, but it turned out he had cheated. And that was a cheat Chunhao couldn't imitate. After several minutes of stalemate, Yang Bin felt he could barely hold on, but then the cat suddenly attacked again. This time it didn't leap directly at Yang Bin. Instead, it jumped onto a tree, then kicked off the trunk, accelerating even more as it pounced straight at him. Yang Bin pushed his true side eyes to the limit, clearly capturing every move of the cat. He clenched his fist, and the moment the cat's claws touched him, smashed it hard. The orange cat's fur stood on end, tried to dodge, but it was too late. A dull thud sounded as Yang Bin's fist struck the cat's waist again. This blow was much heavier than the last. The orange cat rolled on the ground several times before struggling to its feet. No sooner had it gotten up than its fur bristled again, instinctively sensing danger. It tried to dart aside, but it was still too slow. A figure suddenly appeared out of thin air behind it, and in the instant the cat sprang, a fist slammed into its head. A heavy thud echoed as the orange cat's body hit the ground again, skidding several meters. The one who struck was Chunhao. While the cat wasn't paying attention, he had stealthily turned invisible and hidden himself. The cat struggled to rise again, but Hu Wenliang, who had been waiting for the chance, stepped on it. Then Yang Bin and Chunhao rushed over, and the 3 large feet pinned the orange cat down, rendering it immobile. Damn, you dare to scratch me. Let's see if you can still be so cocky now, Chunhao said excitedly. This thing is way harder to deal with than zombies, Yang Bin said with a wry smile. True. If it weren't for you, Brother Bin, we probably wouldn't have been able to handle it, Hu Wenliang remarked. Meow. Pinned under the 3 men, the orange cat began to struggle wildly. But its strength was no match for theirs, and it couldn't break free. How do we handle this? Kill it, Chunhao asked. What, you want to let it go? Aren't you afraid it'll scratch you? Hu Wenliang chuckled. Kill it. It has a crystal in its head too, and it seems different from the zombies. Yang Bin said. All right. Chunhao nodded, then picked up the barbell rod and aimed at the orange cat's head. The cat seemed to sense its fate. There was no fear, no pleading. Its eyes held a hint of release and a hint of lingering attachment. It was hard to imagine a cat could have so many emotions. Just as Chunhao's barbell rod was about to smash into the orange cat's head, Yang Bin suddenly said, wait. Chunhao tried to stop, but a 20-kilogram barbell rod couldn't be halted so easily. He had to change direction, slamming it into the ground beside the cat's head. A heavy thud sent dust flying, showing how hard the blow was. The orange cat's entire body went rigid, clearly terrified. Oh, my poor back. Brother Bin, could you please speak up earlier next time? You nearly snapped my back, Chunhao complained, holding his waist. Sorry, it was a spuro-thement thought, Yang Bin said awkwardly. Then he looked at the cat beneath his feet. This one seems different from other cats. It appears to have very high intelligence. What do you think? Could we keep it as a pet? Brother Bin, you're really bold. I guarantee that the moment we lift our feet, this thing will bolt and be gone, Chunhao said with certainty. True enough. Forget it, let's just kill it. Chunhao raised the barbell rod again. Meow. Meow. At that moment, the orange cat, which had seemed resigned to its fate, suddenly let out urgent cries as if it had something to say. What does it mean? Who knows? Could it have understood us? Impossible, right? However, to the trio's astonishment, the cat actually nodded, its eyes filled with desperation. Holy crap, this thing must have become a spirit. This cat was probably raised by someone before, Hu Wenliang speculated. It must have spent a long time with humans, and after mutating its brain developed, so it can understand some human speech. Yangbin nodded in agreement, then crouched down staring at the orange cat below as he asked. What do you mean? Do you want us to let you go and keep you as a pet? The orange cat nodded rapidly. Why should I trust you? If I let you go, what if you run away? To be honest, Yangbin really wanted such a pet. It would be a great asset, but if he couldn't guarantee its loyalty, it was better not to have it at all. The orange cat pondered for a moment, then lifted its neck. Only then did the group notice a small bell hanging there. Because of its significantly enlarged body, the bell was tightly embedded in its fur, hidden from their sight until now. You want me to take off this bell? Yangbin asked, somewhat puzzled. The orange cat nodded its gaze as if it were offering something incredibly precious. Curious, Yangbin grabbed the bell and yanked it off, examining it in his hand. It seemed ordinary enough, just a regular bell. Yet the orange cat looked at the bell in Yangbin's hand with deep reluctance. It was a gift from its owner, its most cherished possession. Even though it had been painfully tied, it had never considered removing it. Although most cats are wild and untamable, there are also gentle ones. It had been with its owner for 8 years, the two of them relying on each other, sharing a close bond. Unfortunately, when the apocalypse struck, its owner suddenly turned into a zombie. That was why it had become ferocious and aggressive, why it had attacked Yangbin and his group. But because of its owner, deep down it didn't reject humans. It even yearned for a new master. Believing it was doomed, the cat eagerly expressed its stance upon hearing their words. In its mind, offering its most beloved item should demonstrate sincerity. But Yangbin was utterly bewildered. How is this supposed to make me trust you? However, seeing the look in the orange cat's eyes as it gazed at the bell, Yangbin felt a stir of hesitation. He then turned to Chun Hao and the other and said, why don't you take your feet off and see? Brother Bin, you're not really going to trust it, are you? Let's give it a try. If it tries any tricks, we'll just kill it. We caught it once, we can catch it again, Yangbin said confidently. Though the creature was fast, it couldn't escape his eyes. All right. The two removed their feet, ready to strike at any moment. As they stepped back, the orange cat flipped over and stood up, but it didn't attack or flee. Instead, it looked at the bell in Yangbin's hand, then obediently laid down at his feet. The group found this sight astonishing. Yangbin tentatively reached out and stroked the orange cat's head. The cat didn't dodge, or in fact it seemed to enjoy it. A surge of joy welled up in Yangbin, and he said, from now on I'll call you Little Orange. Brother Bin, that name you came up with. What's wrong? It's great, Hu Wenliang said insincerely. Hee, of course it is. Brother Bin, is this really okay? Chun Hao asked, still worried. Not sure yet. We'll observe for a while and see, Yangbin replied, also somewhat concerned. Yeah, if we really get a pet like this, it would be a huge boost for us. Of course, otherwise I would have just killed it. Let's go. Find that zombie. Okay. The three headed toward Yusen Lake again, and Little Orange quickly followed. Soon they found the second stage zombie that had been lurking near the lake. Little Orange, go. Yangbin commanded directly. He wanted to test if this pet was useful, if not, he'd dispose of it quickly. As if sensing Yangbin's intent, the orange cat lunged at the zombie instantly. In no time it reached the two zombies and swiped a claw across the second stage zombie's neck, splattering blood everywhere. The second stage zombie roared and swiped back at the orange cat. Yet the cat was incredibly fast. No matter how the zombie struck, it couldn't touch it. The cat kept targeting its neck, and soon the zombie's neck was severed, and it collapsed stiffly to the ground. That's pretty fierce, Chun Hao remarked. Yangbin nodded. Indeed it is. Let's go, time to dig out the crystal. As they approached, the orange cat had already taken care of the other ordinary zombie. Seeing Yangbin and the others come over, it immediately leaped in front of him, looking at him as if seeking praise. Good job, Little Orange. Yangbin smiled and patted its head. Chun Hao walked straight to the zombie corpse, smashed its head with a stick, and pried out the crystal inside. This crystal should go to Brother Bin first. Chun Hao looked at Hu Wenliang. Absolutely, Hu Wenliang agreed. Brother Bin, here you go. Chun Hao handed the crystal to Yangbin. Yangbin didn't refuse, as both of them were already at the second stage, and he really needed to level up. Swallowing the crystal, energy quickly merged into his limbs and bones. Feeling his power increase, Yangbin sighed. Indeed, once you reach the second stage, you still need second stage crystals to improve. The next second stage zombie is near the girls' dormitory. That's the last one we can handle, the rest are in huge groups we can't take on. Brother Bin, we've pretty much taken care of today's second stage zombie, right? Tomorrow there will probably be new ones. Yeah, let's go. The group made their way to the girls' dormitory. When they arrived, their eyes lit up. Though they were all zombies, these ones, dressed in pajamas, their chests bouncing, were far more pleasant to look at than the zombies near the boys' dorm. Oh, we should have come here to kill zombies earlier, Hu Wenliang said. Are you really here to kill zombies? Yangbin eyed him suspiciously. He's probably wondering if the skin under those pajamas has rotted away, Chun Hao joked. I can tell you this, it hasn't, Yangbin said. How do you know? I can see it. Brother Bin, let's swap abilities. He'll never call your power lame again. This isn't lame. It's practically a divine skill. Hu Wenliang pleaded eagerly. Haha, too bad we can't swap. Let's go find the second stage zombie. Yangbin recalled its location and led them to the base of a dormitory building. But when they looked ahead, they were stunned. Brother Ben, are you sure we can take this on? Chun Hao swallowed hard. Can I say there were only about 20 when I saw it? Yongbin also gulped. Before them, the entire open area was packed with zombies, conservatively at least 400 or 500. Someone might have lured them here, Hu Wenliang said. Yep, there's fresh blood in the middle. Some idiot must have been shouting and drawn all the nearby zombies. Can we still fight? How? 400 or 500 with almost 100 first stage ones. If we get surrounded, we'd need to fly to escape. Well, I guess we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Why not let Little Orange try? It's fast, maybe it can kill that second stage zombie in the crowd. At Chun Hao's suggestion, Little Orange arched its back and eyed him warily. Clearly it understood the words. No, it's too dangerous, Yongbin shook his head. We don't need this one that badly. Let's go back and sleep. There should be plenty of second stage zombies tomorrow. Okay. They agreed and prepared to return. Just then a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted behind them. They spun around, their faces turning pale. A group of girls was frantically running toward them, pursued by a horde of zombies. When the girls spotted them, they ran even harder, shouting for help. Damn! The three cursed in unison. Soon the 400 or 500 zombies ahead also heard the noise and charged toward them with excitement. Suddenly the trio found themselves trapped between two converging forces. Damn it, we should never have come to the girls' dorm. Hu Wenliang grumbled. Binge, what do we do? Chun Hao finally began to panic as he looked at nearly 1,000 zombies surrounding them from both front and back. The reason they had been so comfortable until now was that Yongbin's truth-seeking eye allowed them to avoid large hordes in advance, so they had never been besieged by zombies before. But with nearly 28,000 zombies on campus, how could there not be massive swarms? Being surrounded and slaughtered by zombies was the most normal occurrence in the apocalypse. The fact that they had survived by wandering outside every day was already a miracle. At this moment, Yongbin's heart was extremely heavy. He hadn't expected that a trip to the female dormitory would lead to such a situation. Their current position was awkward. 400 or 500 zombies blocked their front, while behind them those women were fleeing toward them with a large horde of zombies in tow. On both sides were dormitory buildings. The right side was the back of the building, offering no escape route. The left side was the front of the building, but its entrance was located right in the middle of the zombie horde ahead. Those women were probably trying to escape back into the dormitory, but they hadn't expected such a large horde of zombies to be there as well. How's Liangzi prepare for battle? We have to charge to that entrance. Once we get inside the dormitory, we'll be safe, Yongbin said gravely. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang looked at the distant entrance, their faces full of grim determination. There were 400 or 500 zombies ahead of them. However, they knew this was their only option. Once the zombies from both sides converged, they would have virtually no hope of escape. Get ready. Charge. As soon as Yongbin finished speaking, he dashed forward with Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang quickly following suit. Soon the two sides clashed. Yongbin swung the barbell rod in his hand, smashing it into the zombies at the front. Instantly skulls burst open, and the three leading zombies had their heads crushed by his strike. However, the zombie horde was too dense. Before the front three could even fall, the ones behind surged forward. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang also struck out, immediately savagely battering the oncoming zombies. The three of them advanced while fighting, but soon found themselves completely surrounded. Back to back, each man covered one direction, furiously attacking the zombies that lunged at them. As for Little Orange, it had long since climbed up the wall. In an area with buildings, trapping a cat was clearly impossible. Watching the feline leisurely perched on a second-floor window staring at them, the three could only look on with envy. Species advantages were simply incomparable. As for asking it to come down and help, that was pointless. In this situation, Little Orange couldn't be of much use anyway. Zombies surged madly at the three, and they could only swing their barbell rods wildly to kill them. Each swing of the rod could crush several zombies, but more would immediately swarm in to take their place. These zombies knew no fear, throwing themselves forward wave after wave. Among them were no small number of first-tier zombies, putting immense pressure on the trio. The barbell rod was a weapon of wide, sweeping strikes. Under great strength, it had terrifying power, but it also drained their stamina enormously. Especially in a situation with such a massive zombie horde, every attack required a tremendous expenditure of energy. Moreover, the barbell rod lacked agility, making it particularly troublesome when zombies got close. Against a few dozen zombies, they couldn't get near the three, but with hundreds pressing forward relentlessly, they simply couldn't hold them all back. Once the zombies got close, they inevitably suffered some injuries. Yongbin, who was clearing the path ahead, faced the greatest pressure. The dense wall of zombies before him made it incredibly difficult to break through. Killing one merely meant another took its place. The three could only inch forward bit by bit. The group of women behind them had also noticed the situation ahead, but they still ran toward them. They had no other retreat. Classmates, help us. Together we'll have a better chance, shouted the woman in sportswear at the front. More like a faster death, Chun Hao said, helplessly looking at the terrifying zombie horde behind the women. At least 500 or 600 by his estimate. Even Hu Wenliang had no thought of saving them this time, because he knew that trying to rescue others in a situation like this would only drag themselves down. Some of the zombies surrounding the three noticed the women and immediately rushed toward them, which did relieve some of the pressure. But this was only temporary. Once the horde following the women arrived, they would face an even more terrifying onslaught. Yaoguang was fully aware of this, and his anxiety grew. They were only 5 or 6 meters from the entrance, yet that distance felt impossibly far, because every step forward was a monumental struggle. Soon the women were completely overwhelmed by the zombie tide. After a short while there was no more sound. The outcome was self-evident. Such was the cruelty of the apocalypse, a scene playing out everywhere across the globe at every moment. Harvesting crystals was never easy. To hunt for crystals, one had to be prepared to die at any moment. The three had no mind left to dwell on the fate of those women because the zombies that had been chasing them were now surging toward them. The pressure on Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang, who were covering the rear, increased dramatically. Seeing this, Yaoguang gritted his teeth, grabbed the barbell rod, and rammed it into the zombies ahead, pushing forward with all his might. Under his immense strength, the zombies were shoved backward, crashing into those behind them without stopping. Zombies piled on top of one another, and after stacking more than 20, Yaoguang could push no further. This charge had gained them over 3 meters, but the cost was severe. With both hands gripping the rod to push the zombies ahead, he had no way to defend against those on his sides. The zombies on either side seized the opportunity to tear and bite at him frantically, and in just that short time his body was covered in wounds. Binge switched. Seeing this, Chun Hao's eyes turned red. He quickly pulled Yaoguang behind him and took his place, blocking the surging zombies. Binge, let me heal you first, Hu Wenliang said urgently. No, let's break through first. I can still hold on, Yaoguang said through clenched teeth. They were now less than 2 meters from the entrance, but the zombies ahead were packed so tightly together that they could barely move forward. Meow. Just then, Little Orange, who had been watching from above, suddenly pounced down. It landed on the heads of several zombies in front of them, then leaped from head to head among the horde, clawing and biting wildly. Its action successfully diverted the attention of the zombies ahead, and many turned their focus to attacking the cat. Chun Hao's eyes lit up. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward, crashing into the zombies ahead and bursting through to the entrance. Yaoguang and Hu Wenliang followed instantly. The three rushed through the door, quickly slammed the iron gate shut, and sprinted toward the stairs. Inside the gate there were still quite a few zombies, but far fewer than outside. The group swiftly dispatched the ones blocking their path, successfully charging into the stairwell and racing upward until they reached the 4th floor. At that moment, Yaoguang finally gave out, collapsing onto the ground with a thud. Liangzi, hurry and help Brother Bin into the side dormitory to treat his wounds. He'll hold the stairs, Chun Hao urged anxiously. All right. Hu Wenliang nodded, helped Yaoguang up, and guided him into the adjacent dormitory. Seeing Yaoguang covered in injuries, Hu Wenliang was momentarily at a loss as to where to begin. But soon he noticed a massive wound on Yaoguang's shoulder. A bite from a zombie that had torn away a huge chunk of flesh. If it had been just a bit closer, it would have reached his neck. Hu Wenliang quickly placed his hand over the injury. In an instant, a white glow emanated from his palm, and Yaoguang's wound began to heal at a visible rate. Having advanced to the 2nd tier, Hu Wenliang's healing ability had markedly improved. Before long, the wound on Yaoguang's shoulder had restored completely. He then proceeded to treat Yaoguang's other bite marks. The injuries from zombie bites were evidently far more severe than scratches. Each bite tore away a chunk of flesh, causing relentless bleeding that demanded immediate treatment to avert danger. Had Yaoguang not been exceptionally strong, he would have succumbed to such extensive wounds long ago. Yet he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay conscious. Without Hu Wenliang there, he would surely have met his maker. The iron gate downstairs didn't hold out for long before the horde of zombies breached it. A massive wave of undead surged madly up the stairs. Chun Hao gripped the barbell rod tightly, standing at the stairwell entrance with the imposing aura of a general holding a pass against 10,000 troops. Soon zombies reached the 4th floor. Chun Hao swung the rod, smashing their skulls, then kicked them back down, sending a cascade of zombies tumbling below. The stairwell offered a positional advantage, and with his 2nd-tier strength, Chun Hao had little trouble holding the entrance. However, he too had sustained considerable injuries, and after fighting for so long, he was utterly exhausted. Each swing of the 20-kilogram barbell rod drained tremendous energy. His arms were already aching and numb, barely able to lift it. But thinking of Yaoguang's severe injuries in the dormitory, Chun Hao clenched his teeth and persisted. As the bodies piled up in the stairwell, the zombies' charge was somewhat slowed. Yet many among the horde below were 1st-tier zombies, and they had learned to climb up the handrails, keeping the pressure on Chun Hao undiminished. Inside the dormitory, most of Yaoguang's bite wounds had been healed, but Hu Wenliang had collapsed from exhaustion due to the immense energy expended. Without resting, Yaoguang scrambled to his feet and headed to the stairwell. Seeing Chun Hao struggling alone to guard the entrance, he quickly picked up the barbell rod and strode over. How's he go rest? Yaoguang said. Brother Bin, you're healed. Chun Hao exclaimed in surprise. With Liangzi around, I won't die. You're in bad shape. Go rest now. Leave this to me. Chun Hao didn't argue. He nodded and walked toward the dormitory, utterly spent. After Chun Hao left, Yaoguang took his position, holding the zombie horde at bay in the stairwell. With his strength, these undead stood no chance of breaking through. Before long, the stairwell was completely clogged with zombie corpses. Seeing that no more zombies were coming up, Yaoguang slumped to the ground. This battle was undoubtedly the toughest they had faced in days. Even more grueling than the last time they had gone down to rescue Hu Wenliang. Yaoguang himself had nearly been done in. He struggled back to the dormitory and found Hu Wenliang tending to Chun Hao's wounds. However, the energy spent on healing Yaoguang had been so great that Hu Wenliang had to rest for a while after treating each injury. Brother Bin, all clear? Chun Hao asked. The stairwell is completely blocked. The zombies won't be coming up anytime soon, but getting down ourselves will be a hassle. No matter. The important thing is that we all made it, Chun Hao said cheerfully. Yeah, I almost thought we were done for, Hu Wenliang said with a wry smile. This time we really owe it to Little Orange. If it hadn't lured the front zombies away at the last moment, we might not have made it, Chun Hao remarked. Right? Speaking of which, where's Little Orange? It was then that they realized Little Orange hadn't followed them up. Don't tell me something happened. They looked outside with concern. Previously, their attitude toward Little Orange had been utilitarian. Keep it if useful, discard it if not. But after this incident, their perspective had completely shifted. The creature had saved their lives. Meow. Just then a weak meow sounded. Moments later, a massive orange cat stumbled and swaying unsteadily. Little Orange. The three of them looked at the orange cat with delight. Little Orange was drenched in blood, its body covered in wounds that made their hearts race. It was no less battered than Yaoguang. Liangzi, heal Little Orange quickly. Yaoguang urged anxiously. Hu Wenliang quickly placed his hand on Little Orange and began to heal it. Meanwhile, Yaoguang took a crystal from his pocket and fed it to the cat. Mutant beasts seemed to differ from humans. Little Orange was already second tier, yet it could still consume first-tier crystals. While they didn't enhance its strength, they appeared to replenish its energy, which was why the cat had a strong fondness for them. I didn't expect Little Orange to be so fast, and still end up this battered, Chun Hao marveled. Dancing on the heads of zombies is like walking on a tightrope over a blade. With so many undead reaching up with clawing hands, it had no place to land. It's lucky it wasn't caught and devoured outright, Yaoguang said. True. Soon Hu Wenliang had healed most of Little Orange's injuries. Only then did he find time to treat his own wounds, which were also considerable. After finishing, he collapsed onto the bed and passed out. Thank goodness for Liangzi, Chun Hao said, looking at the unconscious Hu Wenliang. Indeed. Without him, we'd be waiting to die with injuries this severe, Yaoguang replied bitterly. This damn apocalypse really takes lives. Oh no, Brother Bin. We didn't bring any supplies. We'll have nothing to eat tonight, Chun Hao suddenly realized. Yaoguang's expression also darkened. They had left their belongings in the dormitory to avoid carrying bulky backpacks. They hadn't expected that leaving would be fine, but returning would be impossible. With over 1,000 zombies lurking below, getting back anytime soon was out of the question. Sigh, I never thought we'd experience hunger even at the second tier, Chun Hao lamented. Erase the plan. You stay here and watch over Liangzi. He'll search these dormitories and see if I can scavenge anything, Yaoguang said. All right. Leaving the dormitory, Yaoguang began to scavenge from room to room. He had always been curious about what the girls' dormitory looked like, but never had the chance to come up and see. He never imagined that with the apocalypse he would finally have the opportunity. He had assumed the girls' dormitory would be cleaner and more organized than the boys'. As it turned out, he was mistaken. The chaos in the girls' dormitory was even worse than in the boys'. Of course, it could have been caused by the zombies. But the sight of bras and underwear strewn all over the floor was a bit much. Moreover, the styles were an eye-opener for him. Were girls really that open these days? Yaoguang smiled wryly at the dormitory before him, yet he had no choice but to search for food amidst the flying lingerie. After searching for a long time, he found nothing to eat. As he had expected, how could there possibly be any food left in the dormitories now? If there had been any, others would have already taken it all. Yaoguang searched several more dormitories, and it was the same story in each. They had everything else, even a single contraceptive pill, but no food. Yaoguang sighed helplessly. At this rate, it seemed they would indeed have to go hungry. After searching the entire 4th floor with no results, Yaoguang went up to the 5th floor. He searched room by room and finally found a pack of gum, which he only discovered by using his ability to sense it inside a pocket of a piece of clothing. Damn, how did these people clean everything out so thoroughly? Yaoguang grumbled. When he reached the 6th floor, he was about to continue his search when he unexpectedly found a door that was locked from the inside. Activating his true sight, he looked inside and saw 4 girls holding iron pipes staring warily at the door, clearly having heard his footsteps. There was blood on the iron pipes in their hands, indicating they had killed zombies. Their dormitory was relatively tidy, and there was quite a bit of snacks on the beds. If his guess was correct, these girls were the ones who had scavenged all the food from this dormitory building. Seeing this, Yaoguang knew there was no need to go to the 7th floor. He wouldn't find anything there either. Yaoguang thought for a moment and decided not to approach them. It was enough to know there was food here. They had eaten at noon and weren't too hungry yet. With their current physiques, going without food for one night wouldn't affect them much. If they still couldn't find a way to leave by tomorrow, he could come back and borrow some food from them then. It shouldn't be a problem. After memorizing this dormitory, Yaoguang turned and went downstairs. Inside the room, hearing the footsteps fade away, the four girls breathed a sigh of relief. Not a zombie. Probably not. Could it be a person? But there's no one left in this building. Could it be those people from downstairs? Impossible. How could they still be alive? Nothing is impossible. They managed to charge into this dormitory building under the siege of hundreds of zombies. It's not surprising they survived. What if it really is them? Then just deal with it. If it is them, even if they want to rape you, you'd better spread your legs willingly. The four of us don't even have the right to resist in front of them. Don't think I'm joking. With the restraints of the law gone, anything is possible. Okay, but since he didn't come over, does that mean he didn't find us? The doors of the other rooms are all wide open, but ours is tightly shut. Do you think he noticed us? Then why did he leave? I don't know. Anyway, be careful. Hide everything. Ching, why do you think they are so powerful, eh? If I'm not mistaken, they must be what the authorities call second-tier evolvers. Second-tier. Only second-tier evolvers could survive a siege by hundreds of zombies. I didn't expect our school to have 3 second-tier evolvers so quickly. And those guys from the Taekwondo club on the campus forum still claim to be the strongest team in the school. If they ever ran into these 3, they'd probably be wiped out in no time. Remember, if they come again, don't resist. Staying alive is what matters. Yaoguang returned to the dormitory on the 4th floor. Yuheng was still unconscious. Chunhao was sitting on the bed scrolling through his phone, and Little Orange was sleeping on the bed. Binge any luck? Chunhao asked quickly when he saw Yaoguang return. Sort of. There are 4 girls on the 6th floor, and they have food. If we get really hungry, we can borrow some from them, Yaoguang said. In this apocalypse, food is so scarce. Who would lend out their food? Chunhao rolled his eyes. I have a feeling they will, Yaoguang said, wiping down a barbell. I think so too, Chunhao nodded. Alright, let's rest too. We still need to go up to the rooftop tonight to look at the stars. Oh, Binge, the authorities just released some information online about zombie strength and human classification. Oh, how is it classified? Yaoguang asked curiously. Just like you said before, both zombies and humans are defined by tiers, 1st tier and 2nd tier. Right now it seems there are only 1st and 2nd tier zombies. No 3rd tier ones have been found yet. According to the official data, 1st tier strength is about 100,200 kilograms and 2nd tier is about 300,500. It's unclear for 3rd tier. So that means the authorities already have 2nd tier peak existences? Yaoguang frowned. Definitely. We're using iron bars to smash, but they're using machine guns and cannons. How can we compare? True, the authorities have an absolute advantage in that regard. The internet is full of posts about crystals now. Many people have already obtained crystals and improved their strength, but even more have paid with their lives. That's normal. It feels like this apocalypse is a great purge. I wonder how many people will end up surviving, Yaoguang sighed. Yeah. Oh, Binge, the campus forum is also very lively now. We've become one of the hot topics. Chunhao said with a bitter smile. Judging by your expression, it doesn't seem like good news. It's probably those guys from this afternoon spreading rumors saying we killed people for their crystals. Now the campus network is full of condemnation. I should have just killed them all back then. Yaoguang said coldly. Did they get any information about us? Yeah, they described our appearance, and then our ever-so-helpful class monitor ratted us out, Chunhao said with a wry smile. That guy has always had it in for us. Forget it. Let them talk. These people haven't truly experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse yet. When they do, they'll realize how gentle we were. The group slept from dusk until nearly midnight, finally stirring at 1150. By then, Yuheng had also recovered. The 3 of them, along with a cat, made their way to the rooftop of the dormitory. The iron door to the rooftop was still locked, suggesting no one had been up there. They pried open the lock with a barbell bar, slipped through, and closed the door behind them. Finding a clean spot, they lay down directly, awaiting the appearance of the 9 stars of the Big Dipper. When midnight struck, the 9 stars materialized in the sky with perfect timing. Having experienced this once before, they quickly slipped into the right state of mind. Beside them, Little Orange raised its head, gazing dazedly at the 9 stars in the heavens. Strands of spiritual energy slowly seeped into their bodies. Below, thousands of zombies simultaneously lifted their heads toward the sky, and the night gradually grew quiet. Most of the surviving humans drifted into exhausted slumber. After days of groping in the dark, humanity had discovered a pattern. After midnight, the zombies grew still and ceased their hunt for people. This was the time for humans to rest. As on the previous night, Chunhao and Yuheng alternated between watching and resting, while Yaoguang remained fixated on the stars the entire time. At 5 in the morning, the 9 stars faded. Yaoguang had gained over 30 kilograms of strength, while Chunhao and Yuheng had each increased by about 10 kilograms. The trio and the cat descended back to the dormitory, locked the door, and collapsed onto their beds. This time they woke up a little after 9, as there were important matters to attend to today. They needed to find a way out. Brother Bin, the zombies downstairs haven't left. How do we get out? Chunhao's scalp still crawled at the dense throng of zombies below. If they want leave, we'll kill them all. We'll whittle them down using the stairwell, Yaoguang said in a low voice. They couldn't stay trapped here forever. They had to get out and grow stronger. but the stairwell is too cramped. Less than 100 corpses will block it completely. How long will this take? We'll divide the work. 1 person kills zombies in the stairwell, 2 drag the bodies into the nearby rooms. Take it slow, and we'll finish eventually. All right, the 2 nodded. By the way, Brother Ben, didn't you say there are 4 girls upstairs? Why not call them down to help move the bodies? The 3 of us kill, and the 4 of them haul. Won't that speed things up? Right, that could work. Yaoguang's eyes lit up. Are you serious? Asking those delicate girls to haul corpses? They'd agree only if pigs fly. Liang said dumbfounded. I'll offer them a few crystals, and he'll bet they'd even dissect bodies, let alone move them. Damn right. How did I forget that? Let's go. Little Orange, stay in the dorm, or go play. Try not to come out if others are around. Meow, Little Orange called, then leaped across the corridor a few times and vanished from sight. Brother Ben, won't it run away? Chunhao asked worriedly. Probably not. If it were going to flee, it wouldn't have come down to save us when it was so dangerous yesterday. True. The 3 headed to the 6th floor, stopping before a tightly locked dorm room. Yaoguang walked over and knocked. Who's there? The 4 girls inside jumped, staring nervously at the door. We're the ones who came into this dorm building yesterday. Open up. We want to discuss something with you, Yaoguang said. The girls exchanged glances, seeing both understanding and tension in each other's eyes. What do we do, Sister Qingqing? They're really here. I don't want to just spread my legs, a cute-looking girl said, her face crumpling. The girl called Qingqing took a deep breath. What's meant to be will be. Open the door. It won't hold them back. All right. A short girl cautiously approached the door and opened it. Seeing 3 men drenched in blood standing outside, she was startled. This was a female dorm, and Yaoguang's group had no spare clothes to change into, so they were still in yesterday's bloodstained outfits. As the dorm door swung open, Chunhao's eyes lit up. The girls were all quite attractive, especially a tall one who could easily be a class beauty. The tall girl Qingqing stepped forward politely. Hello, can we help you? Erase the thing, we're planning to clear out the zombies downstairs. If you're free, come down and help us move the bodies, Yaoguang said bluntly, unfazed by their beauty. The 4 girls in the room were speechless. Who in their right mind asks girls to haul corpses right off the bat? If they didn't know better, they'd have cursed him out. Qingqing suppressed her urge to swear, maintaining a smile. Well, I'm afraid we can't help you. Oh, what a pity. I was thinking of giving each of you 2 crystals if you came along. Since you're not interested, we'll do it ourselves, Yaoguang said, regretfully turning to leave with Chunhao and Liang. Wait. The girls, who had been reluctant a moment ago, widened their eyes in excitement. Are you serious? Of course. I have no reason to lie to you, Yaoguang said. All right, well, do it, the girls exclaimed eagerly. Good. Let's go. Yaoguang headed downstairs without another word. Watching his retreating figure, one girl whispered, Sister Qingqing, can we trust them? They don't need to deceive us. Let's go. This might be our chance. Qingqing said excitedly, leading the others to follow. When they reached the 4th floor and saw the stairwell piled with zombie corpses, the girls' faces paled, but they didn't vomit. After days in the apocalypse, they had seen enough to build up their tolerance. Yaoguang casually pulled 4 crystals from his pocket and handed them to the girls. These are a down payment. After you absorb them, you'll have more strength to move the bodies faster. These crystals were ones he had dug out of the corpses yesterday. Useless to them now, but too valuable to waste. The girls stared wide-eyed at Yaoguang's casual demeanor, at a loss for words. This was something countless people dreamed of, and he just gave it away like that. Truly obscenely generous. They quickly took the crystals, their voices trembling. Thank you, thank you. These crystals might be useless to Yaoguang's group now, but to these girls they were a lifeline. Special zombies weren't easy to kill, and with zombies clustering in hordes, few people could take them down. As the zombies grew stronger, ordinary people's chances of survival dwindled. These crystals were like divine medicine for the girls. Enough with the sentiment. Eat them quickly and start moving the bodies, Yaoguang urged. Okay. They wiped the crystals clean and swallowed them. As the energy was absorbed, they all reached the 1st tier. Without further ado, the girls began hauling corpses. Though it was a daunting task, the lure of crystals made it bearable. Yaoguang and his companions didn't idle, either helping to drag bodies into the adjacent rooms. As the corpses were cleared away, the stairs below were revealed and zombies surged up immediately. Thus Yaoguang's trio focused on killing while the 4 girls handled the removal, a cooperative effort that worked smoothly enough. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, over half of the zombies had evolved into 1st-tier zombies, and the proportion of 2nd-tier zombies had also increased significantly. The destructive power of the zombies skyrocketed, making ordinary doors barely able to withstand their assaults, worsening the living conditions for humanity. Although the chance of obtaining crystals seemed higher, it had actually become more difficult. Any random group of zombies now consisted of more than half 1st-tier zombies, making them too formidable for ordinary teams to handle. Even more fatal, on the 5th day of the apocalypse, the mobile phone signal went dead. It was unknown how other cities fared, but the signal in Xing City was cut off. Without mobile signals, there was no way to access external information, contact family or friends, or even offer mutual comfort, adding further despair to an already hopeless situation. The food shortage worsened, and with the disappearance of mobile signals, the dark side of human nature accelerated. Driven by unbearable hunger, those who dared not attack zombies turned their sights on the people around them. Meanwhile, those who had obtained crystals and grown stronger saw their inner desires begin to swell. In the cafeteria, with the loss of mobile signals, the students' emotions erupted completely. They were no longer satisfied with just a bit of porridge each day. They wanted to eat their fill. They stormed the kitchen to snatch food, fighting fiercely over it. At that moment, teachers and school leaders were completely forgotten. Chaos engulfed the entire cafeteria. The principal sighed helplessly as he watched, knowing well that this path would only hasten their doom. Yet he also knew he could no longer control these students. The zombies outside the cafeteria remained numerous, and as time passed they grew stronger, diminishing any hope of escape. Without rescue, they would eventually be trapped and starve to death within the cafeteria. The principal could only pray for a swift rescue. Outside, the number of zombie-killing teams on campus had dwindled from over a dozen yesterday to just 4 remaining. Most of the others had been completely wiped out the day before. One of these 4 teams was the group of physical education students that Yaoguang and his friends had encountered yesterday. They had grown from over 20 to more than 30 members, with nearly 20 of them already first-tier evolvers. Another team was from the Taekwondo club with over 20 members, most of whom had reached the first tier. One team was led by a group of female physical education students, the largest with 70 to 80 people, many of whom were already first tier. The last team was led by Yaoguang and those from dormitory building 21. Yaoguang and his group were among the earliest besides Yongbin's team to learn about the crystals, and they were also among the first capable of killing zombies. That day, after Yongbin and his group brought them to the supermarket and they had eaten their fill, Yaoguang and 2 others took some armed and brave individuals to go out and kill zombies. On that trip, they killed 2 special zombies, and Yaoguang and Lao He advanced to the first tier. By the next day, when the authorities announced the matter of the crystals, the residents of dormitory building 21 clung to Yaoguang's coattails, giving rise to this team. At this moment, all 4 teams were hiding cautiously in corners, waiting for zombies to appear. Having learned from bloody lessons, they no longer dared to wander recklessly, instead hiding and waiting for zombies to come to them. Meanwhile, in dormitory building 12 for female students, Yongbin and his companions along with Lu Qingqing and the other girls continued methodically killing zombies. With Yongbin and his 2 friends guarding the stairwell, not even second-tier zombies could break through, let alone first-tier ones. Lu Qingqing and the other girls had become adept at hauling the bodies. Perhaps they had never dreamed in their past lives that they would one day do such work. But now they did it with relish, for as Lu Qingqing said, this was their opportunity. The sheer power of Yongbin and his friends stunned them. These terrifying zombies were like chickens and dogs, easily slain at their hands. Following such people, how could they fear a lack of crystals? In just a few hours they had killed over 200 zombies. Among them, there should be some with crystals. What they didn't know was that more than half of the bodies they dragged into the dormitory contained crystals. Hey, a big one's coming. As they were killing, Yongbin's eyes lit up. Second tier. Yeah. Take it down. A voluptuous female zombie pushed through the crowd and lunged at them. But as she sprang forward, 3 barbell rods smashed directly into her forehead. A dull thud sounded, and her head split open. This second-tier zombie met its end before it could even strike. Yongbin dragged the corpse up and deftly extracted the crystal from its head. He wiped it on his clothes and tossed it into his mouth. They had agreed to prioritize Yongbin's strength enhancement, and only after second-tier crystals became ineffective for him would they upgrade Chun Hao and Hu Wanliang, so Yongbin didn't ask further. The girls, seeing Yongbin retrieve a crystal for the first time, were somewhat astonished. Having killed so many zombies without seeing them take any crystals, and now taking just this one, they knew it must be special. Especially when they saw this crystal larger than the ones in online images, they exchanged shocked glances. A second-tier crystal. Once inside his body, the crystal dissolved into energy, surging through him and further elevating Yongbin's strength. He clenched his fist, sensing the power, roughly over 400 kilograms. Not bad. Yongbin smiled, and then continued killing zombies. They fought until past 1 in the afternoon, finally overwhelmed by exhaustion and hunger. Stop moving the bodies for now. Block the stairs and take a break, Yongbin said. Okay. The girls obediently stopped. Soon the stairwell was again blocked with zombie corpses, and Yongbin and his 2 friends slumped to the ground. Phew. These barbell rods are effective, but too heavy. Using them for so long is exhausting, Hu Wanliang panted. I agree. My arms can't even lift anymore, Chun Hao said with a wry smile. It's fine. You'll get better when you're stronger, Yongbin replied with a grin. He wasn't as tired as the other 2, given his superior strength. Then good, how about we ask them to get us some food? I'm starving, Chun Hao whispered in Yongbin's ear. They had only eaten a little yesterday at noon and nothing since. If they had been lying still a day without food, wouldn't feel so bad. But they had been overexerting themselves, so they couldn't hold out. Yongbin nodded and turned to the girls. Do you have any food? Can you get us something to eat? No. One girl began, but Lu Qingqing quickly pulled her behind her and smiled. Yes, we'll go get some for you. With that, she led the girls upstairs. That Lu Qingqing is quite clever, Chun Hao remarked with a smile. Yes, she really is, Yongbin agreed. The short-haired girl who had just been pulled back upstairs said puzzled, Sister Qingqing, we scavenged this food with great difficulty. If we give it to them, what will we eat? Yes, Sister Qingqing, they probably didn't see our food. Even if we don't tell them, they wouldn't know. Another bespectacled, gentle-looking girl remarked. You two, your thinking is too simplistic. If we tell them there's no food, and they come up here to search, what then? Well, I'm sure they've already searched other rooms. They must have noticed those rooms were raided. Don't you think they'll figure out it was us? They will. Exactly. Even though we hid the food, they can definitely guess we have some in our dorm, or they wouldn't have asked. It's completely different if they find it themselves versus us willingly giving it to them. Understand? Got it. The other three girls nodded. Don't worry. Even if we share our food with them, we won't starve. After they clear the zombies downstairs, we can go out to find more. Remember, we're first-tier evolvers now. And didn't you notice? They seem to look down on even ordinary crystals. As long as we do our work well and behave, maybe they'll give us a few more crystals. Then our strength will increase again, and we won't have to worry about food. Lu Qingqing smiled. That's right, Sister Qingqing. Well, listen to you. But remember, don't try to be clever. If they give us something, we take it. If they don't, we don't ask. Understood? Lu Qingqing said seriously. Understood. Soon the girls brought down most of the food and water from their dorm, mostly bread, biscuits, and sunflower seeds. Yongbin looked at the pile before him, smiled, and turned to Lu Qingqing. You're clever. Don't worry, we won't eat your food for nothing. We'll give each of you an extra crystal as payment for this meal. How about that? Really? The four girls' eyes widened with excitement. Of course. Yongbin nodded. For them, crystals were the only thing they had plenty of. That morning they had killed over 300 zombies, at least 100 of which were first tier. The task of digging out the crystals would be quite tedious. That's great. Thank you. The girls' faces flushed with joy. As expected, Sister Qingqing was right. After eating a bit and resting, they resumed killing zombies. This time the three of them took turns, continuing until around 6 in the evening when darkness fell. In one day they had killed over 700 zombies, their hands numb from the work. Among them, more than half were first-tier zombies, and they had encountered 3 second-tier ones. 1 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Yongbin consumed all the second-tier crystals. Including the one he ate yesterday, he had already taken 4 second-tier crystals since reaching the second tier. Just like with the first tier, the effect diminished each time. When he ate the 4th crystal, his strength only increased by about 30 kilograms. But now Yongbin was puzzled. According to official data, the peak of the second tier should be around 500 kilograms of strength. Yet he felt his current strength had already reached that level. Though there was no precise data, he was fairly certain. Could it be that the second tier is capped after only 4 crystals? Or is it because of my cultivation? Yongbin pondered. That shouldn't be. I feel the second tier crystals still have an effect. Maybe it's the cultivation. Never mind, I'll know after another night of cultivation. Yongbin took out 4 more crystals and handed them to the girls, the payment he had promised. You can go back now. See you tomorrow. Thank you so much. The girls said gratefully. Don't thank me. It's just mutual benefit. Yongbin smiled. After Lu Qingqing and the others left, Yongbin and his companions looked at the rooms filled with zombie corpses and felt a chill run down their spines. Brother Bin, do we dig them out ourselves? What else? Why not ask them to help? I don't think they'd dare to skim. No need. They don't know how many crystals there are. If they saw that many, they'd feel resentful and might not work as hard. Besides, crystals are still a scarce resource. It's better not to let others know how many we have. Yongbin said. But what do we need so many first-tier crystals for? Hu Wenliang asked, confused. Xiao Zhizi needs to eat them, and if we ever expand our group, the more we have, the better. Yongbin replied. All right, let's get to it. I'll direct you to dig. Why? Because I know which bodies have crystals. Do you want to check every single one? Working together, it took them over an hour to extract all the crystals, 368 in total. Both of them were exhausted. All right, pack up the crystals. Let's rest. We'll have to get up later to watch the stars. They switched to a different dorm. The one near the stairs had been used to store the zombie corpses. Lying in bed, Yongbin habitually pulled out his phone only to find there was no signal. Well, now this thing is really only good for a flashlight. Chunhao said helplessly. Didn't I tell you to download some movies? Did you? No, I didn't have time. Sigh, what a shame. Yongbin sighed. His phone was too old and nearly out of memory, so he couldn't have downloaded anything even if he wanted to. You two don't have any, but I do. Hu Wenliang said smugly. Ha, you're the best. Come on, let's see. The two immediately crowded around him. All right. Hu Wenliang generously opened his media player. Do you want to watch foreign films or domestic ones? Japanese. They both said in unison. Coming right up. Hu Wenliang quickly found a Japanese film. But when the figure of Sadako appeared on the screen, Yongbin and Chunhao immediately lost interest. What's wrong? This horror movie fits the mood perfectly. Don't you have any? You know adult films. Chunhao's eyes widened. Oh, you mean those? Why didn't you say so earlier? Do you have any? No. Brother Ben, I feel like hitting someone. Me too. Soon the dormitory echoed with screams, frightening the girls upstairs so much that they huddled in their room trembling. At 2350 the three of them and the cat went up to the rooftop to watch the stars staying until 5 in the morning. Yaoguang sensed the power within his body, his confusion deepening. Today he had also gained over 30 kilograms of strength. His current strength now exceeded 500 kilograms, but the third corner hadn't lit up, meaning he was still at the second tier. Could cultivation allow one to surpass the limit? Yaoguang's eyes lit up with delight. If that were the case, then they would be far stronger than others at the same realm. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, ordinary zombies were rarely seen outside. Most had evolved into first-tier zombies. Those who had not obtained crystals to enhance themselves in the early days now found it almost impossible to acquire crystals on their own. An ordinary person couldn't even defeat a single first-tier zombie, let alone a group of them. Of course, if you had a gun, that would be a different story. However, gun control in Huaxia is extremely strict, and the chances of an ordinary person owning a gun are slim. Moreover, even if you had one, a typical pistol had too few bullets and made too much noise, so you wouldn't dare use it recklessly. Therefore, those who were too timid to go out and kill zombies in the early days now had no choice but to hide in corners, helplessly waiting for rescue. However, was rescue really that easy? In a certain conference room in Xingqing, several high-ranking officials of Xingqing were engaged in heated discussions. No, we must start rescue operations as soon as possible. Every day we delay, countless civilians will die. We cannot wait any longer. A young man in military uniform exclaimed loudly. Xingqing has a population of over 10 million, and no one knows exactly how many are still alive. What is certain is that the number of zombies is no less than 8 million. With our current ammunition, we can't do much. Another middle-aged man shook his head. Ammunition shortage. Then we'll have our brothers engage in close combat. I can't bear to watch those civilians being killed by zombies. Close combat. Are you trying to get our soldiers all killed? Once surrounded by zombies, none of you will come back, the middle-aged man said angrily. If I were afraid of death, I wouldn't have become a soldier. I'm a rough man, not as clever as you. All I know is that my purpose as a soldier is to serve the people. Now the people need us, so I must step up. The man said firmly. Zhao, don't get agitated. I understand your feelings, and we feel the same way. But in times like these, we need to stay calm. Let's not even talk about whether we can rescue them. Even if you could, how would you accommodate them? So many people need food, water, shelter, and sanitation. All of these must be considered. It's not just about rescuing them. The leading middle-aged man said. Then what do you suggest? The top priority now is to build a sufficiently large survival base where the people can have a safe place. Then we can notify them via broadcast to come here. You mean let them come on their own? Yes, of course rescue is necessary, but it must be done in batches. We can't rescue everyone at once. Our current troops and weapons simply cannot do that. So it's best if they can make their own way here. Do you think ordinary people have the ability to get here? Zhao Hu said coldly. If they can't, then we hope they can hold on until rescue arrives. Seeing Zhao Hu about to say something more, the leading man said directly, all right, it's settled. Next, let's discuss the issue of building a survival base. Okay, school, girls' dormitory. Yaoguang stood on the corridor, looking down at the zombies below, a solemn expression on his face. What's wrong, Brother Bin? Below are all first-tier zombies now, and there are 7 or 8 second-tier zombies. Their growth rate is terrifying. Yeah, it seems we need to speed up too. Go call those girls down. Let's keep killing. All right. After the girls came down, they once again embarked on a massacre. There were only about 300 zombies left below. After spending the entire morning, they finally cleared them all. When no more zombies charged up, the three of them felt a sense of surviving a disaster. Phew. Finally, we're not trapped here anymore, Chun Hao said with relief. Yeah, I've come to realize that female zombies and male zombies are all the same. After seeing too many, I want to puke. As Yaoguang had observed, there were 8 second-tier zombies among the 300. Yaoguang ate 2 more crystals, but after that they had no effect. That meant he needed to consume 6 second-tier crystals to reach the limit. After reaching the limit, Yaoguang's strength was about 600 kilograms, a full 100 kilograms more than the officially announced 500. And after 3 nights of cultivation, he seemed to have exactly reached that number. It seems that the power gained from cultivation is truly extra. Yaoguang thought to himself. In that case, I'm going to start getting freakishly strong. The remaining second-tier crystals were shared between Chun Hao and Hu Wanliang, and their strength increased significantly again. After finishing off the zombies, Yaoguang took out a dozen crystals from his pocket and handed them to the girls. You performed well. We'll give you a few extra. Hope you can survive in this apocalypse. However, the girls who usually got excited at the sight of crystals did not reach out this time. Lu Qingqing looked at Yaoguang seriously and said, Can we follow you? Yaoguang was taken aback and asked, Why do you want to follow us? Because we want to survive, Lu Qingqing said firmly. Yaoguang looked at Lu Qingqing, and the other girl's determined eyes thought for a moment and then shook his head. We don't want too many people for now. With your current strength, as long as you dare to kill zombies, surviving shouldn't be too difficult. If we meet again and you've improved your strength and still want to follow us, I'll consider it. Hearing Yaoguang's words, disappointment flashed in the girl's eyes. It's okay. I believe we can survive. When we meet next time, I won't let you down. Lu Qingqing quickly adjusted her mindset and smiled at Yaoguang. Looking at Lu Qingqing before him, Yangbin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This woman was remarkable. After a moment's thought, Yangbin suddenly said, "Alright, I'll give you a chance. The zombies we killed today should have plenty of crystals. We're leaving and don't have time to dig them out, so we'll give them to you. Hope you can grow stronger." "Ah, give them to us." The girl's eyes widened. "With so many corpses there should be at least dozens of crystals. Take your time digging. Hope when we meet again you won't disappoint me." With that, Yangbin took Chun Hao and the other two downstairs. First-tier crystals were already dispensable for them. Since they could leave, there was no need to waste time digging crystals. They should quickly find second-tier zombies to kill and enhance their strength. That was the right path. The girls watched the three figures walk away, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. "They are really kind," the cute girl murmured to herself. "Yeah, but why won't they let us follow? Obviously they think we're too weak." Lu Qingqing watched their backs, silently vowing, "I will make you see me in a new light." "Alright, let's quickly dig out the crystals." After moving corpses for 2 days, the girls had trained their courage, and digging out crystals no longer felt unpleasant. However, as they dug more, their expressions grew more shocked. How come every zombie has a crystal? Didn't the authorities say earlier that only a few zombies had crystals? Could it be that they killed all special zombies? The girls exchanged glances, each seeing astonishment in the other's eyes. This is truly a huge opportunity. On the other side, "Brother Ben, I think those girls are pretty good. They're efficient, don't pry into things, and they're even beautiful. Why don't you want them?" Chen Hao asked, somewhat puzzled. "It's not the right time to bring too many people. The more people we have, the more resources we need, which does us no good. Unless they're superhumans, there's no need." "Then why did you give them those crystals?" "If we didn't give them away, would we have to dig them out one by one? Now that we can all get out, isn't it better to use that time to kill more second-tier zombies?" "I guess so. Right now everywhere is full of first-tier zombies. We're not short on first-tier crystals, so there's no need to waste time. Might as well do them a favor. That woman Lu Qingqing is quite clever. As long as nothing unexpected happens, they might actually surprise us. So this favor is quite meaningful. Aren't you afraid they'll bite the hand that feeds them once they rise?" "She's smart. Unless there's a major conflict of interest, she won't go against us. They might surprise us, but they can't surpass us. I have that confidence." Yangbin chuckled. "Brother Ben, sometimes I feel you're nothing like a man in his 20s, Hu Wenliang remarked with a sigh. "Liangzi, you've known Brother Ben for 3 years, and you still treat him as your peer. He only looks like he's in his 20s, Chen Hao laughed. "Alright, enough teasing me. There's a small shop ahead. Let's grab some food, then head to Zhongyuan building. We won't go back to the dormitory this noon. Today, let's push you both to the peak of the second tier, and see if we can find a third-tier zombie," Yangbin said. When they arrived at the shop, they found it had been taken over by others. For people were inside, and no matter how much they knocked, the door wouldn't open. Left with no choice, Yangbin kicked the door open with one powerful blow. "What do you think you're doing?" the people inside exclaimed, startled. "Don't worry, well, just grab a few things and leave," Yangbin said with a smile. "No way. Everything here is ours. You can't take anything." A scrawny man blocked their path. "Step aside, or he'll make you," Yangbin said coldly. "No." Bang! A figure flew through the air. As if nothing had happened, Yangbin walked over to the shelves and began taking items. You're nothing but a bunch of bandits." The other three glared at them angrily. "Want to fly too?" Yangbin shot them a cold glance, and they immediately fell silent. The trio grabbed some food and a few bottles of water, then left without further confrontation. They were in a hurry. After eating, they arrived at Zhongyuan building. To their frustration, the main gate was locked. Clearly someone was inside. "There's no food here. Why would anyone come to this place?" Chen Hao said, annoyed. "They're probably trying to observe the zombie distribution from above. If I'm not mistaken, it's likely a zombie hunting team," Yangbin said. "Aside from such teams, no one would bother coming here. Alright, do we wait for them to come down, or just kick the door in?" "Kick it in. Who knows how long they'll take." "Okay." Chen Hao nodded and delivered a powerful kick to the door, but it didn't budge. Damn, what did these guys prop it up with? It's tough as hell. They probably replaced the wooden bolt with iron bars. Pretty cautious. Let me handle it. With that, Yangbin gave the door a mighty kick, splitting it open. Through the crack, they could see 4 iron bars wedged across the frame, just as he had guessed. But under his immense strength, the bars were already bent. A few more kicks from Yangbin, and the door was wide open. They headed upstairs, and upon reaching the rooftop, found a group of people deep in discussion. There were over 20 of them, each wielding weapons: iron pipes, fire axes, tang swords, and steel tubes. What stood out was that everyone was covered in blood, clearly having killed many zombies. When they saw Yangbin and his companions, the group's eyes widened in shock, clearly not expecting anyone to come up. "How did you get up here?" demanded the muscular man at the front, frowning. "We opened the door and walked up," Yangbin replied casually. "Impossible. I changed the bolt myself." "There's no way you could have opened it," the man said in disbelief. "With 4 iron bars in place, even a second-tier zombie couldn't break through. So how do you think we got up here?" Yangbin asked with a smirk. "I'm the one asking questions here. Just answer honestly and stop being a smartass," the man snapped coldly. "And if I don't? Hey, you must not understand how cruel this apocalyptic world is. Let me tell you, even if we kill you, it'll be for nothing. No one will avenge you. Don't think this is still the world before the end, the man sneered. Kill us. I doubt you have what it takes. Yangbin's tone grew equally cold. Oh, pretty cocky, huh? So you're superhumans too. But so what? Every one of the 20 plus of us here is a superhuman. You dare act tough in front of us. You must not realize the situation. Second brother, teach them a lesson. Show them that there are levels to being a superhuman. You got it. Another burly man stepped out from behind the leader gripping his steel pipe and walked up to Yangbin and his companions with a cold smirk. Kneel down. With a sharp shout, he swung the steel pipe at Yangbin's legs. Bang! A dull thud rang out as second brother's body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily in front of the group. Damn it, he's fighting back. All of you get them. Kill them. The leader roared in fury. Instantly, the 20-plus men charged at the trio with their weapons. Yangbin and his companions let out cold snorts and swung their barbell rods at the oncoming mob. As the two sides clashed, cries of pain erupted. These men might have had some strength, but the strongest among them was only at the peak of the first tier, far below Yangbin's group. Under the weight of their barbell rods, they couldn't hold their ground. A single swing sent several people crashing to the ground. Yangbin, in particular, with his 600-kilogram strength, could inflict fatal or severe injuries with even a casual swing of his barbell rod. Those who fell could barely get back up. Though the 20-kilogram barbell rod grew tiring after a while, there was no denying how satisfying it was to fight with it. With its reach and weight, the trio's opponents couldn't even touch their clothes. Soon, everyone was lying on the ground, groaning in pain. The leader stared in disbelief, never imagining that 3 people could be this powerful. You're already at the second tier. Impossible. We've killed so many zombies and haven't even reached the second stage. How are you already there? The leading man seemed unwilling to accept reality. Yangbin chuckled without explanation. Compare the number of zombies they had killed. Not to mention before, just in the past 2 days they had slaughtered over 1,000 zombies. How could these people compare? Moreover, reaching the second stage wasn't about how many zombies you killed, but whether you had slain a second stage zombie. No one could rival Yangbin and his group in this regard, for they hunted with precision, while others relied on sheer luck. Clearly this group hadn't been so fortunate, or perhaps they hadn't killed enough zombies. Howsy, since they want to teach us a lesson, show them that even among evolvers there are differences in strength, Yangbin said nonchalantly. You got it. Chunhao smirked, walked over, and raised his foot to kick the man. However, the man reacted swiftly, stepping back twice to evade the blow. So what if you're second stage? I've trained in Sonda. Think I'm afraid of you? The man grabbed a fire axe from the ground and swung it at Chunhao. With a cold sneer, Chunhao met the attack with his barbell rod clashing against the axe. A piercing clang rang out as the fire axe was sent flying. Sonda, is it? Chunhao snorted, discarding his barbell rod as well, and launched another kick at the man. The man quickly crossed his arms in front of him. With a heavy thud, Chunhao's foot slammed into the man's arms, the immense force sending him flying several meters into the wall. Blood churned within him, and a trickle of crimson seeped from the corner of his mouth. How can you be this strong? The man stared at Chunhao with wide eyes. He had long been at the peak of the first stage, believing that even if a second stage evolver was stronger, the gap couldn't be too vast. His years of Sonda training should have compensated. Yet facing him now, he realized the other's power was beyond imagination. What he didn't know was that Chunhao was far from a mere new second stage evolver. Aren't you a Sonda practitioner? Keep going. Chunhao taunted coldly. Damn it, I refuse to believe the difference is that huge. Suppressing the surging blood within, the man charged again, leaping and throwing a fierce punch at Chunhao's head. Chunhao raised his arm to block the punch effortlessly, then kicked the man in the stomach. The man was sent tumbling across the ground, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. Pathetic, Chunhao muttered, shaking his head. You? If we were both at the second stage, killing you would be like slaughtering a dog, the man growled coldly. Is that so? Chunhao sneered, his figure vanishing in an instant. Witnessing this, everyone's eyes bulged as if they had seen a ghost. A dull thud echoed as the man's figure was sent flying once more, crashing heavily into the wall. A gush of blood sprayed from his mouth as he stared at Chunhao with wide, unblinking eyes. An ability user. With that, his eyes rolled back and he passed out cold. Even if we were both at the second stage, how many seconds could you last against me? Chunhao declared arrogantly. Watching Chunhao's antics, Yangbin said in exasperation, he's only first stage and you wasted your ability on him. That guy was too infuriating. He needed to be taught a lesson. Whatever, it's fine since no one will know. But they already know, Hu Wenliang pointed out doubtfully. Dead men tell no tales, Yangbin said flatly. Bin Gu, you mean? They wanted to kill us, so there's no reason to spare them. Remember, once you've made enemies, don't leave any loose ends, or one day they'll bring disaster upon you. But there are over 20 people here. Hu Wenliang hesitated. Remember what I said before. Yes, in the apocalypse you must be ruthless, Chunhao replied. Exactly. You've killed plenty of zombies, but not humans yet. These people are your task. All right. Chunhao nodded and strode toward the group. He almost always followed Yangbin's words without question. Hu Wenliang struggled briefly before following suit. Please, don't kill us. We know we were wrong. We beg you, we're all classmates. Spare us. The group knelt on the ground, pleading incessantly. Seeing this, Chun Hao took a deep breath, raised his barbell rod, and brought it down. A flicker of reluctance passed through Hu Wenliang's eyes, but he gritted his teeth and raised his barbell rod as well. Screams erupted briefly before silence fell. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang returned to Yang Bin's side, drenched in blood. Chun Hao's face remained impassive, but Hu Wenliang looked somber. Yang Bin patted his shoulder and said, Liangzi, I hope you understand, to survive long in the apocalypse, you must be ruthless. Otherwise, no matter how strong we are, someone will eventually take us down by treachery. Bingu, I understand. It's just hard to get past mentally. He'll adjust, Hu Wenliang said firmly. Good. Yang Bin nodded, then walked to the window, activating his true sight to peer below. They hadn't come up to kill people, but to find zombies. After depleting his energy several times, Yang Bin withdrew his gaze, a strange expression crossing his face. What's wrong, Bingu? Chun Hao asked softly. I spotted third-stage zombies. Yang Bin said. Third stage? Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang's eyes lit up. Can we take them? Yang Bin shook his head. No. It's odd. I saw 3 third-stage zombies across the campus, but each was surrounded by at least hundreds or thousands of zombies. What's strange about that? A large horde increases the chance of high-tier zombies emerging, Chun Hao said, puzzled. Maybe, but I feel it's not that simple, Yang Bin frowned. What do you mean? I suspect third-stage zombies can summon nearby zombies. Yang Bin said gravely. That can't be. Both Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang looked at him in disbelief. Zombies have no intelligence. How could they summon their kind? Maybe I'm overthinking it, but if it's true, killing a third-stage zombie will be extremely difficult. Yang Bin sighed. It's probably a coincidence. Since we can't take these, let's skip them for now. Tomorrow new third-stage zombies should appear, and we'll see then. Alright, let's go kill some second-stage ones first, and get you both to the peak of the second stage. Okay. After discussing, they left the Zhongyuan building. From above, Yang Bin identified 10 second-stage zombies they could handle. Once downstairs, he led the two to eliminate them one by one. After slaying all 10, Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang finally reached the peak of the second stage. Like Yang Bin, their strength now exceeded 500 kilograms, gaining over 30 kilograms from their cultivation. After finishing the zombies, the trio returned to the dormitory. Since the third-stage zombies were beyond their reach for now, they decided to rest early and see what the next day would bring. The trio returned to the dormitory, had a bite to eat, took showers, changed into clean clothes, and went to bed early. The graduate dormitory was a double room with only 2 beds, each having a desk below and a bed above. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang shared one bed, while Yang Bin slept alone on the other. As for Little Orange, it had disappeared during the day, but returned at night. Yang Bin gave it a blanket and let it sleep behind the door. Animals have far keener senses than humans. With it around, they could be alerted immediately if something went wrong. At 1150 p.m., the 3 woke up on time and went to the rooftop to stargaze until 5 a.m., then returned to the dormitory to catch up on sleep. As Yang Bin had anticipated, although consuming crystals no longer enhanced them, their cultivation remained unrestricted and still showed improvement. Yang Bin was uncertain if this enhancement had a limit, but for now, there was still room for growth. They slept until past 9, then got up to wash up again. This orderly life seemed far from apocalyptic. After freshening up, they headed straight to Zhongyuan building with a single goal for the day: to find a killable third-tier zombie. Upon reaching the rooftop, Yang Bin activated his true sight to survey the zombies below. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze, his expression growing grim. Bingu, what's the situation? Today there are 5 more third-tier zombies, but just like yesterday, each one is surrounded by at least several hundred zombies. I noticed that some zombies scattered yesterday have now gathered around the third-tier ones. So I can conclude that third-tier zombies definitely have the ability to summon nearby zombies, or perhaps the zombies instinctively gravitate toward them. Yang Bin said solemnly. Hearing this, Chun Hao and the others' faces also darkened. If that's the case, killing a third-tier zombie will be extremely difficult. Yeah, it's very troublesome. But we have to act now, and the longer we delay, the worse it gets. If even third-tier zombies are like this, I dread to think what a fourth-tier one would be like. I wouldn't be surprised if it could command zombies. If that happens and our strength hasn't improved, we'll be in deep trouble. Bingu, tell us how to fight. I just observed that the third-tier zombie near the lab has the fewest followers. Only a little over 300. Let's start with that one. Only a little over 300. They stared at Yang Bin wide-eyed. Don't look at me like that. That's the smallest number. The others have at least 500. Alright, are there second-tier zombies among those 300? Yes, about a dozen or so. Can we really fight this? We can try to get into the lab. It's full of tables and equipment that can prevent them from surrounding us. That should make it doable. But we don't know how strong the third-tier zombie is yet. That's an unknown factor. So we'll focus on the third-tier one, and the rest of the zombies are up to you. Got it. They nodded earnestly. After confirming the target, they descended the building again. Under Yang Bin's lead, they quickly arrived at the lab. With no cover in front of the lab, they were spotted by the zombie horde as soon as they appeared. Roars erupted as zombies charged madly at them. Don't get bogged down and get into the lab first. Okay. The trio and the cat sprinted toward the lab entrance. The zombies weren't right at the door, so they didn't have to face them head-on immediately. But before they reached the entrance, zombies lunged from the side. They swung their barbell rods wildly, swiftly taking down the approaching zombies. After killing over 20, they finally made it to the door. The lab door was aluminum alloy and annoyingly opened outward. Yaoguang broke the handle, but still couldn't open it. Zombies closed in, and Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang blocked them while Yaoguang worked on the door. Yaoguang jammed the barbell rod into the gap between the two door panels and pried forcefully. After several attempts, he managed to crack it open. He wedged the rod in and levered the door open. Go! He yanked the door open, and they rushed inside, followed closely by the surging zombies. They tried to hold the door, but it was impossible, so they retreated deeper into the lab. The lab was spacious, cluttered with tables and equipment. Yaoguang and the others weaved swiftly through the furniture. The zombies charged recklessly, knocking over tables and gear, which slowed their advance. Using the obstacles, the trio occasionally struck back, thinning the zombie ranks. Suddenly, a zombie leaped onto a table and lunged at them. A third-tier zombie. Yaoguang's eyes sharpened as he swung his barbell rod fiercely at it. Boom! The rod hit the zombie, knocking it back, but Yaoguang also stumbled a few steps. Such strength! He muttered. Bingu, can you handle it? Chun Hao whispered. No problem, leave this one to me. You take care of the rest. Okay. The repelled third-tier zombie charged again. Yaoguang retreated quickly, luring it to another area where there were fewer zombies for a better fight. Soon Yaoguang reached the far end of the lab with the zombie hot on his heels. As it lunged, he spun around and thrust the rod at its head. But the zombie dodged, causing him to miss. The zombie kept coming, tackling him to the ground before he could react, and snapped at his neck. In a critical moment, Yaoguang jammed the rod into its mouth, shoved it away, and rolled free. Damn, after killing so many zombies, I got pinned by one. He cursed, his expression growing more serious. He hadn't expected a third-tier zombie to be capable of dodging attacks, making it far more dangerous. The zombie gave him no time to think, lunging again. Yaoguang rolled aside, then swung the rod at its head. But at the last second, the zombie raised its arm to block. Boom! The blow shattered its arm, and the remaining force struck its head, staggering it back. Yaoguang's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary second-tier. Despite losing an arm, the zombie charged again without hesitation. Yaoguang swung the rod once more. Boom! Another arm was destroyed, pushing the zombie back. Now try blocking this. He seized the moment, striking at its head again. Boom! This time the zombie couldn't evade. The rod connected with its head, cracking it open and sending blood splattering. Yaoguang's strength combined with the hard barbell rod proved too much even for a third-tier zombie's skull. A third-tier zombie, its physical strength, speed, and resilience far surpass those of a second-tier. Most crucially, it has learned to protect its head, making it far more challenging to kill. Yaoguang sighed. Glancing over at Chun Hao and the others, he saw them steadily eliminating zombies, using obstacles for cover. No immediate danger. Yaoguang approached the corpse of the third-tier zombie and extracted the crystal from its skull. The third-tier crystal was slightly larger than its second-tier counterpart, a bit bigger than a soybean. Even without using his true sight, he could sense the energy radiating from it. Yaoguang wiped the crystal clean and swallowed it whole. Soon a surge of immense energy flooded his body, illuminating the third vertex of the first star in his mind. An even greater wave of energy flowed back, continuously strengthening his physique. After a long moment, the energy was fully absorbed. Yaoguang clenched his fist, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. His strength had definitely surpassed 800 kilograms. The feeling of growing stronger is incredible. He marveled, then grabbed the barbell and headed toward Chun Hao and the others. Vince, you're done. Chun Hao exclaimed in surprise as Yaoguang approached. Yaoguang nodded, sweeping the barbell in an arc and crushing the skulls of several charging zombies. Third tier already. Damn impressive. Hu Wenliang remarked. Enough marveling, keep fighting. Right. The trio spent over an hour eliminating all the zombies, then retrieved every crystal. Ben, should we go after more third-tier ones? Chun Hao asked. But the others won't be so easy, Yaoguang mused. Let's check behind the teaching building first. Alright. They left the lab and headed toward the teaching block. Halfway there, the ground trembled slightly, and distant roars echoed from afar. Startled, Yaoguang activated his true sight and peered in that direction, his expression darkening. What's wrong, Binge? The zombies near the cafeteria are rioting, thousands of them stampeding. Find a place to hide. Got it. They quickly ducked into a nearby multimedia classroom. Who's reckless enough to stir up those cafeteria zombies? Hu Wenliang wondered. Rats. A swarm of rats bigger than cats. Yaoguang said with a wry smile. Rats. Aren't those Orange's favorite? Chun Hao glanced at the little orange cat, who licked its lips, looking eager to join the fray. Yaoguang gave Orange a firm tap on the head. Stay put. Hundreds of those rats could devour you down to the bone. Don't think they're still afraid of cats. Meowed. Orange whimpered resentfully, but settled down. Why would the rats clash with the zombies? Chun Hao asked, puzzled. Seems the rats were trying to relocate, and the zombies chased them out, Yaoguang explained with a shrug. So mutant beasts and zombies are natural enemies. That means humanity isn't caught between two fronts. Don't get your hopes up. All three sides are enemies, but for now humans are the weakest link. Fair point. The chaos lasted over 10 minutes before the rats burrowed back underground, ending the turmoil. Yongbin used his true sight to survey the cafeteria, his eyes lighting up. Perfect opportunity. What opportunity? Chun Hao and the others leaned in. The zombies near the teaching block chased the rats, but the third-tier ones stayed behind. So it's isolated. Not exactly isolated, but only a few dozen zombies are left there. Then what are we waiting for? Let's take it down. Chun Hao said excitedly. Let's move, fast and decisive. Kill it and retreat before the others return. All right. They sprinted toward the cafeteria. Meanwhile, in another classroom, 70 to 80 people were covertly observing. Wei, the zombies are gone. Only a few dozen left. Should we strike? Go. The woman in charge ordered decisively. The group crept out and advanced cautiously. Both parties arrived at the same time. Yongbin and his companions were startled by the sudden appearance of the large crowd, and the crowd was equally surprised to see them. Spotting the humans, the few dozen zombies surged toward the larger group, ignoring Yongbin's trio. Prepare for battle. The leader, a woman built like a female bodybuilder, shouted, and her 70-odd fighters engaged the zombies. The group consisted of both men and women, all of them evolvers who had consumed multiple crystals. 2 had even reached the second tier. With 78 evolvers facing 40 to 50 zombies, they quickly pushed the undead back. Binge what now? Chun Hao asked anxiously. We join in. Ignore the rest, just focus on the third-tier one. Yongbin charged forward. This team was strong enough to kill the third-tier zombie, but at a cost. As a fellow student, how could he bear to see them suffer unnecessary losses? So he decided to help by eliminating the third-tier zombie himself. However, the third-tier zombie was already locked in combat with the bodybuilder-like leader, and to his amazement, she was holding her own. Something's off. Yongbin activated his true sight, studying her, and soon understood. A strength-type ability user, no wonder. Seeing the other zombies falling and reinforcements about to arrive, he acted without hesitation. As the zombie clashed with her, he struck from behind with the barbell. Boom. The skull shattered, blood splattering. The sudden move stunned the bodybuilder. Seizing the moment, Yongbin swiftly extracted the crystal and pocketed it. You. The bodybuilder pointed at him, fury blazing in her eyes. How could you? What's wrong? I was helping you. Yongbin replied with an innocent look. I didn't ask for your help. Hand over that crystal. I killed the zombie, so the crystal is rightfully mine, Yongbin stated matter-of-factly. What's wrong, Wei? The others had finished off the remaining zombies and gathered around. He stole my crystal, the bodybuilder accused. At her words, the group quickly encircled Yongbin and his companions. Hey, it's not right for you to snatch the crystal like that, a handsome young man said to Yongbin and his 2 companions. Snatch. I killed the zombie, so I take the crystal. How is that snatching? Yongbin replied indifferently. This. The young man frowned, then looked at the Barbie-like muscular woman and asked, did he kill this zombie? Yeah. Then since he killed it, it seems fine for him to take the crystal. This is a third-tier zombie. The Barbie-like muscular woman whispered. Holy crap, that changes everything. The young man jolted, then turned to Yongbin again. Regardless, without us holding back the other zombies, you wouldn't have been able to kill this one. And Wei contributed a lot to killing it too. So no matter what, you can't keep the crystal for yourself. Yongbin shook his head. Honestly, without you, we probably would have killed it even faster. What are you bragging about? Sister Wei, why be so polite? Let's just snatch it. Another young man in the group said irritably. Tang Wei, the Barbie-like muscular woman, frowned and looked at Yongbin. That crystal is very important to us. How about this? You take all the ones on the ground, and I'll just take that one. What do you think? Not interested. I'm a man of principle. I only take what I've killed myself. You can keep the ones you killed, Yongbin said calmly. Tell your people to step aside. Don't make me act. Who the hell do you think you are? Only 3 people, and you're this arrogant. Jinxiong, shut up. Tang Wei scolded, then looked at Yongbin again. What do I have to do to get you to give me that crystal, eh? Don't even think about it. This crystal is not for you. Of course you can have your people try to snatch it, but I hope you can handle the consequences. Yongbin's voice turned cold. Tang Wei stared at Yongbin for a long moment, then sighed, and said to the others, let them through. Sister Wei, let them through. Seeing that Tang Wei was angry, the others reluctantly made way. Yongbin smiled, and left with Chun Hao and the others. Wei, why did you let them go? That's a third-tier crystal. If you could reach 30, our chances of survival would be much greater. The handsome young man who had spoken first said with a frown. You think I don't want it? But if we really fought, we might not be a match for them. Tang Wei said helplessly. How is that possible? There are only 3 of them. We have 70 or 80 people. How could we lose? The young man said incredulously. The leader is at least 3rd tier. Even if I fought him, my chances of winning would be less than 10%. Tang Wei said gravely. Impossible. Are you sure you're not mistaken? How could someone reach 3rd tier so quickly? The young man's eyes widened. I can't be mistaken. He smashed the head of a 3rd-tier zombie with 1 blow. I couldn't do that. And it seemed he wasn't even using his full strength. So that person is at least 3rd tier. Tang Wei said solemnly. There are only 3 of them, and he's already 3rd tier. Do you think the other two are weak? This, the young man found it hard to accept. After all, Tang Weiwei was an ability user with a power enhancement. Before evolving, she could easily kill first-tier zombies. How could someone else be stronger than her? Tang Weiwei watched the figures retreating into the distance and murmured to herself, "We'll meet again. Then I'll make you know." But before she could finish, the distant figures suddenly turned around and ran frantically back toward them. The group stared at them in confusion. "Tell the people in the cafeteria to open the door. The zombies are back," Yaoguang shouted. "Hey." Everyone was startled. Soon they saw the dense horde of zombies chasing behind the few people. Holy crap. The group's faces turned pale, and they quickly rushed to the side door of the cafeteria, pounding on it frantically. "Open the door. Hurry." Inside the cafeteria, a group of people who had been in despair heard the knocking and showed surprise. Someone was about to open the door. "Don't open it. Whoever dares to open it'll chop him," a man holding a kitchen knife said viciously. Immediately those who had wanted to open the door obediently crouched back down. The situation in the cafeteria had completely changed. The earlier struggle for food had escalated into a battle of 1,000 people. Before the zombies even entered, the inside had already collapsed. This battle had severe consequences, dozens dead, hundreds injured. In the end, a group of students who were usually prone to fighting united and became the tyrants of the cafeteria. Some of them had brought weapons, others grabbed kitchen knives from the kitchen. After killing dozens of people, they completely intimidated the rest. Then they took over the kitchen and feasted. At first, they didn't intend to feed the others, but fearing backlash, they eventually let the chef continue serving porridge to everyone. Anyone who complained was beaten or even had their hands and feet chopped off. Eventually, the others gave up and dared not protest. Since they were eating porridge before and were still eating porridge now, they quickly accepted reality. But once they accepted, the group became more reckless. They beat anyone they disliked. Some teachers who had scolded or spoken against them were also beaten. Then they started harassing female students. The principal intervened, but was beaten half to death. In front of him, they dragged the girl he was protecting into the back room. Everyone could imagine what would happen to her. The principal shouted for help, but everyone lowered their heads and chose silence. In the end, the principal, overwhelmed by rage and grief, collapsed and never got up. After that, the group became even more lawless, releasing all the evil suppressed in their hearts. From time to time, girls were dragged into the back kitchen, but no one dared to stand up for them. Anyone who did was either beaten to death or crippled. In the end, no one dared to intervene. Everyone chose to play it safe. They had thought they could only escape this plight when rescue arrived. Little did they expect that today someone would knock on the door. A knock on the door meant the zombies outside might be gone, which filled countless hearts with excitement. But looking at the fierce eyes of the group, those inside ultimately did not dare to open the door. Outside, Yaoguang and the other two had already returned to the cafeteria. "Not open yet," Yaoguang said anxiously. "No, the people inside aren't responding." Tang Weiwei shook her head. "You're so strong, why didn't you just kick the door down?" Yaoguang said in exasperation. "I was afraid if I broke it, we wouldn't be able to block the zombies later." Tang Weiwei said awkwardly. "Damn, thinking about later. If you don't kick it down now, the zombies will make sure you don't have a later." Yaoguang grumbled and then kicked the door directly. Bang! With over 800 kilograms of force, the door didn't budge, which surprised Yaoguang. He activated his true sight and saw that the door was barricaded with piles of tables and chairs. Damn, did they have to go that far? Yaoguang said in disbelief. But he understood. Without these obstacles, the zombies might have already gotten in. After a moment's thought, he suddenly shouted inside, "Open up. We're here to rescue you. The zombies outside are gone. You can come out now." Tang Weiwei and the others stared at Yaoguang with wide eyes. What a blatant lie. Yet to their astonishment, after Yaoguang's words, the sound of moving furniture soon came from inside. The word rescue was enough to make the people inside forget their fear. They had been holding on, waiting for rescue, hadn't they? The ruthless group inside was startled at the mention of rescuers and wanted to stop them, but most were already moving and they couldn't prevent it. Yaoguang watched the people inside, and then glanced at the approaching horde of zombies, growing increasingly anxious. As the zombies were about to reach them, some furniture still blocked the door. Unable to wait any longer, Yaoguang kicked the door with all his might again. Bang! This time the door burst open, scattering the furniture behind it. Everyone rushed into the cafeteria and quickly closed the door. "Hurry, move the tables and chairs over," several people behind the door shouted. However, the people inside stared blankly at the intruders. "Didn't you say the zombies here were gone? You took too long to open the door, so they came back," Yaoguang said calmly. "So, can we still get out?" "Not for now." Fortunately, Tang Weiwei's group was large, and they quickly moved the furniture back to block the door. Phew. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. 4,000 or 5,000 zombies were no joke. Then they surveyed the cafeteria and frowned. The place reeked of blood, and in one corner a pile of corpses was stacked. This was far from what they had imagined. The people inside looked numb, and many bore wounds. "What happened here?" Tang Weiwei asked, frowning. But no one answered. They all lowered their heads. Tang Weiwei walked over to a quietly sobbing girl and asked, "What's wrong?" The girl seemed about to speak, but glanced in a certain direction and fell silent. Tang Weiwei followed her gaze and saw a group of people standing there staring coldly at everyone. When they noticed her looking, they quickly forced smiles. Did you do this? Tang Weiwei pointed at the pile of corpses. How could that be? A big fight broke out over food a couple of days ago. These people were caught in it, the leading man said with a fawning smile. This new group all held bloodstained weapons, making him wary. Is that so? Tang Weiwei asked someone nearby. Yes. Yes, the person quickly nodded. Tang Weiwei frowned, feeling something was off. Weiwei, with over 1,000 people in the cafeteria, it's inevitable that fights break out over food. There's nothing we can do about it, a man beside her said. Tang Weiwei nodded with a furrowed brow. Elsewhere. Brother Bin, what do you think? I feel like something's fishy here, Chunhao said to Yang Bin. Plenty fishy. Yang Bin replied coldly. Then he looked at Tang Weiwei and said, Fatty, want to check out the kitchen? At his words, the group of people turned pale and glared at Yang Bin fiercely. I'm not fat. I'm sturdy. Tang Weiwei glared at Yang Bin. A fine sturdy woman. I have a name. It's Tang Weiwei, she shouted angrily. All right, Tang Weiwei, want to take a look in the back kitchen. What's in there? You'll see if you go. Fine. Tang Weiwei nodded and led her group toward the kitchen. Just then the group that had been smiling stood in their way. Since you're here, stay outside. We'll give you food. Don't meddle in other matters, the leading man said coldly, his smile gone. And if I insist on meddling? Tang Weiwei replied coldly. Then it won't end well for anyone. Is that so? Tang Weiwei snorted and kicked him, sending him flying. Damn, you dare to make a move? The man's group quickly drew weapons and glared at Tang Weiwei. Tang Weiwei's team also drew their weapons, pointing them at the opposition. The two sides were on the verge of a clash. Although the opposing group outnumbered Tang Weiwei's, their spirit was incomparable. Everyone in Tang Weiwei's team was at the first rank, with most at the peak of the first rank and 2 at the second rank. The opposition were merely fierce, ordinary people. No match at all. Move aside, Tang Weiwei said coldly. Those scared the group in front didn't budge. Attack, Tang Weiwei ordered. Her team charged at the opposition and a fight erupted. But it was less a fight and more a one-sided beating. The opposition was completely overpowered. Within 2 minutes they were all on the ground. Tang Weiwei stepped over them and entered the kitchen. I'm starting to realize a big team has quite the presence, Chunhao suddenly remarked. Yeah, Yang Bin nodded. We need to expand our team too, but we can't rush it. Better to have quality than quantity. My requirement is simple, they must have abilities. You call that simple? We're aiming for the high-end route after all. All right with you around finding ability users shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, it's a shame that sturdy woman already has a team. She'd be a good fit otherwise. Yang Bin said. She's not that sturdy if she's healthy, Hu Wenliang said. You into that type, eh? Yang Bin grinned at him. No way, Hu Wenliang stammered. Don't be shy, just admit it. Honestly, she's not bad looking, just a bit built. But that suits your scrawny frame. Liangzi, don't worry. He'll teach you a few tricks to win her over, Chunhao said, patting Hu Wenliang's shoulder. No thanks. Your tricks are just simping. You'll end up with nothing. I'm not learning that. Say that again, and he'll fight you. See, he's getting defensive. After a long moment, Tang Weiwei emerged from the kitchen with her people, her face shrouded in the deepest gloom. You deserve death, she hissed, trembling with fury as she glared at the group. Her teammates too wore expressions of livid stone. The apocalypse. We're all doomed anyway, so why hold back? I bet plenty of men here wanted to do the same, they just lacked the guts to take that step, the leader declared, a manic glint in his eyes. We've met our match today, but can you really escape? The cafeteria's food is almost gone, and the place is swarming with zombies. Well, all starved to death, waiting for rescue. As if, even if help comes, you won't last that long. That's none of your concern. Mo, you kill him, Tang Weiwei ordered coldly. With her command, the handsome man beside her stepped forward, swinging a fire axe toward the target. A head soared high into the air, eliciting screams of terror from many onlookers. Binge, what's in there? Why is she so furious? Chunhao asked, curious. A group of women stripped naked and tortured beyond recognition, Yang Bin sighed. No way. Then those bastards really deserve to die. Before long, several women from Tang Weiwei's team let out a dozen females with numb, vacant expressions. Their eyes were hollow, their faces ashen. But when they saw the fallen men, a wild madness seized them, and they lunged forward, biting with savage fury. Get off me. Cries of agony echoed through the cafeteria. It took a while for the bitten men to break free, each left bleeding, some with flesh torn away. After their outburst, the women collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Sign the apocalypse, a woman without strength and with beauty is a disaster waiting to happen. Yang Bin shook his head. Yeah. Chunhao and Hu Wenliang nodded in agreement. The women before them had fine features and figures, a tragic waist. With a clatter, several Tang's swords were dropped before the women. Tang Weiwei's voice rang out, icy as frost. What use is crying? Take these blades and cut down the scum who defiled you. The women flinched, glancing between her and the swords, frozen in hesitation. But soon a few rose, snatched up the swords, and charged at the men in a frenzy. In that moment, fear dissolved, leaving only hatred. They could never forget the atrocities committed against them. The scars on their chests, the pain between their legs. Every second reminded them of their humiliation. Blood-sprayed screams rang out. In no time several were hacked into bloody lifeless heaps. The women drenched in gore kept swinging. The crowd recoiled, terrified of being caught in the chaos. Women in fury were a fearsome sight. Soon the men were nearly minced into paste. Only then did the women stop their frenzy fading. Seeing their handiwork they retched. Most in the cafeteria were now vomiting, overwhelmed by the gruesome scene. Don't kill me. I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. The remaining tough guys who had once seemed fearless were now quaking in terror. Death was one thing, but being turned into mincemeat was another. They knelt kowtowing and begging for mercy. A few women raised their swords but couldn't bring themselves to strike. Tang Weiwei shook her head and said to those who had acted, "From now on you're with us." Yes. Thank you, thank you. These women had truly tasted the apocalypse's cruelty and understood the value of a strong group. The others looked at Tang Weiwei with hopeful eyes, but she ignored them, turning instead to Yang Bin, who had been watching. What do you think we should do with the rest? Yang Bin was surprised Shed asked for his opinion, but given her style, it was likely a test. Kill them, of course. What saved them for New Year's, he said with a roll of his eyes. Good. Tang Weiwei nodded, then ordered her team, kill them all. Yes. Her people advanced without hesitation. Soon screams and pleas for mercy filled the air. Tang Weiwei's team showed no mercy. After so many days in the apocalypse, they'd long outgrown any softness or they wouldn't have survived. Killing humans was no different from killing zombies. The only difference was that humans were easier to kill, but not necessarily less terrifying. Sometimes humans were far more frightening than zombies. Before long the screams faded. The group had paid for their sins. Among the 1,000+ people in the cafeteria, some felt satisfaction, others fear, and many were simply numb. After the execution, Tang Weiwei turned to Yang Bin again. What now? The place is surrounded by zombies. We can't get out. We checked the kitchen. There's barely any food left. With over 1,000 people here, even on thin gruel, will last 3 days at most. If it were just us, could we stretch it a few more days, eh? Yang Bin smirked. You. Everyone stared at him wide-eyed. Just kidding, don't be so tense, he laughed. Still, so many people are quite a waste of food. How dare you say that? What do you mean waste? Exactly. You're no better than those scum hoarding food for yourself. Nearby people erupted at Yang Bin's words. Am I wrong? This food will only keep you alive for 3 more days. What then? If rescue doesn't come, you'll starve anyway. Why waste it? If we keep it for ourselves, it'll last a month at least. That might be enough to hold out until help arrives. How can you be so selfish? Why should you get to eat it? Yeah, why? Because we've got the muscle. Yang Bin said coldly. You bunch of cowards who bully the weak. Where were you when those bastards ran wild? Now you're all jumping out. What, think we're easier to push around? You? Some opened their mouths, but found no words, their faces flushed with anger. The victims hadn't been them, so they'd stayed silent. But now their own interests were at stake. How could they not speak up? You're not actually planning to hog all the food and not give them any, are you? Tang Weiwei stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin. If I wouldn't stoop to that. But these people are too comfortable, they need a sense of crisis. What do you mean? We can't stay in the cafeteria forever, we have to get out. But with thousands of zombies outside, there's no way we can make it alone. We need everyone to act together. But as long as they know there's still food, they'll never fight to the death until the very last bite. But you should know the zombies are evolving every day. If we wait 3 days, they might all be second tier by then, and escape will be impossible. I understand. Tang Weiwei nodded. Still, even if we all rush out now, the losses will be heavy. At least half will die. If these people don't dare to fight, we could be wiped out. Yang Bin sighed. It would have been better a couple of days ago, when most were ordinary zombies, but now they're all first tier. He had no faith in them. Yet he had to rally everyone together. With over 1,000 people, if each killed one zombie, that would be over 1,000, a task that would take them forever alone. Even if these people dared not kill zombies, they could at least provide some distraction, easing the pressure on them. Hearing Yang Bin's words, Tang Weiwei fell silent. A 50% casualty rate weighed heavily on her heart, but she also knew he was right. With each passing day, the hope of escape dwindled, and in the end, everyone would die. After a long pause, Tang Weiwei gritted her teeth and said, Tell me, what do we do? You have more people. Have them go cook. Boil all the rice today. That cuts off their retreat and gives them a full meal, so they'll have strength to fight zombies. All right, but we need weapons to kill zombies. Where do we get that many? Those cafeteria table legs are iron. We can just dismantle them after the meal. I guess so. Sai, you're so dense. Maybe you should pair up with our Liangzi, or I'm not sure you'll survive the apocalypse. Yang Bin sighed. Me dense. Tang Weiwei pointed at herself, eyes wide. She had always been the core of her team, making all the major decisions that had brought them this far in the apocalypse. Now being called dense was something she couldn't accept. Yet she had to admit this man seemed a bit smarter than her, leaving her at a loss for a retort. Hearing Yang Bin's words, the handsome man beside Tang Weiwei eyed Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang warily. He didn't know which one was Liangzi, but it had to be one of them. He soon found out, because at Yang Bin's remark the thin man actually blushed. Blush my ass. The woman I have my eye on. How could she end up with you? The man thought. Tang Weiwei suppressed her anger and gritted out. You don't need to worry about me. Even without a man, I can survive the apocalypse. Don't be so sure. Our Liangzi is quite capable. You might need his help someday. Yang Bin smiled. We'll see if he's really that good. With that, Tang Weiwei left with her people. Brother Bin, how could you do that? That's not matchmaking, it's chaos. Hu Wenliang said with a wry smile. Just tell me, are you a little interested in her or not? I am, but you can't just mess around like that. ITLL backfire. You don't get it. If Brother Bin hadn't done that, she wouldn't even know who you are. Now at least she glanced at you. Shen Hao chimed in. I'd rather she hadn't seen me, Hu Wenliang said bitterly. Liangzi, I've thought of a way for you to win her over, Yang Bin suddenly said. What way? Before Hu Wenliang could respond, Shen Hao asked excitedly. They'll cripple that woman, then Liangzi heals her. She might just offer herself to him in gratitude. Yang Bin said with mock wisdom. What kind of plan is that? You might as well have Liangzi force himself on her. Forget force. Liangzi might not even be a match for her. That woman is strong. Alright, stop coming up with bad ideas. This is the apocalypse. Let's focus on surviving first, not this nonsense. Hu Wenliang said in exasperation. Fine, but I'm telling you, Liangzi, that pretty boy next to her has his eyes on her. He's got the home field advantage, you've got nothing going for you, Shen Hao said. So what if I don't? We've only just met. It's not like I'm head over heels like you are with Lucia. How did this come back to me? We were on the topic. Anyway, let's drop it. I get what Brother Bin means. You want me to win her over, so she'll join us, giving us a strong ally. But this can't be rushed, it's up to fate. Fine, suit yourself. Yang Bin shrugged and dropped the subject, activating his true sight to scan the over 1,000 people in the cafeteria. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze and shook his head helplessly. Over 1,000 people and not a single ability user. Was the probability really this low? He had thought the odds were decent since all three of them in the dorm had abilities. Now he realized they were just lucky, or rather they should thank Shen Hao. That one phone call of his had created 3 ability users. Without that call, they would have been asleep, possibly turned into zombies in their dreams. Even if not, they might have been assimilated by Lu Bo. Thinking about it, Yang Bin suddenly felt a bit grateful to Lucia. Being cuckolded wasn't so bad after all. After a while, Tang Weiwei and her people brought out several large buckets of rice and a huge plate of potatoes. The aroma of food made everyone in the cafeteria stare wide-eyed at Tang Weiwei and her group. Everyone must be hungry. Today, eat your fill, Tang Weiwei announced loudly. Really? Great. Everyone trembled with excitement. After so many days, they could finally have a proper meal. All gazed at Tang Weiwei with gratitude, unaware that this might be their last meal. But even if they knew, they would still eat because this was their only chance. Inside the cafeteria, aside from those still queuing for food, most people were already savoring their bowls of rice and small plates of potatoes with satisfaction. After so many days, this meal was undoubtedly the most delicious. Potatoes, once so detested before the apocalypse, now rivaled the finest delicacies. Yang Bin and his companions each had a bowl of rice and a plate of potatoes as they ate at a table. It wasn't that they didn't want something special, but the kitchen only had potatoes left. You know, after days of bread and biscuits, I've only just realized how tasty rice can be. Chun Hao remarked. And the potatoes are fragrant too. Seems like that team has a skilled cook, Hu Wenliang mumbled indistinctly. You've just been too long without a proper meal. Everything tastes good. These potatoes were simply boiled in a big pot with nothing but oil and salt. Where do you see any sign of a culinary master? Yang Bin retorted, exasperated. Well, seems like Brother Bin knows a thing or two about cooking. Bin has been cooking for himself since he was 10 and even worked as a kitchen assistant at a hotel. What do you think? Chun Hao rolled his eyes. Alright, I forgot about that. Hu Wenliang chuckled awkwardly. It's great to have many hands, so many meals prepared in no time, Shen Hao sighed. Yet Tang Weiwei knows how to manage a team. Her people are highly efficient, Yang Bin stated seriously. I agree, but I believe Brother Bin, you're definitely better than her, Chun Hao asserted firmly, never doubting Yang Bin's abilities. I believe that too, Hu Wenliang echoed. Stop flattering me and eat up. After the meal, How's consumed this crystal? Well, likely be clearing the path ahead, and no matter how many people we have, the front lines will bear the brunt. So advance to the 3rd tier as quickly as possible. Alright. Chun Hao nodded, swiftly finishing his rice, then took the crystal Yang Bin handed him and swallowed it without hesitation. After a long while, Chun Hao fully absorbed the crystal's energy, becoming a 3rd-tier evolutionist. In the early days of the apocalypse, having 2 3rd-tier members in a single team was enough to crush 99 of other groups. Over an hour later, everyone in the cafeteria had finished their meals, leaving not a single grain behind. At that moment, Tang Weiwei stepped forward and announced loudly, "Is everyone full?" "Yes. Thank you, Miss Tang." The crowd roared in response. During this time, everyone had come to know Tang Weiwei's name, as they were all from the same school and acquaintances existed. By killing the villains, saving those women, and now cooking for everyone, Tang Weiwei had earned an excellent reputation in everyone's eyes. Glad you're full, but I have bad news. This meal used up all the remaining rice in the kitchen. There's nothing left to eat now. What? The crowd was stunned. Though they had suspected it earlier, the sight of the fragrant rice had made them cast aside all doubts. Now Tang Weiwei's words struck them like a thunderbolt. If you don't believe me, go check the kitchen yourself, she added. As her words fell, many rushed into the kitchen. A long while later, they emerged with grim faces. There wasn't a single grain of rice, or even a leaf of vegetable left. The floor was cleaner than their own faces. Why did you do this? Many questioned Tang Weiwei. Even if we had porridge every day, the food would only last 3 days at most. Wouldn't you rather have a full meal than starve for 3 extra days? What do you think? Tang Weiwei smiled. If we could survive 3 more days, rescue might come. You've cut off everyone's escape. The very people who had been grateful moments ago now glared at Tang Weiwei and her team with hostility. Rescue. Always waiting for rescue. Why can't you save yourselves? If rescue never comes, will you just wait to die? Tang Weiwei roared. We're leaving soon. If you want to come, find a way to break off table legs as weapons and charge out with us. If you'd rather stay and wait for death, suit yourselves. Having said that, Tang Weiwei ignored the others and returned to her team to discuss plans. As her words sank in, the faces of those present shifted constantly. Truth be told, after so many days, they had little hope left for rescue deep down, but they were unwilling to face reality. That's human nature. No one wants to fight until the very last moment. In the cafeteria, even with just thin porridge each day, they could at least stave off hunger, living 1 day at a time, hoping rescue might arrive. But now, with no food left, staying meant certain starvation. Finally, they began to confront reality, realizing they had to leave to survive. With someone leading the way, this was their only chance. If they missed it, death awaited. No one wanted to die, so soon people started breaking off table legs. They flipped the tables over and kicked hard, eventually snapping the legs off, sometimes with help from others. Before long, a pile of makeshift weapons was ready. Not sturdy, but better than nothing. Armed with their weapons, the crowd turned to Tang Weiwei. Good, it seems none of you want to wait here to die. Then we'll charge out together. But let me be clear, this breakout will be extremely dangerous. Be mentally prepared. Anyone afraid to kill zombies should stay put, or you'll just be throwing your life away. Is there anyone here who doesn't dare to kill a zombie? Tang Weiwei shouted. No. The crowd's expressions turned resolute. Since they had chosen to fight, they would overcome this fear. Tang Weiwei nodded and walked over to Yaoguang. It was then that everyone noticed this formidable woman seemed to constantly seek that man's approval. If they guessed correctly, cooking all the rice must have been his idea. After all, he had once threatened to hoard all the food. Many cast hostile glances at Yaoguang. They couldn't fathom why Tang Weiwei, with her 70 or 80 followers, would defer to someone with only a 3-person team. Even Tang Weiwei's own team members felt the same. They noticed that since meeting this guy, their usually calm and decisive sister Wei seemed less confident in everything she did. I need to get away from these guys as soon as possible, the handsome man named Mo mused inwardly. Regardless of what others thought, Tang Weiwei had already arrived before Yaoguang. When do we start? Yaoguang activated his true sight and surveyed all 4 directions, discovering that the area where they had first entered had the fewest zombies. Moreover, there were no third-tier zombies on this side, while the other 2 sides had them, making this the best breakthrough point. Give them 10 minutes to prepare. After 10 minutes, we will rush out from the side door. I will lead my people to clear the front, while your people will handle the flanks and the rear. The front is extremely dangerous. Are you sure the 3 of you can manage? Tang Weiwei asked with some doubt. If you doubt our ability, you can take the lead. I have no objection, Yaoguang said with a wave of his hand. He would not have taken on this task if others were capable. I don't doubt your ability, I just think 3 people might be too few given how dangerous the front is. Then you should come to the front as well. An extra person will indeed help, Yaoguang said. All right, Tang Weiwei nodded. Good, it's settled. Remember, this is about survival. Make it clear to everyone no one is to collect crystals. Anyone who stops to pick up a crystal will be killed immediately, Yaoguang said coldly. Why don't you tell them yourself? You have more authority, Yaoguang smiled. Tang Weiwei rolled her eyes, feeling as if she were being treated like an assistant. 10 minutes later. Ready, Yaoguang shouted to the large crowd behind him. Everyone nodded solemnly. Yaoguang glanced at Tang Weiwei, who nodded back and waved her hand. Soon her teammates quickly moved the tables and chairs aside. Then Chunhao pulled the door open. Yaoguang dashed out, instantly sweeping his barbell rod to kill the few zombies near the entrance that hadn't reacted yet, then charged straight ahead. Behind him, Chunhao, Wenliang, and Tang Weiwei followed immediately. Soon the others quickly followed out. A sudden appearance of a large group excited all the zombies, who then frenziedly lunged at the crowd. The group formed a triangular formation, with Yaoguang leading the charge. He swung his barbell rod wildly, quickly killing one zombie after another. On the flanks, Chunhao and Wenliang swiftly dealt with zombies rushing from the sides. Tang Weiwei, holding a fire axe, suddenly felt somewhat redundant. Eventually, she had to step back and join the other team members in killing zombies from the side and rear. As Yaoguang pushed deeper, the others soon found themselves in close combat with the zombies. Perhaps the earlier ideological work had been effective, or maybe these people had come to their senses. Now everyone was swinging table legs fiercely at the oncoming zombies. Although their attacks were somewhat chaotic, they managed to keep the zombies at bay for a while. At this moment, the advantage of strength in numbers became evident. If all 4,000 to 5,000 zombies had focused on Yaoguang and his group, they would have been exhausted to death. But with so many people sharing the pressure, they at least didn't have to fight on two fronts. However, these zombies were no longer ordinary ones. Facing the relentless waves of first-tier zombies, how could ordinary people hold out? Soon casualties began to mount. One after another, people were knocked down and bitten to death by zombies, causing those nearby to stare in fury. Yet as more and more people were killed by the zombies, the survivors seemed to be stimulated. They shifted from initial fear to madness. There was no turning back now. Not fighting meant certain death. Everyone cast aside their terror and fiercely smashed the charging zombies. Up front, Yang Bin had lost count of how many zombies he had killed, yet the end was still not in sight. Every time he killed one, another would immediately rush forward, slowing his advance to a crawl. Fortunately, Yang Bin was already at the third tier with a strength of over 800 kilograms, making him as immovable as a war god amidst the zombie horde. No matter how many zombies came at him, he could hold his ground without retreating a single step. Though his advance was slow, he steadfastly led everyone forward. Many were shocked by Yang Bin's prowess. They finally understood why even a woman as formidable as Tang Weiwei would obey him. Tang Weiwei was equally astonished. Being the closest, she could better sense Yang Bin's strength. She had guessed he was already at the third tier, but with her special ability, she had thought the gap wouldn't be too wide. Now, however, she realized that the difference between them was immense. If they were to fight, she probably couldn't even withstand a single blow from his rod. What shocked her most was that the other two beside him were also incredibly strong. 3 people. 2 at the third tier, and 1 at the peak of the second tier. How terrifying was that? The rest of Tang Weiwei's team fell silent. Earlier, Tang Weiwei had said their team might not be a match for Yang Bin's group, and they had been unconvinced. Now thinking back, they shuddered with fear. If Tang Weiwei hadn't stopped them, they would have been either dead or severely injured by now. The battle raged on. The number of people kept decreasing, and the entire group was slowly breaking through. Judging by the situation, if nothing unexpected happened, breaking out would definitely be possible. The losses might even be smaller than Yang Bin had anticipated, because he hadn't expected these people to become completely frenzied. However, just when everything seemed to be going smoothly, a person who had been knocked down by a zombie accidentally touched a crystal. Driven by survival instinct, he forgot the pre-departure rule and swallowed the crystal directly. Soon the crystal transformed into energy and merged into his body. The man who was about to be bitten to death by zombies suddenly erupted with immense power. He pushed the zombie away, instantly stood up, and viciously smashed the zombie to death with an iron rod. This scene brightened many eyes, and soon they began searching around. Before long, a person who had been bitten by a zombie and was about to turn into one with the mindset of better than nothing retrieved a crystal from a zombie's head and quickly swallowed it. Then, to everyone's astonishment, his body gradually returned to normal, completely escaping the crisis of becoming a zombie. A first-tier evolver could resist the energy erosion of a first-tier zombie. This had been mentioned online before, and it turned out to be true. At this point, the crowd could no longer contain themselves. The ground was littered with zombie corpses. If they could obtain just one crystal, not only would their strength greatly increase, but they would also no longer have to worry about turning into zombies if injured. By now, Tang Weiwei's rules had been completely forgotten. In their minds, becoming stronger would give them a better chance of breaking out. So these people started secretly gathering crystals, and soon it escalated into a scramble. By the time Yang Bin and the others noticed, it was already out of control. Damn it! Yang Bin cursed. His worst fear had come true. Why didn't your people keep an eye on them? Everyone was busy fighting zombies. Who had time to watch them? Tang Weiwei replied helplessly. At this moment, due to the scramble for crystals, the formation fell into chaos. Under the onslaught of the zombies, the group was soon split into several pieces. Without Yang Bin leading the way, those who had been cut off could be considered dead. If you don't want to die, follow me. If you want to die, go dig for crystals. Yang Bin roared. Then, ignoring the others, he quickened his pace once more. Stay close. Forget about those people. Tang Weiwei shouted to her teammates, then quickly followed Yang Bin's steps. Some who still had clear heads also hurried to keep up. When those who had finally managed to grab a crystal looked up, they were surrounded by zombies on all sides. As the numbers dwindled, the crowd's pressure grew increasingly immense. Shen Hao also arrived beside Yang Bin, both abandoned defense and frenziedly charged at the zombie horde. Under the desperate assault of 2 third-tier evolvers, the group's forward momentum accelerated significantly. Minutes later, Yang Bin fiercely kicked down 7 or 8 zombies before him, then directly trampled over them to burst out of the encirclement. The people behind followed without delay, escaping before the zombies could form another ring. However, of the original 1800 plus people, only fewer than 500 remained, a loss of more than 2/3. Run to the teaching building. Yang Bin shouted, then swung his barbell rod in a sweeping arc, repelling a cluster of zombies that had closed in. The survivors were among the more astute. Hearing Yang Bin's command, they dared not linger and fled madly toward the teaching building. Yang Bin and his companions, along with Tang Weiwei and her group, also ran in that direction, slaying the pursuing zombies as they retreated. Soon the group charged into the teaching building, swiftly ascended the stairs, and began to hold the stairwell. Killing zombies in the stairwell was familiar territory for Yang Bin and his men. The stairwell here was more spacious than in the dormitory, and fortunately there were more people now. Yang Bin's trio along with Tang Weiwei and Mou, both second-tier evolvers, were enough to secure the stairwell firmly. The 5 of them, exhausted, guarded the staircase entrance while the others quickly hid in the classrooms. Yang Bin shook his head. He had initially planned to lower his standards and recruit some teammates from among these people, but now it seemed unnecessary. Half an hour later, the stairwell was completely blocked and the 5 collapsed onto the floor. This time, they were truly worn out. Even Yang Bin felt he could no longer lift his barbell rod. After a long while, they recovered somewhat. Tang Weiwei looked at Yang Bin and said sincerely, "Thank you. We owe this escape to you. Don't thank me, we were just trying to get ourselves out." "You were merely incidental," Yang Bin said, waving his hand. "Regardless, without you we would never have made it out this time," Tang Weiwei said earnestly. She knew well how arduous this journey had been. Her own team had dwindled from 70 or 80 people to just over 40, nearly halved. If they suffered so much at the rear, it was unimaginable how difficult it must have been for Yang Bin's group, who led the way. She was certain she could never have broken through. "I'm very curious. How did the 3 of you manage to raise your strength to this level in such a short time? I haven't seen any special abilities from you," Tang Weiwei asked, puzzled. "That's not convenient to tell you, unless you're Liangzi's wife." "I spoke out of turn," Tang Weiwei said, speechless. Yang Bin smiled and said nothing more. They all sat on the floor to rest. All of them had sustained considerable injuries, but with outsiders present, Yang Bin couldn't let Hu Wenliang heal them. Hu Wenliang's ability was too unique. If exposed, it would cause many problems, so they had to wait until returning to the dormitory. After resting for over half an hour, Yang Bin got up from the ground. "All right, it's getting dark. We need to leave. I don't want to spend the night in a classroom. The stairwell is blocked. How will you go?" "Jump from the second-floor window. The teaching building isn't as enclosed as the cafeteria. We can go anywhere. You're not going to look after them." "I'm not their parent. Why should I? It's already good that I brought them out," Yang Bin said with a roll of his eyes. "All right, then you want to dig out these crystals?" Tang Weiwei pointed at the corpses in the stairwell. "They're yours." Yang Bin smiled, then led Chun Hao and the others toward another classroom. They no longer cared about first-tier crystals. They just wanted to get back to the dormitory to treat their wounds. Weiwei, let's try to stay away from them from now on," Mou said softly as they watched them leave. "Why? I think they're too dangerous," Mou whispered, afraid to say he feared Tang Weiwei might be lured away. "Actually, they're not that bad. Yang Bin may seem cold and ruthless, but he's not heartless. At least he brought everyone out. Though I hate to admit it, I have to say that in both strength and capability, he's better than me. If we can build a good relationship, we should. In the apocalypse, having more allies increases our chances of survival," Tang Weiwei said seriously. "Fine. Since you put it that way, Mou couldn't argue. He would just have to be more vigilant in the future, making sure she wasn't taken away." Yang Bin and his companions went to a classroom window and looked down. The teaching building's floors were higher than the dormitories. The second floor was about 3.5 meters from the ground. Though the height was somewhat daunting for second and third-tier evolvers like them, it was a trivial matter. There were a dozen or so zombies below. It wasn't a big problem. Yang Bin jumped down first. When the dozen zombies spotted him, they lunged at him. He swung his barbell rod a few times, dispatching them all. Soon Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang also jumped down, and the trio cautiously made their way toward the dormitory. Once back in the dormitory, the 3 collapsed onto their beds, too exhausted to move. After a while, Hu Wenliang dragged himself up to treat everyone. Though they had no fatal wounds, they were covered in injuries large and small and needed prompt care. After over an hour with several breaks, Hu Wenliang finally healed their wounds, then collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. Yang Bin and Chun Hao, however, were now refreshed. "Good thing we have Liangzi. How do other injured people manage?" Chun Hao suddenly asked. "Actually, as evolvers, our physical condition improves, and so does our recovery. We can heal from minor injuries in a few days as long as they're not fatal. But having a healer is certainly better, so we must keep Liangzi's ability a secret or we'll face a lot of trouble." Bingo, what's our next move? "Keep improving our strength." "Yeah. I see others expanding their teams, clearly aiming to make a mark in the apocalypse. Shouldn't we also?" "Not yet. You should understand that the authorities will never allow independent rulers to emerge. Though their control has weakened, their strength remains absolute. Forget hot weapons, they definitely have the most evolvers. So for now, don't cross their boundaries. Let's see how things develop. We'll focus on raising our own strength first. If total chaos truly erupts one day, we'll have the capital to compete. Bingo will listen to you. Whatever you decide to do, he'll follow you," Chun Hao said firmly. "Good brother." At midnight, the trio and their cat climbed to the rooftop once more to gaze at the stars. No matter how exhausted they were, this nightly ritual was non-negotiable. It was the key to staying ahead of others. They remained there until 5 in the morning before returning to the dormitory to catch up on sleep. Over the following days, they spent their daylight hours hunting zombies and their nights sleeping and stargazing. After the cafeteria incident, Yang Bin grew more cautious, meticulously ensuring no danger lurked before making a move. Fortunately, third-tier zombies were becoming more numerous. Although each was surrounded by a horde of others, their increasing frequency made it easier to find viable targets. In 3 days, Yang Bin and his companions slew 8 third-tier zombies. After Hu Wenliang ascended to the 3rd tier, Yang Bin consumed the remaining crystals, pushing his own power to the peak of the 3rd tier. Reaching the limit required consuming 7 third-tier crystals. The number of crystals needed for each tier grew progressively, making advancement increasingly arduous. At the 3rd tier peak, Yang Bin's strength exceeded 1,000 kilograms, reaching over 1,100, surpassing the limits of the human body. Yang Bin estimated that 3rd tier strength typically ranged between 700 and 900 kilograms. His surpassing of 1,000 was naturally due to the additional power gained through cultivation. Each day of training granted him over 30 kilograms of strength, enabling him to accumulate roughly 100 kilograms every 3 days. After 7 or 8 days of practice, he had gained an extra 200 kilograms. This surplus strength allowed him to effortlessly overpower 3rd-tier peers. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang had each gained over 80 additional kilograms. Though seemingly modest, this advantage compounded over time, becoming increasingly significant. Fewer than 1,000 people now survived within the school. From a student body of over 30,000, only this meager number remained, a terrifyingly low proportion. This count included the 500 who had escaped the cafeteria. With Tang Weiwei's assistance, they had successfully fled the teaching building. Now several formidable teams had emerged on campus, many of whose members had reached the 2nd tier, enabling them to handle ordinary zombie swarms. As their strength grew, so did ambition. With food supplies dwindling, conflicts over resources erupted between teams. Even Yang Bin's group encountered those who, seeing their small numbers, tried to forcibly recruit them, only to be beaten into tearful submission. On the 11th day of the apocalypse in the graduate dormitory, Chen Hao rummaged through his backpack and sighed helplessly. Bin Gu, we're out of food. We need to find some today. Hu Wenliang frowned. There's probably not much left on campus. The big supermarkets are all held by strong teams. It won't be easy. Looks like it's time to leave the school, Yang Bin sighed. Truth be told, he was reluctant to depart. Though dangerous, the school was enclosed, keeping outside zombies at bay, far safer than the world beyond. Moreover, they knew the campus well. Leaving would drastically increase the difficulty of survival. Yet staying was not an option with food so scarce. Let's hit a big supermarket first, stock up for today, and leave tomorrow. All right. The trio shouldered their backpacks and headed toward a larger supermarket. At the entrance, they found the rolling door shut tight. Yang Bin activated his true sight and saw over 40 people inside. That didn't concern him. What mattered was the food. A quick scan revealed the shelves were nearly bare, but the storage room still held a considerable stash. Enough at least. Smiling, Yang Bin stepped forward and knocked. Who's there? A voice inside called out. Classmate, open up. We just want to grab some food, Yang Bin said politely. There's nothing here. Go somewhere else. We'll see for ourselves. Better open the door. It doesn't look sturdy, and it'd be a shame to break it. I said there's nothing. Get lost. If you damage this door, it'll kill you, a man roared. But before he could finish, a loud bang echoed as a foot punched a gaping hole through the rolling door. Hands gripped the torn edges and ripped it open, revealing 3 figures stepping inside. What the? You dare break our door? You're asking for death. A brown-haired man at the front erupted in fury. Just then someone tugged his sleeve in terror. Liguits. It's those 3. I don't care who. Holy shit. The man's bravado evaporated as he recognized them. Captain Yang. I didn't know it was you. My apologies. You know me? Yang Bin asked, puzzled. Who on campus doesn't know you? The man replied with a wry smile. Really? Am that famous? Well, you might not know, but we teams compiled a list of the most fearsome groups on campus. Yours is number 1, he whispered. There's a ranking like that. News to me. You keep to yourselves and don't mingle with other teams, so it's understandable. This is info we need to track. You probably don't. Fine, I don't care about that. Got any food? The man hesitated, but dared not lie. A bit. He turned to his companions. Go to the storage room and bring it out. But do it. All right. The others trudged off reluctantly. Food was the essence of survival, and their supplies were meager. No one wanted to share. But facing these 3 bandits, they had no choice. Soon they returned with 2 boxes, one of crackers, one of bread. Is this enough? The man asked cautiously. Yang Bin tossed their backpacks over. Fill these up and grab some bottled water too. Sure. The man dared not refuse. Soon the packs were full. He handed them over along with several water bottles, then hesitated. Captain Yang, with your strength, why not recruit more teammates? The teams are all at odds. I think you could unite the campus. Not interested. Yang Bin turned and left without another word, his companions following. The good they took so much. When the boss gets back, he'll kill us, a lackey whined. What could I do against those 3 bandits? When the boss asks, just tell the truth. If he's got the guts, he can go demand. After leaving the supermarket, Yang Bin and his companions resumed their hunt for 3rd-tier zombies with Little Orange in tow. Due to its unusual size, Little Orange often drew curious glances, so Yang Bin instructed it to stay away when people were around and amuse itself. Little Orange had now reached the 3rd tier as well, not by consuming 3rd-tier crystals, but through its own advancement. Mutant beasts and zombies seemed to possess unique methods of evolution, leaving humanity still groping in the dark, reliant solely on crystals for progression. Yet Yaoguang sensed that perhaps through cultivation, they too could achieve breakthroughs. The school was enclosed, barring entry to external zombies. After days of relentless slaughter, the zombie population had dwindled significantly, no longer swarming every corner as before. However, the zombies had become increasingly difficult to kill, with most clustering around third-tier 1 solitary zombies becoming a rarity. The school now harbored at least several dozen third-tier zombies, a large horde almost certainly indicated one among them. Thus, while third-tier zombies were easy to locate, they were hard to eliminate. With their current strength, confronting 100 or 200 zombies was manageable, but exceeding that threshold proved overwhelming. Second-tier zombies now comprised nearly half the horde, making them far from easy prey. With Yaoguang's guidance, they soon identified a viable target, a horde of over 200 zombies, including a single third-tier one within their capabilities. As they prepared to strike, a sudden roar echoed from afar, and the horde swiftly rushed toward the sound. Bewildered Chunhao wondered if a comrade was summoning them. Huanliang expressed doubt, noting they had never witnessed a zombie calling others. Third-tier zombies naturally attracted followers without summoning. Yaoguang's eyes lit up with a realization. Let's check it out. They followed the horde to the playground, where over 1,000 zombies had gathered. Since the cafeteria crowd had dispersed, such a massive zombie congregation had not been seen. Now it reappeared, not drawn by humans, but by an ordinary-looking zombie at the center. All zombies fixed their gaze on the central figure, as if awaiting its command. Yaoguang activated his true sight, and spotted a crystal within its head larger than a third, ears roughly the size of a peanut. Undoubtedly, this was a fourth-tier zombie. Excitement flickered in Yaoguang's eyes, slaying it would elevate him to the 4th tier. Yet the sight of the 1,000-strong horde daunted him. Killing the 4th-tier zombie amidst such a colossal horde with 4 third-tier zombies among them posed immense difficulty. However, the chance to encounter a 4th-tier zombie was too precious to abandon. If he could reach the 4th tier before leaving school, their journey would be far safer. Chunhao whispered, "Brother Bin, is it a 4th tier?" Yaoguang nodded, sparking eagerness in Chun and Hu, though the massive horde troubled them. Chunhao asked, "Brother Bin, should we go for it?" Yaoguang surveyed the surroundings with true sight, noting that the 4th tier's roar had summoned nearby zombies, leaving the area devoid of others. After a moment's thought, Yaoguang nodded firmly. "Let's do it." Little Orange tried to lure some away. Little Orange stared at him wide-eyed, as if questioning if he was sending it to its death. "Go on, you're fast, they can't catch you. Lead them to the grove, and climb a tree." With a soft meow, Little Orange dashed forward. Soon a group of zombies spotted it and charged. Little Orange sprinted away at top speed, pursued by hundreds. Yet, just as Yaoguang thought the plan worked, the 4th-tier zombie roared again, and the pursuers returned. "Damn, it's that smart." Chunhao's eyes widened. Yaoguang grimly noted, 4th-tier zombies clearly possess some intelligence. Little Orange returned, glancing at Yaoguang as if to say, "It's not my fault they want follow." Huanliang asked, "What now?" Yaoguang replied, "Let's observe. It's gathering zombies, likely planning something." They hid in the distance, watching the horde. Soon, led by the 4th-tier zombie, the horde began sweeping through the school. The trio followed. Meanwhile, at a supermarket entrance, 2 groups faced off. Zhao declared, "We claimed this place first, find another." The Taekwondo club leader Zhou Xiong sneered, "In this world, might makes right. We want this place, so get lost." Zhao retorted, "You're not much stronger, a fight would cost you dearly." Zhou Xiong smirked and addressed Zhao followers, "Join us, and each gets a 2nd-tier crystal. Stay and face my wrath." Hesitation flickered among them. These were opportunists drawn to Zhao strength, but now tempted by a stronger offer. The promise of crystals and the threat of death swayed them. "Sorry, Brother Kun, I don't want to die," one said, defecting to Zhou Xiong. Others followed suit, leaving only Lao He and Shou Ho by Zhao side. Zhou Xiong laughed triumphantly. "Now how will you fight me?" Zhao his face dark, gritted his teeth. "The supermarket is yours. Let's go, Lao He monkey." As they turned to leave, Zhou Xiong's cold voice stopped them. "Did I say you could leave? What else do you want?" Zhao glared at Zhou Xiong. "Since they've all joined my team, why don't you two join as well?" Zhou Xiong smiled. "Dream on," Zhao said coldly. "Then don't blame me. In the apocalypse, I don't want to leave any threats behind. Kill them." As his words fell, dozens of men behind him instantly surrounded Zhao and his 2 companions. Just as they were about to strike, they suddenly felt the floor tremble. The group was startled and quickly looked into the distance. Not far ahead, a massive horde of zombies was charging toward them. Everyone's face turned pale. They immediately abandoned the idea of killing and hurried into the supermarket, pulling down the rolling shutter door. "Quick, drag the shelves over and block the entrance." Zhou Xiong shouted anxiously. The group quickly moved into action, hauling row after row of shelves behind the door, sealing it tightly. Soon the zombies reached the supermarket entrance and began slamming violently against the rolling shutter. As the door shuttered, everyone's hearts were in their throats. How can there be so many zombies? Zhou Xiong's face was grim. Who knows? There must be over 1,000. Damn terrifying. Outside, the zombies hammered for a long time without breaking through. Then the 4th-rank zombie let out a roar, and 4 third-rank zombies stepped forward, ramming the door with full force. Bang! The door emitted a violent crack, dust rained down from above, and several shelves behind it collapsed in succession, turning everyone's faces white with fear. Quick, brace it! Zhou Xiong yelled, and the group threw themselves against the shelves behind the door. Bang bang! The 4 third-rank zombies kept battering the rolling shutter, distorting its shape. But with dozens of second-rank evolvers bracing from the inside, the zombies couldn't force it open. Just then the 4th-rank zombie strode over, crouched down, grabbed the bottom of the shutter, and lifted it upward. What the hell? Not far away, Yaoguang and his companion's eyes widened. This zombie actually knows how to open a rolling shutter. Zombies had always only known how to ram doors, not even how to pull them open. But this 4th-rank zombie knew how to lift the shutter, a sight that sent chills down their spines. If that was the case, how could anyone survive? The people hiding inside the supermarket clearly hadn't anticipated this either. Seeing the shutter rise, their jaws dropped in shock. It's over. Despair spread across every face. As the shutter lifted, zombies streamed in, toppling the shelves at the entrance. Grab your weapons and fight, Zhou Xiong shouted, swinging his axe and splitting the skull of the first zombie through. The others quickly snapped out of it, seizing weapons to cut down the invaders. The two groups combined numbered over 100, all veterans of countless zombie kills. Despite their despair, they fought back. But as the shutter opened fully, more and more zombies poured in, and their lines soon crumbled. A fierce battle erupted inside the supermarket. Fortunately, the limited space prevented too many zombies from entering at once, giving the defenders a brief respite. Not far away, Yaoguang's eyes lit up at the scene. Let's go, I'll hit them from behind. With that, he hoisted his barbell rod and charged forward, followed by the 2 companions and the cat. They quickly reached the rear of the zombie horde, swinging their rods wildly to dispatch the ones in the back. Little Orange darted among the zombies, snapping necks with its claws. Little Orange's strength lay in its speed, not its power. 1st and 2nd-rank zombies were no problem, but 3rd-rank ones were tough to kill. The zombies soon noticed the nuisances. With a roar from the 4th-rank, the rear zombies turned and charged at them. The trio showed no fear, swinging their rods to cut down the oncoming zombies. With the main force distracted, these small fries were no match for them. As they killed more and more, the 4th-rank zombie finally sensed something amiss. These 4 seemed harder to deal with than the entire group inside. With another roar, the hundreds of zombies that hadn't entered the supermarket all turned and lunged at them. Damn, can't take the heat. Yaoguang cursed, then decisively led his team in a rapid retreat. If you're going to play that way, I'm out. A massive horde of at least 600 or 700 zombies chased after them. Bingo, what now? Head to the library. Led them inside, then we jump from the 2nd floor window, Yaoguang said. Bingo, are you thinking? Hey, our target is always that 4th rank. Got it. The 3 raced into the library, and the horde followed. The library was vast. They weaved through the shelves, toppling rows of them to crush as many zombies as possible. Then they dashed up to the 2nd floor and leaped out the window without hesitation. Yaoguang was the first to reach the door and slammed it shut. Let's go. They hurried back the way they came. Soon they were back at the supermarket entrance. Now, aside from the zombies inside the supermarket, fewer than 100 remained outside. Go. The 4th rank is mine, you hold off the others. All right. The trio and the cat charged without hesitation at the remaining zombies. The 4th-rank zombie stared at the returning group, confusion flickering in its eyes. Where did all my minions go? But Yaoguang gave it no time to think. He swung his barbell rod straight at its head. Roar! The 4th-rank zombie let out a furious cry, swatting the rod aside with a single palm strike, then lunged at Yaoguang. Startled that the zombie could deflect his blow, Yaoguang, a battle-hardened veteran, kept his composure. Just as the zombie was about to pounce, he kicked it hard in the stomach. Bang! The force of over a ton sent the zombie flying. It rolled on the ground and sprang back up with a roar. Nearby zombies abandoned Chun Hao and the others, turning to charge at Yaoguang. Damn, unfair, Yaoguang grumbled, sweeping his rod to take down the rushing zombies. But at that moment, the 4th-rank zombie lurking in the back suddenly pounced. With his momentum already spent, Yaoguang had to sidestep quickly. He dodged the lunge, but the zombie's claws tore into his shoulder, leaving it bloody and mangled. This sneaky bastard. You guys pull the other zombies away. Yaoguang called to Chun Hao and the others, then fixed his gaze on the 4th-rank zombie with intense focus. This one was indeed far more formidable than the 3rd rank. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang swiftly intercepted the zombies charging at Yaoguang, allowing him to focus on the 4th-tier zombie. Yaoguang touched his scratched shoulder, his expression darkening. This claw had reached the bone, rendering his left hand almost useless. At that moment, the zombie suddenly lunged again, dashing toward Yaoguang. Yaoguang grabbed a barbell rod and swung it horizontally. Bang! The zombie couldn't evade the blow, which struck its chest squarely. With Yaoguang's immense strength, countless ribs shattered, and the creature was sent flying several meters away. Yet broken ribs barely affected the zombie. It quickly scrambled back up. However, instead of charging immediately, it eyed Yaoguang warily. Yaoguang remained still, meeting its gaze. Eventually, the zombie lost patience and lunged as Yaoguang deliberately looked elsewhere. A smirk curled at the corner of Yaoguang's mouth. Just as the zombie was about to pounce on him, he swung the rod toward its head. The fourth-tier zombie, highly protective of its cranium, reached out to grab the barbell. But Yongbin's strength was overwhelming. The zombie not only failed to seize the rod, but had its hand shattered instead. The zombie, however, felt no pain. Its other hand raked across Yongbin's chest, its sharp claws gouging deep bone-deep gashes. Ignoring the agony, Yongbin kicked it away viciously and slammed the barbell rod toward its head again. Bang! The blow aimed at its head struck its shoulder instead, as the zombie dodged at the last moment. Yet Yongbin's strength was so immense that even the shoulder hit sent the creature crashing to the ground. Yongbin gave it no chance. As it rose, he swung the barbell rod at its head once more. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Even the fourth-tier zombie's hardened skull couldn't withstand Yongbin's force of over 1,000 kilograms and was crushed completely. Phew! Yongbin let out a sigh of relief and quickly retrieved the crystal. Gazing at the peanut-sized fourth-tier crystal in his hand, a smile finally spread across his face. Meanwhile, Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang had finished off the last few zombies outside and came to his side. Seeing the crystal in Yongbin's hand, both men were overjoyed. "Ben, go eat it quickly and see how powerful the fourth tier is." Chun Hao laughed. Yongbin nodded and swallowed the crystal in one gulp. Soon a surge of immense energy flooded his body, and the fourth corner of the first star in his mind finally lit up. A torrent of power coursed back into him, filling him with an exhilarating sensation. After a while, he finished absorbing the energy, clenched his fist, and smiled. "Around 1500 kilograms. Yongbin announced. "Awesome. That strength could probably lift a car." Hu Wenliang chuckled. "Pretty much. Let's go in and see what's happening." All right. As they stepped inside, they were met with a scene of utter carnage. The floor was littered with corpses of both zombies and humans. Of the original 100-plus people, only a dozen were still fighting desperately. If not for Yongbin and his team, these survivors would have been long dead. Inside the supermarket, there were still 60 to 70 zombies, including 2 third-tier ones. If he had to guess, those 2 third-tier zombies were likely the reason so many had perished so quickly. Seeing newcomers, the remaining survivors were overjoyed. But upon realizing it was Yongbin's group, their faces fell with disappointment. They wanted to beg for help, but didn't know how to start. These 3 were notorious as bandits. Asking them for aid seemed futile. Yaoguang looked at Yongbin and his companions, a trace of desolation in his eyes. They had once been his earliest teammates, fighting countless zombies together. After parting ways, he had believed himself no weaker than them. Yet now any random group could drive them to the brink, while Yongbin's trio alone commanded fear from every team. That was the gap. Though reluctant to beg, Yaoguang, seeing the severely injured old black, and Shouho gritted his teeth and addressed Yongbin. "Boss Yongbin, can you save us? If you do, our lives are yours from now on." Hearing Zhao Kun's words, Yongbin realized there were familiar faces among the survivors. He had been so focused on the zombies earlier that he hadn't noticed. "Let's go. We'll take those 2 ready-made, third-tier crystals first." The 3 of them charged into the horde of zombies like wolves among sheep. Each swing of their barbell rods claimed several zombies. Yongbin was especially terrifying, but wherever he passed, no corpse within 2 meters remained intact, leaving the onlookers stunned. Soon a third-tier zombie abandoned the dozen survivors and lunged at Yongbin's group. But the moment it sprang, Yongbin smashed it to death with a single blow, and Chun Hao quickly retrieved its crystal. Within moments, all 60 to 70 zombies in the supermarket were eliminated. Yongbin and his team collected the 3rd and 2nd-tier crystals, leaving the 1st-tier ones behind. They had plenty already. The survivors watched with greedy eyes. Those crystals could elevate 2 people to the 3rd tier, a prize anyone would covet. So far, only a few squad leaders in the entire school were known 3rd-tier powerhouses. Most were stuck at the peak of the 2nd tier, as 3rd-tier zombies were incredibly hard to kill. Not only were they powerful, but they were always surrounded by hordes of zombies, making them nearly impossible to take down without a strong team. Now, watching 2 third-tier crystals being pocketed right before their eyes, the survivors felt a bitter pang of envy. If there were even the slightest chance, they would have risked everything. But these 3 were too strong, so strong that no hope remained. At that moment, Yaoguang, battered and bruised, dragged himself over to Yongbin. "Boss Yongbin, thank you," he said sincerely. "If you don't mind, my life is yours from now on. He'll do whatever you say without a second thought." Yongbin looked at Yaoguang, a contemplative expression on his face. He did need teammates, but his initial idea was to only take ability users. However, after all this time, he had come to terms with reality. Ability users were far too rare. Moreover, even if he found an ability user, they might not be suitable as teammates, nor would they necessarily be willing to follow him. For non-ability users, Yaoguang and his 2 companions were clearly the best choice. They had worked together before, and when facing zombies, they had never backed down. Though their relationship had soured, Yaoguang's group had never been dishonest. They had decent character. Making up his mind, Yongbin smiled at Yaoguang and extended his hand. "Welcome. From now on, we're brothers." Upon hearing Yongbin's words, Yaoguang finally felt his anxious heart settle. Never had he imagined that one day he would worry about whether his life would even be accepted. But after so many days in the apocalypse, he had come to terms with reality. Only by following the strong could one survive. On the other side, Zhou Xiong's face darkened when he saw Zhao Kun clinging to Yang Bin's coattails. Though he acted arrogantly before Zhao Kun and his group, he knew well that against those three freaks, he stood no chance, not even with his full crew. He had just witnessed them slaughtering third-tier zombies like mere dogs. They were likely already at the fourth tier. Only a few days had passed, and they had reached the fourth tier. It was terrifying. The Taekwondo club members acknowledged only strength, but he had enough self-awareness to know that against a fourth tier, he had no hope. He had initially thought he could remain inconspicuous, that the other party might not notice them. But now that Zhao Kun had connected with them, he could no longer stay invisible. He had nearly killed Zhao Kun earlier. If the other party sought revenge through these three, he would be finished. Behind Zhou Xiong remained 7 or 8 members of the Taekwondo club, and 2 from Building 21. After a moment of hesitation, the 2 from Building 21 stepped out from behind Zhou Xiong and approached Yang Bin's group smiling. "Brother Yang Bin, what a coincidence. We're with Brother Zhao Kun. How about we follow you from now on?" Seeing these two, Zhao Kun's face turned extremely ugly, and he wished he could kill these turncoats. But he refrained. He understood that since he had chosen to follow Yang Bin, everything must be decided by Yang Bin. If he overstepped, it would certainly displease him. Noticing Zhao Kun's displeasure, Yang Bin asked, "What's the deal with these two?" Zhao Kun's face showed a trace of disgust as he recounted what had just happened. After listening, a cold glint flashed in Yang Bin's eyes. Betrayal was what he hated most. "Brother Yang Bin, don't just listen to Zhao Kun's side of the story. We were only acting out of expediency. We never meant to betray you," the two quickly explained. Yang Bin ignored them and turned to Zhao Kun. "What do you want to do?" Zhao Kun looked at the two, tightening the steel pipe in his hand, which startled them. "Brother Zhao Kun, you're not going to kill us, are you?" One said, his face pale with fear. "Brother Zhao Kun, we've followed you for so long. Is this really necessary over such a small matter?" said the other. Zhao Kun raised his steel pipe, but ultimately lowered it. "Get lost, and don't let me see you again." "Okay, we're going right now." The two sighed in relief, no longer mentioning joining, and hurried toward the door. With two dull thuds, their heads shattered, and headless bodies slowly crumpled to the ground. Yang Bin withdrew his barbell rod, and said coldly, "People like this. If you don't kill them, are you saving them for the new year?" Everyone present was startled, not expecting Yang Bin to be so ruthless. Zhao Kun's heart trembled. He understood that Yang Bin wasn't just killing them for betrayal, but also making a statement about his stance on traitors. After killing the two, Yang Bin turned his gaze to Zhou Xiong and his group. "I hear you've been pretty cocky." No, absolutely not. You bullied my brother, and you call that not cocky?" "But they weren't your brothers just a moment ago," Zhou Xiong said with a grimace. "That doesn't matter. They're my brothers now. Since you bullied my brother, we need to settle this." "What do you want?" Zhou Xiong asked solemnly, knowing that seeing the other's attitude, this couldn't be resolved peacefully. "How about this? Since it's your issue, you settle it yourselves. They'll give you a chance. You fight Zhao Kun. If you win, you leave. If you lose, all of you stay." "Are you sure?" Hearing Yang Bin's words, Zhou Xiong's eyes lit up. Though both were at the second-tier peak, he was a black belt in Taekwondo and couldn't possibly lose to Zhao Kun. Meanwhile, Zhao Kun was also startled and quickly said, "Brother Bin, maybe. Think this over." "Scared?" "Not scared, but I might not be his match," Zhao Kun said awkwardly. "I'm afraid he'll let you down. Just tell me, do you dare to fight or not?" "I dare," Zhao Kun said solemnly. He knew this was Yang Bin's test. Even knowing he might lose, he couldn't back down. At worst, he'd fight to the death. "Good man." Yang Bin patted his shoulder and turned to Zhou Xiong. "What do you say?" "Agreed, I definitely agree." Zhou Xiong quickly said. "But how do I know you won't go back on your word? What if you can't afford to lose, or if your people interfere?" "Don't worry, I swear on my honor. This fight is just between the two of you, absolutely fair. If you win, you leave immediately, and my people won't lay a finger on you." Yang Bin said earnestly. "Good, I hope you keep your word and don't do something disgraceful." "Don't worry, my honor is solid," Yang Bin said with a smile. "Since you agree, it's settled. You are both badly injured. Rest for 5 minutes to recover before starting." "Fine." Both sides nodded simultaneously and immediately sat down to rest. Zhou Xiong sneered at Zhao Kun. "I'm fighting me. I don't know where you get the courage." Zhao Kun said nothing, just closed his eyes, trying to regain as much strength as possible. "Liangzi helped Zhao Kun heal his injuries," Yang Bin said with a smile. "Sure." Hu Wen Liang nodded, walked over to Zhao Kun, and placed his hand on Zhao Kun's wound. Though puzzled, Zhao Kun didn't resist, and let Hu Wen Liang touch him. Soon a white light glowed where they touched, and Zhao Kun's wounds healed at a visible rate. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened in shock. "An ability user? A healing-type ability?" Zhou Xiong exclaimed. "You cheated." "Cheated? Didn't I say rest for 5 minutes and heal each other?" "You agreed." But..." Zhou Xiong opened his mouth, but couldn't find a rebuttal. The other party had indeed told them to rest for 5 minutes and heal, but he never expected this kind of healing. In 5 minutes, he thought they'd just rest and regain some strength, but with their method, the other would soon be full of energy, while he remained severely injured. Yet he couldn't argue. He had agreed, and the other hadn't violated any rules. In the end, he could only swallow his anger. "Even injured, I'm not afraid of you," Zhou Xiong snorted. Hu Wenliang spent 2 minutes healing most of Zhao Kun's major wounds. Then Yongbin took a third-tier crystal from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Kun. Here, have something to eat and replenish your strength. You cheated. Zhou Xiong roared, his voice cracking. This time he truly couldn't hold it together. If it were a severely injured opponent against a fully healthy one, he could grit his teeth and endure, but a severely injured second tier against a full-strength third tier. How could he possibly fight that? Cheated. No, I didn't. Resting always requires replenishing some energy, doesn't it? Yongbin chuckled. This is what you call replenishing energy. Zhou Xiong's eyes widened. Yes, you can eat one too. I have no objections. Zhou Xiong was left speechless. If he had a third-tier crystal, why would he still be stuck at the second tier? This doesn't count. It's unfair, he shouted. Fair? How that ceased to exist even before the apocalypse, let alone after. Giving you a unknown chance is the greatest fairness I can offer. It's not up to you to decide. You have 5 minutes, you can find a way to improve yourself. If you can't, that's your problem, no one else's fault, Yongbin said coldly. Zhou Xiong opened his mouth, but couldn't find a retort. Zhao Kun stared at the crystal in his hand, his heart a mix of emotions. Something they had risked their lives for and never obtained was given so casually to him, leaving him unsure whether to laugh or cry. Eat it quickly. If you still can't win, then don't bother following me anymore, Yongbin said. Zhao Kun didn't refuse. He took the crystal and said with utmost seriousness, if I still lose after this, you can just kill me. Then he swallowed the crystal. Shortly after, his strength also rose to the third tier. All right, time's almost up. Let's begin, Yongbin announced. Can we not fight? Zhou Xiong asked with a grimace. Sure, then I'll declare you forfeit, and all of you will stay here, Yongbin replied flatly. No. I'll fight. Zhou Xiong was startled. Can I switch opponents? Yes, choose one of us three. Yongbin pointed to himself and Shen Hao. Then I'll stick with him. Zhou Xiong was on the verge of tears. Never had he imagined that he who had always bullied others would face such a day. Soon both sides stepped onto the field. Shen Hao handed the barbell rod to Zhao Kun and said, that thing you have is useless, use this instead. Zhou Xiong's mouth twitched as he looked at the fire axe in his hand, and then at the meteorite-long barbell rod in his opponent's hands, a wave of utter despair washing over him. But he didn't protest again, knowing that in that man's presence any protest would be futile. The decision was in the other's hands, he could only passively accept it. Soon both stood ready. Before Yongbin could call the start, Zhou Xiong lunged at Zhao Kun, his fire axe aimed straight for Zhao Kun's neck. Yongbin frowned, but didn't stop him. This wasn't a duel, but a life-and-death battle. If Zhao Kun couldn't adapt on the fly, he wouldn't survive long in the future. Fortunately, Zhao Kun didn't disappoint. Just as the fire axe was about to land on his neck, his barbell rod had already struck Zhou Xiong's chest. Boom. The immense force sent Zhou Xiong flying backward, just a hair's breadth away from landing the blow. Perhaps if Zhao Kun were still at the second tier, Zhou Xiong could have withstood the strike and chopped off his head. But with Zhao Kun at the third tier, his power was too overwhelming, one hit, and Zhou Xiong couldn't bear it. Zhou Xiong sprawled on the ground, rolled, and sprang up quickly. However, Zhao Kun didn't give him a moment to catch his breath. He charged forward, instantly swinging the barbell rod at him again. At the critical moment, Zhou Xiong raised his fire axe to block. Clang. A piercing sound rang out. Zhou Xiong's tiger's mouth was split open, and the fire axe flew from his hand. Seizing the advantage, Zhao Kun lifted the barbell rod and smashed it toward Zhou Xiong's head once more. Zhou Xiong rolled aside to dodge the blow, then leaped high, whipping his leg in a fierce strike aimed at Zhao Kun's head. Zhao Kun raised the barbell rod to block. Zhou Xiong's kick landed directly on the rod, turning his face green with pain. Zhao Kun seized the opportunity and delivered a side kick to Zhou Xiong's waist, sending him crashing to the ground again. He followed up, instantly slamming the barbell rod down with ferocity. Without his weapon, Zhou Xiong could only raise his arm to block. Thud. A dull sound echoed as Zhou Xiong's arm was shattered. Before his scream could erupt, Zhao Kun struck again with the rod. No! Zhou Xiong cried out in terror, but it was too late. This blow landed squarely on his head. Boom. Zhou Xiong's head burst like a watermelon. In his final moments, he finally felt regret. Why had he ever provoked this person? The fight ended so swiftly that even Yongbin was slightly surprised. Zhao Kun truly fought with a ruthless edge, never letting an opponent recover once he gained the upper hand. Shen Hao and Hu Wenliang were also taken aback. This guy was quite brutal. The 7 or 8 members of Zhou Xiong's group were terrified, staring in horror at his headless body. Then they all dropped to their knees, kowtowing repeatedly to Yongbin and the others. Please don't kill us. We didn't want this, he forced us to do it. Seeing them like this, Zhao Kun hesitated, then looked at Yongbin. Yongbin sighed and said, when you cut weeds, you must remove the roots. Either don't kill, but if you do, leave no future trouble. Understood. Zhao Kun nodded. He knew these people couldn't be spared. Having followed Zhou Xiong and enjoyed the benefits of the group, they must also bear the risks. Given Zhou Xiong's nature, they had likely committed many acts of bullying the weak. How's Liangzi help out? Alright. This time Hu Wenliang didn't hesitate much either. Some things once started gradually become habitual. Amidst a flurry of curses and screams, the remaining people were all dealt with in no time. In truth, from the moment Yang Bin had Hu Wenliang heal Zhao Kuan, it was destined that these people wouldn't leave alive. He couldn't afford to expose Hu Wenliang's abilities so soon. Yang Bin wasn't bloodthirsty, but he knew well that once you offend certain people you must clean them up thoroughly, otherwise even insignificant figures could cause immense trouble. Hu Wenliang and the others were still students not yet mature enough. But he had experienced the depths of human malice and wouldn't be as naive as them. As the team leader, he had to take responsibility for the group. Seeing the matter resolved, Zhao Kuan quickly dragged Old Black and Skinny Monkey out from beneath the corpses. Brother Bin, could you ask Liang to save Old Black and Monkey? Zhao Kuan pleaded. The two were gravely injured and still unconscious. If not for Zhao Kuan shielding them with his life, they would have been devoured by zombies long ago, leaving not even bones behind. Yang Bin was somewhat shocked by their condition. He had to admit Zhao Kuan was truly loyal to his brothers. Liang saved them. All right. Hu Wenliang quickly walked over, placing one hand on each of their wounds to begin healing. It took several minutes to treat the severe injuries on Old Black and Skinny Monkey, leaving the minor ones to heal on their own. Hu Wenliang was utterly exhausted. Had he not already reached the 3rd rank, he would have collapsed. Soon the two slowly regained consciousness, looking around in a daze. Great, you're finally awake. Zhao Kuan exclaimed excitedly. Brother Kuan, are we alive? The two asked in disbelief, having thought they were doomed. Yes, alive. Brother Bin saved us. Zhao Kuan briefly recounted what had just happened. The two quickly rose and knelt on one knee before Yang Bin. Thank you, Brother Bin. Brother Kun's decision is ours. From now on our lives are yours, they declared solemnly. What talk is this? From now on we're brothers. Well, support each other and strive to survive this damn apocalypse. Yang Bin said with a smile. Yes, the others nodded emphatically. Now that we have more people, we should be able to handle those 3rd-rank zombies we couldn't before. Yang Bin smiled. Brother Bin, can you see the rank of zombies? Zhao Kuan suddenly asked. Yes, I can see through things. I judge a zombie's rank by the size of the crystal in its head, Yang Bin replied, nodding. Since they were now his own people, there was no need to hide it. No wonder. Zhao Kuan nodded in understanding. He had suspected earlier that Yang Bin somehow knew to dig the crystal out of that special zombie's head on the very first day. It would only make sense if he could see it. This ability was practically a divine skill in the apocalypse. After all, a zombie's strength was invisible. They all looked the same, and only by engaging could one tell. But once engaged, escape was far from easy, leading many teams to suffer heavy losses due to misjudgment. Meanwhile, teams seeking high-grade crystals often found after killing that they had nothing to show for their efforts, a wasted endeavor. Thus, the ability to see a zombie's rank in advance was a dream power for any team. Who would have thought that this team of 3 possessed not only healing abilities, but also clairvoyance? No wonder they advanced so quickly. Zhao Kuan and the others were thrilled. Who wouldn't want to join a powerful team? Brother, how is your ability, invisibility? Zhao Kuan suddenly turned to Chen Hao. That's right, Chen Hao said with a smile. It wasn't surprising that the other had made the connection after seeing him turn invisible. All 3 of you are ability users. Old Black exclaimed in shock. Brother Bin, is there a secret? Can we become ability users? Zhao Kuan looked at Yang Bin expectantly. Don't look at me. You're out of luck. Ability users should have emerged on the first night of the apocalypse. If you didn't get it, then you won't now. As for whether there's another way later, I don't know. Yang Bin shook his head. All right, the 3 nodded, somewhat disappointed. It's fine. Abilities are just a tool. As long as you build up your strength, you can be powerful without them. Yang Bin reassured them. Yes. The 3 nodded. How give the remaining 3rd-rank crystal to Old Black? With another 3rd rank, we'll have a better chance against the zombies later, Yang Bin said. Sure. Chen Hao didn't hesitate, pulling the 3rd-rank crystal from his pocket and handing it to Old Black. Thanks, Brother Hao. Old Black took the crystal with excitement. The 3 had all been at the peak of the 2nd rank, but had never managed to kill a 3rd-rank zombie, so they were stuck. Now joining this team, they were instantly promoted to 3rd rank. What incredible benefits. Old Black quickly swallowed the crystal. Soon his strength rose to the 3rd rank. The team now had 6 members, 1 4th rank, 4 3rd ranks. Adding Little Orange, that made 5 3rd ranks. Absolute dominance over any other team. Half an hour later, everyone had mostly recovered. Then the group followed Yang Bin out. Finding a horde of 1 to 200 zombies with a 3rd rank among them was difficult, but with the requirement relaxed to 300 or 400, the school had plenty. Stepping outside, Yang Bin whistled, and Little Orange jumped down from a building to join them. Zhao Kuan and the others were a bit surprised by Little Orange's size, but since Yang Bin had mentioned it, they didn't find it strange. Under Yang Bin's lead, they soon found a zombie horde of about 400, including a 3rd rank one. Yang Bin had seen this horde before, but without any terrain to exploit, he hadn't dared to attack. But now with a stronger team and his own 4th rank strength, he could take them heat in, even without terrain. Attack. Finish quickly. Yang Bin charged at the horde, and the others followed, weapons in hand. The zombies surged toward them. Yang Bin swung his barbell rod, and with one sweep the heads of the zombies in front exploded. As a fourth rank, the rod felt almost weightless in his hands. He spun it wildly reminiscent of Sun Wukong wielding his golden staff. The others were no slouches either. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang were used to intense combat. Zhao Kuan and his two companions also performed admirably, their weapons replaced with fire axes, striking fast and accurately at zombie heads, 1 axe per kill. The 6 formed a circle back to back, continuously killing zombies that lunged from all directions. After over 10 minutes of brutal slaughter, all 400 zombies lay dead, including the third-rank one. Only Zhao Kun's group had sustained some injuries, mainly because their fire axes were too short. Even after killing a zombie, it could still scratch them in its dying moment. Brother, how your barbell rod is a true weapon, Old Black said enviously, looking at their rods. Of course that's foresight, Chen Hao laughed. Don't envy us, it'll get you some later, Yangbin said with a smile. Hurry up and clear the battlefield. We're heading to the next one. Alright. Under Yangbin's lead, they entered a frenzy of killing, slaughtering over 2,000 zombies from noon until night. They harvested 8 third-rank crystals, which not only raised Skinny Monkey to the 3rd rank, but also pushed Chen Hao to the peak of the 3rd rank. It was Yangbin's decision to prioritize advancement as the benefits were greatest. Once everyone had advanced, they would work one by one toward the peak, ensuring the team had high-level combat power while keeping others from lagging behind. Who advanced first was up to Yangbin, and the others had no objections. He held absolute authority in the team. Returning to the dormitory, the group divided and consumed the food they had looted at noon. Originally sufficient for 2 days, the provisions were exhausted in a single day due to the addition of several more mouths. Thus, while many hands made light work, the consumption was equally substantial. Fortunately, Zhao Kuan and his companions had brought some food of their own, but for 6 people, it would only last for 1 more meal the following day. It seems we'll need to find a way to get more food before we set out tomorrow, Yangbin remarked. Food is hard to come by on campus now. Most supermarkets have been ransacked several times, and the cafeterias are stripped clean. There might still be some food left in the 2 large supermarkets, but they're occupied by the 2 strongest teams. Zhao Kuan said helplessly. The strongest teams? Which 2? Yangbin asked curiously. One is led by the physical education department. Their captain is Qin Wei. They dared to fight zombies right from the start of the apocalypse. He's good at winning people over, so now his team has nearly 200 members, most of whom are 2nd stage evolvers. He himself has already reached the 3rd stage. The other team is led by a woman named Tang Weiwei. She's an ability user, a strength type, and she's also at the 3rd stage now. Extremely powerful. She has some skills. Oh, I heard she rescued those people in the cafeteria, and many have joined her. Her team now numbers over 200. Both teams have taken over the 2 largest supermarkets on campus. But with so many people, their consumption is high too. I doubt there's much food left even in those stores, Zhao Kuan said. Hey Liangzi, your wife is quite impressive, Yangbin chuckled. Brother Bin, can we drop this topic? You're such a coward. No wonder you're still a virgin in your 20s. I've helped you so many times. If you'd just take the initiative, it might have worked out, Chen Hao said. She just caught my eye, or it's not even like. Don't stir things up. For a man, catching the eye is enough. If it were me, I'd go for it first. That's why you got cheated on. That's going too far. Alright, stop arguing. Let Liangzi decide for himself. Tomorrow we'll go borrow some food from Qin Wei first, then leave the school, Yangbin stated directly. Brother Bin, why not go to Liangzi's wife's place? Chen Hao asked, puzzled. Too familiar, it's awkward. I guess so. Brother Bin, food is everyone's lifeline now, especially for Qin Wei. There's no way he'll lend us any, Zhao Kuan asserted. He will, Yangbin said with a smile. Zhao Kuan paused for a moment, then quickly understood. In this world, the strong ruled. Alright, get some rest early. We'll need to get up tonight to watch the stars, Yangbin added. Watch the stars? What stars? Zhao Kuan asked, confused. You'll know when you follow us. Fine. At the Wulian supermarket. Sister Wei, there's not much food left in the store. We didn't find anything during today's search. If this continues, we might have to leave the school, a woman whispered to Tang Weiwei. Leaving is inevitable. The school's resources are limited. We can't stay here forever, Tang Weiwei said. Tell everyone to pack their things. We'll leave in the next couple of days. Got it. By the way, what's the situation with the other teams? Qin Wei's team is still holding the Wumei supermarket, but they're probably low on food too. The other teams are even worse off. They've likely started leaving the campus. Oh, Sister Wei, we discovered today that Zhou Xiong's team was wiped out. Surrounded by zombies. It looks that way from the scene. But some had crushed heads while their bodies were intact, which doesn't quite match zombie behavior, the woman said uncertainly. Crushed heads. Tang Weiwei frowned, then seemed to think of something, murmuring to herself. Could they have provoked those few individuals? At the Wumei supermarket. Boss, I just inventoried the food. If we ration it, it might last about 2 more days, a tall man reported to Qin Wei, who was equally imposing. 2 days? That's a bit short. There are fewer zombies on campus now. It's the perfect time to level up. I don't want to leave so soon, Qin Wei said with a frown. There's no helping it. The other teams probably have no food left either. Maybe Tang Weiwei's team still has some to spare. Forget about Tang Weiwei's group. Her ability is too fierce, I can't beat her. Have the brothers search everywhere again tomorrow. I reckon most others will leave the campus in the next couple of days. Let's stay as long as we can. Alright, late at night. Yang Bin and his group got up, rousing Yaoguang and the others from the next room. The 6 people and 1 cat headed to the rooftop again, finding a clean spot to lie down. Brother Bin dragging us up here in the dead of night. Is this really just to look at the stars? Lao He asked, still half asleep. Yes, just watching the stars. When the 9 stars of the Big Dipper appear, focus on them intently. It can enhance your strength, Yang Bin said. Watching stars to get stronger. How unscientific is that? Shou Ho exclaimed wide-eyed. Since you're such a believer in science, explain how zombies came to be. Just watch with focus. We wouldn't drag you out in the middle of the night for nothing, Shun Hao said with a laugh. Alright. Soon the 9 stars of the Big Dipper appeared in the sky again. Yang Bin and his 2 companions quickly fell into a trance while gazing at the stars. Zhao Kuan and the others looked at them, then at the stars, and skeptically began to watch as well. Elsewhere, in a dormitory. Boss, why do these zombies stare at the sky every night? What are they looking at? Who knows? There's nothing up there but those 9 stars. Do zombies like stargazing? Could this be their way of cultivating? Why else would they get stronger every night? Cultivating by watching stars. That's a stretch. Even novels wouldn't dare write that. Exactly. Let's just sleep while the zombies are quiet. We need to get up early to kill them tomorrow. We'll give it a try. Maybe it works. A moment later. Damn, I'm such an idiot. All I got was sore eyes and a stiff neck. It's useless, the man grumbled. Sleep. At 5 a.m. The 9 stars vanished. Yang Bin and the others got up, stretched, and asked Zhao Kuan and the 2, how do you feel? Zhao Kuan clenched his fist, somewhat surprised. It does seem like I've improved. Lao He and Shou Ho also looked incredulous. Brother Bin, how did you discover this? Zhao Kuan asked, astonished. I've watched curiously before, but I never felt any improvement. My ability lets me see energy flow. When you focus on the stars, energy flows into your body. But for humans, the influx is minimal, so short sessions yield no noticeable effect. You need to watch for at least an hour or 2 to feel the results, Yang Bin explained. I see. Brother Bin, your ability is incredibly powerful, Zhao Kuan said enviously. Alright, let's go back and catch some more sleep. Yeah. At 9 in the morning they got up on time, packed their necessities, and headed out. At the Wumei supermarket. Lao Wuyu and the others guard the supermarket and keep people away. We're going out to kill zombies, Qin Wei instructed the group ahead. Don't worry, boss. We'll hold the fort. Besides, no one at school dares to mess with us now, Lao Wu said confidently. We're off then. Qin Wei was about to lead his people away when he suddenly noticed several figures approaching. Qin Wei frowned and squinted, quickly recognizing the leader. His expression darkened. It's them. Soon Yang Bin and his group stood before them. Yang Bin looked at Qin Wei with slight confusion. Hey, have we met before? Brother Bin, we have. Remember when we switched dorms that day? We ran into them, and they wanted us to join their team, Chun Hao said. Oh right, that's why you look familiar. Qin Wei's face shifted a few times, but he soon forced a smile. My apologies, Captain Yang. I failed to recognize you back then. What brings you here today? Nothing much. We're out of food, so we came to the supermarket to find some, Yang Bin replied with a grin. Qin Wei's smile stiffened, but he quickly recovered. You might not know this, Captain Yang, but this supermarket is already ours. Perhaps you could try another spot. I don't recall this being your property, Yang Bin said. You just captain. In this apocalypse, who cares about property rights? It's whoever claims it that owns it. You understand that, don't you? I see. So this supermarket is yours now? Yes, it is. Then lend us some food. Just enough to fill these backpacks, Yang Bin said, pointing at their bags. The crowd behind Qin Wei turned pale with anger. They were already struggling with food shortages, and now these people wanted theirs. Several were about to curse, but a tall young man silenced them with a look. Qin Wei took several deep breaths to suppress his rage, maintaining a smile. You're too late, Captain. We have nothing left inside. We were just about to head out to find food ourselves. Oh, then go ahead. We'll search inside. If there's really nothing, we'll leave, Yang Bin said, casually moving to enter. Qin Wei quickly blocked his path, his smile gone, replaced by a gloomy expression. Yang Bin, don't push it. Push it. I don't think so. I'm just asking to borrow some food. Why be so stingy? We have nearly 200 people waiting to eat. We have no extra food to lend you. Just leave. Since you want lend it, I'll just declare this place mine now. As you said, whoever claims it owns it. So leave. This is ours now. Huh. They say you're the team no one dares to mess with at school. Let's see how fierce you really are with just a few men. Surround them. At Qin Wei's command, his men encircled Yang Bin's group. Sai, why make me steal when you could have just lent it? No, Bandit. Yang Bin shook his head. Attack. Qin Wei charged at Yang Bin with a blade, while the others struck simultaneously. A dull thud echoed as Qin Wei was sent flying, crashing into 7 or 8 people. Chun Hao and the others acted instantly, their barbell rods sweeping through the air, sending figures scattering. No one could even get close. 4th stage. Qin Wei struggled to his feet, staring at Yang Bin in disbelief. He was already at the 3rd stage. Only a 4th stage evolved being could kick him so far. But everyone was still striving to reach the 3rd stage. How could someone already be at the 4th? Yet the evidence was undeniable. Then he saw the others fighting. It was a complete rout. Qin Wei's shock deepened. They were all above the third stage. Stop! Qinwei shouted. What's the point of fighting this? At his command, those about to charge retreated. They too realized that this group was a bunch of freaks, impossible to defeat. Lao Sen, go get them food, Qinwei said grimly. Yes, sir. Lao Sen hurried into the supermarket without hesitation. Soon he brought out several large boxes of bread and biscuits. See, that wasn't so hard. No need for weapons and violence, Yaoguang chuckled. Qinwei said nothing. How could he have known these people were so monstrous? Fill our bags for us. Put a bottle of water on each side. Yaoguang tossed the backpacks over. Lao Sen dared not hesitate and quickly had others help pack. In no time, all the backpacks were full. He handed them to Yaoguang cautiously. Is this enough? Thanks. Yaoguang smiled, and the group shouldered their bags and swaggered away. The crowd watched them leave, relieved, yet resentful. So many of them bullied by just 6 people. One day you'll settle this score, Qinwei muttered bitterly. His advisor Sijia frowned at him. That's a dangerous thought. It could lead our entire team into an abyss of no return. What? You think we're no match for them? Qinwei said darkly. Exactly. We can't compare. They've reached this level with just a few people. Few teams in the world can match them. 4th stage, think about it. Could you reach that in 5 more days? Sijia said bluntly. Qinwei fell silent at Siji's words. Let it go? It's just some food. Those backpacks only hold a meal for a few dozen people. Don't risk the whole team over this. You're the captain. You must see the bigger picture, Sijia said earnestly. But I can't swallow this. You have to. Boss, where are we headed now? Stepping out of the school gates, they all felt a bit lost, unsure of where to go. Does anyone live close by? Need to check on your families. Yaoguang suddenly asked. At this, everyone fell silent. In the apocalypse, nothing worried them more than their families, especially now that communication was cut off, and they had no idea how their loved ones were faring. Old Black and I are from Liaoji, and Skinny Monkey is from Bashu. We're all far from home. With planes and high-speed trains completely down, getting back is no easy feat, Zhao Kuan said with a bitter shake of his head. Well, it seems Haozi and I are the closest, but even that's 400 or 500 kilometers away. It's still incredibly difficult to return. Liangzi is from Jinling, even farther. Yaoguang said helplessly. 400 or 500 kilometers. We could probably manage with a car, but I'm worried the roads might be blocked. Blockage is inevitable. The highways back to our hometown are always packed with cars. To get back, forget the zombies, just clearing the vehicles along the way would be a nightmare. Taking the national roads is even less realistic. So it seems we can't return anytime soon, Zhao Kuan sighed. Not necessarily. If we had some official connections, we could commandeer a helicopter or something. That would make going home much easier, Old Black said. That's not reliable either. You have to remember it's not just zombies out there. There are mutated beasts too. A cat can be this formidable. If a mutated eagle took down the helicopter, I wouldn't be surprised. Then we'd be dead for sure. Yaoguang shook his head. True. It seems going home is just a pipe dream. We can only pray the local authorities will mount a rescue soon. Well, if you want to go back, focus on getting stronger. Maybe when your power reaches a certain level, you'll be able to leap over rooftops, or even fly home. Bin's right. Strength is everything. I feel like I could outrun Bolt right now. With more power, anything is possible. Alright, let's develop in Star City for now. We need to find a place to stay, preferably a villa. Man, I never lived in a villa before the apocalypse. Now that it's here, I want to experience it. Yaoguang said. I'm all for that. I've never lived in a villa either, Chunhao agreed. How about we go to Yinyuan? I heard that's where the super rich live. The villas there are huge with gardens and pools. It must be incredibly comfortable. Skinny Monkey said dreamily. Kid, how do you know all this? I used to hang around there when I had nothing to do. I often fantasized about living there one day, Skinny Monkey said awkwardly. You sure dared to dream. Alright, today, it'll make your dream come true. We're going there, Yaoguang said, patting Skinny Monkey on the shoulder with a smile. Great, thanks, Bin. I never thought my old dream would come true in the apocalypse, Skinny Monkey said excitedly. But Bin, that place is a bit far from here. How far? Over 20 kilometers. You call that a bit far? 20 kilometers in the apocalypse might as well be the ends of the earth. Zhao Kuan rolled his eyes. Yaoguang's mouth twitched. Traveling over 20 kilometers through Star City seemed like a fantasy. Don't worry. We don't have to go through the city center. We can take the outer ring road and bypass the city to get there, Skinny Monkey quickly said. You've really done your homework. Not bad, huh? If that's the case, it might work. But is there a shopping district nearby? If there's no place to get food, forget it. There is. About 5 kilometers from the neighborhood, there's a huge Walmart, one of the biggest in Star City. It has pretty much all the daily necessities we need. Plus, there are plenty of other grocery stores in the area. Food won't be an issue. Skinny Monkey said confidently. Alright, then, it's settled. I want to see what the rich world is like too. Yeah. No one objected. Who wouldn't want to live in a better place? Let's go find a car. Okay. After confirming their plan, they headed off into the distance. Not far from the school was Shenghua Avenue. When they arrived, they saw the entire avenue cluttered with haphazardly parked cars. Most of them had crashed into roadside greenery or collided with other vehicles after losing control. At the same time, they spotted several wandering zombies on the road. When the zombies saw them, they charged forward excitedly. Hey, there's a third-tier zombie, Yangbin said in surprise. Great free crystal delivered to our doorstep. They laughed. In a flash, they easily took down the dozens of zombies rushing at them, then extracted the crystals and handed the third-tier one to Hu Wenliang. It wasn't that Yangbin was playing favorites. They all had abilities, and Hu Wenliang's healing power could last longer as his strength grew. Zhao Kuan and the others had no objections. They knew their place, as long as Yangbin didn't mind having them around. After searching for a while on the main road, they finally found a relatively intact 7-seat SUV. The owner had turned into a zombie, but hadn't wandered far. They killed him, took the keys, and quickly got into the car. The 7-seater was just enough for the 6 of them, plus the cat. Bin, when did you get your driver's license? I didn't know that, Chunhao asked, puzzled, looking at Yangbin in the driver's seat. License? Where would I get the money for that? Yangbin said with innocent eyes. Bin, have you ever driven before? Zhao Kuan asked cautiously. No, but I used to work part-time at a car wash. Bin, how about I drive? I have a license, Zhao Kuan said quietly. Have you driven since getting your license? No. Same difference. Relax, I've seen it done before. Trust me, I've got this. Yangbin reassured them. The others looked at him with doubt, but his long-standing authority quickly won them over. Until, hey, why is this car missing a pedal? Yangbin said, bending down to search carefully. Bro, this is an automatic. There's no clutch, Zhao Kuan said quietly. Oh, got it. It's the kind where you step on the brake to start right. Yeah. Yangbin was pretty sharp and soon got the engine running. He released the brake and stepped on the gas. Nothing happened. Bro, you forgot to release the handbrake. I don't see a handbrake lever. It's an electronic handbrake. Zhao Kuan was almost in tears. Seeing this, the others quickly tightened their seatbelts to make sure they were fastened. Oh, I see. He pressed it once, but it didn't release. He pressed the brake and tried again. It worked. Haha, I guess I'm pretty smart after all. Here we go. He released the brake and stepped on the gas. The car shot forward. Bang! On Shenghua Avenue, a 7-seater SUV lay overturned, its wheels still spinning rapidly. Moments later, 6 figures crawled out of the car window with difficulty. Cough, cough. Would you believe me if I said I lost control of the accelerator? Yangbin said awkwardly. Yes. Then let me find another car and try again. They'll definitely control it this time. Everyone shook their heads like rattles, even Little Orange vehemently shook her head. Brother Bin, even if we're evolvers, we can't withstand your driving like this. Chunhao said with a dark expression. Yeah, Brother Bin, you'd better enjoy the ride in the back. Let me handle the driving, Zhao Kuan quickly interjected. Alright, it's not that I insist on driving, but I can see if there are zombies ahead and make predictions. Yangbin argued. Then sit in the passenger seat and just direct us. Fine, Yangbin said helplessly, though he still wanted to drive, but these guys wouldn't give him the chance. They continued searching for a car. Fortunately, there were many on the road, and soon they found another minivan. This time, Zhao Kuan immediately sat in the driver's seat, genuinely afraid Yangbin would try again. The car started and moved slowly forward. Although Zhao Kuan only had a driver's license and hadn't driven before, he had at least practiced at driving school, making him steadier than Yangbin, albeit slower. But the road was no faster anyway, littered with overturned cars and scattered zombies. They had to stop occasionally to clear zombies and move obstructing vehicles. Fortunately, they were strong enough that 2 people could lift a car aside. At this rate, when will we ever get there? Chunhao complained. No choice, this area has too many cars. Once we leave the city, it'll be better. Let's treat it as zombie clearing, said Thin Monkey. How about we stop riding for this stretch and clear the path ahead? Let Zhao Kuan follow us in the car, and we'll ride again after leaving the city. Yangbin said. With that, they began clearing their way forward. This was a wide avenue with buildings far apart, and the zombies on the road were sparse, mostly mutated from people and cars, so clearing them wasn't too difficult. But they didn't know that although the buildings were far apart, their commotion was loud. In a nearby building, a zombie in black clothes had set its sights on them. However, instead of charging madly like other zombies, it turned and went downstairs. On the road. Brother Ben, I think this way of killing zombies isn't bad. There aren't large hordes, and occasionally we meet third-tier zombies. Much more comfortable than the hundreds at school. Chunhao said, as if discovering a new world. I agree. Why not just clear our way all the way? It's only about 20 kilometers, said Old Black. Okay. Yangbin replied absent-mindedly. For some reason he felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it. They cleared about 2 or 3 kilometers until they were less than 2 kilometers from the overpass. Once on it, they could reach the ring road where traffic would be much lighter. However, they stopped because ahead 700 to 800 zombies blocked their path. Yangbin frowned, not because of the 700 to 800 zombies, but because they seemed to be waiting specifically for them. Run back, Yangbin said sternly. The others looked puzzled, as they had never seen him with such an expression. 700 to 800 zombies, though troublesome, shouldn't warrant such seriousness. Yet they didn't hesitate and followed. Soon they stopped again as a large horde of zombies appeared behind them. Then more zombies emerged from both sides, surrounding them from all directions. How is this possible? Where did all these zombies come from? Everyone was shocked. Clearly a high-tier zombie is commanding them, Yangbin said in a deep voice. A 4th-tier zombie? No, a 4th-tier zombie doesn't have this ability. If I'm not mistaken, it's a fifth-tier zombie. Yongbin's face grew extremely grim. Fifth tier. Everyone's eyes widened. They had barely seen 2 fourth-tier zombies, and now a fifth-tier one appeared. It's only been over 10 days since the apocalypse began. How can there be a fifth-tier zombie? Yaoguang swallowed hard. Zombies don't rely on crystals like us. They cultivate independently. A few gifted ones will always emerge. Nothing special. So what do we do now? Everyone's faces darkened, not expecting to encounter such a situation right after leaving campus. Quick push a few cars over to stand on. That'll reduce the zombies' impact. Yongbin quickly strategized. The zombies didn't swarm all at once, but slowly closed in giving them time. They quickly moved nearby cars together and stood on top. From there they could see more clearly, but that only made their expressions grimmer. Especially Yongbin, who saw more than the others. At least 3,000 to 4,000 zombies were approaching from all directions, including dozens of third-tier zombies and 2 fourth-tier ones. Most concerning was the fifth-tier zombie he still hadn't spotted. Yongbin wasn't sure if he could defeat a fifth-tier zombie, a likely not as he had just advanced to 4th tier. In the past, when facing zombies 1 tier higher, he had been at the peak of his current tier with enhanced strength from cultivation to fight them. Now freshly at 4th tier, facing a 5th-tier zombie left him without confidence. The zombies had already surrounded them, and to everyone's astonishment, many held weapons. Damn, the zombies at school seemed so naive compared to these. Old Black swallowed hard. It must be the 5th-tier zombies' command. This makes things even worse, Yongbin said gravely. Stay alert. This battle will be perilous. As soon as Yongbin spoke, the zombies charged wildly, as if receiving a command. The group stood on the car roof in a circle, attacking the surging zombies from all sides with their weapons. The assault was fierce, but being elevated, the zombies' impact didn't affect them directly. However, the cars below were constantly being deformed by the collisions. At this rate, they wouldn't hold long. The battle erupted intensely from the start. All were seasoned fighters, managing well against 1st and 2nd-tier zombies. But soon, with the addition of 3rd-tier zombies, the fight grew extremely perilous. Unnoticed, a black-clad zombie stealthily mingled into the horde, slowly creeping closer to them. Apart from Yongbin and Chun Hao, no one else was confident of delivering a sure kill against a 3rd-tier zombie. In such a situation, failing to land a fatal blow would mean being swarmed by countless undead. Soon Monkey encountered this predicament. He couldn't eliminate the 3rd-tier zombie in front of him in time, allowing the zombies behind to pounce, directly grabbing his leg and yanking him down viciously. Fortunately, Yaoguang beside him reacted swiftly, chopping off the zombie's hands with a few quick swings of his axe. However, this momentary distraction allowed the zombies on his side to surge forward, and he was instantly drenched in blood from scratches and bites, with a chunk of flesh torn from his thigh. Yaoguang sucked in a sharp breath, gritting his teeth to suppress a cry, and rapidly killed the oncoming zombies with his fire axe. With Chun Hao's assistance, he managed to stabilize the situation once more. The battle raged on, but such incidents occurred frequently, as the occasional 3rd-tier zombie caught them off guard. Before long, everyone except Yongbin had sustained injuries of varying degrees. Yongbin, however, fared relatively well. His strength was evident, as neither 2nd-tier nor 3rd-tier zombies could get near him. Yet this situation was shattered entirely when a black figure appeared. As Yongbin fought with reckless abandon, a zombie clad in black suddenly lunged at him. Initially, Yongbin paid it little heed, swinging his barbell rod at it. The creature raised its fire axe and struck the rod directly. A piercing clang rang out, and Yongbin's expression shifted as the immense force nearly sent him tumbling. He barely regained his balance, but the creature had already leaped onto the roof of the vehicle, swinging its axe at his head once more. Yongbin quickly raised the barbell rod to block above his head. Another sharp clang echoed, and he felt his arms go numb, stumbling backward a few steps before falling off the roof. "Brother Bin!" The others cried out in alarm, wanting to help, but unable to break free. Fortunately, Yongbin used the barbell rod to brace against the ground, flipping his body to land steadily. He then swept the rod in a wide arc, driving back the surrounding zombies. Before he could catch his breath, the creature charged at him again. Yongbin blocked once more with the rod, only to be forced back again. A 5th-tier zombie. His face grew grim. Even without using his ability, he knew only a 5th-tier zombie could push him this far. The surrounding zombies kept lunging at him, forcing him to clear them out. Yet the moment he moved, the creature's axe would instantly swing at him, compelling him to defend. Yongbin was utterly suppressed, and the creature's strength far surpassed his own, conservatively estimated at over 2,000 kilograms. Each time he parried the axe, searing pain shot through his arms. He knew clearly that if this continued, he would meet his end here. Yet he couldn't find a way to escape this predicament. He was now deeply surrounded by zombies, and Chun Hao and the others couldn't come to his aid. They too were locked in a fierce struggle. A 4th-tier zombie had already launched an attack on them, with Chun Hao holding the line, while the others fended off the rest. "Damn it, are we going to die right after getting out?" Yongbin muttered resentfully. Just then, gunfire erupted in the distance. A dozen military transport vehicles drove toward them, and over 100 soldiers in camouflage uniforms jumped out, assault rifles in hand, unleashing a hail of bullets on the zombies. The power of firearms remained formidable. Under the rifle barrage, first and second-tier zombies fell one after another. These soldiers had clearly engaged zombies many times, aiming at the heads. Inside the cab of the first vehicle, two men frowned at the scene ahead. "Why are so many zombies gathered here?" asked the middle-aged man in a military uniform, his face stern. "I don't know, but this is the only way to Zhongshan College. We have to clear them out," replied the young man beside him, around 27 or 28, with a resolute expression. The middle-aged man nodded, then raised his binoculars to look. There are people in the middle," he exclaimed in surprise. "People? Impossible," the young man said, wide-eyed. The middle-aged man handed him the binoculars. Soon disbelief spread across the young man's face. Someone had managed to survive so long surrounded by that many zombies. "Increase the firepower. They're about to collapse," he commanded urgently. "Understood." Shortly the soldiers unloaded several heavy-caliber machine guns from the vehicles. As the rattle of gunfire echoed, zombies fell like wheat before a scythe. Yaoguang and the others, who had been on the verge of despair, lit up with joy at the sound of gunfire. Especially upon seeing the military vehicles, their despair vanished. In China, some authorities might not always be trustworthy, but the military could always be relied upon. Even in the apocalypse, the dark green camouflage brought a sense of peace. The fifth-tier zombie that had been relentlessly attacking Yaoguang, leaving him powerless, showed a flicker of fear at the sight of the roaring heavy machine guns. It glanced at Yaoguang, then at its rapidly falling minions, and, like a coward, fled directly. Yaoguang stared in astonishment as the fifth-tier zombie vanished into the horde. A fifth-tier zombie actually knew how to retreat. He'll remember this debt. He'll have your crystal core, he fumed. Though he longed to finish it off, he was now too exhausted to do so. If not for the sturdy barbell rod, he would have been cleaved in two. Even now his tiger's mouth was bleeding from the shock, and his arms still trembled. Under the relentless machine gun fire, over half the zombies fell in no time. The soldiers then ceased fire, drew their combat knives, and charged at the remaining zombies for close-quarters combat. They stopped using guns partly to avoid friendly fire, and partly to conserve ammunition. After all, their ammunition was limited and couldn't be wasted. These soldiers were nearly all at the second-tier peak, with some already at the third tier, boasting exceptional combat prowess and seamless coordination. They dispatched zombies far faster than ordinary people. Soon, with the combined efforts of Yaoguang's group and over 100 soldiers, the remaining few hundred zombies were all eliminated. The fourth-tier zombie that had fought Chun Hao was ultimately slain by him, and he quickly collected its crystal. After the slaughter, the soldiers swiftly began gathering the crystals. Yaoguang and the others said nothing. These were rightfully earned. Just then, two men stepped out of the first transport vehicle and walked toward them. When Yaoguang's group saw the insignia on their uniforms, surprise flickered across their faces. One was a lieutenant colonel, the other a colonel. Moreover, Yaoguang could sense that one was at the third-tier peak, the other at the fourth-tier. As expected, the authorities are soon the two arrived before Yaoguang and his group. The colonel, a middle-aged man, looked at them with surprise. "I didn't expect such young lads. Youngsters, judging by your age, you must be college students from Zhongshan College, right?" "Yes," Yaoguang nodded. "Impressive, truly impressive. Heroes from the youth indeed. To possess such strength at such a young age. But how did you end up surrounded by so many zombies?" the middle-aged man asked curiously. "We were trying to escape the school for a safer place, but then a horde of zombies suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Just in time you arrived, or what have been done for," Yaoguang said with a wry smile. "To hold out against thousands of zombies for so long, you must be at least tier 3. How about joining the military?" The middle-aged man extended an olive branch. Before the apocalypse, recruitment wouldn't be so casual, but now the authorities desperately needed powerful evolvers. "Sorry, sir, we're too used to being free. No intention of joining the military for now." Yaoguang declined tactfully. "Don't rush to refuse. Consider it. If you join, the military can provide crystals to boost your strength, much safer than collecting them yourselves. Though you're strong, you're too few. Situations like today will inevitably happen again. Thank you for your kindness." "Well, think about it," Yaoguang replied politely. He had no intention of joining the military. While it might be safer, the military had too many rules, and all crystals collected would have to be turned in for unified distribution, something he didn't want. "All right, take your time. By the way, how many survivors are left in your school? We're heading there to rescue them." "About 600 or 700. "What? Only that many?" The middle-aged man's face showed grief. A school of over 30,000 now had only a few hundred left. A loss too hard to accept. "Let's go. Get in the truck. We'll go to your school together to save people." "Oh well. We'd better not join. We just escaped from school, and with our injuries we're not fit for intense activity," Yaoguang declined. "Then you definitely need to get on the truck. We have medics who can bandage your wounds. Once we return to the survival base, a proper medical system has been set up there to treat common injuries." "A survival base has already been established?" Yaoguang asked in surprise. "Yes, the outer walls are finished, and it's completely safe. We've been broadcasting on all channels, informing all survivors in Star City to head there. How about this? You go to the school for rescue, and we'll head to the survival base ourselves. There are still 10 to 20,000 zombies in the school, and we can't afford more trouble," Yaoguang reiterated. He really didn't want to follow them. If he did, he couldn't do anything. The survival base is still over 10 kilometers away. We've cleared the zombies along the way, but we can't guarantee new ones won't appear. Going there alone is too dangerous. Don't worry, we can still protect ourselves. We survived thousands of zombies after all, Yaoguang said with a smile. The middle-aged man studied Yaoguang for a moment before saying, all right, be careful. Take the elevated road from there, then the outer ring highway. About 15 kilometers away, there's the abandoned factory area. It's now the survival base. Someone will guide you there. Thank you, Yaoguang said sincerely. If not for their timely arrival, they would have been dead. By then the soldiers had almost finished collecting the crystals on the ground. Take care. We're off. Soon the two returned to their vehicle, and the soldiers boarded theirs. The troop carriers slowly moved forward. The road ahead had been cleared of zombies and vehicles by Yaoguang's group, making it easier for them. In the truck. Zhou, what do you think of those kids? The middle-aged man asked the young man beside him. Very strong, but a bit arrogant, the young man replied. Arrogant is an understatement. Their ambition is not small. The middle-aged man shook his head. I'm sure they won't go to the survival base. Why? Because I saw in their eyes the ambition to not be subordinate. People like that don't want protection, they want to develop on their own. Pity. Those people usually die the fastest. Yet young people with ambition, it's normal. Hope they face reality soon. On the other side. Binge, are we really going to that survival base? Shouho asked worriedly. What for? The pool villa sounds much better. The base is still under construction. I'd probably end up doing manual labor, Yaoguang said. Good idea, rather go to the pool villa. Let's find another car and continue. This road is cleared, so it should be easier. Okay. As they searched for a vehicle, Yaoguang felt someone watching them. Activating his true sight, he saw a zombie in black clothes standing by a window staring coldly at them. Yaoguang snorted and made a throat-slitting gesture at it. Whether the zombie understood or not, its face seemed to grow even colder. Your minions are all gone. If you dare come, I'll destroy you. Yaoguang snorted. Binge, what's wrong? That tier 5 zombie seems to have its eyes on us, Yaoguang said. What do we do? The others were alarmed. No worries. It has no minions now, so it probably won't dare to come. Let's leave first. We'll kill it after we get stronger. Yaoguang was a vengeful man. That thing had beaten them badly, and he wouldn't rest until he got its crystal. Soon they found another drivable car, a large SUV with 5 seats, but room for crouching in the back. The car drove off under the cold gaze of the tier 5 zombie. Inside, Liang began healing the wounded. Almost everyone was seriously injured, including Yaoguang. They had held on purely through sheer strength. The road was indeed well cleared. Occasionally 1 or 2 zombies appeared, likely new arrivals, but they posed no threat. After 15 kilometers, they saw tall walls in the distance made of stone and concrete, standing 3 meters high. That must be the official survival base. They saw many people heading there. Officials along the roadside were guiding survivors. Yaoguang's group didn't stop. They kept driving. Finally, after another 10 kilometers, they reached their destination, Yinyuan. From the survival base to Yinyuan, the road was still clear with no zombies and no abandoned vehicles. It seemed the military had been here too. But it made sense. If they had gone to rescue their school, they would certainly have come to Yinyuan, the home of Star City's elite, who would be among the first to be rescued. The group arrived at Yinyuan residential complex. The main gate was already open, allowing them easy entry into the neighborhood. The area was strewn with zombie corpses and signs of battle, clear evidence that the authorities had already been there. As expected, even in the apocalypse, social hierarchies persisted. This place housed only the wealthy and powerful, making it the first target for rescue. This worked to their advantage, saving them the trouble of clearing out zombies. After searching for a while, they finally found a clean and tidy villa within the complex. The villa's occupants were either absent or had been rescued before turning into zombies. Given the lack of any signs of packing, it was highly likely the owners were simply not home. After all, it was normal for the rich to own multiple properties. To avoid damaging the locks, they climbed to the second floor and slipped in through a half-open window. Wow! Stepping into the villa and beholding its luxurious decor, everyone let out exclamations of amazement. Damn, poverty really limits our imagination. So extravagant. I probably couldn't afford even a single tile here with a month's part-time job. Suddenly the apocalypse doesn't seem so bad. Guys like us poor losers couldn't dream of living in a villa like this even after 10 lifetimes of hard work. Yeah, before the end, the rich just got richer while the poor stayed miserably stable. Working your whole life couldn't match their monthly allowance. It's infuriating just thinking about it. Exactly. Especially women. You treat them with all your heart, but they run off with the first guy who crooks his finger. That's the power of money, Hu Wenliang lamented. Hu Wenliang, say that again and I swear I'll fight you. Chun Hao roared angrily. Haha, why are you so worked up? I wasn't talking about you. Money is useless now. Society will be reshuffled. From now on, strength is what matters. So focus on improving your power. Only with enough strength can you get what you want in this apocalypse, Yaoguang said. Bin Gu is right. Once we're strong enough, we can make those rich folks serve us, Lao He chuckled. Don't underestimate the wealthy. They thrived before the end because of their vision and means which are beyond ordinary people. With their resources they'll fare better than most, even in the apocalypse. True. But with Bingo leading us I believe we can surpass everyone else, Chunhao said firmly. I believe that too. Zhao Kuan and the others nodded in agreement. Alright, enough flattery. Did any of you get high-grade crystals? Yangbin asked. Yes, I have a 4th-tier crystal and a 3rd-tier one. Chunhao said, pulling 2 crystals from his pocket. I've got 2 3rd-tier ones too. I have 1. The others also produced their crystals. They hadn't had time to collect 2nd-tier or lower ones, but they had managed to grab the 3rd-tier ones amidst the chaos. I have a few as well. Yangbin took out 3 3rd-tier crystals which he had collected after the 5th-tier zombie fled. They tallied the crystals and smiles spread across their faces. This battle, though perilous, had yielded impressive gains: 1 4th-tier crystal and 9 3rd-tier crystals. Yangbin handed the 4th-tier crystal to Chunhao. Chunhao was already at the peak of the 3rd tier, and consuming this crystal would allow him to advance to the 4th tier. Moreover, he had single-handedly slain the 4th-tier zombie, so it was rightfully his. Of the remaining 9 3rd-tier crystals, Huan Liang took 3 to reach the peak of the 3rd tier, and the other 6 were all given to Zhao Kuan. The team's strength had been significantly enhanced. Alright, each of you find a room to rest. We'll set out for the supermarket in half an hour, Yangbin announced. Okay. The villa was spacious with many rooms. Each person chose one, took a shower, changed clothes, and lay down on the beds. The high-end Simmons mattresses were far more comfortable than the hard beds at school. While others struggled to survive in the apocalypse, they were living more comfortably than before. It was truly a case of comparisons being odious. Of course, the danger had been real. They had nearly not made it back. This made Yangbin even more cautious. He resolved to be extremely careful from now on. In another villa within Yinyuan, 2 people stood by a 3rd-floor window watching the villa where Yangbin and his group were staying. Although the authorities had come to rescue people, not everyone had gone to the survival base. Some simply refused to leave. These 2 were among them. I thought everyone in this complex had left so I could do as I pleased. I didn't expect outsiders to come here, the handsome man at the front said with a frown. Probably a bunch of poor bastards who've never lived in a villa taking advantage of the authorities clearing the zombies to experience the rich life, the other young man replied. I hope they don't mess up my plans, the man said coldly. Kaiga, why don't we just? The young man made a throat-slitting gesture. Kaiga shook his head. The fact that they climbed to the 2nd floor so easily shows they're all evolvers. Don't act rashly until we know their strength. Kaiga, you're a peak 3rd-tier evolver with an ability. Even if they are evolvers, it would be easy to eliminate them. Don't be blindly overconfident. How can you be sure there isn't a 4th-tier evolver among them? That. Impossible. Besides the authorities, how could there be a 4th-tier evolver out there? Never rely on wishful thinking, or you'll die a miserable death, Kaigu said coldly. Yes. Kaigu is right. This is a critical moment. As long as they don't come here, try to avoid conflict. Once the 3rd-tier zombie in the backyard evolves to the 4th tier, I can advance to the 4th tier. With my ability, I won't have to fear anyone at this stage. Yeah, Kaigu is awesome. By the way, did that woman Lin Yifei go to the survival base too? Yes. Tell my father to find a way to control her. Her ability is very strong, it's best to have her under our control. Okay. Meanwhile, Yangbin and the others rested for half an hour before heading out, leaving Little Orange at home to guard the place. This time they didn't drive. It was only 5 kilometers, so walking was fine. The area around Yinyuan was landscaped with no other buildings within 2 kilometers, prioritizing a beautiful environment. Thus, apart from inside the complex, there were few zombies nearby. If not for the food issue, staying there would have been quite comfortable. They walked for over 10 minutes before they began to see another residential area. Yangbin activated his true sight to take a look, and his face darkened. Monkey, do we have to pass through this residential area to get to Walmart? Not necessarily. We can take another route, though it might be a bit longer. That's good. Let's take the detour. He had just seen that the area was swarming with too many zombies. Passing through it was simply not feasible. The authorities had come to rescue people at Yinyuan, but had completely ignored this nearby area. So even in the apocalypse, certain people still enjoyed privileges. Yangbin and his companions made a wide detour and finally arrived at the Walmart supermarket. Although they had taken a roundabout route, they still encountered quite a few zombies along the way. Fortunately, the group was powerful enough that they had no trouble dealing with them as long as it wasn't a massive horde. This supermarket, being one of the largest in Star City, covered at least 10,000 square meters. At this moment, the Walmart's doors were also tightly shut. Yangbin activated his truth-seeking eye to look inside, and indeed the place was already occupied by others, and there were quite a few people. However, because the supermarket was so vast, Yangbin couldn't see exactly how many people were there. His ability allowed him to see far in open spaces, but when obstacles were present, its effectiveness was greatly diminished. Currently, he could only see through about 4 or 5 walls. Yangbin's expression darkened. Although he hadn't seen everything, he had glimpsed things that angered him. These people were living even more comfortably than they were. Not only did they have ample food and clothing, but they had also captured a group of women to vent their desires upon. The state of those women indicated they had been tormented for a long time. Bingu, what's the situation inside? A group of evolvers and a group of women who have been tortured beyond recognition, Yongbin said, his voice cold. Damn, another bunch of scumbags. Bingo, let's just force our way in and kill them all. Chunhao exclaimed angrily. We can't force our way in. The rolling door is reinforced against theft, and there's an iron mesh behind it. Most importantly, they've blocked the back with shelves. Then how do we get in? Through a second-floor window. All right. The group walked to a spot beneath a window. Yongbin jumped with force, grabbed the second-floor window ledge, pried it open, and easily entered the supermarket. The others followed suit, jumping up as well. Being third and fourth tier evolvers this height was naturally no challenge for them. Once inside, they faintly heard laughter coming from below. The group quickly made their way downstairs. When they descended and saw the scene before them, rage instantly flared within each of them. Below sat 50 or 60 bare-chested men chatting and laughing as they ate. These men were covered in tattoos, and some bore scars from blades. It was clear at a glance that they were not to be trifled with. Not far from them, a dozen women lay naked on the ground, their bodies covered in bruises with hardly a patch of unmarred skin. Their eyes were vacant, their faces devoid of any expression, only numbness. It was obvious they had been subjected to unspeakable torment to have been reduced to such a state. Just then a man seemingly full from eating stood up and walked over to the group of women. He grabbed one of them at random, intent on assaulting her. You beast! Let her go! Old Black roared. His voice instantly startled the people below, and they all turned to look in their direction in shock. How did you get in? A heavily tattooed man demanded, glaring at them. A cold glint flashed in Yongbin's eyes. Kill them all. All right. Chunhao and the others immediately drew their weapons and charged at the enemy. Damn it, you're asking for death. Kill them, the leader roared. Instantly dozens of men quickly retrieved cleavers from the shelves behind them and rushed at Chunhao and the others. All of these men were evolvers, mostly second tier, with their leader having reached the third tier. However, such a lineup posed little threat to Chunhao and his team. Nevertheless, the fact that the enemy was uniformly armed with cleavers made things somewhat dangerous for Yaoguang and the others, who only had fire axes. Their axes were too short, and with the enemy's numbers they couldn't defend against a flurry of blades. Fortunately, Chunhao was ferocious. He charged forward, swinging his barbell rod with force, instantly shattering the heads of the several men at the front. Though they had raised their cleavers to block, it was futile. Chunhao at the fourth tier possessed over 1,000 kilograms of strength, far beyond what these second-tier weaklings could withstand. The cleavers were snapped, and their heads were crushed. This sight gave the group a tremendous shock, but being hardened outlaws, they did not retreat. More men rushed at Chunhao. Wenliang also charged forward. The two, one at the fourth tier and the other at the peak of the third tier, swung their barbell rods wildly, sending everyone who came at them flying. Looks like there's nothing for us to do. Thin Monkey said helplessly. I've decided as soon as we get out I'm going to find a gym and get a couple of barbell rods, Yaoguang declared firmly. Yeah, we definitely need them. Bang! Just as Chunhao and Wenliang were in the thick of the slaughter, a gunshot suddenly rang out, startling everyone. The leader of the men had somehow produced a pistol, now aimed directly at Chunhao and the others. The two stopped, staring at the still smoking gun in his hand, a flicker of fear in their hearts. Although their strength had greatly increased, they instinctively felt fear when facing firearms. They weren't sure if they could withstand a bullet. Go on, try to kill now, the man sneered. I didn't expect you little bastards to have some skills, but no matter how strong you are, can you stop a bullet? The group remained silent, eyeing the pistol in his hand warily. I want to try. Yongbin suddenly stepped forward, standing in front of Chunhao and the others. Bingu. The others looked at him with concern. What did you say? The man thought he had misheard. Do you think my gun is fake? No, I know it's real. I just want to give it a try, Yongbin said, staring intently at the muzzle. He would have to face this eventually, and he wanted to test if his fourth-tier strength could withstand a bullet. Damn it, you're crazy. Fine, I'll grant your wish today. The man pulled the trigger. Bang! With the gunshot, a bullet shot toward Yongbin's head. The bullet's speed was impossible to see with the naked eye, but under Yongbin's truth-seeking eye he still managed to track its trajectory. Yongbin's hand swiftly swept before his eyes, catching the bullet. Though a searing pain shot through his hand, it wasn't a major issue. When Yongbin opened his palm to reveal the bullet resting quietly there, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Catching a bullet with his bare hands. What kind of god was this? Bingu, you're incredible. Behind him, Chunhao and the others had stars in their eyes. It was too cool. This is insane, the man cursed. I don't believe it. He pulled the trigger again. Bang, 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 bang. For shots were fired in rapid succession. Yongbin's hand moved swiftly in front of him a few times, then he extended his hand palm, facing down, and opened it. Clink. 4 bullets fell to the ground, emitting a crisp sound. Yet that sound to the ears of the man who heard it was like a demonic note that drained all color from his face. After experiencing the power of the handgun, Yongbin gained a relatively clear understanding of ordinary firearms. Without further ado, he thrust the barbell rod forward, piercing the leader's skull before the man could even react. Witnessing this, the remaining men were startled and immediately scattered in an attempt to flee. Having seen Yongbin catch a bullet with his bare hands, they had lost all courage to resist. Leave no one alive, Yongbin said coldly. Yes. Chun Hao and the others nodded and swiftly gave chase. The fleeing men tried to escape only to realize in dismay that every door of the supermarket had been blocked by shelves they themselves had moved. They could have slapped themselves, if only they had left one exit open. Under the relentless pursuit of Chun Hao and his team, one after another fell to the ground. With only a dozen left, and no hope of escape, the group dropped to their knees. Please don't kill us. It was all the boss idea. Yes, we were just following him. We didn't do anything wrong. The group knelt begging, incessantly gambling on the young men's compassion. But they had wagered wrong. Perhaps Hu Wenliang might have shown mercy, but not Yang Bin. Yang Bin had given his order, and they would execute it without hesitation. Moreover, through Yang Bin's constant guidance, Hu Wenliang was rapidly adapting to the survival rules of the apocalypse. This time, even he felt no trace of pity for these men's actions had crossed his bottom line. Ignoring the pleas for mercy, they swung the barbell rod mercilessly at the men's heads. In no time, all 60 to 70 people were slain. The group returned to Yang Bin, who was now examining the handgun he had taken from the leader. He had often seen such weapons on television, but this was his first time holding one. Every man seemed to harbor a peculiar fascination with firearms, and Yang Bin was no exception. Unfortunately, the gun had no bullets left, and the man carried no spare ammunition. He wondered where the man had obtained the pistol. Bingu, how big a threat is this thing to us? Chen Hao asked. The others also gazed curiously at the gun in Yang Bin's hand. Honestly, they felt they could withstand it, yet deep down they harbored an instinctive fear of firearms. This fear was normal for anyone, especially when staring into the dark muzzle pointed at oneself. Yang Bin smiled slightly. From what I've just sensed, this thing poses a considerable threat to first and second tier revolvers, but for those at third tier and above, it's not much of a danger. With a third tier revolver's physical resilience, even if hit, it would only be a minor injury, nothing serious. Of course, being shot in the eye is another matter. As for fourth tier revolvers, they can almost disregard such ordinary handguns. Even a direct hit would barely break the skin, failing to reach the muscle layer. Yang Bin finished speaking and opened his palm, revealing a small pit, the result of deliberately catching a bullet with his bare hand. Seeing the wound on Yang Bin's hand, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed handguns were nothing to fear after all. Noticing their reaction, Yang Bin's expression turned stern. Don't let your guard down. This is just an ordinary handgun. The military has far more powerful weapons. The assault rifles carried by those soldiers we encountered could riddle us with holes in an instant, let alone the heavy machine guns they unloaded later. That thing alone scared off the fifth-tier zombie. So remember this, never underestimate thermal weapons. At the very least, we're not yet qualified to contend with them. Understood. They all nodded in agreement. Just then a noise came from behind. The group of women had somehow risen to their feet. They said nothing in gratitude, instead staring at them with numb expressions as if they had already accepted their cruel fate. Seeing this, Yang Bin and his companions frowned. Clearly these women had likely changed hands several times, and they probably assumed Yang Bin's group was no different from their previous captors. Put on some clothes, Yang Bin ordered. The women slowly raised their heads, glanced at them, then mechanically picked up the tattered rags from the floor and draped them over themselves. Go to the clothing section and pick out decent outfits. Yang Bin snapped. Hell, those ragged clothes were worse than wearing nothing. Didn't they realize these were all hot-blooded young men? This time the women's expressions finally shifted slightly, as if in surprise. Young men indeed had peculiar tastes. Soon the women shuffled toward the clothing section. Let's go get some food, Yang Bin said. The group nodded, each pushing a cart toward the rice, flour, and oil aisles. They planned to stock up on plenty of rice and pasta, as the villa had a kitchen where they could cook. Of course, they also needed to grab instant foods like noodles, biscuits, and bread to take along when hunting zombies. This supermarket, being a large one, had almost everything they could need. Still, they focused mainly on food, as the villa already had daily necessities. Before long, 6 carts were piled high. Each of them also grabbed a large, extra spacious hiking backpack and filled it to the brim. This place would likely be secured by the authorities soon. The survival base had thousands of mouths to feed, demanding enormous supplies. Once their initial rescue missions were over, the first priority would be scavenging for resources. This supermarket, only a dozen kilometers from the base, would undoubtedly be their top choice. So they needed to haul away as much as possible, or it would all be gone by their next visit. Once everything was loaded, they prepared to leave. Just then the women returned, now fully dressed. When Yang Bin and his companions saw their attire, their eyes lit up. No wonder these women had suffered so much. They all had striking figures and faces. But what was with the black stockings and uniforms? Were they mocking honest men? Clearly, they had misunderstood Yang Bin's intentions. Yang Bin took a deep breath and said coldly, "We're leaving now. You can either stay hidden here or pick up those machetes and go kill zombies. Remember, in this apocalypse, if you don't want to be humiliated again, you have to become strong yourselves." With that, Yang Bin led Chun Hao and the others, pushing their carts toward the exit. Wait. Someone from the group finally spoke. Aren't you all going to? You're overthinking it. In this apocalypse, while many have lost their humanity, there are still those who hold on to their principles. Consider yourselves lucky to have finally met such people. So you're free now. Whether you'll encounter this again is up to fate, but remember your destiny is in your own hands. Yaoguang and his group quickly left the supermarket. Before leaving, Yaoguang still had Chunhao leave behind a dozen first-order crystals. The zombies outside were all at least first-order. If they didn't evolve, even if these women had the courage to go out and kill zombies, it would be suicide. Since they had saved them, they might as well give them a chance to survive. As for whether they could ultimately escape the fate of being playthings, that would depend on themselves. At this moment on the way to Jinghe Garden, each person pushed a cart and carried a huge mountaineering backpack, carefully making their way back. Fortunately, this road had just been cleared once, so there weren't too many zombies. In the end, everyone safely transported all the supplies back home. However, with their carts and large packs, they naturally couldn't escape the eyes of the villa opposite. They actually managed to get so many supplies. Brother Kai's eyes lit up as he looked at the villa not far away. Haha, Brother Kai, these people are pretty good. Our food is just about to run out, and they deliver supplies to us. Another person laughed. Let me advance to 4th order evolver first, then he'll go over and get acquainted with them. We're neighbors, borrowing something shouldn't matter. Brother Kai chuckled. Inside the villa, everyone looked at the food piled all over the floor and finally showed satisfied smiles. These things, for just a few of them, were enough to eat for a month. Let's temporarily use this place as a base. From now on, every time we go out to kill zombies, we'll carry a backpack and try to bring something back every day. That way at least we won't have to worry about hunger in the short term. Yaoguang said. But if we go out and someone comes, what then? This security door, though sturdy, can't withstand high-order revolvers. Yaoguang frowned. From now on, let Little Orange stay home and guard the house. It doesn't need to come out with us. Little Orange's advantage was speed. It could handle an unknown fight or a few opponents, but it had no great advantage against hordes of zombies. So Yaoguang simply let it guard the house. Meow. Little Orange called out, clearly agreeing to this task. Orange cats were inherently lazy, being able to sleep at home naturally. It didn't want to go out and fight zombies. Haha, that works. With Little Orange's strength, even a 4th order revolver might not be its match. Chunhao laughed. Although Little Orange hadn't reached 4th order, yet it was fast. The further it went, the more obvious this advantage became. Ordinary 4th order revolvers would probably find it hard to even touch it. Alright, it's settled. Hurry up, get some cured meat out. We'll have a good meal today. Yaoguang laughed. Haha, that's a good idea. When they were scavenging, they had also collected quite a bit of cured meat, dried vegetables, and other long-lasting foods, so they wouldn't have to eat plain rice. The others helped as assistants while Yaoguang took the lead as chef. Soon one fragrant dish after another was served. Everyone took out bowls and chopsticks, gathered around the table, and ate with joyful expressions. In the apocalypse, such a scene was extremely rare. Brother Bin, your cooking skills are definitely on par with a professional chef, so delicious. Everyone ate while complimenting. That's right, I never imagined we could enjoy such treatment in the apocalypse. Alright, stop flattering me. Eat quickly, finish early, and go to sleep. We'll get up to watch the stars tonight. Everyone nodded. In the end, each person polished off 3 bowls of rice and finished all the dishes on the table, then reluctantly put down their chopsticks. They'll leave the dishes to you. I'm going upstairs to sleep. Got it. No problem. Everyone was very enthusiastic. Soon Yaoguang went upstairs, and the others quickly began cleaning up the dishes. Brother, what exactly did Brother Bin go through before? Why do I feel his mind is more mature than all of us? And he seems to be good at everything. Yaoguang asked curiously. Previously, he had also led a team and made all the decisions. Since joining this team, he found himself useless, unable to contribute. Any problem he could think of, Yaoguang had already thought of. When faced with any situation, Yaoguang could quickly make the most reasonable arrangements. This made Yaoguang very curious about Yaoguang's past. If he were a normal person, it would be impossible to possess such a mindset at just over 20 years old. Chunhao looked upstairs, then sighed, and said, Brother Bin's childhood was much more miserable than ours. When Brother Bin was 11, his parents died in a car accident while going out, and he became an orphan. However, he also received a considerable compensation. Later, his aunt became his guardian and promised to raise him, so he went to live with his aunt's family. As it turned out, his aunt was actually after the compensation money. Young Brother Bin was naive and eventually handed the money over to his aunt for safekeeping. After getting the money, his aunt's family bought a new house, and life got better and better, but he began living a nightmare from then on. All the hard and dirty chores at home were forced on him. His uncle would beat him at the slightest provocation. His cousin would flaunt toys bought with his money every day, but he couldn't even touch them. Chunhao's eyes turned red as he spoke. Damn, this family is really disgusting, squandering the money that Brother Bin's parents exchanged for their lives, yet treating him like a slave. Everyone was furious, including Hu Wenliang, who also learned about Yaoguang's past for the first time. What happened later? Later, Brother Bin left that home and never went back. He survived by collecting trash to sell, sleeping under bridges at night. You can't imagine what he went through, fighting with stray dogs for food, competing with homeless people for territory. Once, because he mistakenly took a half-finished drink bottle, he was beaten severely and had no money to see a doctor. He had to grit his teeth and endure. It wasn't until he entered middle school, where the school had dormitories, that he finally had a bed to sleep on. All the procedures for middle school were handled by his elementary school homeroom teacher. Because Brother Bin had excellent grades, the teacher, knowing his situation, helped him with everything. However, Brother Bin refused any further help from the teacher and still supported himself by earning money. I also met him in middle school. We were desk mates. After I once saw him collecting trash outside, I secretly brought some food from home to share with him at school. It was also because of this kindness that one day when I was bullied by a group of school bullies at the school gate, Brother Bin happened to see it. That was the first time I saw what true fierceness meant. He single-handedly beat 7 or 8 peers into fleeing in panic. That ruthlessness I still remember vividly. After that I always followed him. With his help, even I, a poor student, managed to get into a key university, which made me look good in front of my family. From elementary school to college, Brother Bin went through it all alone. How can you compare yourselves to him? After hearing Chun Hao's words, everyone fell silent. They finally understood why Yang Bin had a mindset far beyond his peers. Brother Bin's childhood was simply too tragic. Late at night, a group of people lay on the open third-floor terrace gazing at the stars. There were lounge chairs inside the villa far more comfortable than lying on the floor. Stargazing was the key to their edge over others. As long as this method remained unknown, they could stay ahead, and with each passing day their lead would grow. Yang Bin in particular had already gained an extra 300 kilograms of strength. Even though he had reached the 4th rank, this additional power was not to be underestimated. Under normal circumstances, a newly advanced 4th rank evolver would possess roughly 120 kilograms of strength, but he started at 1500 kilograms, allowing him to crush opponents of the same level. This advantage would only widen over time. Chun Hao and Hu Wenliang had also gained over 100 kilograms of strength each. While they might not dominate their peers, they were still significantly stronger than most. As for Zhao Kuan and the others, they had only just begun and needed time to accumulate. After a night of stargazing, everyone caught a few more hours of sleep, woke up around 8 in the morning, had a light breakfast, and headed out. They hadn't come here solely for comfort. Their main goal was to have a base, while focusing on enhancing their strength. This time their target was the residential complex, where there were even more zombies than at the school, and height-year zombies would undoubtedly be plentiful. However, the area was densely packed with buildings, and the narrow alleys between them were already swarming with zombies. Engaging them here required careful consideration. When the group arrived and saw the overwhelming horde, they felt a bit daunted. Bingu, what's the plan? The others asked, looking at Yang Bin. Same as before. Find a way into one of the buildings and use the stairwell to fight. Yang Bin activated his true sight, scanned the area, and pointed to a slightly newer building. That one. This residential area was quite old with many dilapidated structures. He dared not enter those aged buildings, fearing they might collapse during the battle. After all, the zombies were no longer weak. Most had reached the 2nd rank, and 3rd rank zombies were not uncommon. The older buildings might not withstand the impact. The group cautiously approached the building, trying not to alert the zombies. Unfortunately, it was impossible to avoid their detection entirely. Soon a zombie on an upper floor spotted them and let out a roar, drawing the attention of the others. A massive wave of zombies surged toward them. Speed up. The group remained calm, having anticipated this outcome. As the zombies charged, they accelerated toward the building, with Yang Bin clearing any zombies in their path with a single swing of his rod. Soon they reached the building's entrance, which was already surrounded by zombies. Without hesitation, they forced their way through. With the immense strength of 2 4th-rank evolvers, Yang Bin and Chun Hao, the zombies couldn't stop their advance. In no time, they burst through the front door. Chun Hao yanked the iron gate open, and they rushed up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Divide and conquer. Haozi and I will hold the stairs and kill the zombies. Zhao Kuan, you 3 drag the bodies into the rooms. Liangzi, you're on crystal extraction. Yang Bin quickly laid out the plan. Got it. No one objected, and they immediately set to work. With 2 4th-rank evolvers guarding the stairs, the zombies couldn't break through. The two swung their barbell rods, swiftly taking down wave after wave of zombies. The old building had no elevator, with 4 apartments per floor. Zhao Kuan and the others opened all 4 doors, but unfortunately none of the units held any survivors. They were either filled with zombies or littered with gnawed corpses. After clearing the rooms, Zhao Kun's team quickly moved the bodies from the stairwell into the apartments, while Hu Wenliang extracted crystals from the zombies' heads inside. They worked like an efficient assembly line. The commotion drew all the zombies from the alleys, flooding toward the building and queuing up the stairs. Yang Bin and Chun Hao handled them all regardless of rank, 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, each falling to a single blow. With such efficiency, 3rd-rank crystals soon came in. Hu Wenliang handed them directly to Lao He and the others to absorb on the spot, allowing them to grow stronger while fighting. Xingqing Survival Base. This sprawling base, covering hundreds of thousands of square meters, was the result of thousands of soldiers working day and night. The base was an irregular circle with 3-meter-high walls built from stone and cement, topped with broken glass and spikes. Watchtowers were spaced every few meters, manned by soldiers keeping constant vigil. It was without a doubt the safest place in Xingqing for now. At least inside, there was no fear of zombies suddenly breaking in. However, due to time constraints, the soldiers had only managed to erect the walls, leaving simple sheds inside that barely provided shelter from the elements. The base already housed tens of thousands of survivors, some rescued by the military, and many who had arrived on their own. These survivors were now put to work on construction. Though safe from zombies, life here wasn't carefree. Labor was required. The authorities distributed one steamed bun per meal, but to get more one had to work. Moreover, the government promised crystals for good performance. This prospect thrilled many, making them work harder than they ever did before the apocalypse. But some were unhappy. For instance, a group brought back from Zhongshan College by the military yesterday. They gathered, all feeling frustrated. So we're just going to sit here? Qin Wei asked, looking at Tang Weiwei. What choice do we have? We can't leave freely now. I wish I hadn't come yesterday, Tang Weiwei said gloomily. She hadn't wanted to come, but couldn't find a reason to refuse, so she got on the bus. How about we force our way out? Staying here is a waste of time. If you're not afraid of being riddled with bullets from their rifles, go ahead, Tang Weiwei sneered. Then what? We can't stay forever. Any more delays, and we're done for. Qin Wei complained. I wish we'd left school earlier and avoided all this trouble. They were ambitious and didn't want to waste time here. Outside might be dangerous, but it offered a chance to grow stronger, and they knew that in the apocalypse strength was everything. The base is new and the rules aren't fully set yet. It's understandable that they restrict movement. Let's go talk to the higher-ups, explain the stakes, and I believe they'll let us leave. Within the survival base, amidst the rows of makeshift sheds, stood a single completed building at the center, the only permanent structure within. This was the command center of the survival base, also the living quarters of Star City's high-ranking officials. The sudden outbreak of the apocalypse had dealt a severe blow to Star City's officialdom, with many department heads lost, and the internal system thrown into chaos. Coupled with the disruption of mobile signals and the loss of contact with the capital, many senior officials began to harbor other ambitions. At this moment, 7 or 8 individuals were seated around the conference table in the command center, engaged in discussion. These were the high-ranking officials of Star City's military and political sectors. The first phase of the rescue mission is essentially complete. We've safely brought back over 3,000 people, including students from major universities and residents from key residential areas like Jingyuan and Qingzhou Garden. When does the second phase begin? Deputy Division Commander Lu Yong of the military asked. He was currently the highest-ranking military officer in Star City. Both the division commander and the political commissar had perished in the catastrophe, leaving him in charge of the military. Deputy Commander Lu, please first brief us on the difficulties encountered and the losses sustained during this rescue operation. Star City Mayor Ma Zhong was seated at the head of the table, spoke. The political sector had also suffered heavy losses, with the deputy mayor and city party secretary among the casualties, but fortunately the mayor had survived. As Star City was a provincial capital, Ma Zhong held a position of considerable authority. In times of peace, the military and political sectors operated independently. However, these were extraordinary circumstances demanding unity and cooperation. A leader was essential in such times. Naturally, Ma Zhong, holding the highest office in Star City, assumed the role of its leader. The greatest difficulty is our insufficient ammunition. Most of the time our soldiers had to engage in close combat, resulting in significant losses on this mission, Lu Yong said with some grief. Then let's postpone the second phase of rescue operations. We have 2 more urgent tasks now. One is your ammunition problem, and the other is the issue of daily supplies. There are already tens of thousands of survivors in the base. Daily consumption is enormous and our stockpiled supplies are running low. We must venture out to find more supplies soon. The ammunition issue is equally pressing. I recall there's an arsenal in your military district. If we can transport those weapons back, it should solve our short-term problems. But there are still many survivors waiting for rescue. For every day we delay, the death toll doubles. Deputy Commander Lu, rescue cannot be conducted blindly. We need to resolve the primary issues first to carry out rescue operations more effectively. Without supplies, even those we save will starve to death, said another man seated below Ma Zhonghua. Well, all right. When do we depart? Mobilize the personnel and set out as soon as possible. Split into 2 groups, one to the arsenal for ammunition, the other to the Walmart supermarket over 10 kilometers away for supplies. Understood. Lu Yong nodded, then withdrew from the meeting room to muster his men. Ma Zhonghua watched Lu Yong's retreating figure, his eyes flickering with an unreadable thought. Soon the others finished their assignments and departed, leaving Ma Zhonghua alone in the conference room. Shortly after, the door at the back of the conference room suddenly opened and a middle-aged man stepped in. This man was Wang Jinhong, the controller of Star City's most prominent Wang family, who had long maintained a close cooperative relationship with the mayor. Ma Zhonghua showed no surprise at his appearance, gesturing to the chair beside him. Sit. Wang Jinhong did not stand on ceremony and took a seat directly, then looked at Ma Zhonghua. Mayor Ma, have you considered my previous proposal? Let's not rush that. For now, most of the military still listens to Lu Yong. We need to find a way to seize control of the military first, Ma Zhonghua said, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, seemingly deep in thought. Since this Lu Yong is such a hindrance, why not? No, it's not time yet. We still need him for the fighting. Very well. Just then a commotion arose from outside the door. Soon a knock came. The two frowned. Hide yourself first. All right. Wang Jinhong nodded and retreated into the back room again. Come in, Ma Zhonghua called out. The door opened and a soldier entered saluting Ma Zhonghua. Mr. Mayor, there's a group of university students outside demanding to see you. University students? Yes, the students from Zhongshan University. What do they want? Ma Zhonghua asked, puzzled. Never mind, let them in. Yes, sir. Soon Tang Weiwei, Qin Wei, and others walked in. Greetings, Mayor Ma. We're terribly sorry for the intrusion, Tang Weiwei said politely. What can I do for you? Ma Zhonghua asked, looking at them with curiosity. Well, Mayor Ma would like to go outside, but the guards at the gate won't let us. Could you perhaps make an exception? It's far too dangerous out there with all the zombies. Now that you've made it to the base safely, why would you want to leave? We need to go out and kill zombies to improve our strength. Staying in the base is a waste of time, Qin Wei stated. Ma Zhonghua frowned. Without sufficient strength, going out is practically suicide. You are the pillars of our nation, you mustn't take such risks. Don't worry, we have the strength. Several of us are already at the 3rd tier, and the rest are at the peak of the 2nd tier. We can handle ordinary zombie hordes with ease, Qin Wei said confidently. Oh, truly heroes emerge from youth, Ma Zhonghua said, his eyes lighting up. After a moment's thought he added, since you are so capable, staying in the base might indeed be a waste of time. However, I cannot break the rule against unauthorized departures, it would pose a serious security risk to the base. How about this, I will assign a few people to accompany you. That way the guards won't stop you. This? Tang Weiwei frowned. Don't worry, they can take care of themselves. This is the only solution I can think of. Perhaps in a few days, once we've devised a better protocol, you can go out then. Then we'll accept the escorts. Thank you for your trouble, Mayor Ma. Qin Wei quickly interjected. By the time a few days passed, who knew if they'd even be able to fight zombies anymore? Soon Tang Weiwei and the others left the conference room. It seems you've taken an interest in these university students, Mayor Ma. The back door opened again, and Wang Jinhong walked out slowly. In this new world, one must have a number of powerful evolvers on hand to stand firm, Ma Zhonghua said with a smile. On the other side, Captain Tang, what's wrong? Qin Wei asked, puzzled by Tang Weiwei's furrowed brow. I'm wondering what the mayor's real purpose is in sending people with us, Tang Weiwei mused. Didn't he say it was so the guards wouldn't stop us, eh? Qin Wei replied. Are you an idiot? How have you survived this long? With his authority, a single word from him would let us out. Why go through all this trouble? Tang Weiwei said, then walked away as if afraid being near Qin Wei might lower her intelligence. This? Qin Wei frowned. That did make sense. Xijia, what do you think? Qin Wei asked Fang Xijia, who had been silent all along. Fang Xijia glanced at Qin Wei and suddenly asked, Brother Wei, if Mayor Ma wanted to recruit you, what would you choose? Recruit me? Why would a mayor take an interest in us? Never mind whether he would or not. Just tell me if you would agree, Fang Xijia pressed. Of course not. We have our freedom. Why would I follow him? All right then. Remember what you said today. What's gotten into you? You don't seriously think the mayor wants to recruit us, do you? I'm not sure, but try not to let our brothers get too close to the people he sends, and don't reveal everything in front of them. That's too much trouble. Why don't we just not let them come along? It's not up to you. If you refuse, we won't be allowed out. Fine. Wang Jinhong returned from the meeting room to his residence, where a steward-like figure entered. Master, the young master sent word instructing you to find a way to control Miss Lin Yifei of the Lin family. Lin Yifei, that prodigal son, still hasn't given up on this woman. No, this time it's because the young master discovered she is an ability user, so he wants to keep her under his control. An ability user. Wang Zhenhong's eyes lit up, but after a moment of thought, he shook his head. The Lin family is too close to the military. Lin Yifei is under Lu Yong's protection now. Oh, it's not the right time to act. Let's wait for a while. When the time comes, getting whatever kind of person we want will be just a word. Tell Kai not to overthink things. Focus on improving his strength. He will be the key in the future. Understood. In the residential area, Yang Bin and his team had been killing in this building all day from dawn till dusk, without even pausing for meals, munching on bread while slaying zombies. In one day they had killed nearly 1,000 zombies. This pace was actually quite slow for them, mainly because the stairwell imposed too many restrictions on killing, and clearing the corpses was troublesome. Fortunately, the harvest was decent. They obtained 1 4th-order zombie core and over 20 3rd-order ones, along with thousands of other crystals. By now in their team, Hu Wenliang had also reached the 4th order, while Zhao Kuan and the other 2 were all at the peak of the 3rd order. With 3 at the 4th order and 3 at the peak of the 3rd, they still held a commanding lead. However, Yang Bin was not entirely satisfied, mainly because 4th-order crystals were too scarce. It seems we can't keep killing like this tomorrow. Getting just 1 4th-order crystal in a whole day is too slow, Yang Bin frowned. Yet crystals below the 4th order are useless to us now. This kind of killing is indeed a waste of time. The others nodded. Let's head back first. Tomorrow there should be more 4th-order zombies, and we'll think of other ways then. Alright. The stairs were blocked, but that posed no problem for them. They entered the room, broke the security bars on the window, and jumped straight down. The zombies below swarmed toward them. Unfortunately, given their current strength, these zombies couldn't stop them at all. They simply carved a bloody path through. They ran all the way back to the villa. Just as they were about to enter, Yaoguang inadvertently noticed movement in a villa not far away. He activated his true sight and looked toward that villa, quickly spotting two people inside who seemed to be watching them. What's wrong, Brother Bin? There are still people in this neighborhood. People? Yeah, two people in that villa. Yaoguang pointed at the luxurious villa not far away. I thought everyone in this neighborhood had been rescued, and I didn't take a good look. They'll have to go up to the rooftop later and thoroughly check out the area. Should we do something about those two? Just leave them alone unless they come looking for trouble. Okay. Everyone returned home, had a hearty meal, and went upstairs to rest. Yaoguang, however, went straight to the rooftop terrace to survey the neighborhood. After scanning the area, only that one villa showed signs of life, the others were empty. But when Yaoguang examined that villa closely, he discovered something that astonished him. In the backyard of the villa stood a massive iron cage, and inside it were over 20 zombies. What surprised Yaoguang even more was that all these zombies were third order. Moreover, 4 third-order evolvers were hiding in the yard, keeping constant watch over the cage. What are these people doing with so many high-order zombies? Yaoguang wondered. Then a sudden thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. Could it be zombie farming? Damn, that's actually possible. Why didn't I think of that? Yaoguang felt as if he had stumbled upon a brilliant insight, his eyes gleaming. What a genius idea. I'm taking that setup later. Yaoguang gazed at the massive iron cage with undisguised greed, his bandit nature flaring up again. Late at night, everyone gathered on the rooftop to stargaze. As they were about to head downstairs, Yaoguang glanced once more at the villa in the distance, and a look of delight suddenly appeared on his face. Liangzi Zhaokuan, you all go downstairs and rest. How's he come with me? I'm taking you to get something good, Yaoguang said with a smile. All right. Though puzzled, the others didn't ask too many questions. Following Brother Bin's orders was their team's unspoken rule. Yaoguang took the fire axe from Zhaokuan and led Chunhao to the back of the villa, where they climbed a nearby tree. Now Chunhao could also see the massive iron cage in the yard, and the zombies inside, his eyes widening in shock. Yaoguang made a shushing gesture, and then pointed into the cage, whispering, "See that zombie in the gray checkered shirt near the edge? It's a newly evolved 4th-order zombie. You'll go invisible, sneak down, kill it, take the crystal, and leave." Chunhao's eyes lit up, and he nodded. Yaoguang handed him the fire axe and instructed, "There are 4 third-order evolvers hiding in the corners of the yard, but they're dozing off now. When you strike the zombie, go invisible again immediately. If you time it right, your body shouldn't become visible, and they won't notice you. But if they do spot you, take them all out." "Got it." Chunhao nodded, jumped down, turned invisible, and vaulted over the yard wall to the cage. He hefted the fire axe, took aim, and with one swing split the 4th-order zombie's head open. The moment Chunhao struck the zombie, his figure flickered in and out of sight. The zombies in the cage stirred restlessly. The 3rd-order evolvers hiding in the corners opened their eyes for a glance, saw nothing amiss, and went back to sleep. The zombies always stirred whenever the stars vanished. They were long accustomed to it. Chunhao retrieved the crystal from the 4th-order zombie's head and made a clean getaway. Soon the two were back in their villa. "Haha, this 4th-order crystal has to be the easiest one we've gotten since the apocalypse began." Chunhao laughed, holding the crystal. "But Brother Bin, why do we have to be so sneaky? Why not just take over that villa? All those zombies would be ours." "Not so fast. With so many high-order zombies, the few people in that villa couldn't have caught them all on their own. There's likely stronger forces behind them. Don't act rashly until we know their strength," Yaoguang explained. "But want tonight's action alert them. If we didn't act today, this 4th-order zombie would be gone by tomorrow. This is a 4th-order crystal. How could we just hand it over? As for alerting them, as long as they didn't see you, it's not a problem for now. Besides, this zombie just evolved. They don't even know it's 4th-order yet. As for what they'll think when they see a zombie with its head cracked open, that's not our concern." A sly smile curled at the corner of Yaoguang's mouth as he imagined their reaction. "Come on, time to sleep." In the morning, inside a luxurious villa, Wang Rukai's first act upon rising was to call his lackey Wang Yueming and head toward the backyard. Checking daily for the emergence of a 4th-tier zombie was his most anticipated task. However, when they arrived, they found the 4 hidden in the backyard had all come out, staring at the iron cage with puzzled expressions. "What's going on?" Wang Ruikai frowned. "Young Master Wang, a zombie was bitten to death here." One of them pointed into the cage. "Bitten to death? By what?" Wang Ruikai hurried over. Indeed, he saw a mangled corpse. It was zombies. "When we found it this morning, several zombies were devouring its remains." "Impossible. Don't zombies not eat their own kind?" Wang Ruikai was puzzled. "Maybe they're not hungry enough. When truly starving, they might eat their own kind, given how long they've been trapped," another whispered. "What about the crystal? It seems it was eaten too." The group looked embarrassed. "What are you good for? Weren't you told to watch closely?" Wang Ruikai roared. "Sorry, young Master Wang. We didn't know zombies would eat their own kind." The men bowed their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Wang Ruikai wanted to curse, but held back. These were the Wang family's most loyal men who had stayed by his side, even in the apocalypse. He couldn't break their hearts. He took a deep breath. "It's not your fault. I didn't expect this either. Since we've discovered that zombies eat their own kind, you must be doubly vigilant from now on. Rest assured, young Master Wang. This won't happen again. The men patted their chests in assurance. Wang Ruikai nodded and asked, has any fourth-tier zombie emerged today? Not yet. We tested each one just now. Still none. Is fourth-tier really that difficult? Or are these zombies we captured too inferior in quality? Wang Ruikai muttered to himself. Brother Kai, fourth-tier is indeed tough. There aren't many fourth-tier zombies outside either. But these are among the earliest third-tier ones. Maybe we'll get one in a day or two. All right. Wang Ruikai sighed. He sensed something off, but couldn't pinpoint it. In another villa, Yang Bin handed Zhao Kuan the fourth-tier crystal he had obtained the previous night. This was their prior agreement: prioritize advancement, then distribute equally. Zhao Kuan looked at the fourth-tier crystal in Yang Bin's hand with surprise. Brother Bin, where did you get this? I picked it up next door. Someone's raising fourth-tier zombies for us. Maybe we'll harvest one every night from now on. Yang Bin laughed. He could see that many zombies in the iron cage were at the peak of third-tier, and some would likely break through to fourth-tier in the coming nights. Such good fortune. The others widened their eyes. Shen Hao grinned and recounted the previous night's events. Everyone's eyes lit up. They hadn't expected such a trick. Let's go. Today we'll first get barbell bars for you guys at the gym, then we'll go hunting in the wild. Hunting in the wild. Yes. Look for fourth-tier zombies in areas with fewer zombies. The residential district has too many. Even though the probability of fourth-tier zombies is higher, the efficiency is too low. All right. Brother Bin, do you know where the gym is? I know. There's a big one in that residential area. I saw it yesterday. Let's hurry. I've been wanting to switch for a long time. Zhao Kuan said excitedly. Though they already had weapons, fire axes, machetes, and tang swords, the barbell bar still felt the most satisfying in a brawl. With enough strength, zombies couldn't even get within a meter of you. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Wang Ruikai and Wang Yueming, the group left the villa. Brother Kai, they're gone. Should we go get some food from their place? Wang Yueming still coveted the carts of food the others had. Not yet. This group goes out every day and returns at night, apparently killing zombies. They seem capable. Let's not antagonize them for now. Brother Kai, should we consider recruiting them? It's worth considering. We'll go talk to them when they return tonight. All right. Yang Bin led the group around the densest zombie clusters in the residential area and arrived at a recreational zone. Here there were indoor pools, a gym, a billiard room, and KTV lounges. The number of zombies dropped significantly, but the ground was littered with zombie corpses, indicating that a group of evolvers was active here. Yang Bin activated his true sight and scanned the area. Unfortunately, that group was inside the gym, and several of them held barbell bars identical to theirs. Judging by their physiques, they were clearly gym regulars, all with enviable, shaped torsos. Without hesitation, Yang Bin led the group upstairs. They had come for barbell bars, and they wouldn't leave empty-handed just because others had taken them first. What he had his eyes on was his. They quickly reached the second floor and knocked on the gym door. To his surprise, the door opened directly. Obviously, they had seen the group from the upstairs window. Come in, the doorman said, walking back inside. Yang Bin and the others were stunned. Was it that straightforward? Nevertheless, they followed. The gym was spacious with a full range of equipment. Inside, more than 50 people stood watching them calmly. Yang Bin was surprised to find that over 20 of them were third-tier and 2 were at the peak of third-tier. As expected from fitness enthusiasts, truly formidable, Yang Bin thought. Put down your backpacks and open them. Let me see if what you have is enough. If it is, I might consider letting you join us, said the man in the lead, his arms covered in terrifying muscles under a tank top. Join you? The group was momentarily confused, but quickly understood. Clearly the others thought they had come to seek shelter. Sorry, we're not here to join you. We're here to take something, Yang Bin said with a smile. Take something? The muscular man was puzzled. Exactly, Yang Bin grinned, and then said to Zhao Kuan and the others, go grab the stuff, and we'll leave. We're in a hurry. Got it. Zhao Kuan and the other 2 walked over, and in the bewildered faces of the group, they snatched the barbell bars from 3 of them, and immediately turned to leave. This time it was the others' turn to be dumbfounded. Damn, he stole my barbell bar. The 3 men whose bars were taken froze for a full 2 seconds before reacting. What is the meaning of this? The muscular man's voice turned dark. Taking something. We like these, so we're taking them, Yang Bin said with a smile, then prepared to lead the group away. However, the others clearly disagreed. They immediately surrounded them. You think you can leave after stealing from us? The muscular man's voice was low. If we want to leave, you can't stop us. I suggest you step aside or things will get ugly if a fight breaks out. Is that so? I've never been bullied like this in my life. Today I want to see how you can be so arrogant. Attack. Below the gym, Yang Bin and his crew each carried a barbell and strode off into the distance. Inside the gym, over 30 muscular men writhed on the floor, unable to rise for a long while. Though they were a bunch of muscle-bound brutes, they had unfortunately encountered a group of freaks. A few swings of the bars sent them all crashing to the ground incapacitated. This was only because Yang Bin and his men had held back, otherwise it wouldn't have ended with them just lying on the floor. After all having stolen their belongings, Yang Bin felt too embarrassed to kill them. Subsequently, Yang Bin led the group away from this residential area to hunt in places with fewer zombies. Although fewer zombies meant fewer high-level ones, they could save time by not wasting effort on low-level zombies, giving them more time to find fourth-tier zombies. Relying on his true sight, Yang Bin guided the group across several streets until they finally reached a commercial district. Because the apocalypse had erupted at night, the commercial area had far fewer zombies than the residential zone. However, since zombies wandered randomly, there were still some here. The group found the tallest building and climbed up using the elevated vantage point to search for fourth-tier zombies. With his true sight, Yang Bin had no trouble locating fourth-tier zombies. Before long, he identified 3 such zombies in this area. Moreover, because there were few zombies here, each of these 3 was accompanied by only a small number of followers. Indeed, this method is reliable, Yang Bin chuckled. Then the group descended, and under Yang Bin's guidance killed all 3 fourth-tier zombies. 2 crystals were given to Old Black and Skinny Monkey, while Yang Bin consumed the remaining 1. It had been quite a while since he last ate a crystal. Now that everyone had reached the 4th tier, future crystals would be prioritized for him. After clearing this area, the group moved to another location, repeating the process: find the tallest building, climb up, pinpoint the 4th tier zombies, then descend to eliminate them. Although these areas had so few zombies that they often climbed up and searched for ages without finding a single 4th tier one, this method was still far more efficient than foolishly guarding staircases and killing zombies. Walmart supermarket. Led by 3 armored personnel carriers, 7 or 8 trucks forcefully charged all the way to the entrance of Walmart. Soldiers disembarked from the carriers, broke open the supermarket doors, and rushed inside to rapidly transport supplies. Inside, over a dozen women who were eating stared in bewilderment at the scene. Just then, a young man in camouflage and a woman in a police uniform stepped out of a vehicle and entered the supermarket. They frowned at the dozens of corpses inside. Clearly, these people had not been killed by zombies. The policewoman approached the group of women and asked softly, "Are you all right?" The women glanced at her and then at the soldiers, nodding somewhat numbly. "Good to hear. You're survivors here, right? Do you know how these people died?" The policewoman pointed to the bodies on the floor. A flicker of disgust crossed the women's faces, but they all shook their heads. Frowning at their expressions, the policewoman didn't press further and said, "Get into the vehicles first. You'll come back to the base with us." At the mention of the base, a glimmer of hope lit up the women's faces, and they quickly nodded. They had gone out to kill zombies before, but the zombies outside were too powerful. After losing 2 members, they dared not venture out again, and had stayed hidden in the supermarket, where there was plenty of food and drink to survive. Clearly, all that Yang Bin had told them had been in vain. What a pity. It was rare for Yang the madman to show kindness, but some people's fates were not coincidental. The soldiers worked swiftly, soon loading almost all the usable supplies from Walmart onto the 7 or 8 trucks, which were nearly full. Then the convoy turned back. However, as they passed through a residential area, a large crowd suddenly burst out from the buildings, frantically running toward them. Obviously, these people had seen them pass by earlier. But behind this crowd trailed a massive horde of zombies. Seeing this, the young man in military uniform furrowed his brow. Reason told him that he couldn't afford to help these people and must leave immediately. Yet his nature as a soldier made it impossible for him to ignore their plight. "Captain Song, what are you thinking? Stop the vehicles and save them," the policewoman urged anxiously. Hearing her words, Captain Song gritted his teeth and ordered a halt. Soldiers quickly jumped off the carriers to assist the fleeing crowd. But this mission's primary objective was transporting goods, so there weren't many soldiers. Facing the dense, surging zombies, the soldiers could only fire their guns to cover the people's retreat. However, as gunfire erupted, the residential area exploded into chaos. This residential zone was already teeming with zombies, and the sound of gunfire drew even more of them charging in. What was most frustrating was that many of the fleeing people, upon hearing the shots, dropped to the ground, trembling in fear. Witnessing this, Captain Song's face darkened. "Anyone who doesn't want to die, get the hell moving. If you lie down again, I'll shoot you myself." His roar jolted them into scrambling back to their feet. After a while, the crowd finally reached the vehicles and clambered into the carriers. "Go!" Captain Song bellowed. But by then the road ahead was clogged with a sea of zombies. Despite the soldiers' frantic shooting, the zombies only multiplied. "Don't go forward. Detour toward the commercial district," Captain Song shouted. The vehicles began to turn, heading toward the commercial area. However, the 7 or 8 trucks at the rear couldn't maneuver so easily. Soon zombies caught up, swarming onto the trucks and burying them in an instant. His face ashen, Captain Song had no choice but to abandon the supply trucks and flee in the carriers. But this road hadn't been cleared. Abandoned cars blocked the way, forcing the lead carrier to smash through them. Though the carriers were sturdy, the collisions drastically slowed their progress. Soldiers in the rear carriers fired wildly at the pursuing zombies to keep them at bay. But this consumed ammunition at an alarming rate, and they couldn't hold out for long. After driving a stretch, they suddenly encountered a massive pile of zombie corpses on the road. Captain Song felt like cursing his luck. "Damn it. Who the hell killed zombies here? Get out. Run on foot. Head for that building up ahead." With such a huge pile of corpses blocking the way, the vehicles couldn't advance, and clearing them would take too much time they didn't have. Their only option was to take refuge in the nearby building. Everyone quickly disembarked, and under the soldiers' cover sprinted toward the towering structure. Over here, Yang Bin and his team were standing atop a building scanning for fourth-tier zombies when they suddenly heard gunfire. Soon they saw 3 carriers heading their way. These government people must have a screw loose driving here, Yang Bin remarked in exasperation. Soon he spotted the dense horde of zombies trailing the vehicles, and his expression shifted. Hell, I just wanted to hunt in peace. What did I do to deserve this? Yang Bin led the group quickly down the stairs, hoping to escape the building before the horde could ascend. Unfortunately, the building had over 20 floors, and they were on the rooftop. The elevators were useless, and despite their swift descent, they collided head-on with the surge of people charging up from below on the 5th floor. The two parties met, staring at each other in stunned silence. Yang Bin sighed. This calamity, descending like a heap of filth, was directly upon their heads, leaving no room for escape. These were not mere hundreds or thousands of zombies, but a staggering 10,000. He wondered how these people had managed to stir up such a nest of the undead. Battalion Commander Song stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin and his companions, descending from above, never expecting to find anyone up there. Before he could speak, Yang Bin declared directly, "Don't go any higher. Block them right here on the stairwell. The higher you go, the slimmer your chances of survival." The female police officer beside him wanted to say something, but Battalion Commander Song immediately grasped Yang Bin's meaning and shouted to those behind, "Stop running up. Block the stairwell." Quickly the soldiers at the rear halted, stowing their rifles and drawing combat knives, holding the stairwell firmly. The rest of the group did not linger on the stairs either, swiftly pushing open the fire door and entering the floor. This was an office building. The 5th floor housed a large tech company occupying the entire level. The crowd along with the soldiers numbered over 400, but fortunately the floor was spacious enough to avoid crowding. Just as Yang Bin and his group were feeling overwhelmed, a group of women suddenly appeared before them. "You? Hello. Last time we didn't get to thank you before you left. We didn't expect to see you again so soon. Thank you for saving us," several women expressed with gratitude. Yang Bin frowned at the women. He could see that their strength had barely reached the level of evolvers, meaning they had only consumed the crystals he had left behind and had not gone out to hunt for more on their own. With a sigh, Yang Bin said nothing. As he had said before, each person forges their own path. Their choices would determine their fate, and no one would help them forever. He had given them an extra chance on a whim, only to see it wasted. He resolved to refrain from such gestures in the future. Over a dozen crystals would have made a decent meal for Little Orange. Shaking his head, Yang Bin looked at them and said indifferently, "No need to thank me. It was just a coincidence." Just then a strikingly fit female police officer approached. "Were the people in the supermarket killed by you?" It was clear she had overheard the women's words. Yang Bin glanced at her and did not deny it. He nodded yes. "Is survival not hard enough already, and you still resort to murder?" the policewoman said angrily. "Are you out of your mind? Do you think this is still the world it used to be at?" Yang Bin replied in exasperation. "What's wrong with the world now? Does it mean we can kill indiscriminately?" The policewoman's emotions flared. "Officer, they didn't kill indiscriminately. That group were demons deserving of death," a woman nearby interjected. "Even if they did wrong, it's our job as police to deal with them. That's no excuse for murder. Just because you have some power doesn't mean you can do as you please. It's people like you that make this damned apocalypse even more terrifying. Handle them. Where were you when people needed you? Now there are people everywhere needing help, and you're hiding here. Go and save them." Yang Bin was getting angry too. "You, Captain Liu, that's enough," Battalion Commander Song barked. "Battalion Commander Song, are you trying to shield these murderers?" Lu Jiao did not back down. "Can't you see what period we're in? What? Do you think the apocalypse means lawlessness? Unreasonable." Song Tailan fumed. He wondered why the higher-ups had sent someone like her on this mission. She was nothing but trouble. "Battalion Commander Song, I hope you understand your position. You are a soldier. So what do you want? To kill them?" Song Tailan roared. "At the very least, they should be detained and sent back to base for trial. Arrest them yourself if you want. Damn it, I'm done." Song Tailan cursed and walked away. Seeing Song Tailan's attitude, Lu Jiao's chest heaved with anger. She resolved to report him to the higher-ups upon returning. She then drew her pistol and pointed it at Yang Bin's group. "Hands on your heads. Squat in the corner." However, Yang Bin and his companions did not move, staring at her coldly. "Did you hear me? I said squat in the corner. And if I don't, then don't blame me for shooting." "Go ahead and try," Yang Bin said icily. Neither side gave an inch, and the surrounding crowd quickly dispersed, looking at Yang Bin's group as if they were fools. Going against the police, how dare they? Little did they know. If Yang Bin hadn't been wary of the rifle-wielding soldiers, Lu Jiao would already be a corpse. "Lu Jiao, haven't you caused enough trouble? Put the gun down." Song Tianlin, who had intended to stay out of it, was forced to step in again. If this woman were under his command, he would have had her shot long ago. But she was sent by the higher-ups, leaving him frustrated. "Battalion Commander Song, these are dangerous individuals. Order your men to act." "Battalion Commander Song, I suggest you keep this woman in check." Otherwise I won't hesitate to throw her to the zombies, Yang Bin said looking at Song Thailand. 010203 disarm her and take her elsewhere. Yes, sir. 3 soldiers quickly stepped forward, seized Lu Jiao's gun, and led her away. Song Tianling, you dare to arrest me. Just wait. He'll report you to the mayor. Lu Jiao shouted loudly. Soon Lu Jiao was taken to another room by 2 soldiers. Song Thailand looked at Yang Bin and said, I'm taking her away not because I'm yielding to you, but because these are special times and internal conflict is unwise. But disregarding official authority like this, do you think the government is no longer a threat in this apocalypse? Commander Song overthink this. If she weren't an official, she'd already be dead, Yang Bin said flatly. Song Thailand studied Yang Bin's group for a moment before saying, your killing intent is too strong. Do you think mercy can survive in this world? Song Thailand fell silent, unable to refute Yang Bin, knowing he was right. Do you know why I kept stopping her from causing you trouble? Because you know going against us would bring no benefit and might even cost you dearly, Yang Bin said with a smirk. Hey, you're quite confident. But I do sense considerable pressure from you. Someone among you must be at the 4th stage, right? Yes. All 6 of us are at the 4th stage. Hey. Song Thailand stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin and his companions, his heart churning with turbulent shock. Even within the official forces there were only a handful of 4th-tier evolvers. That this team of 6 was entirely composed of such power was almost impossible for him to accept. Simultaneously, a profound sense of relief washed over Song Thailand. He was glad he hadn't followed that woman's madness, or the consequences would have been unthinkable. Though they possessed firearms, only he knew that their ammunition was nearly depleted along this journey. This wasn't an open field. The enemy wouldn't foolishly stand still for them to shoot. Once their bullets ran out, all of them might very well be doomed. How did you end up provoking so many zombies? With your wits, it shouldn't have come to this. Could it be that woman's fault again? Yang Bin suddenly remarked. Not entirely. Oh, I bear some blame myself, Song Thailand replied with a bitter smile. Damn, so it really is her. Old Song, I think you might as well just throw that woman to the zombies. Otherwise she'll surely make your life miserable when we get back, Yang Bin said, patting Song Thailand on the shoulder. Don't mention this again. A soldier has his bottom line and principles. Sigh. Yang Bin let out a sigh. He admired the soldier's principles, but he knew all too well that in the apocalypse such principles were utterly foolish. Shaking his head, Yang Bin looked at Song Thailand and said, let's discuss how to get out of here. Do you have a plan? Song Thailand asked excitedly. No, if I did I wouldn't be discussing it with you. You're all 4th-tier evolvers now, still no way. We're human, not gods. With tens of thousands of zombies, unless we can fly, going down means death. Alright, I guess I can't count on you either. Don't you military types have those powerful grenades? Toss a few dozen down, and that'll solve the problem. If we had those, would we be hiding here? Song Thailand rolled his eyes. Then, what about rocket launchers, or an Italian cannon? No. Song Thailand's face darkened. Such weapons were typically stored in armories, and no one carried them around. Well, it seems I can't rely on you either. Yang Bin shook his head. Can you call for backup? Yang Bin pressed on, unwilling to give up. We can, but the communication equipment is in the vehicle. Oh, we didn't bring it along, Song Thailand said awkwardly. The authorities should send someone to meet you if you don't return for a while, right? Definitely, this batch of supplies is crucial for the base. How long will that take? At most by tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yang Bin frowned. He had no desire to spend the night here. Tonight he still wanted to go back and collect crystals. If he wasn't mistaken, at least 1 or 2 4th-tier zombies would emerge there tonight. He couldn't let the people in that villa get their hands on them. Scanning the people around him, Yang Bin suddenly said, how about I lead you all in a breakout? A breakout? With tens of thousands of zombies down there, how? Are you trying to lead us to meet the king of hell? Song Thailand wasn't foolish. They'll just wait for rescue here. You can't just wait like this. At least someone needs to go back and report the situation to the higher-ups. They don't know about the massive zombie horde. If the rescue team isn't strong enough, they'll just be walking into a death trap. Song Thailand frowned, clearly worried about that scenario. I have a relatively safe plan. Tell me. Right now we have over 400 people here, about 100 soldiers, and over 300 deadweight. Who are you calling deadweight? Hearing Yang Bin's words, a group of people immediately became indignant. Fine, since you're not deadweight, come down with us and kill zombies. That one sentence shut them up. Ignoring them, Yang Bin continued, addressing Song Tianling. These deadweights don't need to fight. They'd only hold us back. Have them go to the rooftop and throw things down. From over 20 stories, even a desk can crush a few zombies, and it will draw the attention of most of the horde. Meanwhile, we and the soldiers will break out from the other side. Hearing this, Song Thailand's eyes lit up with interest. But after a moment's thought, he frowned again. What about these people once we break out? Are you stupid? Once you break out, you can go back and call for reinforcements. Now that you know the situation, you'll know how many to bring, and then you can come back to rescue them. That's true. The plan seems feasible, but it's risky. If we can't break out quickly, once the zombies react, they could surround us, and we'd be wiped out. With us 6 4th-tier evolvers here, what are you afraid of? Alright, let's do it. Song Thailand was not one to hesitate. After a brief deliberation, he made the decision. Then he turned to the group and said, "You all heard the plan. You don't have to fight the zombies, just throw things from a height. Can you manage that?" Yes. But Battalion Commander Song, you won't just leave us here, will you? I'm not that kind of man. Hurry up, get to the rooftop. Remember, throw in one direction, don't scatter them everywhere. Okay. The group quickly ran upstairs. Then Song Thailand looked at Yang Bin and asked, "How do we get down? The stairwell is probably clogged with zombies by now. Which floor did they block the stairs?" "Third floor. Then we'll have to jump from the third floor. The first floor has a high ceiling. It's about 5 meters. The third floor is over 10 meters from the ground. Jumping down won't be easy. It's tough, but there's no other way. If you'd blocked the stairs as soon as you went up, none of this would have happened." Song Thailand lowered his head, not daring to respond to at the time. He hadn't thought of that. The soldiers are well trained and all above second tier. It might be difficult, but they should manage. They can, Song Thailand said firmly. "Good, let's go down. My people will clear the way, you follow closely." They descended to the third floor where 4 or 5 soldiers were still guarding the stairwell to prevent zombies from rushing up. But by now the stairwell was piled high with zombie corpses, making it nearly impossible for any more to get through. They entered the third floor hallway and approached a window of some company. Just then a loud crash echoed from above and the zombies below erupted into chaos. Clearly the rooftop team had begun their action. Yangbin looked down to see a desk that had been thrown. The zombie it hit was reduced to a bloody pulp. Soon more crashes followed. Bang, bang, bang. As various objects rained down from above. Any zombie struck was essentially flattened. From over 20 stories, even a third-tier zombie couldn't withstand the impact. The zombies below fell into disarray, roaring up at the building. Zombies from other directions, hearing the commotion, also rushed over. Seeing this, Yang Bin's eyes gleamed. The effect was even better than had anticipated. But he quickly froze, noticing that the fleeing zombies were mostly low-tier ones. Those above third-tier remained. As expected, third-tier zombies and above aren't so easily fooled. It looks like a tough battle is unavoidable. Gather your men and prepare to descend. Yang Bin looked at Song Thailand as he spoke, observing the majority of zombies below already fleeing. "All right." Song Thailand nodded. As he issued his orders, rows of soldiers in camouflage quickly filed in, about 100 in total. Yang Bin nodded at their resolute expressions. Indeed, the spirit of soldiers was incomparable, undaunted even in such dire straits. However, his face soon darkened as he spotted that woman among them. "Why bring this burden? Leave her here with the others." Yang Bin's disdain was undisguised. "Who are you calling a burden? I'm a third-tier evolver." LV Jiao retorted, puffing out her chest proudly. "Third tier? Humph." Yang Bin turned to Song Thailand. "If you bring her, let her lead the charge. I'm not taking this job." This? Song Thailand felt a headache coming on. He knew well that without the others clearing the way, they couldn't possibly break out. Leading the charge it is. Who's afraid? LV Jiao strode fearlessly toward the window. "You're quite bold." Yang Bin chuckled. "Forgot to mention, though few zombies remain on this side, the lowest among them are third tier." Hey. LV Jiao's steps froze. "All third tier?" Song Thailand's eyes widened as he looked at Yang Bin. "No, I said the lowest are third tier. There are fourth tier ones among them too." "Captain, LV, stay here." Song Thailand looked directly at LV Jiao. "No, I must fight down there." "Captain LV, I hope you'll prioritize the bigger picture." Song Thailand's tone grew heavier. "Aye." Seeing she was about to protest, Song Thailand shot a look. 01 and 02 quickly stepped forward and dragged LV Jiao away. They were also third tier. "All right, the nuisance is gone. Everyone ready? Well, jump first, and you follow promptly," Yang Bin said sternly. "Understood." Song Thailand nodded with equal gravity. Yang Bin carefully observed the situation below, then smashed the window glass with a single blow from his barbell. He leaped out, landing with a slight crouch before steadying himself. As a fourth-tier evolver, his physical strength was far beyond before. Such a height was trivial. At his appearance, zombies from all sides surged toward him. Yang Bin swept his barbell in an arc, swiftly killing the charging zombies. Then Chun Hao and the others also jumped down, joining the fray. Song Thailand followed with his soldiers leaping as well. Upon landing, they rolled to absorb the impact, then quickly rose to engage. Indeed, the gap between soldiers and ordinary people was stark. An average person would hesitate to jump from such a height. But these soldiers didn't flinch. From landing to joining the fight, it was seamless, earning Yang Bin's silent admiration. As they joined the battle, Yang Bin's eyes lit up. Most soldiers were second tier, with only a few at third tier. Yet facing all third-tier zombies vastly outnumbered, they showed no fear. Their teamwork was impeccable. One blocked while another struck, decapitating zombies cleanly. Yang Bin had fought above his tier a few times, but couldn't match their efficiency. He gazed at the soldiers with burning interest. These were true allies. Unfortunately, soldiers were loyal to the nation, hard to sway. Though he didn't necessarily oppose the authorities. With society in collapse, he wanted no official constraints. Sometimes his actions might clash with them. Like with that woman, peaceful coexistence was difficult. So such teammates were merely a fantasy. The soldiers' combat prowess exceeded Yang Bin's expectations, making their breakout smoother than anticipated. With the 6 of them clearing the way, the group advanced like a battering ram, soon carving a bloody path. By the time other zombies arrived, they had broken through the encirclement. The 6 killed 2 4th-tier zombies and over 100 3rd-tier ones. Sadly, there was no time to collect 3rd-tier crystals, but Yang Bin managed to grab the 4th-tier ones. Then the group fled into the distance, weaving through alleys with a horde in pursuit. After more than 10 minutes, they finally shook off the zombies. Well, we part ways here. Hope you survive. At an intersection, Yang Bin said to Song Tianlin, then led Chun Hao and the others away. Song Tailin wanted to speak, but they were already gone. He sighed. Such a powerful team. How great if they joined the military. He resolved to report to his superiors immediately. A full 4th-tier team emerging so soon was terrifying. Then Song Tailin led his soldiers toward the base. Though lacking Yang Bin's true sight, they had their own reconnaissance and could make it back. Yang Bin and his group circled back to the villa after several detours. Despite minor hiccups, the day's gains were solid. Not only were all now 4th-tier, but Yang Bin had consumed 4 4th-tier crystals plus 2 from the breakout, 6 total. His strength had grown considerably. 2 more 4th-tier crystals, and he'll reach the peak of 4th-tier. Yang Bin clenched his fist. As they tidied up to prepare dinner, a knock came at the door. They tensed. Yang Bin activated his true sight to peek outside, then chuckled. Relax, just a few suckers. The ones from that villa. Yeah. Did they find out we stole the crystal? Chun Hao wondered. Stole? It was taking. Right, taking. They don't look like they're here to accuse. Probably probing. Monkey opened the door. Got it. Skinny Monkey quickly went to open the door. Soon Wang Ruikai and Wang Yueming appeared with 2 bodyguards behind them. Wang Ruikai was cautious. Sorry to intrude. We're from Building 12. Everyone else has left, only our 2 buildings remain, so we thought we'd greet you properly. Wang Ruikai said politely. You come visiting empty-handed. That's rude. Skinny Monkey was blunt. Sorry, we were in a hurry. Next time for sure. Wang Ruikai said awkwardly. Alright, you've greeted us. You can go now? It's the apocalypse. We've nothing to offer. Skinny Monkey moved to close the door. Wait. We're neighbors. No need for hospitality. Just let us sit for a bit. Monkey let them in. Yang Bin's voice came from inside. He was curious to see what they wanted. Come in. Soon Skinny Monkey led the group into the living room. Sit, Yang Bin said, pointing to the sofa. Okay. Wang Ruikai and Wang Yueming sat down, their 2 bodyguards standing behind them. Yang Bin activated his true sight ability and scanned the group, a look of surprise flashing across his face. He hadn't noticed it before, but this man before him was actually an ability user, and a rather powerful one at that. His ability belonged to the metal type, allowing him to metallicize parts of his body, greatly enhancing both defense and attack. This ability grants a tremendous combat boost. At the same level, he'd likely have no equal. Moreover, all 4 of them were already at the peak of the 3rd level. They were probably waiting for the zombies in the backyard to break through to the 4th level, so they could advance as well. Indeed, with a strong background, even in the apocalypse, one could still stay ahead of others. With zombies everywhere outside, I see you guys going out every day. You must be pretty strong, Wang Ruikai said casually, as if making small talk. Strong my ass. We don't have a choice. We have to go out for food or we'd starve to death hiding at home, Yang Bin said with a helpless expression. Hey, you're kidding. You can't possibly be short on food. Wang Ruikai's mouth twitched. If I hadn't seen you guys hauling back several carts of supplies, I'd almost believe you. In the apocalypse, who isn't short on food? If you have plenty, how about lending us some? We're almost out of rice. Sure, Wang Ruikai said awkwardly. Since you're short on food, why don't you go to a survival base? I think with your strength you could make it on your own. A survival base can't compare to living here. I've never lived in a villa before, so I figured with the apocalypse I'd see what it's like. Not gonna lie, the rich really know how to live. This villa is damn comfortable. Yang Bin leaned back into the sofa looking thoroughly pleased. Wang Yueming sneered at them. Just as had guessed, these people were a bunch of poor losers who'd never set foot in a villa. Villas are indeed comfortable, but it's only temporary. This place isn't as safe as a survival base. If a horde of zombies attacks, it's all over, Wang Ruikai said with a smile. No worries. I've enjoyed it, and even if I get eaten by zombies, it's worth it. I see you're just 6 people. Have you ever thought about joining a larger faction? At least it'd be safer. A larger faction. Like a big family. They offer good treatment. Not just supplies and crystals, but you can keep living in a villa, and even live like a king. Sounds pretty good. Which family are you from? We're from the Wang family. This is our eldest young master, Wang Ruikai. Wang Yueming said proudly. The Wang family is the top family in Star City. Oh, so you're young Master Wang. Pleased to meet you. But the government is still around. Are you planning a rebellion? Brother, you jest. You know what world we're in now. The government can't control things anymore. In the apocalypse, heroes rise from all sides and power is everything. Choosing a strong faction will let you be truly superior in the future. Wang Ruikai coaxed. So how strong is the Wang family now? We have over 100 3rd-level evolvers and thousands of 2nd-level ones. 1st-level ones are countless, Wang Ruikai said proudly. Sounds impressive. What are the requirements to join the Wang family? Yaoguang asked curiously. As long as you reach the 3rd level, I can personally approve your entry and give you access to all of the Wang family's resources. 3rd level. Too bad. None of us are 3rd level, Yaoguang said helplessly. Wang Ruikai frowned. This wasn't what had expected. Had thought that people who dared to go out every day would at least be 3rd level, but he hadn't imagined none of them were even that. If you're particularly strong in combat, a peak 2nd level would do. Wang Ruikai lowered the bar again. Yaoguang shook his head again. So looks like we're out of luck. We don't even have a peak 2nd level. Brother, you're joking, right? If you don't have peak 2nd level, how do you dare go out? Wang Ruikai clearly didn't believe him. We don't go far, just around the neighborhood looking for food. Maybe we're lucky, but we haven't run into any dangerous zombies yet. Yaoguang shrugged. Wang Ruikai studied Yaoguang's face, and since he didn't seem to be lying, his brow furrowed deeply. Could I have been wrong? Are these just low-level evolvers? Wang Ruikai thought to himself. If they were low-level, there was no point wasting time here. With that thought, Wang Ruikai suppressed his urge to kill, forced a smile, and said, I've taken up too much of your time today. We'll head back now. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll come again. So can we still join the Wang family? Yaoguang looked at Wang Ruikai expectantly. Wang Ruikai's mouth twitched as he forced a smile. They'll go back and discuss it with the family. All right. Watching them leave, Yaoguang curled his lips into a cold smile. Brother Bin, this Wang family seems to be planning something big, Zhao Kuan said thoughtfully. That's normal. These big families were always scheming behind the scenes, even before the apocalypse. Now that it's here, not having big plans would be strange. Looks like it might really turn into an era of warlords vying for supremacy. That's still a ways off. For now, the government is still the strongest. But the government's focus is on the zombies. I figure once the government and the zombies have worn each other down, these people will show their true colors. So, Brother Bin, what do we do? We'll stick to our plan and focus on improving our own strength. As long as we're strong enough, no matter how they fight, it won't affect us. Besides, the zombies are getting stronger and smarter, making them harder to kill. If we don't solve this biggest crisis, what's the point of winning the fight? True, the others nodded. But Wang Ruikai is too close to us. He might drag us into the conflict. So I'm thinking about whether to take him out, Yaoguang suddenly said. Wouldn't that stir up a hornet's nest? The Wang family would retaliate fiercely. They definitely have firearms and would be in a lot of trouble. I'm not afraid of that. We can just move somewhere else. But it's a shame about his ability. I wonder if there's a way to seize it. He's an ability user. The other's eyes widened. Yeah, and a very strong combat type one. He can metallicize parts of his body, greatly boosting his defense and attack. If I'm not mistaken, once he's strong enough, he can turn his whole body into metal. A true fighting machine. That's badass. Yeah, it's powerful. That's why I'm reluctant to kill him. Maybe later when we're stronger there'll be a way to transfer abilities. So kill him or not. Forget it. Let's keep him for now. On the other side. Damn it, what a waste of time. I thought they were a group of elites, but they turned out to be nothing but trash. Wang Ruikai said with a gloomy expression. Exactly, we were way too polite to them. If you ask me, we should have just killed them outright and taken all their supplies. Wang Yuheng said irritably. Young master, it's a good thing you didn't act rashly just now. A bodyguard behind him said with a frown. What do you mean? Wang Ruikai looked at him. The people inside. Every single one of them gave me an immense sense of pressure. I feel like I couldn't defeat a single one of them. The bodyguard said gravely. How is that possible? Wang Ruikai and Wang Yuming's eyes went wide, staring at each other in disbelief. He's right. You might not sense it, but we too were mercenaries before. We've walked the line between life and death too many times not to have an instinct for danger. If we had made a move, we would have died. Another bodyguard said seriously. But didn't they say they didn't even have any third-tier revolvers? Brother Kai, I remember he said there wasn't a single third tier among them. Could it be that they're all fourth tier? Wang Ruikai wanted to say it was impossible, but the words wouldn't come out. Even Asan and the others said they were no match. What else could they be but fourth tier? Still a team of 6, all fourth tier. It was just too hard to accept. Wang Ruikai's expression was now incredibly complex. What had he missed out on? 6 fourth-tier evolvers. If they could join the Wang family, their strength would multiply exponentially. Xiaoming, do you think would get kicked out if we went back? Wang Ruikai asked in a low voice. Brother Kai, how about we prepare some gifts and visit tomorrow? Going back now feels a bit. Yeah, you're right. Let's prepare something and go tomorrow. At least we didn't offend them today. Wang Ruikai said thankfully. Late at night, Yongbin and the others lay on deck chairs staring at the stars all night. Although the daily improvement wasn't huge, this was a matter of persistence. As long as they kept at it, they could maintain an infinite lead. And tonight brought good news. Little Orange had broken through to the 4th tier. Little Orange was different from Yongbin and the others. It cultivated entirely on its own without needing any crystals to advance. Aside from occasionally demanding some crystals as snacks, it was easy to keep. Taking in Little Orange had been a whim at first, but now he realized it had been an incredibly wise decision. At least with Little Orange guarding the base, they didn't have to worry about anyone sneaking up on them. Now that Little Orange was 4th tier, their safety was even more assured. Unless a horde of zombies or a large group of high-level evolvers came, they had little to fear. Yaoguang activated his true sight and looked toward the backyard of a nearby villa. His eyes lit up. Not bad, there are actually two. He then said to the others, you guys go ahead and get some sleep. Howsy and I will go collect some crystals. Alright. Soon Yaoguang and Shunhao arrived behind the villa again. Inside the villa, 4 people were still keeping watch. Perhaps because of their mistake the day before, all 4 were forcing their eyes wide open, trying not to fall asleep. Yaoguang led Shunhao up a tree and pointed at the 2 zombies in the iron cages. Those 2 are the 4th tier zombies. But they're in different spots. It'll be tricky to get their crystals without alarming them. Don't worry, Brother Ben. Watch me. Shunhao grinned, then turned invisible and crept into the yard. Once inside, he picked up a stone and hurled it at a window pane. Crash. The sound of shattering glass startled the 4 guards who rushed over to investigate. As the crash echoed, the zombies in the cages began to roar. Seizing the opportunity, Shunhao swung his axe at one zombie's head, splitting it open in a flash. He quickly scooped out the crystal and pocketed it. The zombies' roars grew louder, but since they had been making noise all along, the guards didn't notice anything amiss. They just stared oddly at the broken glass. What terrible quality glass is this? Breaking out of nowhere. Scared the hell out of me. One guard said. Probably some shoddy workmanship. We'll have to report it to young Master Wang tomorrow. Yeah. While they were discussing the glass, Shunhao had already dealt with the other 4th tier zombie and slipped away. When the guards finally turned back to look at the cages, they were horrified. Holy crap. How did 2 more zombies die? Are these damn zombies aware we're watching them? The moment we look away, they start fighting among themselves. Hurry up. Dig out the crystals first, or young Master Wang will have our heads tomorrow. Alright. They rushed to the cages and reached into the skulls of the 2 slain zombies. Nothing. How can there be nothing? Were they eaten that quickly? Could it be that these zombies kill each other for the crystals? But I've never heard of zombies eating crystals. What if it wasn't the zombies? Look at these wounds on the heads. They look like axe cuts. Damn it. Don't scare me like that. It's the middle of the night, there's not a soul around. Who the hell would be chopping zombies with an axe? I don't know, but the wounds really look like axe cuts. Shit, you don't think they're a ghost, do you? A chill ran down their spines. The thought of 2 zombie heads being mysteriously cleaved open in the dead of night was enough to make anyone's blood run cold. So what do we do now? Should we wake up young Master Wang? Do you want to get chewed out in the middle of the night? And what would you even say? Just tell him the truth. The truth. Huh. You don't even believe it yourself. Do you think he will? He'll probably think we stole them. With his temper, you know what'll happen to us. This. Then what do we do? If we don't tell him now, we'll be in deep trouble when he finds out tomorrow anyway. The group fell into a heavy silence. Screw this. It's the apocalypse, and we're still being bossed around. I'm done. Money's worthless now anyway. With my peak 3rd tier strength, I can make it anywhere. They'll just leave Star City. I doubt the Wang family can find me in this messed up world. One of them suddenly spoke up. The others were startled. Their long-standing fear of the Wang family had kept them from even considering such a thought. But then they realized it was the apocalypse. The Wang family wasn't so untouchable anymore. Their eyes lit up. Alright, let's go together. Maybe we can even make something big of ourselves. Haha, I want to aim for something big, but at least we won't live like cowards. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Should we kill all these zombies before we leave? They're all 3rd tier crystals. Better not. If we make too much noise and wake them up, we won't be able to get away. Fine. Early the next morning, inside a luxurious villa in Yinyuan, Wang Ruikai rushed excitedly to the courtyard to check if any 4th order zombies had emerged. Instead, he found 2 3rd order zombies reduced to mere limbs and torsos devoured. How are you keeping watch? 2 more zombies have been eaten. Wang Ruikai bellowed. Yet the surroundings remained silent with no one answering him. Where is everyone? Wang Yuheng quickly scanned the area and returned with a grim face. Brother Kai, those people are gone. Gone. Killed. I don't think so. Looks more like they fled. Fled. Yes, no signs of a struggle or blood. They probably ran off on their own, likely fearing your reproach. Betraying the Wang family. You're finished. Wang Rukai's face darkened. So what now, Brother Kai? With them gone, there's no one to guard this place. They'll have to ask my father to send more men. Go test if there's a 4th order zombie. Wang Yueming performed strength tests on all zombies and ultimately shook his head. That doesn't make sense. Why hasn't a 4th order zombie emerged yet? Wang Ruikai frowned. Could the dead ones be 4th order? Maybe they stole the crystals and bolted. Hey. You're dead. No matter where you flee, you'll find you. Wang Rukai's roar echoed through the villa. In another villa, Yang Bin and his group were leisurely having breakfast. Brother Bin, did you hear something? No. Eat up. After this, we're going to stir up some trouble. Trouble? What kind? Kill that 5th order zombie. Yang Bin gritted his teeth. Hey. Brother Bin, isn't that a bit risky? Zhao Kuan worried, still haunted by their last near-fatal encounter. We can't delay this. That thing evolved to 5th order so early, it's clearly gifted. If we wait longer, it might advance further, making it even harder to beat. Plus, after consuming the 2 crystals we got yesterday, I'm at the peak of 4th order and need a 5th order crystal. So, Brother Bin, what are your odds against it now, eh? Chenhao asked. 50-50. Peak 4th order strength is around 1600, but with my cultivation I've reached 2000, on par with it. But a few days have passed, it's likely grown stronger. I can't say I'm fully confident. If things get tough, how you'll back me up? Sure, no problem, Shenhao nodded. That thing probably has more minions by now. The rest of you are all 4th order. You handle its underlings. Got it. Alright, let's head out after we eat. Meanwhile, over 30 troop carriers departed from the survival base, heading to yesterday's incident site. This time the operation was led not by Song Tailin, but by a man named Lu Xiang, personally appointed by the mayor. Song Tailin, bearing responsibility for the lost supplies, could only accompany him. The convoy of over 1,000 soldiers swept through, quickly reaching the spot where the supply trucks had been ambushed. Numerous zombies still lingered, but with sufficient forces the soldiers engaged in close combat, and soon cleared them out. Afterward the troops inspected the vehicles and cargo. Shortly a soldier ran up to the 2 leaders. Reporting, sir. Most of the supplies are intact with only minor damage. 2 of the 8 trucks won't start, but the others, though damaged, are still drivable. Good. Tow the 2 broken trucks to the carriers and head back immediately. Lu Xiang ordered. Yes, sir. Wait, just like that. Song Tailin frowned. Any issue, Battalion Commander Song? There are still hundreds waiting for our rescue. Battalion Commander, I hope you see the bigger picture. You yourself said there are tens of thousands of zombies. Even if we could kill them, the cost would be immense. Our base's ammunition is already low, we can't waste it on insignificant people. Insignificant? Without those insignificant people would never have escaped. I promised to return with reinforcements. They're still waiting for me. Song Tailin shouted. Battalion Commander, stay calm. Prioritize the mission. You know what must be done. Our primary objective is this cargo. These people must be saved. I, Song Tailin, will never break my word. Song Tailin stood firm. What? Are you defying orders, Battalion Commander? Have you forgotten a soldier's duty? Aye. Song Tailin opened his mouth, but found no words. Return to base. Lu Xiang commanded. At Lu Xiang's order the vehicles began turning back. Song Tailin gazed at the distant building, as if seeing the hopeful eyes within. I'm sorry. Once back at base, I'll report this again. I will come for you. Elsewhere, Yang Bin and his group watched the departing convoy before slowly driving onto the road. Why aren't they rescuing those people? Zhao Kuan frowned. They've probably given up on them. With tens of thousands of zombies, it's no easy task, Yang Bin said. No way, Battalion Commander Song doesn't seem like that kind of person. He might not be, but he may not have the final say. Don't think the authorities always put people first. In an apocalypse, many things will be laid bare. Sigh, looks like those people are doomed. Not necessarily. That woman probably has some connections. She might be a breakthrough. Whoa, Brother Bin, did you foresee this and leave her there on purpose? I'm not a prophet. I just didn't like her and didn't want her around. Really? The others eyed him suspiciously. Enough guessing. Let's go. They've cleared the path for us. We'll just follow at a distance. All right. The group drove unimpeded toward their previous destination. With over 30 troop carriers leading the way, they faced no obstacles until the survival base. Beyond it, scattered zombies posed little threat. Soon they arrived at the site of their previous encirclement. Parking the vehicles, they got out. Brother Ben, how do we find it? We don't need to search. We'll just kill zombies here. ITLL show up soon. That creature holds grudges worse than we do. All right. They advanced, killing scattered zombies. Before long, they noticed the zombies thinning out as if hiding. It's coming. Move to that house. Let's not get caught in the open again. The group quickly ran towards a house not far from the roadside. Just as they approached the building, hordes of zombies suddenly surged from all directions, encircling them. Charge into the stairwell. Yang Bin still intended to fight using the stairs as it was the safest strategy. They wildly swung their barbell rods, slaying the zombies blocking their path, and soon burst into the stairwell. They immediately held their ground at the entrance, killing the pursuing zombies. However, just as Yang Bin thought they could once again use the stairwell to easily fend off the horde, a deafening zombie roar echoed from afar. Then the zombies that had been chasing them all halted, no longer giving pursuit, instead gathering entirely at the base of the building. This fifth-order zombie is far too intelligent. Seeing this, the group's eyes widened in shock. Whether this one was exceptionally clever or all fifth-order zombies were this smart remained unknown. If all of them possessed such intellect, the days ahead would be fraught with trouble. Bingu, what do we do now? Since they won't come up, we'll have to go down and kill them. Fight with our backs against the wall to avoid being attacked from both sides. Retreat to rest when tired. As long as we aren't surrounded with our current strength, there's no need to fear them. All right. Then the group descended from the stairwell and launched into a frenzied slaughter of the zombies before them. Although most zombies had now reached the second order, with nearly a tenth already at the third order, all 6 of them were at the fourth order. With overwhelming strength and the reach of their barbell rods, the zombies could hardly get close. Occasionally a fourth-order zombie posed some trouble, but it was manageable. With their backs to the wall and facing only one direction, the 6 of them coordinated seamlessly, even keeping fourth-order zombies at bay. Still, with around 2,000 to 3,000 zombies, wiping them all out was no simple task. Yang Bin attacked the zombies ahead while searching for the fifth-order zombies' location. This sneaky bastard loved to lurk in the shadows, so he had to stay vigilant. After they had killed several hundred zombies, Yongbin's eyes suddenly lit up. Found you. A zombie in black clothing was slowly approaching, hidden among the horde. It looked utterly ordinary. No one would guess it was a fifth-order zombie amidst the crowd. But of course it couldn't escape Yongbin's true sight. He signaled the others with a glance, and continued killing the zombies before him without any change in expression. As the fifth-order zombie drew nearer, Yongbin calculated the perfect moment to strike. Two sneaky bastards were both plotting to ambush each other. Soon the fifth-order zombie was less than 2 meters away. Suddenly, it shoved the two zombies in front of it forward, leaped high into the air, and swung its axe fiercely at Yongbin's head. I've been waiting for you. Yongbin sneered, coldly ignoring the two zombies pushed toward him. His barbell rod shot out, instantly striking the enemy first. Boom. The fifth-order zombie, which had just leaped, crashed to the ground even faster. Yongbin shoved aside the two zombies in front of him, gripping his barbell rod with both hands to strike the fallen fifth-order zombie again. The enemy quickly rolled aside, dodging the blow. Yongbin pressed forward relentlessly, not giving it a moment to breathe, and swung the rod once more. Roar! The fifth-order zombie suddenly let out a roar. Immediately, the surrounding zombies lunged at Yongbin like mad. His assault was hindered, forcing him to deal with the incoming horde first. This sneaky bastard. Yongbin was utterly exasperated. Couldn't it fight fair and square? As Yongbin was held back, the fifth-order zombie quickly scrambled to its feet, fixing its gaze on him. Bingo, we're here. Chun Hao and the others soon rushed over, clearing the nearby zombies, so Yongbin could focus on the fifth-order foe. Yongbin nodded to the group, then grabbed his barbell rod and charged at the enemy. No matter what, he had to kill it today. Seeing its minions blocked, the fifth-order zombie knew ambush was futile and raised its axe to meet Yongbin's charge. Clang! The collision of axe and rod produced a piercing sound. The immense force transmitted through his arms sent Yongbin stumbling back several steps, his limbs numb. He frowned. This creature's strength had increased again now, at least 2,003 or 400. Good thing we came early. In a few days it would definitely have advanced again. After a brief moment of shock, Yongbin swung his rod again at the enemy. In terms of weaponry, he still held the advantage, as the barbell rod was far longer than a fire axe. However, in physical resilience, the enemy had an absolute edge. Strikes from Yongbin's rod barely phased it, while every blow aimed at its head was blocked. It seemed to adopt a hit anywhere but the head attitude, leaving Yongbin deeply frustrated. But he couldn't afford the same luxury. A single hit from the axe would cripple or kill him. Time to change tactics, Yongbin thought. Soon the enemy lunged again, its axe swinging toward his head once more. This time Yongbin didn't block the axe with his rod. Instead, gritting his teeth, he swung hard at the zombie's wrist. Crack! A bone snapped, and the zombie's wrist broke, sending the axe flying toward Yongbin's head. At the critical moment, Yongbin quickly tilted his head. The fire axe grazed his ear and embedded itself in his shoulder. Hiss! He sucked in a sharp breath, his face paling. Though his risky move had succeeded in disarming the enemy, he hadn't come out unscathed. But without its weapon, the fight became much easier. Ignoring the searing pain in his shoulder, Yongbin raised his rod and struck at the zombie's head again. The weaponless zombie could only block with its arms. Thud! A dull sound rang out as the rod slammed into its arm. Yet unlike with third or fourth-order zombies, this blow didn't shatter the limb. The enemy had actually withstood it with its arm. Yongbin wasn't surprised and kept up his relentless assault. Finally, with another crack of bone, the zombie's arm was broken. At that moment, fear finally flickered across the fifth-order zombie's face, and it quickly fled back into the horde. Think you can run it? Yongbin laughed, coldly lunging forward and swinging his rod at its legs. Bam! The rod struck its feet, not breaking them, but sending it tumbling to the ground. As it tried to get up, Yongbin delivered a heavy blow to its head. Though forceful, it didn't crush the skull, only knocking it down again and drawing blood. Damn, it's tough. Yongbin grumbled, but his hands didn't hesitate, striking its head once more. Perhaps dazed from the previous hit, the zombie's reaction slowed, and this blow landed again on its skull. This time the skull cracked, but the zombie still wasn't dead, roaring for its minions to save it. Seeing their leader in such a state, the other zombies went berserk, but Chun Hao and the others held the line, even taking blows to keep them at bay. It's over. Yongbin swung his rod one last time. Without any surprises, the zombie's head shattered like a water. Yongbin swiftly extracted the crystal from the zombie's head, then turned to the others. Back to the stairwell. At his command, they retreated without hesitation, soon returning to the stairwell. Chun Hao and Zhao Kuan, bearing lighter injuries, stood guard at the entrance, blocking the pursuing zombies, while the rest collapsed onto the ground. This time, to buy Yongbin enough time, they had fought with all their might, each bearing numerous wounds. Hu Wenliang immediately began healing everyone. The wound on Yongbin's shoulder was severe, the blade having cut into his shoulder blade. Without Hu Wenliang, such an injury would take at least 10 days to half a month to heal. As a fourth-tier healer, Hu Wenliang treated ordinary wounds fairly quickly. Soon the injuries on Yongbin, Old Black, and Thin Monkey were mostly healed. Then Old Black and Thin Monkey relieved Chun Hao and Zhao Kuan, allowing Hu Wenliang to continue treating them. After healing everyone's wounds, Liang was utterly exhausted. By then the stairwell was blocked and no more zombies surged up. Old Black and Thin Monkey walked back and slumped to the ground. Brother Bin, let's see what a fifth-tier crystal looks like. Chen Hao asked Yang Bin with curiosity. The others looked on expectantly. Yang Bin smiled and took out the crystal. It was also red, but much larger than a fourth-tier one, about the size of a marble. Sensing the immense energy within the crystal, excitement lit up everyone's faces. So this is a fifth-tier crystal. It looks incredible even just staring at it. Brother Bin, eat it quick. I bet you'll be the first to reach fifth tier, maybe even before the authorities. Chen Hao said excitedly. Not necessarily, the authorities have too many advantages. But given the physical strength of a fifth-tier zombie, ordinary submachine guns and rifles probably can't harm it. Only large-caliber machine guns or powerful sniper rifles could kill it. So even if the authorities have one, at most it's 1 or 2. Yang Bin chuckled. Then he wiped the crystal slightly and swallowed it whole. Soon an immense surge of energy flooded his body. The final corner of the first star in his mind lit up. Then even more vast energy merged into him, continuously enhancing his physical abilities. After a while, Yang Bin fully absorbed all the energy. How is it, Brother Bin? Did your strength increase much? The others looked at him curiously. Not bad, about 400 kilograms. A fifth-tier evolved should have around 2,000 kilograms of strength. With my cultivation gains him now at roughly 2,400 kilograms. Yang Bin said. 2,400 kilograms. I'm not even at 1,300 yet. Brother Bin could probably crush me with one hand. Old Black sighed. Brother Bin, is the first star in your mind fully lit now, eh? Chen Hao asked. Not yet. 5 corners are lit, but the center remains dark. I have a feeling that fully lighting a star will bring a qualitative change. Perhaps our abilities will transform. Really? The others stared wide-eyed at Yang Bin. Just a feeling, not certain yet. We'll know when we get there. Haha, maybe at 6th tier, we'll gain special powers too. Zhao Kuan said excitedly, envying Yang Bin and the others' abilities. Calling the next stage 6th tier isn't quite fitting. The first star in the mind corresponds to Alcade in the Big Dipper. I think Alcade realm would be more appropriate. Yep, that does seem more fitting. Haha, this makes the power system much clearer. Alcade, Mizar, Alioth, Migres, Fekta, Dubhi Merak. What about the last 2? We'll talk about those later. We might not even reach them. If humans keep relying on crystals to advance, they'll always be 1 tier behind zombies. In the early stages, thermal weapons give us an advantage, but their effectiveness will diminish over time. If we can't achieve independent cultivation, we'll be in real danger. Humans can still use intelligence and weapons to fight zombies 1 tier higher, but as zombies grow stronger and smarter, they'll also use weapons. This advantage is shrinking. Just now, that 5th tier zombie. If my cultivation hadn't boosted my strength so much, I could never have beaten him, Yang Bin said gravely. So Brother Bin does our daily stargazing count as independent cultivation? Zhao Kuan asked. Sort of, but I think we haven't grasped the key. Zombies absorb much more spiritual energy around them while cultivating. So they can improve a lot in one night, while we only gain a little. To advance through cultivation, we probably need to master the secret. There might be some kind of technique or manual. I've seen the Yijing mantra online before. Brother Bin, maybe we could try it next time. Hu Wenliang suddenly suggested. I think the sunflower manual suits you better, Chen Hao joked. Alright, stop fooling around. Our top priority is to boost our strength quickly. Rest a bit, then continue down to kill. Let's clear out all these zombies today. I just checked. There are over a dozen 4th tier zombies in this batch. If we take them all out, at least 2 of you can reach 4th tier peak. Great. Everyone nodded, then took out some water and food from their backpacks to eat. After eating and resting for half an hour, they moved some zombie corpses aside and charged straight down. Although killing zombies in the stairwell was safer, it was too slow. They needed efficiency now. With their boss at 5th tier, did they still need to hide in the stairwell? Who were they looking down on? Once down, Yang Bin led the charge, plowing through the zombie horde. Without the 5th tier zombies command, the rest were disorganized and much easier to kill. Wherever Yang Bin's barbell rod swung, zombie heads burst like watermelons. None could withstand him. Chen Hao and the others followed behind Yang Bin, only needing to take down zombies lunging from the sides. It was almost effortless. Finally, after over 2 hours, the group had killed all 2,000 plus zombies. Then they began the grueling yet exhilarating task of digging out crystals. Brother Bin, when can we recruit more people? Otherwise all these crystals we collect will go to waste, Chen Hao complained. Exactly, we should find more women. It's boring hanging out with a bunch of men all day. Old Black said. Are you looking for teammates or a wife? Normally women are physically weaker than men. Bringing them in might just be a burden. Unless they're like Liangzi's wife, Yang Bin replied. Who is Liangzi's wife? Old Black asked curiously. It's Tang Weiwei from school. Chen Hao said. Oh right, you guys mentioned her before. Brother Liang, what are you waiting for? Call her over. If we had a few more people earlier, would we have ended up this battered? Hu Wenliang looked at them speechlessly. Would they ever let it go? 6 individuals harvesting crystals from over 2,000 zombies was an arduous task. At this moment, they truly felt the pain of having too few hands. As they diligently collected the crystals, a bus sped past on the main road. Initially they paid it no mind, but the bus reversed and came back. Soon 40 or 50 people armed with various weapons disembarked and headed toward them. They frowned, sensing trouble brewing. The group quickly arrived, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the massive pile of zombie corpses. "Brothers, did you kill these zombies?" A man in his 30s who appeared to be the leader asked Yaoguang and the others. "If we didn't, did you?" Yaoguang rolled his eyes. "Your team must be quite large then. Where are the others?" "Stop probing. There are only 6 of us here. You're after these crystals, aren't you?" Yaoguang stated directly. Yaoguang's bluntness left the group dumbfounded, unsure whether to stay or leave. "Since you've taken a liking to these crystals, go ahead and collect them," Yaoguang said with a smile. This statement stunned not only the opposing group, but also Chun Hao and the others. However, trusting Yaoguang, they held their tongues. The leader frowned, puzzled by Yaoguang's intent. "Brother Sun, I've checked the area. There's no one else around, just the 6 of them," a young man behind the leader whispered. Yuheng nodded, speculating that another large force must have killed the zombies and left the crystals behind, allowing these 6 to stumble upon a windfall. He refused to believe that 2,000 zombies were the handiwork of the 6 before him. "They're probably scared by our numbers and giving in," Yuheng thought. With that he smiled at Yaoguang. "Since you're so generous, we won't decline. Brothers, collect the crystals." The group eagerly rushed toward the zombie corpses. Yaoguang watched with a faint smile. Though puzzled, Chun Hao and the others stood silently behind him. "Haha, I found a 3rd-tier crystal," a man suddenly exclaimed, holding up the crystal with excitement. 3rd-tier crystals were useless to Brother Sun now, and the team's rule allowed whoever found it to keep it. Amid envious glances, the man excitedly prepared to swallow the crystal. But at that moment, a barbell rod flew through the air, shattering the arm holding the crystal. "Ah!" A scream rang out, and everyone turned to glare at Yaoguang, who had struck. "What do you mean?" Yuheng demanded, his face dark. "You can collect, but you can't consume," Yaoguang said coolly. "Whether we consume or not is none of your business. No, you only have the right to collect, not to consume." "You don't mean to make us collect for you, do you?" Yuheng caught on quickly. "I'm pretty sharp. Do you think you're qualified?" "Yes, I am," Yaoguang replied earnestly. "Damn, he's too arrogant. Brother Sun, let's kill them." "Brother Sun, my arm is broken. Avenge me," the injured man whined. Yuheng took a deep breath. "You dared to hurt my brother. Today you're finished. Kill them." At his command, the enraged group charged at Yaoguang and his companions with their weapons. "Don't kill them. We still need them to collect the crystals," Yaoguang said to Chun Hao and the others. "Got it." Chun Hao and his team met the charge with cold smirks. Soon the 2 sides clashed, and after a series of screams, a large number of people lay on the ground, leaving only Chun Hao and his team standing. "Hey." Yuheng's eyes widened in disbelief at Chun Hao and the others. All 4th tier. Hey, if you can be 4th tier, why can't we?" Yaoguang chuckled. "How is this the same? My team of over 100 is down to half, and after countless hardships in the only 4th tier. Yet you 6 are all 4th tier. Yuheng roared inwardly. Though Yaoguang hadn't fought, his subordinates were all 4th tier, meaning their leader couldn't be weak. This baffled him. Yuheng's face twisted. 1 or 2 4th tiers he could handle, but 6 would overwhelm him. "Stop thinking. Since your men have fought, let's go. Show me your earth ability," Yaoguang suddenly said. "Hey, how do you know I have an ability?" Yuheng was shocked. "That's not your concern. Seize this chance to fight, or you'll lose it," Yaoguang said flatly. "Since you want to see, I'll show you." Even at the same tier, ability users far surpass ordinary people. Yuheng snorted, and without any visible movement, Yaoguang sensed a disturbance beneath him and instinctively dodged. The moment he moved, a spike of earth shot up from where he had stood. Had he been slower, it would have impaled him. Yaoguang and his companions gasped. "Damn, I was just playing with you, and you try to impale me." Infuriated, Yaoguang swung his barbell rod at his opponent. But the next second, a massive rock formed midair and hurtled toward Yaoguang. He smashed the rock with his rod, shattering it, but felt a powerful recoil in his arm. The force behind that strike reached 2,000. Ability users are truly formidable, capable of fighting beyond their tier, Yaoguang mused. Seeing Yaoguang shatter his rock with one blow, Yuheng's face paled. He knew the strength of that attack well. At the 3rd tier, his falling rock spell had killed a 4th tier zombie, allowing him to advance. Now at the 4th tier, his best effort had been shattered by a single strike. It was shocking. A thought struck Yuheng, and he stared at Yaoguang with wide eyes. "You're 5th tier. Congratulations, you guessed right," Yaoguang said with a smile. Upon hearing Yaoguang's admission, Yuheng's face twisted into an expression of utter disbelief. No matter how hard he tried, he could not conceive that at this stage a 5th tier evolver could appear. Yet regardless of his skepticism, the evidence stood before him. Who else but a 5th tier could shatter his falling rock so effortlessly? "You've had your fun, now it's my turn." Yaoguang let out a cold snort, swung his barbell bar, and lunged at his opponent. Perhaps the earlier rockfall had drained too much of his mental energy, for Yuheng did not summon another rockfall. Instead, he quickly erected an earth wall in front of him to block Yaoguang's iron bar. But it was utterly useless. The earth wall was no match for Yang Bin. He shattered it with a single blow. Then raising his iron bar again, Yang Bin struck at Zhong Yuansen. Zhong Yuansen hurriedly raised his Tang sword to parry the attack. Clang! The Tang sword snapped on impact, and Yang Bin's barbell bar crashed into Zhong Yuansen's chest, sending him flying. Blood spurted from his mouth as he collapsed unconscious. Yang Bin did not pursue further. Instead, he stowed his barbell bar and turned to the group sprawled on the ground. Any of you still alive, get up and collect the crystals. If you can, I'll give you another swing. Upon hearing Yang Bin's words, those who had been beaten down by Chun Hao and the others suddenly scrambled to their feet. Then limping, they made their way to the zombie corpses to retrieve the crystals. Are you kidding? This was a freaking fifth-tier evolver. One swing from him had left Brother Sun battered and unconscious. If they took a hit like that, would they even survive? With 40 or 50 people helping to gather the crystals, the efficiency skyrocketed. Before long, all the crystals had been collected. All right, hand over the crystals. Yang Bin took off his backpack, unzipped it, and placed it on the ground. Seeing this, the group obediently stepped forward and dropped the crystals from their pouches into the backpack. Though they were reluctant, they knew they were merely laborers. These crystals were not meant for them. When the first person had emptied his collected crystals into the backpack and was about to leave, Yang Bin suddenly spoke. Wait. Well, what's wrong? The man was startled. You still have 2 crystals in your left pocket. Are you planning to keep them? Yang Bin said coldly. Those 2 are mine. The man replied with a mournful face. What do you mean yours? There's no such thing as yours here. Everything here is mine. Hurry up and take them out, or do you want a taste of the bar? The man felt like crying. Those were truly his own private stash. Exploiting labor means at least paying a small wage. But here not only was there no pay, he had to fork over his own savings. Yet against the domineering Yang Bin, his resistance was pitifully futile. In the end, he had no choice but to surrender them obediently. After the first example, the others became much more compliant, but not all. There were always those who thought they could hide their stash well enough to avoid detection. How could they know that the man before them possessed X-ray vision? Thus Yang Bin caught every single one of the dishonest ones. After executing 2 to make an example of the rest, the remaining people finally learned their lesson. Soon, all the crystals were retrieved. Yang Bin shouldered his backpack and looked at the group. All right, you're probably heading to the survival base, right? Just go straight ahead for about 10 kilometers, and you'll be there. Yang Bin kindly pointed the way. Thank you. The group thanked him with tearful faces. If only they had known, they would never have let him reverse the car back then. Now look, they didn't get any crystals, they were battered and bruised, and they had even lost all the crystals they originally had. It was a loss of epic proportions. But regret was useless. The group had no choice but to lift Zhong Yuansen and prepare to leave. Wait, everyone else can go, but this man stays. Yang Bin pointed at Zhong Yuansen. This? The group exchanged uneasy glances. He was their boss. How could they abandon him? What's this? Leave or stay? If you don't leave, none of you are going. Oh, we're leaving. The group promptly dumped Zhong Yuansen on the ground and sprinted toward the bus. What's the boss for if not to be sold out? In no time, the bus floored, the accelerator shot off like a rocket and vanished from sight. This time it did not reverse. Brother Bin, are you keeping him here to join us? Chen Hao asked, looking at the unconscious Zhong Yuansen with curiosity. Yang Bin also glanced at Zhong Yuansen, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That's the idea. His ability is quite decent. But it depends on whether he knows what's good for him. If he's sensible, well, keep him. If not, well, dissect him for research and see if we can transfer his ability. None of the others noticed, but as Yang Bin spoke, Zhong Yuansen's body, lying not far away, gave a faint tremor. Dissect him for research. Brother Bin, that's playing rough. Lao He swallowed hard. I don't know about rough, but if we find a way, he'll give his ability to you. To me? Holy crap, Brother Bin, just say the word when the time comes. Leave the dissection to me. I used to slice sashimi all the time. I guarantee you'll cut him thinner than sashimi, so you can study him properly. Lao He's attitude did a complete 180. And as he spoke, Zhong Yuansen's body stiffened. Yang Bin smiled and said, all right, take him to the car. Let's head back first. Although it was still early before dark, dealing with such an unstable person made it inconvenient to continue fighting. Got it. Lao He was incredibly eager. He hoisted Zhong Yuansen onto his shoulder and muttered to himself, brother, you'd better be tough so Brother Bin can dissect you. If they figure it out, then old Lao He will have an ability too. What he didn't know was how much psychological trauma his words inflicted on Zhong Yuansen, who was slung over his shoulder. Afterward, the group returned to the car and drove toward Jinga Garden. At that moment, in the villa where Wang Ruikai was staying. Akai, are you serious? A middle-aged man looked at Wang Ruikai with delight. He was the second-in-command of the Wang family, Wang Ruikai's uncle Wang Zhendong. Of course I'm serious. Would I lie to you? Excellent. We're desperately short of top-tier experts right now. 6 fourth-tier evolvers are extremely important to us. No matter what, we must bring them to our side. Wang Zhendong said excitedly. It might be a bit difficult. Those people aren't easy to deal with. Wang Ruikai frowned. He had reviewed his interaction with them yesterday, only to realize that he hadn't extracted a single piece of information while they had managed to pry quite a bit from him. This left Wang Ruikai, who prided himself on his intelligence, feeling quite displeased. Let's be courteous before resorting to force. Since they're still here, opportunities will come. Akai spend these 2 days getting close to them and understanding their situation, especially if they have any relatives left in Xingqing. These people must be kept under control. To possess such strength at the dawn of the apocalypse, there must be extraordinarily powerful psychics among them. All right, Wang Ruikai nodded. This 4th-tier crystal was brought over by your father. He thought you would be the first to advance to the 4th tier since you captured so many 3rd-tier zombies. I never expected traitors to appear. But don't worry, those people won't escape. Wang Zhendong said coldly. Yes, if we catch them, you must hand them over to me. They'll make them regret betraying me. Wang Rukai's face darkened immensely. Because those people delayed his advancement to the 4th tier by 2 days, his murderous intent toward them had reached its peak. By the way, how is father doing? Don't worry about your father. He has already reached a cooperation agreement with Mayor Ma. Soon the entire Xingqing will be ours. Wang Zhendong said excitedly. I thought the military was difficult to deal with. The military is now only under Lu Yong's control, but his rank is lower than Ma Zhongguo's. Ma Zhongguo should find a way to eliminate him and seize control of the military. Then the entire Xingqing will be under our command. Excellent. It seems our Wang family is about to rise completely in the apocalypse. Wang Rukai, don't rush yet. Ma Zhongguo is no simple man either, so we must cultivate our own strength. This force doesn't need to be large, but it must consist of top-tier evolvers. If we discover psychics, we must do everything to recruit them. In the future, the strongest combat power will undoubtedly be psychics. Yes. And that Lin Yifei. Big brother is already watching her. Once Lu Yong is dealt with, he will take control of her immediately. That's good. Wang Ruikai breathed a sigh of relief. He had to have that woman for more reasons than one. He'll leave Wang Da and Wang Er here to assist you. Both of them are already at the 4th tier. With you, even if the opposing 6 are all 4th tier, there's no need to fear. All right, thank you, uncle. Yes. The men I brought will stay to guard the backyard. In 2 days, the reinforced iron cage should be ready, capable of holding a 4th-tier zombie. It will be delivered then. Next, we'll consider cultivating a 5th-tier zombie. Excellent. That way I can advance all the way to the 5th tier. Yes, I'm heading back now. I'm leaving this to you. Don't let anything go wrong. Don't worry, uncle. No sooner had Wang Zhendong and his men left than Yang Bin and the others returned by car. Before entering, Yang Bin habitually glanced at the nearby villa and frowned. That villa seemed to have more people, and they looked quite formidable. It seems the Wang family does have something after all. Yang Bin thought to himself. Entering the living room, Lao He threw Zhong Yuansen onto the sofa and raised his hand to slap him awake. But the other man suddenly opened his eyes and stared at him. For a moment the air seemed to freeze. After a long pause, Lao He awkwardly withdrew his hand. When did you wake up? Just now, Zhong Yuansen said cautiously. Good, you're awake. Brother Bin has questions for you. You'd better answer honestly. I will. Yang Bin smiled and looked at Zhong Yuansen. What did you do before? I used to work at a steel factory. Zhong Yuansen replied honestly. Where were you on the night of the apocalypse? I was troubled by family issues and went out drinking. I didn't return to the factory until late at night, but I was so drunk that I passed out on the road and slept there all night. Zhong Yuansen said awkwardly. Yang Bin nodded, believing the man wasn't lying. What was your relationship with those people earlier? Some were colleagues from the factory, others were people I rescued along the way. Because I had a psychic ability, they all followed me. How does it feel to be abandoned? It was just a motley crew to begin with. This kind of situation is only natural. Zhong Yuansen smiled bitterly. All right, one last question. Are you willing to join our team? Yes. This time Zhong Yuansen's answer was urgent. Brother, I suggest you think it over. Lao He said darkly. No need to think. I'm willing. Consider this carefully. My team isn't just talk. Once you join, you can never leave. If you betray us, I will kill you. Yang Bin said with utmost seriousness. And in my team, everything must follow my orders. I understand. In the apocalypse, who wouldn't want to join a powerful team? Only by joining a strong team can one have more chances to survive. Your strength is the greatest I've ever seen, bar none. If I could become one of you, I doubt anyone would refuse. I also know that I have this opportunity only because of my psychic ability. Otherwise, even a 4th-tier evolver would be beneath your notice. So I understand how rare this chance is. I'm willing to join you. There's no need to think further. Rest assured, I Zhong Yuansen hate betrayal more than anything in this life. I will never commit such an act. Zhong Yuansen said firmly. Man, I had already planned how to carve you up, but you agreed so quickly that I don't know what to do now. Lao He said irritably. Brother He, from now on you're my big brother. After Brother Bin, your word is law. He'll do whatever you say. Zhong Yuansen said fawningly, genuinely terrified. Well, that doesn't sound bad. Lao He said, stroking his chin. Yang Bin looked at Zhong Yuansen seriously. Have you really thought this through? I have. Zhong Yuansen said resolutely. All right, then welcome to our team. Yang Bin smiled and extended his hand. Zhong Yuansen quickly reached out and shook it. Soon the others also shook hands with Zhong Yuansen, signifying their acceptance of his joining. But since Yang Bin had decided, they naturally agreed unconditionally. By the way, Brother Bin, what's our team called? Zhong Yuansen suddenly asked. We don't have a name yet, Yang Bin said awkwardly. Brother Bin, I think with more people we really need a striking name. Maybe one day it will resound across the world. Chen Hao said. Alright, let's come up with one. What do you think? I think Black Panther would be awesome. Lao He said. Awesome, my foot. Don't put black in it, you'll jinx the team. How about Wolf Clan? Fierce like wolves. Hu Wenyang said. Not good, not imposing enough. After much discussion, with no result, everyone turned to Yang Bin. How about Starfall? Yang Bin said. Starfall. Everyone looked puzzled. Yes, falling stars symbolize death, and Starfall sounds like good fortune, hoping it will bring us luck. Hey, that's a great name. Everyone's eyes lit up. Haha, alright, let's go with Starfall. From now on we are members of the Starfall Squad. The Starfall Squad was officially established, and Yang Bin indulged himself a little. He brought out the preserved meat he had been hoarding, and some dried vegetables he couldn't bear to eat, preparing a grand feast to celebrate the squad's formation. With Zhong Yuansen's joining, the Starfall Squad finally had a true combat-type ability user. For a long time, although the team had 3 ability users, they were all support types. Even Chun Hao's invisibility was of little use in group battles. As a result, their fighting style was essentially the same as ordinary people's. Their only advantage was that Yang Bin could use his true sight to precisely locate the zombies they needed, which kept them ahead. However, the battle against the 5th-tier zombie had put immense pressure on him. Yang Bin urgently needed a combat-type ability user. Especially after sparring with Zhong Yuansen, he understood the terror of ability users. They could completely overwhelm ordinary people of the same tier, and cross-tier combat was not difficult. After all, Zhong Yuansen had just advanced to the 4th tier, yet a single stone he hurled could deliver a force of 2,000 kilograms, which already met the standard of the 5th tier. It went without saying that when he reached the peak of the 4th tier, he would surely be able to fight a 5th-tier opponent. That was why Yang Bin tried to recruit him. If he could transfer abilities, he would have done so, as he was still uncertain about Zhong Yuansen's character. But the possibility of transferring abilities was slim. Though people spoke of slicing and studying them, what could slicing actually achieve besides disgust? After all, abilities were not something residing in the flesh. Now that Zhong Yuansen had joined, it was a relatively perfect outcome. The only thing to consider was his character. However, that would gradually reveal itself over time. Yang Bin would observe him closely and, if necessary, eliminate him without hesitation. After the meal, everyone played for a while and then went to bed early. This unsettled Zhong Yuansen, who had been living on edge in the apocalypse. He even wondered if he had somehow returned to the days before the apocalypse. Life was too comfortable. Old son, get some sleep. Tonight bro will take you up to see the stars, Old Hey said, patting Zhong Yuansen on the shoulder. See the stars? Brother Hey, my orientation is normal. Maybe you should find someone else. Suit yourself. Old Hey muttered and headed to his room. Just as Zhong Yuansen was looking puzzled, Yang Bin also patted him on the shoulder. Get some rest. We're going to see the stars tonight. Since he was a member of the Starfall Squad, there was no need to hide certain things, as doing so would only backfire. Although this method was currently known only to them, it would eventually be discovered by others. For now, they had to strive to build as much advantage as possible. Hearing Yang Bin say the same thing, Zhong Yuansen guessed it might be some kind of code. Though puzzled, he nodded and walked into an empty room. Looking at the luxurious room, Zhong Yuansen dared not even dream of living in such a place amid the harsh apocalypse. This wasn't an apocalypse, it was a vacation. At the survival base, under the tireless construction of tens of thousands of people, the base was beginning to take shape. Over the past few days, people had been arriving continuously, and the population had now reached over 40,000. The authorities were also clearing the surrounding zombies, gradually expanding the walls outward to make the base larger. In the meeting room at the center of the base, all 1,000 soldiers sent to the arsenal have been sacrificed, Lu Yong said with immense sorrow. How could this happen? Those soldiers were all capable and fully armed. How could they all be lost? Ma Zhongguo frowned. Weapons were crucial to them. With a large supply, he could sweep through the nearby zombies, solving the crisis and obtaining countless crystals. Just as they thought they were about to secure a large cache of weapons, they received this devastating news. The arsenal is over 60 kilometers from the city. The journey was too long. They fought their way there, but were ambushed by a group of mutant beasts halfway, resulting in total annihilation. Lu Yong said in grief. Mutant beasts? Yes, they are mutated wild animals. Their bodies naturally have a huge advantage, and mutation amplifies this advantage. The soldiers were powerless to resist. Hearing Lu Yong's words, everyone frowned. Zombies were terrifying enough, but mutant beasts seemed even more fearsome. Why did so many mutant beasts suddenly appear in the city? They probably took Furong Road, which passes by a large zoo, said a middle-aged man. Tigers and lions were already formidable. Now mutated, they would certainly be even more ferocious. No wonder the entire force was wiped out. Regardless, we must find a way to transport the weapons back. The base's ammunition reserves are critically low. Ma Zhongguo did not dwell on the soldiers' sacrifice. His focus remained on that batch of weapons. As the base population grows, more zombies are drawn here. We've already used a huge amount of ammunition just dealing with those that rush and let alone conducting rescue missions elsewhere. The matter of weapons is extremely urgent. Lu Yong frowned, but said solemnly, I will send more men to the arsenal. Perhaps you should go yourself? Take more people. This batch of weapons is too critical to risk another failure. All right. Also, I arranged for Captain Lu Jiao to accompany Battalion Commander Song Tailin on a supply run, but Song returned alone, leaving Captain Lu behind. Captain Lu is the orphan of Director Lu. We have a duty to protect her. Song's actions seem excessive. Song Tailin. How could he? Go back and ask him about it. These are special times. I hope we don't have internal issues. All right. Lu Yong nodded, but inwardly he still doubted. He knew his soldiers well. They shouldn't have done such a thing. Back at his quarters, Lu Yong immediately summoned Song Tailin to inquire about the situation. Song did not hesitate and recounted everything exactly as it happened. So it was Lu Jiao who offended those people and they refused to let her go with them. Yes. How confident were you in taking on those people at the time? Before seeing them fight, I thought we might be able to kill them with some losses. But after fighting alongside them, I realized that if I had attacked them, none of us would have survived. Song Tailin said bitterly. I didn't expect such a strong team outside the official forces. 6 fourth-tier ability users. They are indeed formidable at this stage, Lu Yong said with some surprise. Yes, sir, that group is really strong, courageous, and resourceful. They are excellent prospects. Should we? Lu Yong shook his head helplessly. The authorities may no longer be what they once were. Let's not drag them into this. Sir, what do you mean? Nothing. Killing. Although there were reasons for Lu Jiao's situation, the fact remains that you abandoned her and returned alone. This has caused quite a stir. Go back and bring her back. Yes, sir. Late at night, Zhong Yuansen followed the group to the rooftop balcony. When he realized that the so-called stargazing was truly just stargazing, the expression on his face was beyond description. Fortunately, Yang Bin provided an explanation. After that, Zhong Yuansen observed more intently than anyone else. Having survived the harshness of the apocalypse for over 10 days, he understood better than most the importance of strength. The fact that the group which he had just joined revealed such a secret to him, without reservation, deeply moved him, affirming in his heart that his choice was correct. Perhaps he had been initially startled by the slicing, but he had truly considered joining this team throughout the journey. In the 10 days since the apocalypse began, he had advanced step by step with his ability tirelessly killing zombies to reach the 4th tier. He knew well how arduous that path had been. Yet here they were, just 6 people with 1 at the 5th tier and 5 at the 4th tier in the same time frame. That alone spoke volumes. This team undoubtedly possessed something others could not match. In the apocalypse, such a group was the dream of everyone, and he was no exception. He had originally thought it would take a long time for them to accept him. But on his very first day, they immediately shared such a major secret with him, clearly treating him as one of their own. This warmed his heart. He had led teams before, but he knew he could never have done the same. A clear sign that Yang Bin possessed a broader vision than he did. After a night of stargazing, everyone gained something, especially Yang Bin, whose daily lead of 20 kilograms of strength meant that even if the method became widespread, he would not be overtaken. When it ended, Yang Bin immediately looked toward the villa's backyard, not far away. But upon seeing the situation there, a helpless expression crossed Yang Bin's face. What's wrong, Bin Go? Can't collect crystals tonight? Chen Hao asked. Yeah, those guys have wised up. They're already checking the zombies' progression now. So if we can't steal, let's just take it by force. Hearing Chen Hao's suggestion, Yang Bin was tempted. After all, 4th tier crystals were still in short supply. Yesterday they had killed over 2,000 zombies, but only found 17 4th tier ones. Chen Hao and Hu Wenliang were already at the peak of the 4th tier. But Zhao Kuan, the other 2, and Zhong Yuansen still needed many 4th tier crystals. However, direct confrontation meant going head-to-head with the Wang family. It wasn't that he feared them, but the time wasn't right, at least until they could raise their strength to a level where they could ignore ordinary firearms. Forget it. 4th tier crystals aren't that hard for us now. Let's wait until they manage to get iron cages that can foster 5th tier zombies, Yang Bin sighed. Fine, they got lucky. Bin Go, what are you talking about? Zhong Yuansen asked in confusion. Nothing. Someone over there is raising zombies, but we can't get them now. By the way, you're much older than me, so don't call me Bin Go. It makes me feel old, Yang Bin said helplessly. Then I'll call you boss, Zhong Yuansen replied. That works. Then Bin Go, how about we call you boss too? I might be older than you, Zhao Kuan said. Whatever. Let's go get some sleep. At the villa, Wang Rukai's eyes lit up when he saw the 4th tier crystals brought up. Indeed, their method was highly effective. Soon he would reach the peak of the 4th tier. Once the special iron cages arrived, they would begin cultivating 5th tier zombies. Reaching the 5th tier would allow them to dominate the early stages unchallenged. At the thought, a smile curled at the corner of Wang Rukai's mouth. He realized he was starting to like this apocalypse. Over the next few days, Yang Bin continued leading the group on hunting expeditions. With Zhong Yuansen's addition, the team's combat efficiency increased significantly. Especially when facing large hordes, Zhong Yuansen could instantly erect walls of earth, preventing them from being surrounded. Though each wall lasted only a few minutes, it was crucial. The others deeply admired Yongbin's decision to bring Zhong Yuansen on board. It was incredibly wise. During these days, Zhong Yuansen gained a profound understanding of the team. He had guessed there might be ability users, but he hadn't expected 3 of them. Though not combat-oriented, both Yongbin's and Hu Wenliang's abilities were far more useful than any combat skill. As for Chun Hao's ability, it terrified him to the core. He had thought Yongbin was the only one he couldn't defeat, but he had overlooked another fearsome presence. Perhaps against a massive zombie horde, Chun Hao's ability wasn't as practical as his own, but he knew that in an unknown fight, Chun Hao could slit his throat with ease. His utterly traceless invisibility was a nightmare for everyone. Even Zhao Kuan and the other 2 ordinary members who had no abilities he dared not underestimate. They fought with exceptional ferocity. In 3 days under Yongbin's leadership, they not only killed over 40 4th-tier zombies, but also eliminated another 5th-tier one. Yongbin had spotted this 5th-tier zombie while scanning from a rooftop for 4th-tier ones. It had been hiding inside a building like a sneak. After discovering it, Yongbin quietly led the group around to the back, climbed into the building, and the 7 of them ganged up on it. The creature had tried to leap out a window to escape, but Zhong Yuansen sealed the windows, forcing it to die in despair under their combined assault. This might have been the most humiliating death for a 5th-tier zombie. However, Yongbin noticed that 5th-tier zombies seemed to prefer lurking indoors rather than roaming outside lying in ambush. This situation had both advantages and disadvantages. The upside was that if you spotted them first, you could launch a coordinated ambush like this. The downside was that if they spotted you first, you might well be ambushed instead. But to spot them first, you needed eyes as sharp as Yongbin's. Otherwise, you'd be the one ambushed. After killing this 5th-tier zombie, Yongbin still intended to give the crystal to Chun Hao. But Chun Hao shook his head. Bin Gu, after the 5th tier comes the Yaoguang realm. You said that reaching the Yaoguang realm might bring a qualitative change, so I think the 5th-tier crystals should go to you first. Once you reach the peak of the 5th tier and no longer need them, then you can give them to us. By then, if there's a Yaoguang realm crystal, you can ascend immediately. Hao Zi is right, boss. I think we should adjust the crystal distribution a bit. We must prioritize one high-end combatant. I believe that only when you can't use the crystals should they be distributed to us. That way you maintain your lead. If you give them to us while you still need them, it will slow your progress, Zhao Kuan said seriously. I agree. Actually, Bingo, even if you reach the peak of the 5th tier and then distribute the crystals to us, we'll still be ahead of others. But we need a top-tier power, not just ahead of most, but ahead of everyone, Hu Wenliang said. Zhong Yuansen watched as these people deferred the 5th-tier crystal among themselves, recalling how his former subordinates secretly hoarded crystals. He seemed to understand. Perhaps this was what a true team was. After hearing everyone's words, Yongbin thought carefully and then nodded. Alright, I'll take it first. Survival base. Dozens of military transport vehicles slowly drove into the base. Under Liu Yong's personal command, nearly 3,000 soldiers were mobilized, and they finally succeeded in bringing back a large batch of weapons and ammunition. A journey of over 60 kilometers would have taken an hour before the apocalypse. But in the apocalypse, this short distance took a full 2 days. To detour around the zoo, they had to travel an extra 10 kilometers. Moreover, the roads were densely packed with zombies. They practically had to carve a bloody path. Especially after ammunition ran out, the soldiers had to fight in close quarters, resulting in heavy losses. Fortunately, they finally reached the armory. With plenty of weapons on hand, the return journey was a sweeping victory. Ma Zhongguo looked at the massive stockpile of weapons, excitement evident on his face. With this arsenal, he could sweep through the zombies and harvest crystals on a grand scale. In the meeting room, Deputy Division Commander Liu You've worked hard, Ma Zhongguo said to Liu Yong, his voice filled with emotion. Liu Yong shook his head. I'm not tired. Now that the weapons are here, we can start rescue operations. Are you sure you don't need to rest? No need. It's been nearly 20 days since the apocalypse began. Besides the evolved, there are very few ordinary survivors left. We need to save as many as we can one by one. Alright, in that case, they'll leave the rescue operations to you. Good. Shortly after Liu Yong left the meeting room. Upon returning, he immediately assembled the troops. Before long, convoy after convoy of armored vehicles loaded with heavy weapons rolled out of the survival base. With the survival base as the center, they began sweeping outward in all directions. That day, artillery fire shook the skies. With sufficient ammunition, the military displayed its formidable power. Wherever they passed, zombies were annihilated, area after area was reclaimed, and group after group of survivors was rescued. Among them were low-level evolvers and ordinary people. Some of these ordinary people had survived because they had hoarded enough supplies at home, while others left the soldiers at a loss for how to handle them. The reason was that these people had managed to survive because they had eaten human flesh. Such a thing had only been heard of before, but now it was happening right before everyone's eyes. When the soldiers stormed in and witnessed the cannibalism, even these hardened warriors found it hard to stomach, and for a moment, they didn't know what to do with these people. In the end, Liu Yong ordered that everyone be brought back first. If someone had eaten the flesh of a person who had already died, driven by unbearable hunger, that could be understood. But if they had killed someone out of hunger and then consumed their flesh, such people deserved to die. However, it was impossible to determine which category each case belonged to, so they had to bring everyone back first. The massive slaughter of zombies also yielded a large number of crystals for the government, instantly boosting their combat power. Still, the highest grade of these crystals was only 4th level, because 5th level zombies were all sneaky bastards. The moment they sensed danger, they fled faster than rabbits. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building several miles from the battlefield, a female zombie in a black dress watched the distant skirmish coldly. Apart from her crimson eyes, her face showed no signs of decay, making her appear almost human. Tens of thousands of zombies surrounded the building below, gazing up at the rooftop, awaiting their queen's command. A roar erupted from the rooftop zombie. Countless zombies below roared in response. Then the female zombie on the rooftop descended the stairs. That evening, Yaoguang and the others returned to the villa. Yaoguang prepared a plate of shredded potatoes and a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. Unfortunately, most vegetables couldn't be stored long-term, so they had only taken those that could last. Though the meal was simple in the apocalypse, it was something countless people envied but could not obtain. The 7 of them gathered around the table and ate with relish. Old son, can elemental-type psychics freely change the form of their element? Yaoguang suddenly asked. I don't know about others. As for myself, I have earth-type powers, so I can make earth spikes rise from the ground, erect earth walls, or gather earth elements in the air to form boulders to smash targets. So far, these are the only forms I can manage, Yuheng replied. What about other forms, like turning a stone rod into a weapon? It's possible, but it's useless. It shatters at the slightest touch. I see. So the form can be changed, but without corresponding amplification, only a few forms are really useful. Still, that's quite impressive. Compared to your elemental powers, my invisibility feels almost useless, like a waste, not even a skill, Tianxuan said helplessly. How could it be useless? I think Brother Hao's ability is great. If you can't win, just turn invisible and run. If you want to kill someone, you can sneak up and slit their throat. How cool is that, said Shouho. Our abilities belong to the special type. Although we haven't seen many psychics, I suspect our abilities are extremely rare. Have confidence in yourself, Yaoguang comforted. Alright, I hope, as Brother Bin said, there will be a change when we reach the Yaoguang realm. Otherwise, just invisibility might be best used for peeping on pretty girls taking baths. After dinner, everyone took the initiative to wash the dishes. Yaoguang habitually went up to the rooftop balcony to survey the surroundings. This was a daily routine. He needed to check if any zombies were approaching so they could prepare in advance. Although Jinghe Garden was surrounded by greenery with few people, zombies now wandered aimlessly, and it was common to encounter them. It was precisely because Yaoguang carefully inspected every day that they could sleep so peacefully each night. After scanning the area and finding no zombies, Yaoguang noticed a new iron cage in Wang Rukai's backyard. The cage was entirely welded from arm-thick steel bars, and inside were several 4th-level zombies. Is he planning to raise a 5th-level one? Yaoguang's eyes lit up. 4th-level zombies no longer interested him, but if a 5th level appeared, he would definitely try to snatch it. Over the past few days, Wang Rukai had come to visit almost every evening. Yaoguang also accompanied him in practicing Tai Chi each day. After all, Wang always brought something useful, and Yaoguang couldn't very well turn him away. In this world, there weren't many people left who would bring you gifts every day. However, Yaoguang could sense that Wang's patience was wearing thin, and he was probably about to resort to force. So a clash with the Wang family was inevitable sooner or later. According to Wang, his family had good relations with the current rulers of the survival base, and likely possessed many firearms. So Yaoguang had to be cautious. If it came to a fight, they would need to leave this place quickly. It was a pity to lose such a good location. Early the next morning, the group departed from home once more. Their sole objective for the day was to hunt 5th-tier zombies. Now that everyone in the team had reached the peak of the 4th tier, only 5th-tier crystals held any value for them. However, Yaoguang still insisted that they collect as many other crystals as possible despite their diminished utility. After all, these were still forms of energy that might serve other purposes, or perhaps there was a way to synthesize higher-tier crystals from them. 5th-tier zombies were still exceedingly rare, and since they had already eliminated the high-tier zombies in the vicinity, the group decided to venture farther afield today. On a winding road, 7 figures sped along on bicycles. They had found these bicycles during their travels, and they proved quite practical. No fuel required, no noise emitted, and surprisingly swift. Do not underestimate the speed of a bicycle, it depends entirely on the rider. When one could pedal so fast that the cranks became a blur, the velocity was nothing short of lightning. Of course, riding at such speeds also meant that falling would be excruciatingly painful. Just as they were thoroughly enjoying the ride, a shadow suddenly darted out from the greenery on the left, colliding directly with Chun Hao, who was cycling on that side. Chun Hao then crashed into Yang Bin, who in turn plowed into Hu Wanliang, sending them all tumbling to the ground. Zhao Kuan and the others behind them, unable to brake in time, rear-ended the fallen, inflicting a second wave of injury upon Yang Bin and his companions. Damn it! What the hell just shot out? Chun Hao grumbled, clutching his backside in displeasure. The others scrambled to their feet, somewhat disheveled, but as 4th-tier evolvers they were unharmed. Soon they spotted the culprit, a dog the size of a cow. Is that a husky? Zhao Kun asked uncertainly. Obviously, it's a husky, Hu Wenliang confirmed with a nod. With a husky this big, your home-wrecking skills must be top-notch. Definitely. Before it might only tear up sofas, but now it could probably wreck the house for real. Brother Bin, what tier is it? 4th tier. Should we take it down? Absolutely. It's been ages since I had dog meat. Yang Bin licked his lips. Haha, that's a great idea. And so the group advanced toward the husky with smiles on their faces. The husky eyed them warily. It might be silly, but it wasn't stupid. It could tell from their expressions that they had designs on it. It had thought it was stalking prey, but it seemed it had bitten off more than it could chew. Still, this husky was no longer the husky of old. It was now a super invincible husky. As they drew near, the husky launched an attack, without hesitation lunging straight at Yang Bin, who was in the middle. The others exchanged exasperated looks. This husky really had no sense of danger, going straight for the strongest one. Dogs possessed greater strength than cats, but lacked their agility. Facing the husky's pounce, Yang Bin simply kicked it away, sending it flying to the ground, where it rolled several times. Realizing its opponents might, the husky scrambled up and turned to flee. But a wall suddenly appeared before it, and the husky, unable to stop, slammed headfirst into it. Then a massive rock materialized above and crashed down onto its skull. Blood gushed from the wound, and the husky lay on the ground struggling to rise, yet still baring its teeth at the group. Yang Bin shook his head, walked over, and delivered a fatal blow to its head with a club. Huskies were rebellious even before the mutation. After it, they became even more uncontrollable. Keeping it alive would only cause trouble. For guarding the home, Little Orange was enough. They didn't need another. Moreover, not every mutated beast could be tamed as a pet. Little Orange's eyes had been remarkably human-like, which was why Yang Bin had taken a chance. But this husky's gaze held only ferocity, clearly unsuited for domestication. Yang Bin dug the crystal out of its head. Unlike zombies, the crystals in mutated beasts were irregular in shape, not round. To test its effect, Yang Bin swallowed the crystal whole. The result was similar to that of a zombie crystal. This meant that if hunting zombies became too difficult, they could turn to mutated beasts, which were even more abundant. Let's head to that neighborhood ahead and find a house to cook up a dog meat feast, Yang Bin said with a smile. But we just had breakfast before we left. I'm still full, Zhong Yuansen replied, patting his stomach. Well, if you're full, you can skip it then. Boss, I was just kidding. I'm not full anymore. The bike ride burned it all off. The main thing is this thing is too big to carry around. Dragging it will leave a bloody trail that'll attract who knows how many zombies, so we need to deal with it quickly. We'll have a taste first, then dry the rest into jerky for later. Brilliant, boss. Lao Hei patted Zhong Yuansen on the shoulder. Old son, remember, in this team, don't question the boss' decisions. Everything he says is right. We just need to follow orders. Zhong Yuansen nodded hastily. Yang Bin rolled his eyes. I'm not that autocratic. We're a team, we discuss things together. I'm not a god. How could I never make mistakes? I think Lao Hei has a point. Honestly, ever since I joined you, I haven't had to use my brain at all, Zhao Kun said. Soon they arrived at the entrance of a neighborhood. It was a modest one, not too large, with about a dozen buildings around 20 stories high. Inside, zombies roamed in numbers. Even the security guard at the gate, now a zombie, still lingered in his booth, a testament to his dedication in life. Such a horde was nothing new to the group. They charged straight in without fear. They bulldozed their way through until they reached a building. Forcing open the iron door, they entered, leaving two to guard the stairs while the others ascended to the second floor. But as they reached the landing, they heard sounds coming from inside a room. Someone's there. They exchanged glances. Yang Bin activated his true sight and peered inside. Indeed, there were 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, all staring nervously at the door. They didn't look like a family of 5. The women resembled each other, likely mother and daughter, but the 3 men were burly young men, not part of the household. More tellingly, Yang Bin spotted half a human torso in the kitchen. He quickly grasped the situation. Clearly, this had been a family of 3 invaded by these men. The father killed the mother and daughter taken captive, and the father's body used for food. Alas, Yang Bin sighed. This was the humanity of the apocalypse. Such scenes were likely playing out in many neighborhoods. Few people stockpiled enough food for 20 days. Without supplies and too afraid to hunt zombies, some turned their gaze to their neighbors. They had been operating in the commercial districts recently, so they hadn't encountered this. But in residential areas, such situations were undoubtedly rampant. Yang Bin had little desire to meddle in these trivial matters any longer. Though it would have been effortless, intervening sometimes only invited trouble. Just like the women at Walmart, they posed no real threat, yet they still managed to irritate him. However, upon seeing the bruises on the mother and daughter inside along with their hopeful, yet fearful eyes, Yang Bin let out a sigh. He was not heartless after all. Akuin, go in and kill the 3 men inside. Understood. Zhao Kun nodded, then kicked the door open and strode inside. Meanwhile, Yang Bin led the others toward another house. That door was already ajar, suggesting a fierce struggle had taken place. The place was in disarray, with bloodstains everywhere on the floor. Clean up the house. They'll go to the kitchen and stew the dog meat. All right. On the other side, Zhao Kun's sudden intrusion startled the 5 people inside. Well, what do you want? One of the men stammered in fear. The man had kicked the door open with ease, clearly an evolved being which terrified him. Yaoguang surveyed the room and quickly grasped the situation. Without any hesitation, he swung the barbell rod twice, shattering the heads of 3 men. The 2 women huddled together, trembling in fear. Yaoguang frowned at them. The boss had only ordered him to kill the 3 men, not mentioning what to do with the women. Assuming the boss meant for him to leave them be, he thought for a moment. After a pause, Yaoguang said to the women, "Lock the door tight, and don't let any zombies in. Wait for rescue." With that he left, leaving the 2 women stunned. At the survival base. Thanks to the military's relentless sweep, no zombies could be seen within 5 kilometers. The base was expanding outward, growing larger by the day. More and more people were flocking to the base, and everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction. The clearing of zombies was good news for most, but not for everyone. Many evolved beings within the base relied on killing zombies to obtain crystals. Now that the military had wiped out the zombies, all the crystals ended up in official hands, much to their chagrin. To get crystals, they had to venture farther afield, and the farther they went, the greater the danger. Of course, there was another shortcut: joining the official forces. Mayor Ma had laid out the terms: join the official forces, obey their management, and receive the desired crystals. Thus many succumbed to temptation and enlisted. Yet plenty of others, unwilling to be constrained or harboring ambitions, refused to join. Tang Weiwei and her group were a prime example. Lately, Tang Weiwei and her team ventured out daily to kill zombies and enhance their strength. However, there was always a member who didn't belong to their team trailing them. This person was impossible to shake off and too dangerous to kill, leaving Tang Weiwei exasperated. His presence also revealed to Ma Zhonghua that Tang Weiwei was a psychic. Consequently, Ma Zhonghua grew even more attentive toward her. He repeatedly hinted at recruiting her both openly and covertly, much to her annoyance. She wanted to lead her team away from the base, but with this person around, their every move was monitored. If they didn't return by evening, a special vehicle would fetch them back. Such generous treatment made Tang Weiwei want to thank his entire family. Unfortunately, while their strength was considerable, it was no match for the official forces. What she found most unbearable was that many in her team had already been swayed. The officials were adept at buying loyalty. Within just a few days, numerous team members were urging her to join the official ranks. Only then did Tang Weiwei realize how insidious Ma Zhonghua's tactics were. Qin Wei was in a similar predicament. Though not a psychic, his team was formidable. After several days, all members had reached the 3rd rank, with Qin Wei and Fang Xijia already at the 4th. Naturally, Ma Zhonghua wouldn't let such a team slip away. Facing these college students who had never tasted the harshness of society, Ma Zhonghua was confident he could win them over. At that moment, on a road over 20 kilometers from the base, Tang Weiwei and her team advanced swiftly. "Captain Tang, aren't we going a bit too far?" A middle-aged man approached, frowning. "What, mister? Zhang, do you now dictate where our team can go?" Tang Weiwei replied coldly. "Of course not. But if you stray too far from the base, timely rescue might be impossible. I've never needed your rescue. Since the officials cleared the zombies near the base, we have to go farther to hunt. There's no need to go this far. Zombies are everywhere along the way. You can kill them anywhere. I feel like it. What's it to you?" Tang Weiwei snapped. "Oh, fine. I was just offering a friendly reminder," Jiang Tianming said awkwardly. "Weiwei, maybe we shouldn't go further. It could get dangerous," Mou whispered. Tang Weiwei glanced at him and sighed. She then pointed to a distant residential complex. "Let's hunt there." "All right." Her team of 200 had all reached the 3rd rank, with Tang Weiwei herself at the peak of the 4th. With her psychic powers, she could easily challenge a 5th-rank foe. She was desperate to grow stronger, strong enough to stand against the official forces. Meanwhile, Qin Wei's team had just concluded a fierce battle. They had faced over 1,000 zombies, including 2 4th-rank and dozens of 3rd-rank ones, resulting in the loss of over a dozen members. Qin Wei gazed at the fallen brothers, grief etched on his face. Among them were several basketball teammates he had known for years. They had followed him since the apocalypse began, and he had led them out of the school. He never expected they wouldn't make it to the end. Fang Siji's face was also clouded with sorrow. He understood Qin Wei's pain. "Captain Qin, my condolences." A delicate-looking woman approached them. "Perhaps if you had accepted my suggestion yesterday, this tragedy might have been avoided." "Can you leave?" Fang Xijia said coldly. The woman shrugged and turned away, knowing when to stop. "Xijia, do you think they would still be alive if I had agreed to join the officials yesterday?" Fang Xijia paused, meeting Qin Wei's eyes. "Remember what you said. I know, which is why I kept refusing them. But is freedom really more important than life? With official support, wouldn't our brothers be safer? If it were simply joining the officials, I wouldn't be so opposed. But he doesn't represent them." "What do you mean?" "Nothing specific, Brother Wei. The waters here are too murky. We must stay away. Once we're drawn in, it won't just be about losing freedom. I hope you can let go of that idea. If you truly want to join, I'll leave." With that, Fang Xijia walked away, leaving Qin Wei alone, lost in thought. A residential area 5 kilometers from the survival base, a group of soldiers were rapidly clearing the zombies from this region. With sufficient firepower, these zombies were no longer terrifying. Under the barrage of gunfire, waves upon waves of zombies fell. The soldiers rescued survivors while also entering supermarkets, convenience stores, and other places to search for supplies. The number of people in the survival base was growing, and so was the demand for supplies. The materials previously transported from Walmart could not last long. Thus, the soldiers' mission was not only rescue, but also to search for supplies. Just as they finished clearing the zombies inside the supermarket and were about to enter and loot the supplies, suddenly tens of thousands of zombies emerged from all directions, charging madly toward them. The soldiers were startled. Didn't we already clear the rear? How did so many zombies appear again? Frowned Battalion Commander Zhao Yongjun. I don't know. It's as if they appeared out of nowhere, said the company commander beside him, equally puzzled. Prepare to engage. Fortunately, they had brought ample ammunition this time, so they were not afraid. Soon the soldiers set up machine guns and opened fire wildly at the charging zombies. Swaths of zombies were mowed down. However, more zombies trampled over the corpses of those in front and rapidly advanced toward them. Boom. Under the high explosive grenades, the zombies' charge was immediately halted. Did you think we were still short on ammunition? Zhao Yongjun sneered. The ample ammunition gave them enough confidence. Even with such a massive number of zombies, they remained fearless. However, at that moment 5 zombies suddenly leaped down from the house behind, directly pouncing into the crowd, and then frantically biting them. Instantly, cries of agony erupted. 5th tier zombie. The soldiers were horrified and quickly drew their combat knives for close quarters combat. However, since most of the soldiers were only 3rd or 4th tier facing 5 5th tier zombies, how could they hold their ground? In an instant, their formation collapsed, and with the ensuing reduction in firepower, the surrounding zombies frenziedly swarmed in. Soon the soldiers were overwhelmed by the tidal wave of the undead. On the roof of a nearby house, a female zombie in a black dress coldly watched the scene, and one could almost see a faint smirk curling at the corner of her lips. The news quickly reached the survival base. Upon receiving the report, Lu Yong's face turned extremely grim. He never expected that even with sufficient firepower they could still be wiped out. However, Lu Yong initially thought they had simply attracted too many zombies by accident. But before long, another piece of bad news arrived. Yet another team of several hundred soldiers had been annihilated. This time Lu Yong could no longer stay calm. The number of soldiers was already small, and they could not afford such losses of hundreds at a time. Inside the temporary camp, what the hell is going on? Lu Yong looked sternly at the subordinates before him. Commander, I don't think this is a coincidence. These zombies seem to be launching organized and targeted ambushes against our soldiers, said a regimental commander. Organized and targeted? Regimental commander, son, you are giving zombies too much credit, aren't you? Another frowned. I'm not joking. Why don't these zombies go after larger forces, but specifically target squads of a few hundred? Moreover, their actions are swift and decisive. They kill and flee, and by the time we arrive, there isn't a single zombie in sight. You all know that zombies usually stay to feast on the corpses after killing. But this time they didn't. Isn't that proof enough? Hearing Regimental Commander Sun's words, everyone fell into deep thought. Viewed this way, it really was an organized and targeted ambush. But could zombies really have become this intelligent? Even 5th-tier zombies only knew how to hide and launch sneak attacks. They were nowhere near this smart. Could it be? Everyone suddenly lifted their heads and exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes. 6th-tier zombie. Lu Yong took a deep breath. His guess was the same as the others. It was very likely a 6th-tier zombie. According to the star chart in our minds, reaching the 6th tier means fully lighting up a star, which likely brings about a qualitative change. Zombies should be the same. Upon reaching the 6th tier, there is definitely a qualitative leap. It's no surprise that they can organize ambushes. Recall, all squads, rescue teams sent out must consist of no fewer than 2,000 soldiers, and they must remain vigilant at all times. Additionally, dispatch scouts to find out exactly what is going on. Lu Yong said sternly. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Tang Weiwei and her group arrived at the entrance of a residential complex only to find the area littered with zombie corpses. Has someone been here? Tang Weiwei frowned. The blood is still fresh. They were just killed, probably by someone inside the complex, said MOU. In that case, let's find another place, said MOU. She only wanted to quickly improve her strength and avoid conflicts with others. Can you guys smell meat? A plump woman sniffed the air with a blissful expression. So fragrant. Oh my god, I haven't eaten meat in ages. This aroma is intoxicating. Based on my years of experience as a foodie, that's stewed dog meat. Damn, it smells so good I can't take it. The group who had been about to leave now felt as if their feet were rooted to the ground, unable to move. Everyone was inhaling deeply through their noses. 20 days into the apocalypse, having a meal was already a luxury. Even as evolvers, they mostly subsisted on bread and crackers. Occasionally, they could scavenge some snacks from supermarkets, but dog meat was a true extravagance. Someone is actually eating dog meat in the apocalypse. Damn, they're living the good life. Tang Weiwei also took a long sniff. So delicious. Sister Weiwei, why don't we go take a look? The plump woman who spoke first pleaded, her face full of longing. That building is surrounded by zombies. How can we get there? Tang Weiwei rolled her eyes. The aroma of dog meat had drawn nearly all the zombies in the complex, but since the stairwell was blocked off, the zombies couldn't get up, and could only roar furiously around the staircase. These guys have a death wish. Cooking something so fragrant in the apocalypse. They won't even know how they die, Jiang Tianming said coldly. But from his eyes one could tell he was also tempted. Maybe they're not afraid at all. Tang Weiwei sneered. Not afraid. How with zombies swarming downstairs, if the authorities don't come to rescue them, they're doomed. Not everyone needs your rescue. Tang Weiwei snorted, then turned to the group and said, let's go. We'll find another place. However, her words received no response. Everyone was staring longingly at the building not far away. Sister Weiwei, why don't we just kill zombies here? The smell of dog meat makes me feel energized. Yeah, let's lure those zombies over, and then block them at the main gate to kill them. Seeing the look in her team members' eyes, Tang Weiwei knew exactly what they were thinking. They simply wanted to clear out the zombies downstairs and see if they could go up and get some dog meat. But honestly, it wasn't a bad idea. That dog meat, so incredibly tempting. Room. A group of people sat around the tables staring eagerly at the kitchen, their mouths watering uncontrollably. The aroma was simply irresistible. It had drifted far beyond, let alone to those at home. Dog meat is here. Finally, the kitchen door opened and Yaoguang walked out carrying a large pot of steaming hot dog meat. Everyone was already impatient, or as soon as the dog meat was placed on the table, they couldn't sit still and stood up to scoop it. Don't rush, there's plenty, eat as much as you want. Yaoguang laughed. Brother Bin, your cooking skills are truly amazing. It's so delicious, I can't believe we can still enjoy such a delicacy in the apocalypse. I realize that joining Xingyun is definitely the best decision I've ever made in my life. Zhong Yuansen sighed. This is what life is all about. The apocalypse. That's the apocalypse of others. Oh, what does it have to do with the Xingyun squad? The group didn't care about the heat and wolfed down the food. The aroma of the dog meat was so rich that the mother and daughter next door were drooling with envy. But thinking of the person across who could kill without blinking, they didn't dare go over. Half an hour later, everyone was rubbing their stomachs with satisfaction. That husky weighed over 300 jin. Although Yang Bin had only cooked a small portion, it was enough to stuff them all. The remaining dog meat was cut into strips by Yang Bin, dried, and packed into several people's backpacks. They would later roast it into dog meat jerky, which was far better than bread. After eating and drinking their fill, Yang Bin went to the window and suddenly noticed people fighting below. After activating his true sight, Yang Bin curled his lips into a smile. Liangzi, your wife is here to see you. Hu Wen Liang rolled his eyes, but still came over. Sure enough, he said no, but was thinking yes. The others also curiously gathered around, but unfortunately, they couldn't see clearly due to the distance. Tang Weiwei and the others. Zhao Kun asked. Yeah. How did they end up here? Who knows, maybe they followed Liangzi's scent. Well, should we go down? That little number of zombies can be handled by Liangzi's wife, but there's a fifth rank sneak hidden in the horde below. I can't let her have it, after all she's not yet married in. Yang Bin chuckled. Let's go. After eating and drinking, it's time to get down to business. Yeah. The group broke the security bars on the window and jumped down. Over here, Tang Weiwei's team was methodically killing zombies. There were about 1,000 zombies, mostly third rank, a few second rank, several dozen fourth rank, and a fifth rank sneak hiding in the horde. Tang Weiwei's team of about 200, all at peak third rank, with a few fourth rank, were backed against the wall. Normally it would be fine. However, with the sudden attack of the fifth rank zombie, it instantly killed 2 members, creating a gap in their formation. After all, not everyone could detect a fifth rank zombie, so this sneak attack was very successful. As the fifth rank zombie acted, other fourth rank zombies also struck, throwing the formation into chaos. Fortunately, Tang Weiwei reacted quickly, blocking the fifth rank zombie in time, and then had the fourth rank fighters in the team intercept the fourth rank zombies, stabilizing the formation again. Tang Weiwei's ability greatly boosted her strength. At peak fourth rank, she had over 2,000 kilograms of force, making her a match for the fifth rank zombie. The unknown fight was evenly matched. However, just then a commotion broke out from behind the zombies. A group of people was swiftly clearing the zombies at an unbelievable speed. 7 people, all wielding barbell bars, were killing large swaths of zombies with each swing. It's them. Tang Weiwei's eyes widened as she looked at these people. The members of Tang Weiwei's team also recognized Yang Bin and the others. Their faces were full of surprise, never expecting to meet them here outside the school. The only one who didn't know them was Jiang Tianming. But Jiang Tianming's eyes lit up when he saw how fierce these people were. Soon Yang Bin and the others had charged all the way to their side. Tang Weiwei suddenly thought of something and panicked, shouting, "This one is mine." Unfortunately, she was too slow. Yang Bin had already circled behind the fifth rank zombie, and as her words fell, his barbell bar smashed into the zombie's head. Blood splattered, and the fifth rank zombie's head was shattered. When he was fourth rank, killing a fifth rank zombie was difficult, but now that he was fifth rank, it was naturally not so hard. With a sneak attack, one blow was enough. As the fifth rank zombie's head burst, Yang Bin's hand shot out, snatching the crystal before the corpse even fell. You? Tang Weiwei glared at Yang Bin angrily. She didn't expect to encounter this situation again. This person had snatched her crystal again. Hi beauty Tang, long time no see. Our Liangzi has been missing you. Yang Bin smiled. You snatched my crystal again. Tang Weiwei fumed. What do you mean snatched? I killed the zombie, so I take the crystal. It's only natural. Tang Weiwei sighed. She knew this guy was a bandit. Once the crystal was in his hands, there was no getting it back. Why are you here? Tang Weiwei asked curiously. Came to kill zombies. What a coincidence, we just happened to come here to kill zombies too. Oh, so it's a coincidence. I thought you came specifically to find Liangzi. Was that dog meat stew yours? Yeah. And he left. Tang Weiwei licked her lips, obviously tempted. I don't have any, but maybe Liangzi still has some. Can you stop talking about Liangzi all the time? Tang Weiwei said helplessly. No choice, he likes you. TCH, if he's really a man, let him come after me. You said it. Liangzi, stop killing zombies and come develop some feelings. Hu Wenliang rolled his eyes. He was surrounded by dozens of zombies. How could he have time for feelings? The others were still killing zombies, only Yang Bin and Tang Weiwei had no zombies around them. But with the Xingyun squad joining, these zombies could no longer cause trouble. At this moment, Jiang Tianming, seeing the two chatting warmly, also walked over. Captain Tang, you know them. Care to introduce? Tang Weiwei glanced at him, but said nothing. Yang Bin looked at Jiang Tianming with some confusion. I remember your team was all students from our school. When did you add someone so old? Young man, mind your words. I'm only in my 30s. How am I old? Jiang Tianming retorted with displeasure. He's not from our team, Tang Weiwei explained. Since he's not, why are you dragging along such an old deadweight? Yang Bin rolled his eyes. He had taken a glance just now. This guy was only a third-year, not even an ability user. He really couldn't understand why Tang Weiwei was keeping him around. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Tianming, assistant to the mayor of Star City. Jiang Tianming extended his hand toward Yang Bin. Yang Bin furrowed his brow and looked at Tang Weiwei. Official A. Are the officials so idle? With so many people needing rescue, why are you tagging along in someone else's team? Yang Bin turned to Jiang Tianming. The military is handling the rescues. Mayor Ma worried Captain Tang and her team might encounter danger, so he sent me to accompany them, Jiang Tianming said, withdrawing his hand awkwardly. I'd say you're the biggest danger. With your strength, if they really run into trouble, you'd be the one holding them back. Hearing this, Tang Weiwei barely stifled a laugh. Seeing Jiang Tianming humiliated before Yang Bin instantly lifted her spirits. Indeed, it took a brute like Yang Bin to handle this kind of person. Jiang Tianming took a deep breath, maintaining a smile. May I ask how the young man is called? That's not convenient for me to say, and I'd rather not deal with you. You're getting on in years. Better head back to the base early. If a zombie eats you, would have trouble explaining to the officials. Knowing the other party was from the government, Yang Bin had little interest in interacting. The military was fine, but the political types were a different story. All smiles and hidden daggers. Moreover, for a mayor's aide to be trailing a student team, it was obvious he had his eyes on Tang Weiwei's ability and wanted to recruit her. Young man, you must be from Zhongshan Academy too, right? Why didn't you go to the survival base? As a seasoned operator, Jiang Tianming wasn't about to abandon his goal just because of Yang Bin's words. This was likely a fifth-tier powerhouse. He had to find a way to recruit him. I can barely survive out here, so I won't waste the base's food. After all, it's not easy for you to find supplies, Yang Bin said with a smirk. Jiang Tianming stared at the grease stains on Yang Bin's lips. You're eating dog meat, and you say you can barely survive. If he could beat him, Jiang Tianming would have loved to slap some sense into this infuriating fellow. He took another deep breath, his smile unwavering, but before he could speak, Yang Bin cut him off. Go take a walk. I need to chat with Captain Tang. Jiang Tianming's expression froze. After a long moment, he forced a smile. All right, you two talk. He'll come back later. With that, he retreated awkwardly, but his hands secretly pressed a communication device he carried. However, this move didn't escape Yang Bin's eyes. Yang Bin's face instantly turned cold. How did he end up with your team? Yang Bin asked Tang Weiwei. When the rescue came to the school, we followed them to the survival base. But once there, they wouldn't let us leave. Finally, we went to Mayor Ma, and he had this man join our team, saying that way we could get out. And it's been like this ever since. Tang Weiwei said helplessly. That Mayor Ma wants to recruit you. If you don't want to join the officials, why not just stop going back to the base, eh? You think it's that simple? As long as he's with us, they can track our movements. If we don't return by nightfall, the officials send people to fetch us. Oh, not bad treatment, Yang Bin chuckled. Stop mocking me. I'm about to go crazy. Why not just kill him? Come on, he's an official. If we touch him, will our team survive? Tang Weiwei rolled her eyes. It is troublesome. But since that guy seems to have his eye on me now, I can't let him live, Yang Bin said, stroking his chin. Don't do anything rash. That would be going against the officials. With our current strength, we can't fight them. Tang Weiwei said nervously. I don't want to clash with them so soon either, but I know if I don't kill him, there'll be endless trouble later. Sorry I've brought you trouble. It's not your fault. Running into him here was sheer coincidence. I'm just unlucky. Is there someone in your team he's turned? How did you know? It's a standard official tactic. He's been tailing you for so long. If he hadn't turned a few people, he'd be a failure. I'm definitely killing this man. Think about what you want to do next. You can escape or blame it on us. With so many witnesses, the officials can't come after you. Of course you can come with us too, but only you. I don't want the others. The Starfall squad only accepts the strong. You? Tang Weiwei stared wide-eyed at him. Was this the gap between them? A single word decided life or death. He didn't even hesitate to kill an official. Did she want this man dead? Desperately. But she didn't dare. Once killed, they'd face the official's wrath, something neither she nor her team could withstand. So she had endured all this time. But he, just because this man might cause him trouble, was ready to kill him without a second thought. She didn't know whether to call him decisive or reckless. Did he really think they could take on the officials with just these few people? Are you sure you've thought this through? Tang Weiwei looked at Yaoguang. You're the one who needs to think. Have you decided? Want to join the Starfall squad? Tang Weiwei thought for a moment, then shook her head. I know joining your squad might be comfortable, but everyone in your team is strong. My addition would just be icing on the cake, nothing significant. You'd have to split the crystals another way, and I might even slow you down. Besides, I can't abandon my teammates. I brought them out from school. I promised to help them survive the apocalypse. I can't leave them behind. So I appreciate your offer, but I'll have to decline. Alright, suit yourself. If things ever get too tough, come find Liangzi. He won't turn you away. With the Starfall squad joining the fray, the 1,000-odd zombies were soon entirely vanquished. The Starfall squad, seemingly inheriting Yaoguang's core tenet, had 6 members who from a group of over 200 snatched away most of the Tier 4 crystals, leaving Tang Weiwei's team fuming with indignation. Soon, everyone returned to Yaoguang's side. Hu Wenliang stole a glance at Tang Weiwei. Some things originally insignificant, once spoken of too often, turned from nothing into something. Such was the case with Hu Wenliang. He had merely harbored a slight fondness for Tang Weiwei, but after being repeatedly teased by Yaoguang and the others, seeing her again stirred a different feeling within him. Yaoguang patted Hu Wenliang on the shoulder and said, Liangzi, Captain Tang has agreed to let you pursue her. She said if you don't, you're not a man. Tang Weiwei stared wide-eyed at Yaoguang. Is that what I meant? Hu Wenliang was also taken aback, but seeing Tang Weiwei's expression, he knew that Brother Bin must be spouting nonsense again. After a moment's thought, Hu Wenliang faced Tang Weiwei directly for the first time and said, don't take it to heart. That's just how Brother Bin is. I actually have no feelings for you. This is the apocalypse. No one has the mind for romance. If one day we can survive and establish a foothold in this wasteland, and if we meet again, I will pursue you and prove I am a man. Tang Weiwei looked at Hu Wenliang seriously, then nodded. Good. That's the spirit. Yaoguang smiled. Let's go then. Farewell here. With that, Yaoguang led his group into the distance. Hey, Captain Yang, wait. Seeing Yaoguang about to leave, Jiang Tianming hurriedly caught up. He had already learned about Yaoguang from others. Seeing Jiang Tianming actually give chase, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Yaoguang's mouth. Assistant Jiang, is there something else? It's like this, Mayor Ma wants to see you. An official vehicle will arrive shortly. Please return with me to the survival base. No time. Captain Yang, it's Mayor Ma Zhonghua of Xingqing City, who wishes to see you. Jiang Tianming emphasized his tone. If he wants to see me, I have to go. Who does he think he is? Yaoguang said coldly. Hearing Yaoguang's words, Jiang Tianming could no longer maintain his smile. Captain Yang, mind your words. Some things shouldn't be said carelessly lest disaster comes from the mouth. Heh, and do you know that some things shouldn't be done carelessly lest you lose your life? Are you threatening me, Captain Yang? Jiang Tianming said coldly. No, I never threaten people. Because I prefer to use action. As Yaoguang finished speaking, his barbell rod swept through the air, and under Jiang Tianming's terrified gaze it smashed his head to pieces. This scene shocked everyone. Except for Tang Weiwei, who already knew. Everyone else stared at Yaoguang in disbelief. This was an official, how dare he? Especially those in Tang Weiwei's team who had been swayed, they felt utterly dumbfounded. Yet Yaoguang acted as if he had done something utterly ordinary, waved at Tang Weiwei and the others, and then led the Starfall squad directly away. Watching their retreating figures, Tang Weiwei sighed. She hadn't expected him to be so decisive, killing without hesitation. Weiwei, what do we do now? Jiang Tianming is dead. Mayor Ma will be furious. Mo said anxiously. So we must leave too. Tang Weiwei sighed. But if we leave, the officials will surely think we killed him. Won't we be finished? If we stay, will we wait for them to arrest us? He died following us. Whether we killed him or not, we can't escape responsibility. I said we should stay away from them. See, trouble follows whenever we meet them. Mo complained. Sister Weiwei, I think we should just wait here. If we give up the murderer and agree to join the officials, we'll surely be fine, another person said. But as his words fell, Tang Weiwei's Tang Dao suddenly swung out. With one slash, his head flew high. The entire team instantly fell silent, everyone staring wide-eyed at the scene. Anyone who dares mention joining the officials again will end up like him, Tang Weiwei said coldly. At that moment, Tang Weiwei also displayed thunderous resolve. She knew this was a critical moment. She had to consolidate the team, or she would be trapped in extreme passivity. Everyone fell silent, not daring to speak. I know there are still many among you who want to join the officials. They'll give you a chance now. Anyone who wants to join, step forward. I won't make trouble for you. When the officials arrive, you can go with them. But if you don't step forward this time, and I find out later that you have such thoughts, I will show no mercy. Hearing Tang Weiwei's words, many people's eyes flickered, clearly struggling. Sister Weiwei, I'm sorry. After a while, someone finally stepped forward. Jiang Tianming had told him that following the officials ensured safety with no worries about food and free crystals to obtain. With his strength, he would surely be valued. Between the officials and Tang Weiwei, he chose the officials. Living in modern society, he still felt the officials were more trustworthy. If he continued following Tang Weiwei, it would likely be a life of constant flight. With the first, others soon followed. One by one, those brainwashed by Jiang Tianming stepped forward. In the end, after over 60 people had stepped out, no one else came forward. Are there any more? This is your last chance, there won't be another. This time no one stepped forward. The eyes of those remaining were resolute. Very well. Tang Weiwei nodded, then looked at the 60+ who had stepped out. Take care of yourselves. Next time we meet, we'll be enemies. Let's go. Then Tang Weiwei led the remaining people away swiftly. Watching them leave, those who stayed behind had complex expressions. Was this really the right thing to do? What's wrong with it? Joining the officials is the proper path. I don't understand why she's so against it. I think she's too ambitious and wants to be queen herself. Exactly. With the officials around, those with such ambitions will come to no good end. It's better to break away early. Indeed. Before long, a troop transport rapidly approached and stopped near them. Soon a group of soldiers armed with submachine guns and 2 middle-aged men in formal attire disembarked. The 2 men came before the crowd and frowned. Why so few people? Where is Captain Tang? The crowd eagerly recounted what had happened. Upon hearing that Jiang Tianming had been bludgeoned to death, the 2 men erupted in fury. How dare they? Killing an official. Absolutely lawless. Such people must be punished. Yes, and Tang Weiwei and her group thinking they can oppose the officials. Do they really believe the end of the world means the officials have no power over them? Put both teams on the wanted list. Once found, capture them immediately. Yes. Boss, was that person from the official side just now? Zhao Kuan asked, puzzled. So, will we be in trouble for killing one of their men? Yes, but not killing them would bring even more trouble. Alright, but this means we've thoroughly offended the authorities. We'll need to be more cautious from now on, said Zhong Yuansen. Scared, Yangbin glanced at Zhong Yuansen and Zhao Kuan. How could that be? It's just the authorities, right? This isn't the old days anymore. Who cares about them? Good. Remember, in the apocalypse, power is everything. As long as we're strong enough, even the authorities will have to fear us. Besides, they've got plenty on their plate. They won't go to great lengths over a Jiang Tianming, unless they've already started serving private interests. Brother Bin, you mean? Chun Hao's eyes widened. It's strange enough that Jiang Tianming appeared with Tang Weiwei's team. There are people everywhere needing rescue, so why would the authorities have the leisure? But if this is a private endeavor, it's no longer surprising. Some people want to build their own private forces. Could it be? The other's eyes widened too. Alright, let's not speculate further. Just stay vigilant. Yangbin led the group to another commercial district and climbed the tallest office building there. Using the high vantage point to spot high-level zombies was the most effective method and Yangbin's greatest advantage, a tactic that never failed. Soon he located a 5th-tier zombie and led the group to eliminate it. At the survival base, when Ma Zhongguo learned of Jiang Tianming's death, he was furious. He immediately issued a wanted notice posting portraits of Yangbin and his men throughout the base, offering official crystal rewards to anyone who provided information on their whereabouts. This time Yangbin had guessed wrong. Ma Zhongguo truly intended to make a big deal of it. He wanted everyone to know that even in the apocalypse, the authorities were not to be challenged. He needed to make an example of them. As the wanted notice spread, every capable evolver in the base grew excited, dreaming of encountering the group and cashing in. The notice promised a 4th-tier crystal as a reward for anyone who provided an exact location leading to their capture. For most evolvers, a 4th-tier crystal was an irresistible prize. Meanwhile, at Wang Zhenhong's residence. Are you sure it's the group that Kai mentioned? Wang Zhenhong asked his steward. Yes, I've confirmed it with the young master using the pictures, the steward affirmed. I didn't expect them to offend the authorities so quickly. This works in our favor. Have Kai visit them tonight, and tell them that if they join the Wang family, we'll ensure their safety. Understood. While Ma Zhongguo plotted to capture Yangbin, and his man Lu Yong was plagued by the 6th-tier zombie. He had reorganized his teams, each numbering at least 2,000 when deployed. He thought that would be enough. Yet just now a Tuta Salmon squad had been attacked by zombies again. Though not wiped out, they suffered heavy losses, for this time the 6th-tier zombie had made its move. The sight of it charging through a hail of bullets and slaughtering the crowd chilled everyone to the bone. Lu Yong hadn't witnessed it personally, but from the survivors' accounts, he could feel their helplessness. Standard submachine guns and rifles were no longer any threat to it. Heavy weapons could injure it, but its speed rendered such cumbersome tools ineffective. Lu Yong had anticipated that firearms might gradually become useless, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. This realization filled him with dread. He knew that once firearms failed, the authorities' unshakable position would crumble entirely. How laughable that some still fancied themselves as official leaders clinging to the illusion of control. Lu Yong sighed and pulled out a crystal. This crystal was the greatest gain from that battle, a 5th-tier crystal. According to their prior agreement, high-tier crystals were to be discussed and distributed. But this time Lu Yong decided not to hand it over. If he did, the civilian officials who outnumbered the military in the hierarchy would likely vote to claim it for themselves. It was the military who fought and bled while the civilians only managed internal affairs at the base. What use did they have for such a high-tier crystal? Still, Lu Yong didn't intend to use it himself. It wouldn't be maximized in his hands. After a moment's thought, he tucked the crystal away and left the room. Meanwhile, the Starfall squad, led by Yang Bin, continued their hunt for fifth-tier zombies. Unfortunately, fifth-tier zombies were now scarce. Even as Yang Bin climbed one building after another to scout, the results were disappointing. By nightfall, they had only found 3 fifth-tier zombies. 2 were hiding in rooms, easily cornered and killed. The third was buried in a zombie horde, costing them considerable time, as they had to slay over 1,000 zombies before reaching it. By the time they finished, darkness had fallen, so the group had to head home. Night was no time for zombie hunting. Most streetlights had been destroyed by zombies, leaving the streets pitch black. The zombies could see you, but you couldn't see them. How could you fight? Even Yang Bin dared not hunt at night, unless he kept his true sight active constantly. So as soon as it got dark, everyone instinctively returned home. Though the power grid hadn't fully collapsed, no one dared turn on lights at night, as it would only guide the zombies. But this didn't apply to Yang Bin's group. Yinyuan was completely clear of zombies with no other buildings nearby, so they kept their lights on, only turning them off when sleeping. They had ventured far this time, so they hurried back as dusk fell, arriving home in total darkness. Just as they got home, and before they could start cooking, a knock came at the door. Yang Bin shook his head with a wry smile and gestured for Monkey to answer. "Hey, empty-handed again." Monkey was as blunt as ever. "Can you stop obsessing over gifts? I've got something important this time." Wang Ruikai looked at Monkey, exasperated. "No matter how important, you should still bring something. Where I come from, you'd get kicked out for visiting empty-handed." Monkey let them in, Yang Bin said with a chuckle. "Fine, come in. But next time remember to bring something."